Yeah, Bush, I'm sorry about that. And I ain't mean to go on, but sometimes I do think this is important. Are we here for so long, right now? Hello?
Oh, sorry. I had to add myself to the stage. I'm here, John. I can hear you.
Oh, sorry. I thought I was on the wrong one.
No, you're on the right one. Yeah, and Mel is here too. So good.
Mm.
Good, 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 good. So this is playing. Let me see. I think it's playing on the other one. Let me make it stop. I'm trying to get to that. You know what? Remove it. Okay, there we go. All right, there we go. Yeah, so I started it so we can hear that from you.
I think it's a good, whenever people call in, and I get people calling in like that all the time, and sometimes, I speak in like broad terms or hyperbole sometimes maybe, but when you hear calls like that, you hear the leverage that a landlord has over someone. I've told you all the time these people are going to be homeless, and where did he say he's living? In a hotel in the squeeze zone. Them hotel, the taxes on the hotel 30% in DC or more.
That's not.
You can't cook. You know what I mean? You can't really live your life the way you would want to. You invite a girl over, she like, damn, you living in a hotel? You can pull it off. You living in a house. Hey, I'm renting a room. And these people are getting squeezed. Well, what did he say? He making 140,000 living in a hotel squeezed. He probably lying about the 140,000, but he ain't lying about living in that hotel. Right? And I'm the nigga that keep these people. I'm one step. Without me, these niggas would be in a shanty because he can't afford to live in that hotel long. You heard him say it, right?
Yeah, he said it was too expensive.
Too expensive. Without me, like, and there are very few people, you heard him, you do credit check. Hell no, nigga, this your chance right now to pass the credit check. Right? You working, nigga? Where? Where you working at, nigga? These are the things I want to know. How you gonna answer the questions? I don't believe you making 140,000, but I just want to hear what the hell you had to say. And he African or something, so I kind of gave him the benefit of the doubt, as opposed to if he were Black American. But you can see how people are. Their backs are up against the wall. You can kind of see it, Portia, right? You heard several conversations. That nigga called me the other day at the airport. If it wouldn't have been someone like me, he'd have slept at the airport, right? And here this other guy, he motel hopping. And the people out here calling me slumlord shit, these people, their backs up against the wall. And you criticize. What do you say, Push?
Depending on your credit, you up the creek. Because most places are checking credit.
And you think about how these people talk about the whole term slumlord and shit like that, and then you listen to the people like this who have no other option but someone like me. You put me out of business, where these people gonna live? Right?
Yeah. He wanted to be anonymous about where hotel he was.
Anyway, I thought it was very interesting to let the people hear this. So I won't hold you up. I'll let you get back to what you were talking about.
Oh no, you're not holding me up. I thought that was interesting. It did sound like he was African. I don't know if he said it, but it sounded like he was.
Yeah.
The way he was questioning you about this, that, and the third, and he was saying something about the hotel, and he let you know, and this and that. It's just like me. I'm going to be unaware of it, but like for you, like what does that say to you for the questions that he was asking?
Well, you heard him say that he was the scams that I hear, right? There are a lot of people out here running scams. And so I did a stream earlier, and I gave a little tidbit of people that can, if they ever want to get in the real estate business, how to use the middleman to validate your business as opposed to being the hoe and the middleman being the pimp. And so if you heard me on the call, what I say, hey man, I'll send you my Airbnb listings. You can book it on there and pay the VIG if you want to. Or you come directly to John Galt and get the dope directly from me. It's up to you. You're going to come to me one way or the other. Do you want to pay the middleman? Do you want to pay the super chat? And I just showed you the super host, nigga. Do you want to pay the super chat, the super host fees? If you do, go through the Airbnb. Otherwise, and as you heard him, he said, well, I don't want to do that. Do you accept Zelle, Cash App? Because he know them fees will break his ass. So he don't want to pay the fees. Nobody wants to pay the fees in reality. Only on here do they want to pay the third party super chat YouTube man because there's the vanity that these people have. They want to be recognized with their name up in lights, even for 5 or 10 minutes or however long the super chat lasts, right? But in the real world, down where people are paying for where they live, they don't have time to pay the middleman. So they try their best to cut him out as much as possible. And he just showed you that, right? You don't want to pay Airbnb, you want to pay me directly.
So do you think that he's like shopping, like he's possibly like a new resident to the area and he's trying to stay up somewhere to live, or?
Yeah, he said he's from New York. You heard him say he's from New York, right?
Okay.
He said he's from New York and he just probably just moved in. DC economy is humming. We don't have the migrant invasion. I told people that they better not send the migrants here. They better not do that. You want to go to jail? They'll put a nigga in the wheelchair in jail. They'll put Abbott in jail, even in a wheelchair, if he send them migrants here. He know better. That's why he sent their ass in New York. He ain't sent them here. He sent one busload and stopped and pivoted and sent them to New York. Just like January 6th, thou shalt not protest the nation's capital. You got a problem, you better take that shit up with someone else to put your ass in the DC gulag. You come here protesting, sending some migrants here. Do it if you want to. And see what happens. DC is protected like that. And I think that a lot of people in New York and shit like that, they're fleeing from that shit that DC is allowing to happen to them. Because these people that live here, the administrative state, as Stanley likes to talk about, or that I mentioned, I think, they don't want to live around the migrants. They'll flood your neighborhoods with them, but they don't want to live around them. Nowhere in Alexandria. They won't let you fucking build apartments and shit in Alexandria, Arlington. No shit. No apartment. But all around the country,
why won't they let you build an apartment there?
These fucking people are rich. I was showing the map earlier. These people are very rich. Like all around, like the Pentagon, the White House. These are very rich people.
So they don't want anything to be built around Arlington?
Arlington, Alexandria, Fairfax County. Let me show you the map again. I don't know if you saw the map. I've shown it before. DC map. Like pretty much in all of these areas, you really can't build apartments. And if you do, it's going to be very, very, very high end. So this is like where the White House is, right in here. So anywhere going west here. Is it west? Yeah, going west here. Like this is very, very expensive. These are all the bureaucrats that run the government that live here. This is Fairfax County. You go north here. This is where all the rich, like the really rich people that run the government live here. Colin Powell, Michael Saylor, all the Pentagon people, as you can see, the Pentagon is right here. Where's the Pentagon? The Pentagon is like right here, somewhere in here. And so all the rich people, they live here in Arlington. You know what's so crazy? Portia, you know, as I'm telling you this, you can't even fly an airplane in after like 10 or 11 o'clock into the airport in DC. Well, it's not even in DC, but it's in Arlington, like right here. Like right here. The airport is somewhere right in here, somewhere right here, wherever it is. You can't fly. They cut all the commercial flights at like 11 o'clock. The people are so fluent around it, they say the airplane noise disturbs them from their sleep. And so, you know, it's a very affluent area, you know, very influential area. Tyson's Corner, very wealthy. Yeah, indeed. Like there's, you know, $50 million houses, you know, government people, like I said, Colin Powell. I think, what's it, Black Supreme Court Justice, Clarence Thomas, you know, all the Republicans live in Virginia, in the northern part, like here, like Clarence Thomas and all these people would live up here. They would live up in here. Langley, this is where the CIA is and all that. McLean, CIA, Tyson's, oh, this is rich areas. And so you can't build apartments here. You know, these are very rich people and they don't want apartments, you know, the traffic, you know.
And the potential of it, you know, maybe becoming Section 8.
Yeah, very much so, you know. And so those type of things are not allowed. But they will send it to your neighborhood without a problem.
Yeah. Don't think twice about it.
Hey, anyway, I got to get out of here. Portia, I'll let you take over. Sorry about that.
Okay, no problem. Hey, Mella. Hey, Lolo. I'm gonna check and see if Crack is still alive. Yeah, so everyone is around. It's just we have 2 streams going right now. So
I'm on a panel, so give me a moment, please.
Okay, no worries. So Lolo.
No, I mean I was speaking to somebody else. I'm here.
Oh, okay, sorry. So we have 2 streams going. We have Crack. He's talking about his stocks, and then we have this one. So, you know,
yeah,
we were going, of course, our normal 24 hours.
Yeah.
And John, he has to step away. So,
yeah.
Crack.
Early this morning,
he's live on his, and I can't recall really seeing Stanley today. I know that HB, he's down for the night, so he's not going to be coming back because he's going to be going to bed because he does need his rest, of course. But Crack, he should be wrapping up here pretty soon, and I'm actually wrapping up here at work. I'm actually about to leave and go home, but I'm here for now. So one thing that I might have to do as I drive home is do a replay of something from earlier. I'll probably just do yesterday.
Okay.
Just and I only say that because I have to drive home, and I don't live far. I don't live far from my job. I'm literally right around the corner. But I will have my what is it called? My hotspot going, so that you all can hear still. Let me see. Hold on, wait, why does it say still live? It couldn't be. Hold on, wait, I need to check something.
I'm gonna dive into this post office. I don't have my earbuds in. I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So, Mella, what I'm gonna do while you're doing that and while I'm driving home, I just ended that one. Okay, great. It looks like people were still on the other one. Okay. So I just ended that other one. Okay, so we are live over here. We're at 18 minutes. And I am leaving work. I'm about to head home. So I'm going to replay. I'm just going to click somewhere in the 12 hours from earlier today until I get home. And we can talk about some other things, some other news that I wanted to go over with you all today. Let me make sure I am correct on this stream that I have pulled up. Uh-oh. Will the migrants, okay, let's see. Will the migrants share? All right. I just ask gracefully for you all's patience until I get home, which will be like less than 10 minutes. So we're gonna just watch this until I get there.
Twice a day.
Really?
And yeah, like in the
I
morning.
think that's like a mental problem, like OCD.
Your skin smooth and all of that, and so I just, whenever I use it, I don't like.
Yeah. So what about like showers and stuff? What because you know, for me,
Hello, Grace.
Hey, good morning, Grace. You know, for
morning,
me, then, I'm one of those people that I start very early so I can end my day early, so I can always stop at a truck stop, whether it's like a Flying J, Love's. Like I'm one of those people. I need to shower every day. I need to. Like it's I can't even. So
Really, every day?
Yeah. You know, when I first started, I would go a day or two without showering, but it's just, you know, it is a tough job, and I think you see a lot of truckers, they just kind of go feral over the road. They just completely stop. They just completely stop showering altogether. And I think, you know, showering and keeping yourself clean it's not only a physical thing, it's a mental thing too. Where
I think that's true.
You know, you don't want to lose yourself. You could really lose yourself over the road. So
I think that's true.
What you know, what's kind of like your ritual as far as actually getting a shower?
I don't really like showers. I've never really liked showers, and I don't think it depends a little bit on how you were raised and also like how much you smell. Some people, you know, like I don't know if you know this, East Asians, they don't have armpit deodorant because they don't have that hormone that causes body odor. So like I'm not really a sweaty person. I'm not a stinky person. I'm not sure why that is, but like, so, and I wasn't raised taking a shower every day, but most kids that went to my school, you know, I was in the suburbs, they took a shower every day, if not twice a day. And I wasn't raised with that. I don't think human beings really like if you take, for example, shampoo, conditioner, like the idea you need that for your hair every day is just wrong, because all you're basically doing with conditioner is replicating the natural oils in your hair. So, like,
well, what if you have oily hair?
Stripping yourself of all the things that protect your body and then replacing them with artificial things that cost money. I'm not sure that makes any sense, but
well, what if you have oily hair? Because I have very oily hair.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how this works, but I once went a year and a half. I was just like, you know what? Maybe shampoo's a scam. So I would take showers, but I would never shampoo my hair. And I noticed the oiliness stopped. Like you stop producing that oil. I think you produce that oil because you're stripping your hair. You
know? So you think it's because of the shampoo that it's oily?
Did you
I have heard that. Yeah.
Or you didn't do anything?
I didn't do anything to my.
You just pretty much cleaned it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I would, it's once you get that oil in your hair, it becomes very easy. But I have thick hair, so it becomes a lot. You don't become like a head full of greasy hair. It just becomes like conditioner. And it's really easy to manage your hair because it's like natural that you know what I mean. Like you don't generally shampoo a dog that much, and it has that glow of the oils. I mean, that's what the point of the oils are. They're not like anti-human to produce oils. It's like what hair is supposed to have in it. But I don't know how it works as far as how.
What about you?
HB, you're breaking up. You asking me a question?
Breaking up.
No, he wasn't really breaking up. He said, "How about you?"
What do I do for showers? I don't really I share the same view as my dad. I don't really like showers. The thing I hate about them is how you have to dry off and everything, and my hair has to dry. So, but I don't like having greasy hair.
There we go.
So I try to shower like once every 5 or 6 days to get rid of the grease in my hair because I really don't.
Oh shit! So what do? Take baths?
No, just like baby wipes and stuff and dry shampoo.
There's only a few areas of your body that get stinky.
Yeah, and I don't like when they're stinky either, but that's what baby wipes are for. I just don't find the whole shower necessary, especially because we live in an RV. You can't really do it.
I shower twice a day.
Really?
And yeah, like in the morning.
I think that's like a mental problem, like OCD.
You know what, Grace? You're absolutely right. I do have OCD. You're right.
Yeah.
I shower once in the morning, and it's usually like a 10-minute, 15-minute shower because I gotta hurry up and go to work. But at night, I'll spend like an hour and just run the hot water and just like enjoy it, like just enjoy being in the water.
I mean, I get that, like the everything shower. I get that too. Like you just enjoy shaving and cleaning everything, and but every night, like that's like a once a month type of thing, in my opinion.
I mean, if you do it as a comfort, you just like enjoy it, that's one thing.
Yeah. I really don't think you need to shower every day. It's just one of those things where if you can and it's more of an enjoyment thing. I don't.
Okay, well, wait, hang on a second. What's your policy on clothes then? What's your policy on clothes? Like you wear a shirt.
No, wear it once, it goes in a hamper. That's how I am.
Once in the hamper. What about you, HB? Even if it's not dirty, like no sweat, no stains, just throw it in the hamper.
Maybe some jeans. Maybe some jeans. I will like say, okay, the jeans are not dirty, whatever. But like a shirt or especially underwear, I only wear underwear once.
Yeah, no,
and I change my underwear twice a day.
Yeah, I have to change every day.
I mean, I can see every day for underwear. Underwear is weird.
Yeah.
I think it's fine. I think it's fine. People have their rituals, but you got to say it takes a lot of time and energy to do that.
Yeah, it does.
Well, as long as you're not offending anybody with your scent, then why should it matter to me how many times you shower a day or a month or whatever? I don't care. As long as you're not sitting next to me and I have to smell some psychedelic funk,
But it also forces you to participate in in civilization. You have to have a bathroom, like a conventional bathroom, and access to it all the time, which then makes it harder for you to break away and do something else.
Yeah, but
a lot of people won't go.
Ben, but you're on the road, man. You can always stop at a Love's or a Flying J,
But those showers are expensive. It's like what, $15 to take?
Yeah. Wait, so in your RV, is it when you fuel up, is it diesel or just?
Yeah, it's diesel.
Oh, hey, if you get a card at Flying J or a member's card at Flying J or Love's, the more you fuel up at Flying J and Love's, they'll give you free showers. Like, bro, I have
All right.
since I fuel up so much, I probably have 1,000 free showers at Flying J and Love.
Oh, is that right? But the thing about Flying J is the diesel prices are not the best prices. The best diesel prices you get is the Indian places that are like shitholes. Like third world.
You're gonna get the best prices at the shitholes because they kind of put in the price for all the other amenities that they have. So yeah, you're kind of right. You're right.
I always wondered because I asked Grace, like, how are these guys? But I think because drivers aren't necessarily paying the fuel cost, right? Like that goes to the
that usually goes to the company.
The company. So then they're working you in a certain sense. They're saying like, come to ours because your company's paying it anyways, and we'll give you like bonuses because those are nice to sell. I'm always like, why is there a movie theater in here and all that stuff?
Yeah. They have like the trucker lounge. It's you know, they have a bunch of flat screen TVs. They got the seats with the massages on them and everything, man. They're nice.
I'm pretty sure if it was legal, they would set up like you know, brothels in them too, because it's just, you know what I mean, it's mostly men, and I would imagine like, you know what I mean, like they're trying to work.
You know, the only issues that I've ever seen were with trainers and the trainees. Most truckers, man, like we're pretty civil for the most part. Most guys have, you know, they got pistols on them, they got knives on them. So you don't really, most truckers are pretty civil, man. You don't.
I agree.
Most of them, they're not trying to start no shit, man. You get killed out here in the middle of nowhere.
It's so hot here that we have to take 4 showers a day sometimes. It's crazy.
So Liev, you said you take 4 showers a day?
Yeah, sometimes we have to take 4 showers a day. 1 in the morning, 1 at midday, 1 after you come back from work, like at 5, 6, and 1 at night before you go to sleep.
To cool off.
So yeah, exactly.
So you take cold showers.
Not to clean, but to cool off. Yeah, exactly.
So you take cold showers.
Exactly, cold showers.
I'd like to ask the gentleman from Brazil a question.
Well, I just want to say good morning to John too, man. John.
Good morning,
John.
Liev, where are you located?
Good morning, John.
Good morning, everyone. Where are you located, Lee?
Me?
Yeah.
Brazil.
Brazil.
Yeah.
He speaks Portuguese.
Eu falo português. A minha língua original é português.
John, he said that in Brazil they don't flush toilet tissue down the toilet at all. So they have a little basket next to the toilet that they put all the tissue in.
Yeah, that's not surprising. You know, I've had Airbnb guests. It must not only be Brazil, or maybe it was a Brazilian guest. I go in the bathroom and it's shit paper, toilet paper, shitty toilet paper, all in the trash.
I think it's like that in a lot of different countries because that's what Liev was saying, that you know, a lot of Americans, they don't really realize that when they go down to Brazil, that, you know, you can't do that over there.
You know, we got to get Varun to come up here and talk about using the bathroom in India. We started talking about that the other day.
Yeah.
A buddy of mine, he works with some Indians, and he'd be pissed off that I think they were getting on top of the toilet and squatting and shitting. And of course, right?
Yeah, like
more dangerous to do that.
I don't think it's made for that.
But on the flip side, I've had African, like straight up African refugees live in my place. They think the toilet is like magic, like white people are magic, and they'll flush anything down that toilet. Like it. And when I was in prison too, they flushed everything down the toilet.
Yes. Yeah, I showed you guys. I told you guys the other day, a few weeks back, I had a pregnant black woman, and dating a white guy, a poor white guy, and she couldn't find paper towels, toilet paper, so she wiped her ass with microfiber towels and flushed them down the toilet. Pregnant.
There was a black woman who tried to flush her. She had an abortion and tried to flush the baby down the toilet. It got stuck in the ice. That's true. That's a true story.
You gotta You got to crush him up first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to do the abortion part.
I guess even in America, some people think toilets are magic. You can put anything down there.
Yeah, when they have those signs like "Don't flush stuff down this toilet," they're talking basically to minorities and because everybody knows all like normal white people or like people who get it, who've ever dealt.
Yeah. Let's see. You got Dorsey's backing. What you gonna do?
Oh, it's still a payment. It's still a payment management service. Okay. Yeah, it ain't going nowhere. I remember didn't PayPal I think back during COVID, didn't they threaten to charge all their users like some sort of fee if you were like transphobic or something like that?
Really?
Yeah, hold on.
I remember PayPal was like starting to they were doing something.
Yeah, they were.
But
deleting users. Yeah, they were deleting users for being transphobic or something. Apparently, they were going to limit the amount of transactions you could take. It was some sort of weird penalty. And a whole bunch of people. Oh, here it is. It's the PayPal transphobic transfer charge. Apparently, it was some sort of payment fee that if somehow they would have got information that one of their users was transphobic, they would put a 30-day ban on all transactions. This was in what year was this in? I believe this was recent too. I remember hearing about this because I had to cancel my PayPal account because when I heard that shit was happening, I was like, hell no. Yeah, this was in 2021. Okay.
Yeah.
And it got a lot of shit backlash. They lost approximately 52% of all users. From early 2021 to mid 2022, a 50% decrease in user rate. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's some crazy shit.
They real fucked up with that one.
I don't know. Shit's been wild since 2020, huh? Yeah, shit's been wild. I don't know. I haven't paid attention to that, but I mean, I gotta say, debanking and all this stuff. Hey, that's why people like Rashu keeps saying like, go get crypto, and this and that. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, he's really Rashu's been hyping up crypto for the past couple weeks now. Like, damn. They also had apparently last year they also had a $2,500 fine for misinformation charges. This is PayPal again. Yeah, this is PayPal again. Yeah, this was last year. I didn't hear about this one. PayPal goofy right now. Jesus Christ.
I mean, I don't like them for the fact that I can't hide my identity. So yeah, I rarely use PayPal. I mean, I have an old account, but I never use it. Yeah.
I mean, I had to reinstate it because, actually, no, I don't have too many problems with Cash App. I just haven't been using it that much because not many stores actually utilize Cash App. They were like, "Hey, do you have a PayPal? Do you have a PayPal?"
Right.
I was like, "I got a Cash App."
Yeah, Venmo, Cash.
I haven't seen much about Venmo. I wonder if Venmo's done any goofy shit lately.
Yeah, I don't know either. All I know is like Venmo is like drug dealers like territory. Most of the time they'd be like, "You have a Venmo? You have a Venmo?" I'm like,
"You got a
"No."
Venmo?
Fuck that shit. I'm using cash, bitch. I'm not getting traced.
This reminds me of AI. This reminds me when I remember I was going through some of my clients' phones and they were asking like AI tips on how to grow weed, and I'm like, "You dumb
What?
niggas." Yeah.
They're using ChatGPT to tell them how to grow weed.
Yeah, they were asking about what's the appropriate. They were asking like I forgot the name of the strain, but it was like cotton candy something, and he was like,
okay.
What's the right temperature to grow cotton candy, whatever?"
Oh my god!
What type of soil do you need for? What's the best soil use for? The soil used for like 25 acres worth of reed growth, and I was like, "Damn, 25 acres! This motherfucker's trying to start up a goddamn farm."
25 acres? Oh!
I didn't look into the details, but whenever I go through, like whenever I'm repairing phones and shit, I have to go through people's phones a lot. I find some weird information on there. It's mostly just porn and like people cheating on their spouses, but every now and then you get some goofy shit.
But that's a funny thing. It's like they just don't care about security. They just let that's the thing, right?
They just be hitting up Google for anything. I'm like,
right?
You niggas are getting tracked, right?
I mean that's how a lot of these cases get solved, right? They're just like, oh, this fucker chased. How do I hide the body? How do I dispose? Like, what the fucking retard? Come on.
Does a corpse float? You know? Like, well,
yeah, does a corpse float? just use WeChat. That's better, at least, kind of.
Yeah. No, you can use Telegram because Telegram deletes all your deletes all your data once you log off, I believe.
Are you sure?
No, I don't think it does.
Are you sure?
I think it archives it, but it just says it deletes it. I don't know.
Oh man!
I mean, that's what they advertise.
Mm-hmm. I'm surprised they haven't been bought out yet. Have they been bought out?
Telegram?
I don't think so.
I don't know.
Yeah, it hasn't. I'm sure it's gonna get bought out because it's Russian. Like, I mean, it's founded by Russians, so I kind of feel like it's gonna get. Well, actually, let's see. Their headquarters in Dubai.
Really?
Their legal entity is in the British Virgin Islands. So okay. So I guess they can hide out for quite a while. Shouldn't be a problem.
Do they have a chain of command via companies in different countries?
Yeah, that's why I wonder.
Gotta use the Andrew Tate method.
Yeah, this shit seems too complex. I don't like to do this.
That's what the FBI do.
Yeah, because you look at Sam Bankman-Fried, you look at Binance, right? Look at CZ and all that stuff. If the Americans fucking want you, they'll get to you. That's the thing. That's the problem. It's really hard to get away from their reach. Yeah. So a lot of these guys, oh yeah, I'm in Dubai. You can't get me. I'm in this place. You can't get me. It's all right. You think that. Yeah, I swear to God, he got into trouble. Yeah, 2024. So one of the founders of Telegram. Yeah, see, he was arrested in 24th of August. I think John covered this a little bit. Yeah, from France. It was France. Yeah, so he was arrested upon exiting his private jet after landing in France from Azerbaijan. Durov's arrest was based on an arrest warrant issued by the French Judicial Police as part of a preliminary investigation in relation to 12 suspected violations regarding crime on the Telegram platform. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that's what I thought.
What, did he use it as a circuit or something?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know exactly what he did. Like the original thing. Oh man, it's in French. Shit. Duale, can you read this for us?
Duale ain't here.
Fuck, Duale, get up here.
One time he ain't here.
Yeah, because the English stuff is it's just very bare, you know. It's not. Oh my god. Let's see what the English. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, I don't know. It's man, this is hard to tell. Shit. I think it's better if we got the original source. Duale, get up here. I can't read French.
You got a translator?
Oh fuck. Yeah, it's in PDF, so that's the problem. It's what the fuck, you assholes? Communiqué de presse. Fonditure et d'élégance de l'émergence de. Oh my god.
Boy, you better quit. You're gonna summon some type of cheese demon up in here.
Oh, cheese demon? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever. Ah, fuck. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. I think yeah, John followed it for a couple, at least several streams. I didn't follow it too much, but since you brought it up again, it's just yeah, that's definitely something.
All right.
Oh, I can read this. Complicité. Detention of images of minors present pedo pornography. Uh-oh. I can read that.
Wait, really?
Yep. There you go. I can read that. So he's got some pedo porn, which might have been, well, anybody could fucking get you on pedo porn though. They could sneak that in your fucking hard drive and be like, oh, we got you, bitch. That's the problem. You got to be careful these days. Got porn bombers. Yeah. If the government wants to get you, they get a pedo charge. It's easy to do, man.
Oh, dang.
Yep. There you go. Suck. That's the third charge. I can read that. I don't need no French to read that shit. I got it right here.
What was a stupid amount of porn or something like that?
I don't know. It just says they got some image of yeah. Pedo porn. I mean, it's vague. It's very vague. And then you have another second charge of an organization is oh, you got the collecting pornographies of minors or some shit. Basically disseminating it. That's what they're charging him of too. All right. See, they got you on two of those charges. That's it. That's enough. Yeah, that's enough.
All right. So, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, people gotta be careful, man. I mean, you remember that gun that kind of I think he made custom guns, right? 3D printed guns in Texas.
There's more than one case of that though. A lot of people tried to make 3D
but this guy ran to Taiwan. He basically he went to a hotel for a girl, and that girl turned out to be underage, and they got him, quote unquote, right? That's how they got that dude. So yeah, a lot of people gotta be really careful.
Yeah, I found a video. Yeah, I found a video of him. Oh shoot, he was a.
Yeah, you can play that.
Hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna share my screen.
Mm-hmm.
Not that one. I gotta do all this stuff because freaking StreamYard has a stupid little glitch to where whenever you share screen, the share button doesn't show up. So you have to full screen it just to make sure that you can actually click the button. So daggum retarded. All right, I'm showing it.
Yeah, I see it.
Let me press play.
Oh, there you go.
Can you hear it?
Let me see.
I'm sharing the audio, so you should be able to hear it.
No,
Unless...
I don't hear it. Yeah.
Hold on.
Oh, there we are. It doesn't matter anyway. It's Taiwanese. It's Chinese, bro. Oh my god.
I don't know what to talk about. Crack, it's your native language.
Oh, it's my native language? No, it ain't.
I don't know if it is or not.
Can't understand this shit. What the fuck?
Taiwan and US authorities have arrested an engineer for making guns using 3D printed parts.
他用这个3D 链的这个技术，来把这些枪支的，包括枪身，然后做一个制造的这个情形。本局也会持续的在跟美国还有其他国家的这些执法单位进行情报合作的交流，维持社会治安。
The suspect, surnamed Zhang, smuggled firearm parts like firing pins and barrels from the United States. He then allegedly used an industrial 3D printer to complete a dozen guns. Zhang faces up to 10 years in prison for smuggling the gun parts.
Oh, damn. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, that's right. Jeebus. Yeah, so oh man, that dude was arrested for I think it was Texas. I think he was with some underage girl in Texas or something. That's how they could get a warrant.
Yeah, that's
how it started. I think they planted they planted on him. That was it.
Were there any other plants like that? I know a lot of convicts escape to Taiwan pretty frequently.
Yeah, I don't know why he went to Taiwan though. It's like come on, dude. They have an extradition treaty. What the hell are you doing there?
Mm-hmm. Do people do this like really frequently?
Not sure. I mean, I remember he was on like a bunch of shows before he got arrested. A lot of right-wing type of that was back in like the 2016 eras, type of stuff, 2016 to 2018.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think you could find it out pretty quickly. Shit.
Is John still streaming?
Yeah, okay, I got his name now. Cody Wilson.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Gets probation in child sexual assault case. 2019. Yep.
Oh, dang.
Yep, there you go. I got the article. Yep.
Oh, okay. Hey, get cracked. Somebody's in the back.
Yeah, I know him. He's the troll from the Michael Jordan shit.
What's his name? Oh, God.
Remember him? Yeah, you remember him?
I remember him. Yeah.
Oh yeah, are we gonna talk about like Larry Bird and like, we got
Yeah,
time for this shit?
I was going to say I'm not real big into basketball.
I'm not giving a fucking entertain. That's just like, when was the last time we're gonna talk about like come on, bro, like Michael Jordan, Larry Bird, what the fuck? No, you gotta talk about
Mella's back here.
Mella, what's up, Mella?
Which string is which?
Oh, your mic,
Mella,
your
mic is messed up.
Oh, my bad. I'm on headphones. Sorry about
Oh, you're good.
that. Maybe I should retry.
Let's see. Okay. Hello? Oh man. Hello? Mella?
I think she can't. Oh wait, she's still here.
Yeah, she's still here. Hello? Oh man, she left.
Yeah, she left.
All right.
All right. And she'll come back.
I mean, I have no time to talk about basketball.
Still though, you need to keep telling people, stop using Bluetooth when you come on StreamYard. It does not handle it well.
I mean, is this guy gonna talk about Kareem Abdul-Jabbar next too? Might as well.
Probably.
Yeah, might as well. That's more interesting. All right, 3D printer gun designer Cody Wilson gets probation in child sexual assault case. Uh-oh. He pleaded guilty to injury of a child and will be required to register as a sex offender. Oh, man. If only he had better lawyers. Cody Wilson, the Austin man who gained national attention for attempting to make blueprints for 3D printed guns available online, was sentenced Tuesday to 7 years of probation in a child sexual assault case. So this is September 12th, 2019. Okay, guys. Last September, just weeks after announcing plans to publish the firearm designs on his website, Wilson was arrested in Taiwan after being accused of sexual assaulting a 16-year-old girl. He pleaded guilty to injuring a child, a third-degree felony, last month. A Thursday news release from Travis County District Attorney's Office said that Wilson had sex with a 16-year-old girl in his room at Archer Hotel in Austin on August 15th, 2018, paid her $500, then drove her to Whataburger. Shortly after, she called local authorities and filed criminal charges against Wilson, according to the release. An arrest affidavit filed last year in Travis County said Wilson met the girl through SugarDaddyMeet.com, where he used the screen name Shanjuro. Yeah. I mean, honestly, this is why things, if you're doing something gray in the gray area, this is where things get really dicey. You're going to watch underage porn. You're going to meet some girls. You better make sure they got IDs on them. Maybe they got fake IDs. That's the problem.
Oh, God.
That's really the problem, man.
You're really going to have some daggone Taiwanese ladyboys trap you up?
I mean, the thing is, he got trapped up in Texas, and then he ran to Taiwan. He should have just ran to Russia right after. That's what Snowden did, didn't he? I think he ran to Taiwan first, and he ran off to Russia because, like,
I thought it was Russia. No, I thought it was Russia then Taiwan, because I thought
Snowden?
I believe so. I think it's because the what's it called was after him, the Russian government.
Nah, Snowden's still in Russia, man.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's still in Russia, but he fled to Taiwan first, I believe. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I believe. I'm not sure.
Hold on, I'll be back. I need to plug my laptop right quick.
Mm-hmm. Let's keep reading this. In addition to probation and registering as a sex offender, Wilson must install monitoring software on any device he owns that can access internet, pay $4,800 in restitution, and perform 475 hours of community service. He must also attend sexual offender treatment programs. Oh, yeah. I think that's pretty much it. He shouldn't have done that. He should have been very careful about what girls he met on sugardaddy.com or whatever the fuck it was. So this is the Telegram dude here. If you read here, complicité, détention de l'image d'un mineur présentant un caractère pédopornographique. So I think that's pretty obvious. The complicité diffusion. That means like he must have disseminated it, right? Offre au moussin des dispositions en bandé en fonction des images des mineurs présentant un caractère pornographique. Okay. So I think that's pretty clear. Hey, you guys do some sketchy shit. Don't be trusting people on the internet because they might just dump a bunch of pedo shit on you. And if you go get some hooker, you better make sure they got ID. They got their like. You better verify that ID wasn't like like faked. Like this is crazy, right? This is how the government gets you so easily. So it's just, I don't know, guys. You better be a monk at that point. I think you gotta be a monk.
Yeah, you probably. Yeah, I bet you do.
Yeah,
right? You gotta be a part of the government yourself. Be one of them, You gotta be one of them. Being one of them CIA sponsored crimes.
Mm-hmm. So you got anything to share? Got nothing to share? Or something to share? Let me put the homework back here. People, this is your homework. Your homework is not porno or hookers. Your homework is this. Read this PDF. It's like, seriously? Can you just read this? It shouldn't be too hard for you guys to read.
Yeah, I'll probably bump this out in like a day.
Yeah, this is.
I don't think it'll take me a day to read. I think it'll probably like by the end of the day I'll be able to done reading it.
I mean, the problem is that like it's not the concept that's hard. It's like putting into practice. So you gotta really be practicing how to look at charts all the time and doing that. I mean, I don't try to talk about candles too much per se, but I probably will tonight. I'll probably focus more on that. But to me, it's more about like the structure, right? Kind of see you try to see if it's not going to look exactly like these structures, obviously, but it's sort of like you got to recognize, hey, this kind of looks like it's going to drop because it looks more like this, or it's going to go up because it looks more like that. Yeah.
Hey, get Craig. Apparently we're simulcasting right now, and there's an entirely separate chat that is looking for the link.
The heck?
Yeah.
You are?
Yeah.
Who's simulcasting us?
John? I have no idea. It might be John. Hold the heck on. Let me look at the chat. Hold on, let me look at the chat all right quick. Hold on, let me check it. Because I see 2 lives as usual. There's no other lives, and both of them are simulcasting what we're doing right now.
Yeah, okay, I got it. I put.
Yeah, no, I saw it.
But where? I thought that Ben Thorpe was supposed to be on the other chat. I'm on this chat. Ben Thorpe is on that chat.
Ben left. He left.
Yeah, Mello like kicked. Mello left.
It's just we got 2 streams going right now. For some reason, they're both on us. I don't know what happened to John or Portia. I think they just dipped. Portia was here earlier, but I don't know what happened.
Oh lordy, lordy, lordy. Well,
God.
yeah, that's good.
Well, I guess you're running the
guess.
show now since you're on both streams.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I see that. It looks like I've been on both streams for a while.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay. Well, it don't matter. I don't have no idea what's going on.
Well, you got a topic?
Let's see. What's a topic? What's a good topic?
Did John go through all these news articles?
Hola, ¿cómo está?
Hello, Portia.
¿Cómo está?
¿Cómo está? I don't know how do you say konnichiwa? How do you say? The other one, I'll let it keep going. It's probably going to be an echo. Can y'all hear it?
I can, but it's very faint.
Oh, okay. Well, if it's faint, yeah.
Yeah, I can see it now. Wow. All right, man, this is crazy. Yeah, you can just do a rerun. That's fine.
Yeah. Y'all really about to make this like a YouTube, not a YouTube channel, but like a TV station or a TV channel.
That's what we were trying to do, right? That was the
About
whole
to do
goal.
some scheduled reruns.
Yeah. Do your homework, kids.
Yeah.
Yep, like you said, Crack. Do your homework, kids.
These guys ain't gonna do their homework. They're just complaining. I want to make money now. I want to.
Come on, come on, Crack. What are the stocks? Give me some stocks to invest in. Come on.
I mean, I would.
I mean, I was like
really,
that early.
Yeah,
I want to do rig. Come on, just Crack. Let me look at
man.
rig.
Last week, HB and I were talking about the Chinese stocks. Like, I did not know it would just get pumped all week. Otherwise, I would have just told you to get those ridiculous, stupid Chinese stocks.
I mean, there's still a couple of Chinese penny stocks that are looking really good right now.
Oh my god, it's such a risk. That's just the problem. Like, everybody looks at the reward; they just don't look at the risk. When that's the problem. You remember John talked about the risk premium.
Yeah,
when he did
I remember that.
That's risk premium. Yeah, it looks good when you're winning, but what happens when you're losing? Like, you got to think about that. So yeah, like 2020 says like I should have got that shit, but 2020 might have not told you like, hey, like it would have been done in 2 days and fallen right back, which usually Chinese stocks do.
Mm-hmm.
They pump like a good 2 days and then collapse. But guess what? The thing that happened was that the U.S. guys, they went on CNBC, Bloomberg, and started pumping it. They were like, oh, it's a great time to get back into Chinese stocks. It's a great time to get back. See? So then when the U.S. market opens, all these idiots were just buying. It's like, oh, there we go. Here we go. So personally, yeah, I wouldn't have done it, but maybe HB did. I know he's more of a gambler. He might have taken the shot. It's kind of like how Palantir went for him. Like, I never recommended buying at that time because to me it's like the risk is just too high. I don't want to tell people, hey, buy it, but he did it anyway on his own volition.
He did say he made some money off Palantir.
Oh, that's like 100%, man. Jesus Christ. Yeah. I mean, I wish I had a crystal ball and could like just tell people like do this, do that, but I gotta follow my own regimen. Like here, see? Yeah, he bought that here just before earnings too. That's a big risk. That's why I didn't recommend it. I mean, if it didn't have earnings, I would have said like, yeah, sure, go ahead and buy it. But because it had earnings, it's like that's an added risk, and it's like I don't want to take that. But after it had earnings, which wasn't that great, it was good enough. Guess what? They just did press release after press release, pumped that thing. So if you bought at the absolute low of that week in August 2nd, 21, that's pretty much 100% because it almost got to 40, right? Jeez. I have to see proof before I tell people to get in. That just ain't worth the risk to me to tell people to buy it. But that's just me. A lot of people, they're willing to jump in feet first. Go ahead. That's the difference. Yeah. Hey, Ava's on. Okay, Ava. This we're doing a restream on my on my dual stream. So this is a different stream. Oh man, Jesus! You just I glitched out for a minute. I don't know because we're doing a restream, so I have no clue, Ava. So
can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I had to make sure. I just had to go ahead and pull out my other computer so I can make sure that, because there's like a
Ava says like she's going to the library and joining in 15 minutes.
So I mean, I wonder which stream. So it could be this stream or the other stream. Hey, listen.
Oh my Lord.
I don't like streaming from two places because it kind of splits the audience.
Yeah.
But, you know, hey, I guess it is what it is. I just figured since you're live, like, why not be live with you, you know? Yeah. Like I said, like, John, he was on the other one and he left. Hey, CKJ. But, you know, we're here with you. We are here with you. We are supporting you. We are showing you love. We are here with your charts. Yeah. And I can see the trend.
Yeah, the trend.
What I try to do, like with me, as far as math, because you know how I'm a math teacher, like my scatter plot eyes, I'm looking at it like it's a scatter plot. And I'm seeing the trend up, down,
hey,
up, down, up,
hey,
down.
I got something for you, Portia. I found this ancient Russian mathematics like video. Like you would like this. You would like this because it relates to Egyptian.
I want to see it.
Oh man, let me find this thing. Oh my god, this would be interesting.
Russian math video.
I think you would find it so cool as a nerd for math.
Know how much I love my math.
Oh man, this I just found this yesterday. I thought it was like, oh, this is perfect for Portia.
Oh, that's so good. Listen, you know, I try not to nerd out that much, but you know, I love my maths.
No, I think this is a really good way to teach kids about how computers work, because this is how the man, I gotta find it though. Man, I'm so disorganized. I'm not like you. This is the problem. I am messed up.
Well, you know, everything that you posted last night, I was looking at it this morning and I was like, my Lord, today, this is beautiful.
Yeah, I'm trying to be because you have to be. Are we gonna make a Dewey Decimal System for the clips? Like we have to make a like. I think we gotta figure out a system to like organize everything we do now.
Well, see, like on our thing, if like on the spreadsheet, I have something where I keep up with. Like, so every single time y'all say I need to clip this, or like it could be anybody in the chat that says clip this, cut that,
right.
This. I take a screenshot and then like I'll put the date of the stream, the title of the stream, the link to the stream, and I'll put the screenshot so I know what I need to do and I have it like all organized. But there's so many other things like I still have to because I'm working on that video, that one music video with the interviews, and that one kid Justin, whenever HB was doing the producer and playing his song, that rave music.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Then the one with Simon, and then the interviews from last week, and then the interviews before that. But then like what happens is when I'm in the middle of doing that, then we have another stream that has another interview, we have another stream that has something else big. And it's like, oh shoot, I need to get that. I got to get that. And then it's something big. And I'm like, oh shoot, I got to get that. You know, and it's just like trying to manage getting all of it. And it's like, Jesus Christ. Because sometimes, and that's why I was like, whenever I asked you guys last week, like, okay, let's do the unscripted. And then as soon as HB gets up, let's start that one. And then like, John, let's start so we can have them all separate. like with different titles, so I can kind of manage it better and know which stream to go back to. But then I'm also working on getting us monetized. So on our thing, if you saw today where I'm posting like resolved, I'm just waiting on us, you know, the decision from YouTube so we can get monetized again. So I'm working on that too. And interviews in the background. So, you know, it's just listen. Sometimes, you know, I do get overwhelmed. It does get a lot. But then like whenever I was looking at what you have and everything that you sent, I was like, this is godsend right here. Because
I'm trying to find more of the same.
I'm like, this is beautiful. I mean, because
there's so much content related to that stuff too.
You have your numbers, we have our, like as if it was like a literal document, like you have your numbers, like APA format, we got the stream, the actual link to the stream, we got 1A, 1B. Like, this is great.
Yeah, you know, I'm not gonna give you a bunch of trash here, but yeah, let's see. So wait, do you want to end this stream and go back to the other stream?
Oh, let me come back.
Yeah, otherwise it's gonna be confusing now. If, like Ava tries to join, yeah, we gotta end this.
Okay, so you're gonna come to the other one?
Yeah. I
3
think
hours.
So. Then I'm gonna play that Russian.
Okay. So you're at 3 hours over here, and we're at 1 hour over there. So I'll add this one to the playlist. Charting the course with Get Crack. Hey, you can make money in your sleep, folks. Oh, Crack! Did you see on the brand? Actually, let me show you, because John, he actually likes he likes that brand, even though I made that one for you. This one in the background, you can see it in the background.
Oh yeah. I know. I do like it too. But then Princess was saying like, oh hey, it looks like, you know, you're getting addicted or something, or I mean, not addicted. What is that? Like he's getting dizzy, like
hypnotism. But isn't that the point?
Yeah, yeah. See,
we want you to get hypnotized in the stocks. We need you to know.
He was like, oh, I think his ADHD was kicking in. You know, you gotta take more of your meds, man. You gotta take more of your meds.
Not Crack, but Princess. Some Adderall. You gotta take.
Yeah, sure. We're gonna tell people to keep taking Adderall and License. Or what the hell was it called? What's the other one? License, Lucence. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. So it's just like whenever you do your news, I'm like, you have your, you know. I was trying to find something I thought was cool looking, but John, he always pulls this one up, and I'm like, you know, you're talking about stocks, John, but like he really like it. But I'll let you do your thing over here, and I'll just be on the other one waiting.
All right.
Thanks, Crack.
Okay. All right, guys. I'll see you on the other one. Let me get the link here. If you guys are in this one, go to that one. Okay. Go to that YouTube link. I put it in the chat. Go over there. We'll see ya. This is 3 hours, way too long, more longer than expected. I'll be back doing stock talk probably later tonight. I want to get as many of these things out every day for the month. Alrighty, I'll see ya.
All right, howdy, folks. I do hope that you all enjoyed. Yes, Ava, this is the StreamYard link. So if you please, I want to see your hair. Your hair is giving. It's giving today, Ava. It's serving today. What is it serving today, Ava? I have to see it. I mean, Ava says my hair is serving today. I have to make an appearance. So I know that Ava's white and I'm black, but you know, I gotta put the black girl on it. Ava, what is it giving, girl? What is it giving? What are you serving, Ava? What are you serving, girl? What are you doing? What are you serving? I'm trying to see something, Ava. Show me, girl.
Oh my Lord.
Ava. I
I didn't know what happened last. I went to sleep last night. I went to sleep to like John, like getting all. He was turned up last night. He was gonna get more turned, but then I wake up and it's like Ben Thornton's Grace. I was like, what the fuck?
I'm telling you, Crack.
What happened?
Crack, I fall asleep, and I know we talked about this. I fall asleep. My laptop is next to me.
Oh no!
Right in my ear, and it's like I go to sleep, but like Crack, I start having dreams about the people in the stream, and then sometimes I wake up like I jump up out my sleep in the middle of the night, scared because I hear some yelling and screaming. I'm like, what the hell is going on? Like, and I'm thinking somebody's at my house. Oh no, it's just a stream.
Yep.
It's just crazy. Hey, Virgo. Hey, but Ava, for real, I'm trying to see what you're serving. I want to see it. I'm trying to see, girl. But yeah, no, this morning, whenever you maybe checked in or checked out, like it was okay until it got weird. And that's the only thing about like Ben, it's like it can be like smooth, but then it gets really weird, and it's just like I'm not comfortable. Yeah.
Yeah, well.
It's not talking about me,
You have to actively manage it. That's the problem.
I'm uncomfortable. And I'm like, why are we even talking about this? Because how did we get here? Like, because Crack, like, it'll just be anything else in the world. Like, let's say we're talking about, okay, in Texas right now, we're in October. We got June bugs, grasshoppers, the crickets are out of control. We got cicadas. And we have the dragonflies, and you know what time it is? It's mating season for the dragonflies. So whenever you see one dragonfly, it's connected to another one because they're doing their business, right? But you see all sorts of things. So we could just be talking about the bugs in Texas in the fall. It's hot. It's still hot. It's still in the high. It's in the high 90s, hot as hell. We could just be talking about that, and then next thing you know, like Ben, he'll bring up like a 17-year-old girl and. You know, the age of consent in a state.
Oh yeah, that's his fallback.
And it's just like, well, I was talking about the cicadas. You know, the crickets. You know, the grasshoppers. They get bigger in the fall. That's what I was talking about. And so it kind of throws you off. And then like you can't come back after that. You can't come back. You can't come back, and it's just some things are inappropriate. But like whenever the conversations are like on topic and they're not talking about that kind of stuff, it's actually it's pleasant enough. It's pleasant enough. I know.
I don't know. John likes to manage that stuff, but
yeah.
HB just ran off with Mello alone. It's just like, what you doing?
Yeah, because he'll leave, and I'm just like, well, let me go ahead and hop down. Oh, sir. Hey, sir. Howdy. Sir, you were talking a lot of it doesn't matter. Hey, Ava.
Hey. Dude, I'm like so annoyed right now.
Let's see the hair. Hair.
It's okay, now it looks like shit, but
I love it. It's volume. It's big.
It doesn't do. I tried using it looked good when I first took it out of like the rollers. I like slept in the rollers.
Oh, you put rollers in it, girl. Listen, you got that big, beautiful like Texas hair, the volume.
But then I like use like a curler that I've never used, and like this is happening, and I'm just like, I don't really know what's going on now.
No, I love it. It's perfect.
And my fucking pants are pissing me off. All my pants are too small because I've made like gains in the gym. And like I like them to be oversized, and now they're not, and I'm like looking like fucking boxy as fuck when they're not oversized. It's like, but then like the side looks good, but like I need bagginess here. I need bagginess.
Turn to the side, and you ain't gotta poke it out too much. Hey, 12th man. You look good.
And then I haven't like gone out in normal clothes in so long, guys. It's crazy. And then let's see. What should I do?
Because you work out a lot.
Yeah.
You go to the gym a lot. So that's understandable. You know, like some girls, Ava, like they just wear workout clothes and they don't even go to the gym.
Yeah, that's what I usually do.
Yep, that's not you because you be in the gym. Is it cold? Is it cold there?
Oh yeah, it changed like that, dude. But crack, I bought like 11 and some change worth of Zim. Is that what's called? Zim?
Yeah, Zim. Okay.
How much do you think it's gonna go up? Every time I listen to
I
it,
don't
I told
know.
my mom, I'm like, some guy on the internet told me to buy these stocks, and she's like, "What is this guy doing to you, Ava? What is it?" And I'm
Oh
and I'm,
yeah, what's this guy doing to you?
she's like, "Who is
What's this guy doing
Why
to
is he
you?
telling you
Crack, what are you doing to her?
I don't know. Shit. Oh shit. Okay, I see it. Oh,
What should I do?
awesome.
Lord have mercy.
Jacket. Okay, yeah. I like
Are
this.
you going out tonight, or are you just like going through your
I'm just
clothes?
going to the library. I need to work on my video essay script. So.
You want to go do some homework?
No, it's a video essay that I'm doing. I need to write the script for it. I got the guy. I ended up getting the guy on my show the other night, and he has.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of that. Yeah.
Yeah,
he has interviews, Ava. You've been busy. You've been working. You've been doing a good job.
Yeah, I had no idea. It just all this shit just falls in my lap. It's weird. Like I'm not even putting the work in. Like I just am really lucky. And so I'm like, if I just stay live long enough, something crazy will happen. Damn, this ring is, my fingers are too fat for this. But yeah, and so he just like came up. I wasn't prepared at all. And then this dude, he came in my chat, and it was weird. I forgot what it was like to meet people that you're A-logging. Like or that you're just like I remember the first time I met Ben Thorpe, or the first time I just spoke to him. It was like so weird, and I forget that feeling because now it's just like, oh, you're just Ben. Like I can just talk to you like it's nothing. But it's, I don't know. I was like starstruck in a perverse way, you know. But anyways, but yeah, no. So he changed my mind on like a lot of stuff. Not a lot. I keep saying a lot, but really he changed my mind on. I was like convinced that he was smoking crack actively, and I confronted him about it, and I was like, so like, what is the deal with this crack pipe that you were seen with on camera? And then he's saying that it's like a one hitter. So I don't know what to believe. And then he like showed me he has like one hitters, and he's like, I get them from the dispensary. And I'm like, I don't know, because he has a history of smoking crack and a history of lying all the time. And so I just have no idea what. Now I'm like 50-50 on it, which I'd say is like a big deal to change my mind that much, because I was 100% certain that he was smoking crack. And I was kind of put like a dent in my whole storyline, and I have to like re-script it. And dude, it is. Sorry, I'm literally just yapping. I'm just yapping. If you guys want to interrupt me, but it's literally just crazy how difficult it is to do video essays. I'm like, do people really, they just start talking and they can just do that? Like, I don't understand how they can just start talking without like a script, you know? It's so much work. I've been working on it for like a month now, and I like recorded myself talking, but I'm like, I think I'm gonna have to redo all of this and just like be literally reading off like a Google Doc. Like when people say video essay, I'm like, damn, like it really is. You just write an essay and then you just read it and add visuals, which is not like, I don't know. I thought it would be like a little bit easier to speak off the cuff because I can do it on a live stream, but it's so weird when you're like recording yourself and it's like, and you're not live. And you're like, it's a weird, it's like a different type of like pressure. I don't know. Like, it's like, I get like more flustered on this. So it's tough. Should I change my pants? I don't know what to do, guys.
So why are you going to the library though? You work better in the library?
Yeah, I can't, I need to be somewhere else where I'm not like right by my bed. Cause like I have my bed, then I have like my little desk. But I'm like, I don't know. I just need to get out of the house, and then like from there I can like go to a meet. I don't know. It forces me to like get dressed and look cute. Like, is literally all I've been doing is. Oh, and I need to prepare for a job interview that I have tomorrow. So yeah, I'm like, I need the pressure of other people that are working hard around me. And like, that
I did
like
do
shit
that
about
when I was in
myself.
school. Yeah, I was
And I'm
always like with another kid. I was always with a med student. They always work harder than other students. So they'll make you work hard. Either that or law students.
I'm like, dude, I just need to be around anybody, any student. I'm like, anybody works hard. Like, I am a procrastinating.
Well, I mean, you got to go to the university library. I don't think a
I
public
used to
library
do
is going to
that.
help you.
Dude, I used to sneak in. So there's like the public health building at UW, and I would go there because you could get in public like on the first floor because there's Starbucks, but then you go to the elevators, and you have to have a key card to be able to get up.
Oh,
But
they
I would
block
just
you.
stand. I would just open the elevator, and then I would stand in there, and I would just stand in like with it not moving, you know. And then eventually, like somebody would call the elevator, so then it would go up.
Oh, you did that trick. Oh,
yeah,
I
and
see.
so then I get up there.
Very good to know.
That's all you gotta do because it's a busy building. There's like a bunch of floors. Hella easy.
No, the
man.
Berkeley, you couldn't do that. The Berkeley had like turnstiles. They had guards everywhere. You can't get into that library. unless you're, like,
Guards.
yeah,
Jesus
yeah. The Berkeley
Christ.
one. The other, yeah. If you go into another UC or a state, library in California, it's not hard to get in. But the Berkeley one, I knew was like, oh shit, this is serious. Yeah, they protected their books.
Yeah, I stole some books from the UW library.
What? All right, we got it.
Because I couldn't check them out. I couldn't check them out because you have to have the UW card. And I
Oh
was
my
like,
god.
I really want this book. You know what I stole too? I was literally like in AA recovery at the time, and I was like, and it was like a drinking book. It was called Drinking a Love Story. And I took it, and I'm like, literally the number one thing. So I'm like, oh my god, I relate so deeply to this. And I took it, and then I like, in the one of the principles of AA is like, stop stealing and doing like a moral behavior. I'm like, literally the most evil thing to do is like,
fucking
steal
bitch.
from a library.
You fucking bitch. You stole from the library.
Please tell Ava she looks like Taylor Swift. I don't see
Chris. I don't know.
that
Chris,
at all,
Chris keeps
but
saying that forever. That's his
thanks,
thing.
I guess. Interesting.
All right. Yeah. All right. Oh, man, it's pretty late for the library, though. I don't know. Shit.
I don't know. I wish I could go to like the Soho House or something, but it doesn't exist, and I'm poor. So I'm like, I want to go somewhere where I'm like around like rich people, and I'm like sitting there, and some rich guy walks by, and he's like, "Who's that?" And he says, "Girl, what are you doing? Applying for a job right now? You don't gotta do that, girl. I'll take care of you." And then
Yeah, right. You can put your resume out there, and that's it. That's it, huh? Your CV,
Right.
your
I should go.
curriculum
I should
vitae.
go. So in Seattle, Bellevue, specifically Medina, is where Bill Gates lives, and like all the rich people. And I'm like, maybe I should go to the library there. Would be a good idea, you know. Like, I need to start being proactive in my search for a wealthy man that will pay my rent and is hot. Like, it's a lot to ask.
Oh yeah, good. Yeah, good. There you go. There you go.
Yeah, but then when you start to age like warm milk, they're gonna toss you out and take in the new model.
Oh.
You got to learn how to have your own.
Yeah, I'm gonna make my own money too, but I'm like, I just want like a higher standard of like a higher baseline. Like, I'd still be making my
Hold
own
up,
money. Then it would be like,
Let me take it off the comments and look at you one more time. Yeah, it's not gonna happen.
What?
Guy, I'm being honest with you. Guys with money are very vain and they're assholes. It's not gonna happen.
I think that you underestimate how ugly some of them are. I think you underestimate
Yeah,
it,
but
right?
even the let me tell you
some of them
something.
have busted ass wives. Busted ass wives.
Even the ugly ones, those are the ones that think they're the shit the most.
I think I can make it happen.
Okay.
I gotta take advantage of it.
Your head game better be great, girl. Well, I'm being man. Let me tell you, I earned the right to be explicit. I'm almost 50 years old. I've earned the right to be explicit.
Virgo.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Wow.
ma'am.
Rock and roll tonight. I do love the hair. I love big hair.
What else do I need?
I always think curly and wavy hair is prettier than straight, to be honest with you. So yeah, and I have a special liking for redhead. So
She had some curly hair like 2-3 streams ago. Something like that, right?
Yeah.
Ava, have you ever tried the corkscrew curls?
Corkscrew?
Yeah, it's like they're like rollers, but like they're like they look like corkscrews, literally.
No, I did.
Oh,
I
you
got,
do that.
I got a
Okay.
perm once though with those.
Oh, don't ruin your hair with that. Don't do that. Keep it natural.
I wanted to damage it just a bit because it makes it so once you start, because my hair it wouldn't hold curls like if I used a heat product. But after that, if you damage it a little bit, it holds curls better.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. You gotta go in with wet hair. You put in a little bit of mousse, and then you put these corkscrew rollers in, and you go under the dryer. The curl will hold. You don't need a perm.
Yeah.
Don't ruin your hair.
It's so much work.
You know, whenever white girls get perms, it makes it curly, and of course, whenever black girls get perms, it makes it straight.
Yeah, it's two totally different things. We do relaxers, but we just call it a perm.
Yeah. The relaxers, perms, and it makes our hair straight. I
haven't had a relaxer since the 90s. Jesus.
Well, it's hold on, wait, let me see. Let me calculate my age and all of this. It's been about 10 years. It's been about 10 years for me. But I only had a few, before I was 18. But as soon as I stopped, because I did the whole big chop, cut my hair all the way off. But
yep, I did that too.
My hair is just like, it's a lot. It's super curly. However, I love it. I do love it. But I like it whenever my hair is straight too, though. Like whenever I get like my hair like flat iron, I love it. But I only do it like once a year, but I do love it.
But you know what, Portia? My natural hair is kind of like yours. I usually have the once my hair grows long, I have the big poofy curly hair. But I actually keep it short now. Number one, I don't have to spend as much money on products to keep it moisture because Florida is very humid, Number two, it is hot as hell here. And number three, when you get older, they say short hair makes you look younger and makes you, So that's my reasons for keeping mine short.
What part of Florida are you in?
I'm in all right, you know where Tampa is?
Yeah.
Okay, so you know where Sarasota is?
No.
Damn, a lot of people don't. I thought a lot of people knew where Sarasota. So I'm about an hour 15 minutes south of Tampa.
Okay. Ooh,
Yeah,
you get hit by the hurricane?
Manatee. Yeah, I actually, if you look at the show before this, the stream before this, I was showing all the damages to my in-laws' house. I did like a whole walkthrough.
I hope it's not too soon. But since Florida was mentioned, there's a few videos that I saw. And I thought, for the non-political, it would be kind of interesting to show. I think that Florida is like Australia, and the way that you folks live, no one will ever understand unless you live there, which I would never live there.
Come on, Portia. You'd at least visit.
Yeah, I'll visit all day, you know, but I have an extended time that I can stay in Florida. Y'all have too much going on for my spirit. And I just applaud all of you for being able
We're just like Texas. We're a red state just like Texas.
Yeah, and you know, the thing is, the thing for me, it's just all of the things that y'all have to deal with. And so because y'all have to deal with these things, I'm like, well, you know, I guess
like gators.
Right. And so like I said, I hope it's not too soon. I would like to show y'all this video, and
I would love to see Portia wrestle a gator.
Not me. I'd shoot it in the face. I would shoot it in the face. And
oh my God.
No more gator. The only thing that we're gonna do with it is eat it. So here is a Negro out in the wild. This is a Negro in the wild, and look at what he did.
Oh Lord have mercy.
Oh. You going back? You going back too.
Baby, watch out, watch out.
Get sit down, Enaya. Right there.
Hey, let me know when the head going to stop. Let me know. Somebody let me know when the head going to stop. I got you. Yeah.
That's right.
Absolutely not.
Yes, get that gator.
This is a Negro in the wild. A Negro in the wild.
That's a true Negro right there.
That is a Negro in the wild. If you've never seen one before, this is a Florida Negro in the wild. You don't get to see Negroes in the wild like this often. But this Negro here, he has on his do-rag and his slides with his socks on, and he just caught a gator with a Herbie Kirby. That's true. Yes, he did. He did that.
All right, let him go, bro.
Us Negroes in Florida care about wildlife.
Hey, bro, you let it go, you gotta hop out
That gator is dazed and confused.
Look at him. He's like,
Coming for a pet near you. I tell you, it ain't the Haitians eating the cats and the dogs out here in Florida. It's the gators.
I tell you what, whenever you see a Negro in the wild, what do? You get your Herbie Kirby and you catch a gator.
Catch a gator.
Yeah, catch a gator. And you know, I saw that and I just thought about all you Florida folks. And then I actually saw this video too, and I was like, you folks in Florida, like Virgo, I'm not waking up in the morning to this. I'm just not.
I am.
Like this right here on the screen, I'm not waking up in the morning to this. What I'm supposed to do?
Yeah, you just say hello. That's all. Hello, and he keeps on moving. That's all.
You see, he took a few steps, then he got tired. I'm gonna take a break. He's like, doop, 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 doop. I'm gonna take a break. Look at him.
Yeah, you can take down a gator easy, man. You can take down a gator. Just get on his back.
I'm gonna take a break. Look at him. It's like a dinosaur.
Yeah.
Just said it. It's Godzilla. Yeah, no, I can't do it. Not me.
But I tell you something. That tail fried up real good is some good eating.
Yeah, I tell you what, I'll eat some gator now. I ain't, you know, I'll eat it. Mm-hmm. And for whatever reason on my timeline, I've been getting all of these stories about, you know, Florida and these doggone alligators. And I'm thinking with the hurricane, because of all of the water, they talking about all of the gators that's out and about.
And snakes. I had a couple of black racers in my yard too.
And I'm like, how is it? What are we doing? Why are we doing this?
It is what it is, child. It is what it is.
You know, and then I saw this video here. And I said, but my God, why, Lord? Why are these people in Florida dealing with this, Jesus? You know, I know some of them were born there and they didn't have a choice, but you know, with the hurricane and all, you just never know about how many of these.
After a graphic alligator attack in Largo, the daughter of the 41-year-old victim is speaking out. This tragedy
Largo.
Friday evening on 134th Avenue North. That's near McKay Creek, where officials found parts of a body in an alligator's mouth. Fox 13 Jennifer Veglas is here tonight. Jennifer, you spoke with the daughter. What do we know about the victim?
Yeah, so we know that 23-year-old Brianna Doris now has to plan a funeral for her 41-year-old mother, Sabrina Peckham. Doris tells me her mom was living in a homeless camp in a wooded area nearby, but
alligator.
Oh my God.
Well, there you go. That's why it happened.
Oh man.
They done parked their tent in the gator alley.
Natural selection, dude.
No sympathy. Oh,
yeah. She put her tent. She could have put it on the highway. She put it right there, damn smack in the gator's yard.
He ate her like a Lunchable.
Oh my God.
He ate her like a Lunchable, the one that comes with the Oreo cookie and a Capri Sun.
Capri Sun.
Yeah.
Capri Sun. He ate her.
Some Sunny Delight, yeah.
Oh, Sunny Delight. You didn't have to go. Not a Sunny Delight. But let's watch it.
Never expected to hear from Largo police on Friday that her mom died from an alligator attack.
Every second of every day in the back of my head, I'm like, oh, she's going to walk through the door. Like, this is all a nightmare, but it's not.
Tonight, Brianna Doris is at a loss for words, still processing how her mom, Sabrina Peckham, was killed just a few days ago here by a 14-foot alligator.
Knowing that's how she went, it wasn't painless, it wasn't fast, it wasn't easy. She struggled.
Doris says Peckham was living in the woods nearby, but every morning and every evening, her mom would stop by to see her grandkids. When she didn't show up Thursday evening and Friday morning, Doris knew something wasn't right. Hours later, FWC and Largo PD received multiple calls from people spotting the alligator with a human body part in its mouth. Our Skyfox cameras capturing the scene at the creek, where tonight a makeshift memorial with flowers and balloons are posted. Doris says despite Peckham's criminal history of trespassing and drug possession, she wants people to know how big her mother's heart was.
Selfless, 100% selfless. She was homeless herself, but it didn't matter. She'd give you the last piece of food on her plate. She would give you the shirt off of her back if she needed to.
It was the last piece of food on her plate.
Now, Peckham's official cause of death is still under investigation, but you can count on us to share the results from the medical examiner's office once they are released. Lloyd.
Fox 13.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something about these meth heads in Florida, man. They wow out. Okay. So if your mom was so good, she sold this, she sold that. Why the hell didn't you take your mom in? I know I wouldn't let my mom live in Gator Alley in a tent. You know, my mom would be at my house. Why didn't you let your mom in? And now you want to be on TV crying, probably asking for a GoFundMe. Girl, get the hell out of here.
Wow.
Go on.
Jordan says the gator was probably out on bond too. shaking his head.
Probably.
What's his name? DeAndre Antoine. One of those.
The gator was on it. John Galt's like little
Levante Gator.
Universal says she was
Please.
the Last Supper. Jesus.
Oh.
I said, I guess she didn't have enough room in the house for her mama to stay with her.
Oh my Lord.
I'd make room. I don't care. I'd make room. Sleep in the living room on the couch. I don't care. I ain't gonna send my mom to no alligator alley.
Humble President said that alligator would give you the last piece of food off his plate.
Yeah, all right.
Humble Presidents, I have a really hard time believing that. Florida is one of those places where, you know, it's nice to visit, but you have to be very skilled if you live there. And I don't believe
You have to be very vigilant of the gators.
It ain't a Texan nowhere in this state that can withstand the horrors of Florida. I just can't. I mean, like, even going to go visit, it's just like, why do, like, they walk around like, you know, like they live there, and I understand that they do, but it's like, you don't run the place. Why are you out? Why aren't you hiding?
Yeah, and most people that get 99% of the times when people get attacked by gators, it's because they're invading their space. Like, there was this one story with this little old lady, and everybody had so much sympathy for her. Well, this little old idiot, she was walking her little ankle biter dog, and the dog got too close to the pond, and the gator came out and grabbed it. So what did she do? She tried to jump in the water and save her damn dog.
Oh my!
Lady, leave the dog and run. No, she jumped in the water and tried to save the dog. That's what the gator said. Oh, this is just a snack. I got me a whole human right here.
Yeah, and he ate that old woman in that pond in the
Yeah,
neighborhood.
yes, he did. That gator sure did.
He sure did. And so, in the spirit of Florida, shout out to Florida and all those impacted by Hurricane Helene. You know, for those of us that are just, you know, we don't know anything because we don't live there unless we do. You know, we just kind of want to do a walkthrough of all of the things that you can expect in Florida, especially with the hurricane, and what you might find in the waters and just on the land. So if you don't mind, I would like to take you guys on a walk of the most dangerous animals in Florida. And Virgo, I'm sure you know a lot about this, but, you know, just for everyone else.
Oh no.
So that
Let them roll, because I probably already know every animal on that list. So go ahead.
So whenever you go to Florida, you're just like, hey, this is what I need to watch out for, because I could be a victim of something that I wasn't aware of. So let me make sure I'm showing my screen. All right,
Let it roll.
We are let's go to Australia, folks. Florida. Australia is Florida is the Australia of America. Let's go.
Welcome to my channel.
Yes, it is.
In today's video, I'll be discussing the most dangerous animals in Florida. Please be sure to like, subscribe, and leave a comment. Number 1, the American alligator. Alligators in Florida are extremely common. They can be found anywhere from large bodies of water to small retention ponds. These reptiles have an extremely strong bite and can be very dangerous. It is best to keep an eye on small children and pets because alligators tend to go for smaller and mid-sized prey. People commonly mistake alligators for crocodiles, but they do indeed have differences. Alligators have a more rounded snout, while crocodiles have a more pointed snout. It isn't entirely uncommon for alligators to be spotted on golf courses and sometimes in residential neighborhoods that have nearby bodies of water. Although these reptiles usually won't attack on sight, they will if they feel threatened or mistake you for prey. Number 2, Florida black bears. The Florida black bear is the largest land animal that will be found in Florida. For the past few hundred years, the population of black bears has been dwindling due to human interference, so they are now rarely seen. These animals are usually found in wooded areas, but they do sometimes wander around residential areas. Unfortunately, the black bear population has taken a hit from car collisions as well. Over time, the bears have become less afraid of humans, which causes some of them to wander into many.
Forgive me, I didn't know that Florida had bears also. So
yeah, we got bears.
Florida has
it's
bears.
not common where I live though, but yeah.
Y'all
if you
have
go a
bears.
little up north, yeah.
There's bears in Florida. So folks, listen to me. Visit, of course, but Florida has bears too. Let's just keep listen. That's too much. It's too much for my spirit. Let's keep going.
Of Florida's roads and highways. If you live near or on the edge of a wooded area, it is a good idea to take preventative measures against attracting bears. Avoid keeping trash outside for long periods of time, and also look into bear-proof trash containers. Although these bears don't usually attack people on sight, they still are extremely dangerous animals and have attacked people in the past. Their sharp claws and deadly bite force is nothing to be messed with. Number 3, sharks. There are many different types of sharks that inhabit the water around Florida. These include blacktip sharks, spinner sharks, sandbar sharks, black-nosed sharks, sharp-nosed sharks, bonnet-head sharks, lemon sharks, nurse sharks, scalped hammerhead sharks, bull sharks, and finally, the rarely seen great white shark. Only bull sharks and great white sharks can cause very serious damage to humans if attacked. These two species of sharks have teeth that are designed to shear its prey, instead of simply hold. Out of a little over 1,000 shark attacks in the US since 1690, only 50 have been fatal. Nevertheless, be careful swimming at dawn or dusk and do not go too far from shore. The shark attack capital of the world is known as an area called Volusia County in Florida. Volusia County is located on the east coast of Florida, just northeast of.
Okay, so sharks, you got bears, you got alligators. So, just be careful. There's water, in places that it shouldn't be. So there's,
to be fair, Portia,
it could be alligators and sharks that might eat you, and then bears that might finish you off.
To be fair, if you're on any coastal state, you're going to have sharks in the ocean. It's not just
in
Florida.
the ocean, but with a hurricane, they could be, in the, still the ocean, but since the ocean came into the neighborhood,
Girl, stop. No, there's no sharks swimming out here.
Virgo, I have to prepare my mental for everything, and I have to think that if I'm living in a place like Florida and there's a hurricane, whenever I wake up in the morning and I just go to assess the situation, I feel like it might be alligators and sharks in my front yard. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
You might get some catfish, but
well, don't let me get none, because I'm afraid.
You're not gonna get no sharks.
I'm gonna fry it and I'm gonna eat it. And I'm gonna
sharks live in the ocean, not the rivers.
And some Old Bay and some lemon. Yep, I'm gonna eat it. All right, let's keep going.
Orlando. Although attacks are considered rare, this stretch of coastline has seen the most concentrated case of attacks. Number 4, spiders. There are 2 species of spiders in Florida that are especially dangerous. These include the brown recluse and black widow spiders. Although they are quite uncommon in Florida, brown recluse spiders are known to hide in secluded or.
I will say, in the great state of Texas, the only thing that I would say comparable to Australia and Texas is the spiders. If you don't know anything about a brown recluse or a black widow, they are everywhere, all the time, everywhere, all the time. And I
got bit by one.
Than what you think. And also in Texas, hey, we got tarantulas. Look at your hand, okay?
Yep.
And assess your hand. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. Just look at your hand. And a tarantula is about size the times that. And so if you think that you're just going to step on a tarantula, try again. They don't die that easy. So
no, you got to shoot it.
Yeah, got to do something serious to get rid of
I almost lost my right butt cheek to a recluse.
You're right, butt cheek.
It may sound funny, but I'm telling you no lie. I was sleeping.
I'm glad you lose it.
Girl, I was sleeping and I woke up the next day. My butt hurt, and then I started to get like a big bump. So I'm like, well, what the hell happened here? The bump got so big and then it started turning black. And I had to go to the hospital and they gave me a shot. And when I tell you the pus, once they gave me the shot, the bump loosened up and I was able to squeeze out all the pus. When I tell you that pus smelled so nasty and it was disgusting. And the doctor was like, if you had waited, even like a couple of hours more, we'd have to cut a piece of your flesh off. Yeah, I almost lost my right butt cheek to a brown recluse.
Virgo, that's insane.
Mm-hmm.
That is a crazy
They
story.
are wicked. They are wicked. Very poisonous.
Yeah. They can kill you. And I'm obviously you're here to tell your story, so I'm glad you're okay. But you're right, butt cheek. That's serious. Especially
people have lost limbs due to them.
Yeah, but like, do you like to wear jeans?
It's too hot. I wear shorts in Florida.
Or shorts or like dresses, like sundresses, or
could you dresses and short, like shorts, jean shorts.
Could you imagine in jean shorts or your dresses if you were,
Yeah, but when I go to bed, I don't wear pajamas to bed. I go to bed in like a, and all you nasty guys out there, shut up.
Yeah,
like t-shirt and panties.
Just free. But like even in your t-shirt and panties, like if you were missing a butt cheek,
girl.
Can't imagine that, can you?
I don't think I would have found my husband if that happened.
Yeah, because you're missing a butt cheek. And when they slap them or when they grab them, they like to grab both of them.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're cooking in the kitchen, it's like pow.
Yeah, you just be doing anything. You just minding your business, and it comes out of nowhere, and you're happy that he did it. And then, whenever he does, what's wrong with him? Why didn't he? He didn't see it today. It's still there.
Because I ain't got one to slap. If I would have lost it, I ain't got one to slap.
He only got the other one to slap. But then if you would have lost it, it may make you feel more sad because it's just like, but there was another one there before.
I think that's the only way I would have got a BBL, girl.
Oh yeah. That would have totally been understandable in that situation. I'm so glad that you did not lose your butt cheek.
I did not lose my butt cheek.
Oh my God. Wow. That's the guy, y'all in the chat, I understand. Yeah. So spiders in Texas, they're pretty bad. Tarantulas, they're huge, and just stay away from black widows, brown recluses, and of course tarantulas. Spiders, how they say the animals, they're more afraid of you than you are of them, not spiders. So just leave them alone.
Nah, they wicked.
Yeah. So let's watch some more.
Or unfrequented areas such as an old pile of clothing or dark corners of your home. The venom from a brown recluse bite can land you in the hospital and should not be left untreated. Side note, I was personally bitten by a brown recluse spider on my head, of all places. The bite caused this large bump that came with this throbbing pain. I went to the hospital after a few days. I didn't know I was actually bit. And lo and behold, the doctor told me, you were bitten by a brown recluse spider. Not fun. The other type of dangerous spider in Florida is the southern black widow. These spiders are much more common than the brown recluse and are also considered more dangerous. The southern black widow can be identified by the hourglass shaping on their backs. Similar to the brown recluse, the black widow tends to be found in unfrequented areas such as an unfinished basement, garage, or wood chip pile. If you happen to be bitten by a black widow spider, immediately head to the nearest hospital. Number 5, snakes.
Snakes.
Florida is home to a wide array of venomous and non-venomous snakes. Out of the 50 species of snakes living in Florida, there are 6 that are venomous and considered extremely dangerous to humans. These snakes include southern copperheads, cottonmouths, eastern coral snakes, eastern diamondbacks, timber rattlesnakes, and the most common being the dusky pygmy rattlesnakes. None of these snakes are known to outwardly attack humans, but they are known to bite if accidentally stepped on or gotten too close to. A bite from any of these venomous snakes warrants an immediate trip to the hospital, where you will likely receive a dose of antivenom. Don't try sucking the venom out or simply think you can leave it untreated. Out of the non-venomous snakes in Florida, Burmese pythons are considered very dangerous. These pythons are not native to Florida, as most of them were brought overseas as pets. Many of these pythons have intentionally been let loose when they got too big or accidentally escaped during floods and storms. As a result, the Burmese python population in the Everglades has skyrocketed over the past couple decades.
You see?
Some experts think that there could be over 100,000 of these pythons in the Everglades today.
In one place.
Since their dramatic rise in population, the Burmese python has been a disruptive force to the environment, in turn causing a state-funded hunting of these reptiles. Some of these pythons can grow to around 20 feet long in extreme
20
cases.
feet?
They are known to constrict their prey before consuming it. P.S. Editing this part was definitely the most difficult because I am terrified of snakes. Number 6, wild boars.
Y'all got
Wild boars are the
in Florida?
descendants of the domestic pig that started
Yeah, we hunt
inhabiting
'em.
North America in the 1500s. These wild boars are known to weigh around 200 to 300 pounds and can be very aggressive. Although they usually only attack when feeling in danger, they have been known to randomly attack as well. These boars can also carry a host of bacteria and diseases such as tuberculosis.
I'm trying to figure, okay, because here in the great state of Texas, we have a wild boar problem, Virgo. It's really a problem. We have it's open season on boars like all year, the whole year, 24/7, 37. Listen, I did not know that Florida too had wild boars, and so I'm thinking of different ways to rectify issues in Florida right now. I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert, but boars, they eat anything and everything. And so like if you put them near the Everglades, there's going to be one or two things that happen. If you have enough of them, they'll eat the pythons, they'll just eat them because they eat anything. And then, maybe their babies will have to suffer because the pythons will eat them. But if you concentrate, these boars, because listen, they get big and some folks, they don't realize how big these things get. And,
no, they get huge.
I've been hunting, a few times in my day. Sir always likes to talk about how I will blast someone off into space, and he is correct. However, whenever you go boar hunting and you actually see one up close, it's one of those things where it's like, my Lord, I wasn't expecting something like a pig that looks like a cow and or a little baby buffalo, and they're big like that. But they're all over Texas. I mean, they're so like aggressive, like especially just period. But in their breeding, they have like 15 to 20 pups, one load. And that's the thing. But I just did not know that they had boars in Florida too. The thing is, what doesn't Florida have? And of course, we're going to finish this. We only have a few minutes left. But this is insane.
But don't walk up on one during mating season. You'll get attacked, and they will eat a human, and maybe not eat you entirely, but they'll eat you.
Dirty little boars there. Those are some mean pigs right there.
Pseudo-rabies and anthrax. If you happen to see one of these wild boars, I would recommend walking the other way. Number 7, Florida panthers. Florida panthers are closely related to the cougar and are known to roam isolated and wooded areas and swamplands. Much like the black bears spoken about earlier, the panther population in Florida has dropped drastically over the past few centuries due to human effects on the environment. These big cats can jump an astonishing 15 feet vertically and 45 feet horizontally. Panthers are considered extremely dangerous to humans due to their sharp claws, sharp teeth, and agility, but there hasn't been a recorded attack on a human in Florida. I personally think there might have been, but that person likely didn't live to tell the tale. Overall, there are definitely a good amount of dangerous animals in Florida. As long as you keep an eye out and don't go in the wrong places, then you should be safe. Like
Should be, but you know, I see a lot of these videos where these folks, in particular white folks, they be on them Everglades and having themselves a time.
Yes, I mean, there's a reason why the Everglades is not inhabitable. Stay the hell out the Everglades, you know, and you won't encounter these problems. Like, I've seen a panther up close. You know, I was in my car, I was driving out to Arcadia, and right there on the road, something crossed. I thought it was a dog or something. And then when I looked over, it was a freaking panther. I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, I'd imagine. See, you coming from like your birthplace of
New York City.
New York. Like, how is it transition? Like,
man,
I know you've been
I
in
had
Florida for a
culture
while,
shock.
but like, you know,
I had culture shock when I first moved out here. I ain't gonna lie. Here I am, a city girl. The only thing I had to worry about was caterpillars, you know, and maybe the subway rats.
yeah.
I never encountered panthers and gators and snakes and brown recluses that almost took my right butt cheek, you know.
Yeah, that's crazy. I'll never forget that story, actually. I'm trying to see, because I've watched a lot of documentaries about the Everglades, and it's a pretty scary place.
Florida's nice.
It is a nice place. I like how, like,
Don't
the
listen to the
backyards of the
stories.
house, how they have them like fenced off. Like how they have those nice, like the whole covered backyard. I really like that. It's like you don't have to worry about mosquitoes or anything.
Oh yeah. Mosquitoes should be number one because they are annoying as hell out here.
Oh, hey, 12th man. Yeah, I hate mosquitoes. They just, you know, they get in the way of everything. What is this noise? Oh, that's my other computer. Let's see. Let's see what else we have going on in the world. Let's see.
Oh, that was it with that video. The last one was the Panthers.
Yeah, that was it. Oh, let's see. Trump is live. Gosh, listen. Trump, he gotta take a break. I mean, for all of us. Because he's just been doing too much.
He don't stop. He don't quit.
Yeah, he sure don't. It's just like, when does this man?
But you gotta respect this gangster for an old man, though. You know.
Yeah, absolutely. Because he really. Let's see. He's just all like, because he has a. America's are. He goes like every day, all day. It's like he's not stopping at all. I'm trying to see, because I do have a lot of news that I wanted to cover today, but I'm going to cover it tomorrow, whenever he gets back, because I want to make sure that he's here for that. But let's see. Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm trying to see what I have here. Okay. Let's talk about, or let's listen to. So shout out to Ruin Leon. Don't watch him like I used to, but I do like some of his videos. And this says that people deserve to die in hurricanes because of racism. So
Jesus Christ.
I'm curious to know, what does racism have to do with people losing their lives in a natural disaster?
Hurricanes are racist.
And how dare they call them racist?
Hurricanes are racist.
So I guess that would lead me to believe, if they are so-called Christians, they must believe that the good Lord up above is racist too. So let's see what's going on with this. All of the links are in the description box to the things that I have shown. Shout out to Ron Leon. Fair use, fair use, fair use. This is a great channel. Once he starts to do his little monologue, I'll just fast forward. But let's see what the people are saying about the hurricanes being racist.
Thinking this, I was looking up these places, right, that this Hurricane Helena hit. Majority of them are like places that we not there. That's not for us. This is a white party only. Didn't you know this? Right? Type situation. And even though it's tragic, people are losing their houses, businesses, everything, right? It's kind of weird that the places that the hurricane was supposed to hit really hard, it didn't hit really hard. And the places that were like in the middle of nowhere are just being leveled to a point of non-existence, right? And it's like, why is it that? Why is it that these towns that are not diverse at all getting destroyed, and the cities that are diverse are getting flooding, but not too bad, right? Make it make sense, because it doesn't make sense to me. But also as well, they say that the hurricane is the spirit of a black woman.
Okay, so the comments say Sundown deserves this, like we deserve this. I would have never said that about Katrina victims, nor would my family, and I guess because New Orleans, Katrina, black folks. Somebody says, girl, boo, I was born and raised in North Carolina, Wilmington. At that power outages and all that shit come with the territory. Relax. Asheville is basically a sundown town. Sundown towns do deserve this, and worse. It's just unfortunate that others catch strays because of it, which is foolish.
Say that the hurricane is the spirit of a black woman that were necessarily enough thrown over the boats during slavery. So, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I mean, you know what I'm saying? You tell me. Because to me, what it looks like is karma. It might be karma. It might be. Or it's just a happy coincidence that these sundown towns got devastated by this hurricane. I don't know. You tell me. Like, share, comment.
Did y'all hear about them sundown towns that just got swept away in the hurricane? Well, I bet y'all didn't know. Oh, you did? Okay, good. I bet y'all didn't know that just days prior to them getting swept away in the hurricane, which, by the way, only the sundown towns got affected as badly as we see it on our timelines.
Lies.
Yeah, but just days prior to that, guess what? On Telegram, right? Apparently, there's a group. I can't remember the name off the top.
It's really unfortunate because this woman is very beautiful. She's this is a beautiful girl, my God. And, you know, just to spew that type of hatred and vitriol, like, you know, you can call it sundown, but since black people believe that black people are everywhere, I suppose black people would be in a sundown or near it. And so, you know, why would you wish something like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, it's a natural, let's just keep watching.
Top of my head, but they just got caught by Homeland Security and the FBI. Now, apparently, word on the street is allegedly they've been planning to do incite a race war here in America. The plan was to incite a global race war. I bet
if they were trying to incite a race war in America, you wouldn't be on TikTok doing what you're doing right now. Okay, if that's what
they would have happened already.
If that's what they were trying to do, there's more of them than there are of you. If that's what they were trying, there's more of others than there are of you. And if they had to pick a side, they wouldn't pick the Negro side. So if they were trying to start a race war, ma'am, you wouldn't be able to make this video. Okay, so let's keep going.
Maybe it's people from all over the globe in that group, in that Telegram group. Look it up. It's here on TikTok. They got a video about it as well. Apparently, word on the street is that they was teaching each other how to make them kablooies, smabluies, the big kablooies, smabluies, so that the ones that got pipes in them. They was teaching each other how to do that, how to do them acts of big street is on TikTok. They got a video about it as well.
Kablooies,
apparently, word on the street is
Bombs.
that they was teaching each other how to make them kablooies, smabluies.
Yeah, but Virgo, it's super ghetto. Just say bombs, and then like whenever black women do that, I can't even do it like that thing right there.
Yeah, I know the.
Why are you doing that, ma'am? It's not cute at all. It's not. The blueies, kablooies, the blueies, kablooies. Girl, shut up.
Kablooies, blueies.
The big kablooies, smabluies, so that the ones that got pipes in them. They was teaching each other how to do that, how to do them acts of. I can't say it because of community guidelines, but use your imagination. It goes in a box and you package it up and you leave it. Okay, it may come with a detonator. They was teaching each other how to do that. They was giving each other advice on how to fulfill these tasks. And basically, it was all due to the election. It was going to start kicking off around the election. As you could tell, we're close to the election.
Oh,
so
Jesus.
for 30 days, things was supposed to kick off here, there, everywhere. They all plan to do it globally. And they was just caught.
If white people wanted y'all's black asses to be evaporated from America, okay, they would just do it. They don't have to announce it. You don't have to know it. You won't even see it coming. Okay. If they wanted us out of here, we would be out of here. Okay.
It will be faster than Thanos can snap his fingers.
It wouldn't even take 24 damn hours. I don't know what she's talking about.
Yeah.
I don't know what delusion she's speaking on. If white people, or excuse me, I will just go ahead and say non-black people, because we know that most people do not like the Negro. If they did not want us here, we would not be here. Okay, there's no secret type of whatever you think that you know, whatever you see on TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, Snapchat, Reddit, whatever, Quora, wherever you get your YouTube, wherever, Twitch, it ain't a nothing. All right. If they wanted us gone, believe you me, we would be gone. All right. And then the thing is that you Negroes ain't scared anyway, because if you were scared, you wouldn't be online talking about you glad that the hurricane impacted sundown towns and killed a whole lot of white folks. Because if you were scared of these white folks and you were worried about them trying to kablooey, bluey, if you were worried about that, you wouldn't be online bragging about it, being braggadocio as you are. Y'all are not scared. Y'all ain't worried about nothing. But the only thing I can say is you better hope that white folks ain't doing what you saying that they are. All right? And that non-blacks aren't doing what you say that they are. But let's keep on listening to her go off and talk all of her doomsday nonsense.
Yeah, kablooby shablooby.
How is it that y'all was just caught by Homeland Security, and then like literally days later after you're caught by Homeland Security, all of a sudden 3 hurricanes sweep through, and the only thing that gets taken out is them sundown towns? Baby, God is trying to tell you something. Let go of that hate from your heart, because it is driving you into the deepest, darkest pits of hell. We not even worried about y'all like this. Like, what is wrong with y'all?
If you're not worried about them like this,
why are you talking about
them?
Yeah.
We ain't worried about you, white people. Okay, so why are you making a video about it? Why are you putting out a PSA? And then for you to go and say God is trying to tell y'all something. God loves everybody, don't he? Aren't we all his children? We're all his children. I believe so. But not according to a lot of Negroes, because apparently God only loves the Negroes. He only loves the black folks. He don't love nobody else. He hates everybody else, and he only loves us. And so whenever you say God is trying to tell you something,
Ma'am, what have you done? They say we're not weighing one sin against each other. A sin is a sin. What sins have you sinned, ma'am? What makes you any better than a white person, ma'am? How dare you sit up here and say all of these negative, disgusting, foul things about people that do not look like you, and then still think that somehow in the midst of this, you are some sort of righteous and almighty beacon of Negro queenness and all of this that you're saying. It's disgusting. It's foolish. You sound stupid. And so if one of your brothers or your baby daddy or your son or your uncle or your cousin get killed by a stray bullet because somebody was shooting up some shit, God trying to tell you something? Did he deserve it? He wasn't in a gang, upstanding kid on his way to Princeton, doing really well, graduated at the top of his class, valedictorian. Did he deserve it? Did he deserve it? These people ain't did nothing to you. Do they deserve it? Can't stand blacks like this, man.
Baby, I know y'all hate to lose. Y'all really do hate to lose. Oh my God. They're like, who does shit like this? Who that y'all? They was gonna start here in America and it was gonna become a global thing. It was just gonna be stuff happening globally. And all of it starting with America and then just going everywhere to every other country. There's people from literally every country you could think of in that group. And they are pissed that the colored folks is waking up and
every country. Africa, do you want to talk about it? Do you want to talk about it? How much in Africa the Africans are killing other Africans that are just as black as she is? What are you talking about? And this is the thing. This is like, oh my God. They get online, they put these messages out, people listen to them, and they take heed to it, and all of it just sounds stupid. What are you talking about? If white people really wanted to do something, they would have been done it, like they did when they did do it. If they wanted to do it again, it ain't nothing stopping them. It ain't nothing stopping them. And then I assure as hell know that there's a whole lot of Negroes out here in the United States of America that wouldn't mind stringing up a few other blacks and making sure that they had their own slaves. What are you talking about? Come on.
Doing our shit, we on our grind, we doing the fuck we gotta do. They pissed right now. They don't want to see no black woman in that office. So they was ready to, child,
that's why they got the Haitian style.
Insurrection Armageddon style.
Not Armageddon style, child.
Yeah. God trying to tell y'all something.
No, God trying to tell you something. You are useless now. They don't need you.
Okay, so Asheville is
no weapon formed
sundown
against us.
town, so I apologize about that. Pray for Asheville, okay? Because they going through it right now. Do you hear me? However, a lot of those sundown towns did get directly impacted. I apologize because I was under a different video yesterday and this morning, and they was like, "No, it's a sundown town." I'm not from North Carolina. However, when I did say that Asheville looked like it was a lot of black people there, so I don't understand how it's sundown town. Baby, they was chewing me up in that comment. They was like, "No, it's a sundown town. No, it's a sundown town." So I apologize about that. Asheville is not a sundown town. Hold your mule, okay? But those other sundown towns, baby, they got fucked up. Again, it was in Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina, and Georgia. And a lot of the sundown towns that are they call coastal towns or like colony towns. Y'all,
you know, she might be one of the ones that actually had a child with a white man. You know, she could have some family members that had children with white people and wishing all of this death and ill and hatred towards, you know, the parents of their children. It's incredible.
Remember the 13 colonies up north? Those towns are supposed to emulate the same exact structure as the colony towns up north. Those towns, and if you ever work in insurance and initial loss reporting, those are called the coastal towns. They sit along the coastal line, and you have to have a special kind of flood insurance and wildfire insurance because, again, Smokey the Bear, they're in the mountains, the Appalachia. And special kind of like wildfire insurance, and like they have to have like a special FEMA insurance. If you live in one of those towns, more than likely it's a sundown town. I'm not gonna hold you. More than likely,
Mhm.
it's sundown town. Why? Because it's sit on the edge, the border of where like the slave trade took place.
Okay.
My town
I mean,
is
I know it
coastal
is,
and
but
it ain't
I
no
know they
sundown
said
town.
that Asheville isn't. A lot of people saying no, it's not. No, it's not. So yeah,
Where's Gary
but
in it?
those are the towns that got the worst affected. Mind you, it was supposed to hit
An
Florida, but it
American
went through
man
the
is
whole
faggot.
Gullah Geechee, bitch. It went through the whole Gullah Geechee territory. Okay, the whole Sulani, through all that area. So yeah. Again, God's timing is always.
It's I bet you if a white man walked up to her ass right now and told her that she was beautiful, she had this beautiful skin. Can I take you out, ma'am? This bitch would be like, yes, when? What time?
Mm-hmm.
You want to pick me up? Where are we going?
You know she's waiting on her John B.
You know she waiting on Josh. She's waiting on Bradley. You know she is.
She's waiting on Chad.
She wouldn't turn that white man. Listen, stop playing with me, ma'am. Cut it out.
But he's different. He's different. He's doing the
He's
work.
not like the other white. You know,
She's waiting on Connor.
With a white person. I had a child with a white person, but my white person isn't like the other white people. So I'm gonna hate all of the white people because my white is different. Bitch, if a white man came up to you and put on, he ain't even got to do a lot. He ain't even got to do as much as a black man got to do. You all drooling at the girl, calling all your girlfriends, posting it on social media. This bitch probably making a TikTok. Girl, I was at the mall today, and guess what? This white man came up to me, girl. He looked like Robin Thicke, girl. Better yet, he looked like Thor, girl. He looked like a Hemsworth, girl. And girl, he asked me for my number, girl.
Better get you one.
You better, girl. He was nice. He was polite, girl. He held my door open for me, girl. Please stop it. Cut it out.
Winter's coming. Winter's coming.
You know what?
And it feels good.
It sure is. It sure is.
I'm not saying they deserved it, but God is always on time. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Look at Leon.
To find out there was a Telegram group that was set up so they could have an international war among the races. They're thinking about us more. We're ever thinking about them. They were trying to set up situations to cause mass casualties in communities of color because they see that a black woman is about to become the president of the United States.
How can you set up my God,
wait a
Jesus
minute.
Christ, Lord
Portia,
up in heaven, Lord
if
bless
they
you.
have Portia, if
How
they
in
have
the hell can you set up a natural disaster? Because a black woman is possibly going to become the president
of the U.S. of all
of the
places.
United States. Like, I mean, there's not any other female presidents of any other countries. That's never happened before. Of course it haven't. Obviously, I'm being sarcastic. What are you talking about?
Well, wait
Why
a
would
minute.
God do that?
So he said they set up a secret Telegram group. If they have the power to set off a whole hurricane, why do they need to be in secret on Telegram of all platforms?
Universal, they got the power to send off some nukes.
What is going on here?
Okay, what Jesus, sometimes
States of America. Just like when I said in my other video is that a lot of those sundown towns were affected way more than the surrounding areas are. People want to jump my DMs and say, oh, you're heartless. You're not thinking about those people. What about the dead that passed away? No, people got karma coming their way because they've been doing a lot of things historically and currently.
Universal, are you still there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm still here.
May I ask you,
Sure.
Since we're talking about God and all and how, they don't want God couldn't possibly want a black woman to become president. And so he's trying to let these horrible whites know, how wrong they are. What about Hurricane Katrina? Do you remember that?
I remember it very vividly. I had family impacted by Hurricane Katrina.
Yeah, me too. So, what do you remember about Hurricane Katrina? Was it in New Orleans? Was it a lot of black people?
It was definitely in New Orleans. It also hit parts of Mississippi and most of the southern Louisiana. A lot of
God
black
trying
folks.
to tell black people something?
Yeah, he was trying to tell black people that white people don't care about you, and God broke the levees and told black people they couldn't get on the buses to leave town, and they should ignore all the signals. That's what God said. And it was the black mayor's fault. Also, God told us that too.
Because God said, I'm going to get all you Negroes. I'm going to drown you. That's y'all fault that y'all didn't learn how to swim. You know, swimming ass Negroes. That's what God said.
And you cared more about flat screen TVs than your own lives.
And then your own lives. That's what God said. So they deserved it in New Orleans, huh?
Apparently so. Yeah.
Oh, they all deserve to die and drown. And that's why I still stink today. Still smell like the hurricane today. Yeah. I guess so. Because they deserved it.
And then they came and punished Texas. They came in, all them new other people came and punished Texas.
And they're still here. So if we want to keep it even, let's keep it even. God killed them Negroes because they deserved it. Okay. He killed, he flooded, he brought that Hurricane Helene to just destroy all of those white people because they just not right. And I guess the Negroes and Hurricane Katrina, they weren't right either. So let's just keep it, let's keep it the same.
Well, you know, God is black and God has to get his lick back. So he spun the block again with Helene and decided to get back at them Suntown.
He did what he spun the block because he had to make up
that
what he did in New Orleans. Right.
He slid on them sundown towns. He slid on.
He slid. So because he had to make sure that black people knew that he was still down. Right. So okay, let's listen to some more.
Towards people of color, and the ancestor says enough is enough, because y'all was about to go do some casualty acts that was gonna hurt people that had nothing to do with you, that weren't thinking about you, that weren't trying to hurt you, that weren't trying to do anything towards you, but you're thinking about them all the time, trying to find ways of hurting them. And we're supposed to be empathetic or sorry for you because your whole white town got washed away? Your sundown town got washed away? No, you will never feel sorry for that. That's crazy. Y'all get so mad, y'all take my video and put it on Twitter and then try to find my Instagram to go talk to me in my DMs talking about, oh, this, and that, this. No, let's keep it 100. A lot of y'all have hidden animosity and biases and hatred towards a lot of people of color, you know what I'm saying? And y'all be doing things on the low, but y'all want to act like as if y'all, oh, that's not me, that's not you. No, that's you. That's who you is. That's who you always been. That's how you've been raised. Your mediocrity is being showcased on the grand stage of America, that a mediocre white man can't be a black woman that is completely qualified to do the position that he is not even close to being able to do so. Like Shanka.
He ain't even got nothing.
A simple Google search would have sufficed. I wish I had that video. I cannot find the video. The anchor, this is from The Guardian, and there's several other sources that also...
So the search wasn't that simple.
That also had the source. Now, they were supposed to start this weekend. It was supposed to be a whole month of isolated incidents.
Why ain't you hiding there, woman?
US, and then after the election,
they coming
and
to get
if
you.
Kamala won, then it was supposed to circulate in several different places globally. Again, the anchor that made the original video that I watched, I went back and researched it myself. I'm like, damn, she right. Now, the members that were caught were not from those coastal states. However,
I want to point out this comment at the top, a response to her video. It says, all of Western North Carolina isn't a sundown town. Come on, Godiva. Don't make this tragedy political like the Godiva chocolates. Godiva. She is chocolate, though.
She is chocolate.
She is beautiful, though. I won't take it from her, but she sounds like a lunatic. I
ain't gonna hold her. But that mentality is wild.
Yeah, she's gorgeous.
Beauties and no brains. Yeah.
This is a beautiful woman. I mean, my Lord, today, amen. God, really, her parents must be beautiful because they did the work of the Lord with this one. However,
well, God bless America. She got a right to believe whatever she wants.
She sure does, 12th man. But you know what we're going to do, 12th man? We're going to talk about it.
That's
we're
right.
Talk about it. We got to talk about it. Hold on, let me see.
Oh, okay, never mind. Her name is actually the real Godiva goddess. So
No,
who knows what time it is.
of course it is.
Whoever
Sweet
dates
thing.
her, make sure you get those chocolates for her on Valentine's Day.
Maybe she needs to
supposed
wrestle a
start
gator.
along those coastal lines. And it was supposed to go on for 30 days leading up to the election. And if Kamala Harris won, they were supposed to continue doing it globally.
Why?
Read it in motherfucking weep.
Oh, Lord.
Y'all know better than to call me a liar. Again, I know for a fact that these people that were picked.
All right, so it says assassination targets, including at least one senator and a district court judge, according to a federal indictment unsealed on Monday. Prosecutors allege that the two leading agitators of the group incited followers on the messaging app Telegram to commit hate crimes against Black and Jewish people. So they just didn't leave out the Negroes. They had to go and scoop up the Jews.
Of course.
Immigrants and members of the LGBTQ community, because Sodom and Gomorrah didn't happen. And, white folks ain't got to get rid of them because God did it already. He already said it was an abomination, Lord, didn't he? He already said he don't like that. God said no. He said no. It ain't a white person nowhere on planet Earth that got to do anything to do with these gays and these homosexuals, because God has already done it. He's already told you. He already told you what you feel. And he already told you what he feels. So white people ain't got to come together as one to exterminate the homosexuals. God already got them on lock and key. As far as the Jewish, apparently, those are God's chosen people. As far as the immigrants, whatever. As far as the Blacks, whatever. I am most sure that whatever it is that you saying, still, you putting your face and all your business out online. So if any white person wanted to come and find you, ma'am, you've made yourself a surefire target. You ain't scared. I don't even know. You ain't scared. So Dallas Humber, 34 of Elk Grove, California, and Matthew Allison, 37 of Boise, Idaho, face 15 counts each of soliciting hate crimes and providing material support to terrorism. U.S. Justice Department lawyers filed the 37-page indictment in district court in the Eastern District of California on Thursday, which I have a hard time even grasping something like this, that white people would be so foolish to do something so stupid in a place that sucks as bad as California, knowing how woke it is. Hard for me to go ahead and believe that, but okay, it's in this article, so I guess that means it's true. It alleges the pair encouraged attacks on government infrastructure, energy facilities, other buildings to ignite a race war and accelerate the collapse of government, whatever, and society. And she's covering the rest. So two white people, one named Dallas, shout out to Texas, one named Matthew Allison, two white guys. We're going to do this. Okay, let's keep going.
Were caught in from these states. However, in the indictment and in the information, they were supposed to start along those coastal lines. A simple Google search. Now, when this article was written, obviously they did not provide those key contact details because in journalism, on TV, they tend to have more details about what's really going on behind the scenes than the details they add in the articles themselves. Again, I've seen approximately 3 videos about this where they're saying the exact same thing. They had people in Turkey as well that was ready to make some shit shake. So again, I'm not making...
We know the only turkey that she knows is the one that she gets when, Universal?
When she's making a sandwich.
Or on Thanksgiving. All right, pilgrims, and pilgrims, stop celebrating these pagan holidays.
She eats Lunchables.
Know you like your turkey and dressing and your cranberry sauce. Let's keep going.
Political. The country you live in views your life and everything attached to it as nothing more than a political coin. Be so motherfucking for real.
Now that you have heard these individuals out in full in what their true thoughts are about the matter, along with being corrected about one of the cities not being sundown, but still being ignorant enough to say a group of people somehow equals the entirety of a city and or state, I want to say two things. Number one, this is not some baseless conspiracy theory that has nothing behind it. There were
TikToker goes on unhinged conspiracy rant claiming that God sent hurricanes to destroy sundown towns because they were planning to incite a global race war and prevent Kamala from winning the election. That, my friends, all of you who had to deal with some sort of ramifications from Hurricane Helene, the whites did it. Let me tell you why the white folks did it. Now, all you black folks, all you Negroes out there, y'all listen to me real good. The only reason why Hurricane Helene did the damage that it did is because God wanted to destroy sundown towns. And he wanted to let these white folks start a race war so they can prevent Kamala from winning the election. That's why Hurricane Helene did all the damage it did. Y'all listen to this, black woman. Protect all black women.
Preach,
a group of individuals being led by two idiots, one in Idaho and another in California, who were trying to indoctrinate and radicalize a bunch of individuals into committing heinous acts of crime on various individuals based on race, sexuality, religion, etc., etc. And yes, there is a 37-page indictment, which I will link in the description for anybody who wants to read through that. I've read through it, and yeah, it's pretty fucking bad, and I'm gonna spoil it for you. These two dipshits and anyone else who participated in it and acted upon any advice from these two fucking idiots deserve to go to jail. Cut the print, point blank, end of story. But now that I've said that, I want to pose a question to that woman, that man, and anyone else who agrees with them. Are you fucking batshit insane to think that a group of evil motherfuckers equates to an entire city or an entire fucking state? This is the dumbest fucking argument of catch-22 I've ever fucking seen. And you know this logic isn't sound because if we compare that shit to what a bunch of niggas be doing and you try to equate that to a whole city or a whole town, all of a sudden you hate black people. I need people to understand that.
But oh my goodness, don't you? Don't you? If you talk about the stuff that Negroes do 24/7, why don't these ninjas got a driver's license? Why can't they get their tags and keep them up to date? Why they gotta rob, steal, and kill over street signs and t-shirt colors? Why? Why she got so many baby daddies? Why? Why does she depend on the government and it's her daddy and it's her all and all be all end all food stamps? Sell them to me. Please, I need some food stamps. Tell them to me. Why? Anytime you ask any question about some foolishness that black folks do, you hate black people. Oh, but no, you want to take these white folks, whatever it was that they was doing, and so all white folks like that. All of them. But the moment that a black person puts something on you that you don't represent, ain't got nothing to do with you, you ain't ever lived that way, you ain't ever walked that way, you ain't ever talked that way, you wasn't raised that way, you never came from that, you don't understand that. You didn't grow up in white privilege, you grew up with two black parents that so happened to work hard and bring you up in the way that they felt that you should go, so you didn't have to be raised like them, but now I think I'm white. Ah, okay. But no, let's just group. Let's group everybody. Let's generalize. Because you know what? Every single white person that died, because they said it's been over 1,000 deaths. Every single white person that died, they deserved it. Because you know why? Every single white person is racist.
On top of the stupidity with a bunch of people thinking that this hurricane was orchestrated out of thin air because they refuse to fucking watch the news and they think Kamala Harris is trying to take out all the red states, I need you to equally understand that trying to equate a group of evil people to an entire fucking city or state and saying they deserve a fucking hurricane because it's karma where a bunch of motherfucking homes are gone and cities are basically desert lands is fucking stupid. But I live in a world where people just like to say shit over the phone and they just like be like, oh my God, I got all the information necessary to say you deserve this type of pain. You know what? In the 8th grade, I got kicked on the ground and I had like a big scab on my forehead. Fuck it. earthquakes everywhere. Everyone deserves an earthquake. You know what happened? I got my iPhone stolen in high school. You know what? I hope everybody's phones start blowing up and nobody's able to hear out their ears ever again. You know what? Somebody attempted to steal my car. I hope a hurricane washes everywhere out in the world. I had my heart broken. So you know what? All women eradicated off the face of the earth. Do you not see how stupid this fucking sounds? And for you motherfuckers to feel so confident in that and doubling down and dipshits in your fucking audience sitting there being like, oh yes, thanks for giving us the true information. I'll say it again. Yes, this is true. Motherfuckers were trying to have coordinated attacks based off of religion, race, sex, all that via Telegram for, I believe, a few years now. This wasn't something that just started in 2024. So save that bullshit. Oh, this is happening during an election year. It was started way before that. That is true. But I'm going to need motherfuckers, since I'm admitting that that's true and that's not no fake conspiracy, I'm going to need motherfuckers to admit something. You cannot sit here and equate a group of evil people to an entire fucking city and act as if the whole city deserves some shit like this. A lot of motherfuckers aren't aware shit's going on. So are you meaning to tell me because a motherfucker's unaware and they don't have the ability to find all this shit out and they, much like other motherfuckers, refuse to get on their phone and do research about anything, they deserve to have a hurricane happen to them? No, you fucking children. I understand the need to want to fight back via your iPhone, but you need to actually dot your I's and cross your fucking T's before you ever say anything like that again, because that's fucking embarrassing. And I know, you know, everybody else who's watching this knows. If we do that same type of fucking comparison for the moments in time where black people are fucking criminals, you're going to sit there and say that that shit is not acceptable to equate innocent black people to criminals. Of course that's not the fucking case. Why would we do it? Oh, you're playing whataboutism. You fucking right. Because motherfuckers are sitting here saying a whole city deserves to get wiped off the fucking map because of a group of people where two leaders aren't even in the same fucking state. But because one motherfucker is inspired to do an attack somewhere and then they give him a direction to go somewhere else and commit an attack, oh, the whole fucking area deserves to get wiped out. Glorious. That makes fucking sense. Also, let's work with this, that all of these areas that got affected are just sundown towns. You know, they got black people that live in those sundown towns too. So either you're going to say tough luck to them, or you're going to start having that conversation about, well, they should just move out of that town and they wouldn't be affected, which is the dumbest thing you could possibly think of as a response, because much like with a lot of people when it comes to hurricanes, they don't have the finances to just pack up, get in a vehicle and go somewhere else. They kind of got to rough it out. So, you know, you would think people who don't have the finances to move away from a hurricane also don't have enough of the finances to actually move out an entire city. But because you motherfuckers are inconsiderate to the fucking core, your logic is flawed on every single fucking spectrum. It's already Tuesday and it's been too long of a fucking week. So I'm gonna need y'all to wrap all this shit up by tonight, because in case any of you don't know, there's a potential another hurricane on the way. And who knows, I hate the New Orleans Saints. So maybe the entire city of New Orleans should be eradicated from another hurricane. Wow. Because clearly this is the dumbass logic we're going to be fucking dealing with for a long while, because it's clear as day. A lot of people like being stupid for a profit. I'm going to be live streaming and watching this vice president.
All right, so what have we learned from this? White people deserve to die in hurricanes, and all you white folks in California, seems like God has been trying to send y'all to hell for a long time. All of the fires that y'all get, I guess y'all deserve to burn in hell. So, F all you white folks. And apparently on behalf of the Negroes across the United States of America, y'all deserve to drown and y'all deserve to and deserve to burn, according to, you know, what we just witnessed, which is absolutely insane. Obviously, I don't mean any of that. However, yeah, so we just saw that. We just saw that. We saw that.
Black power.
Yep. Black power. Black power.
Black power.
White power.
White power. Iron wizard.
Somebody's got power, but it ain't us.
Yeah, well, unfortunately,
it's the whites orchestrating the weather.
It's the small hats.
It's the Latinos. Right. I'm telling you, the
Latinos
Latino, got all the power.
Which ones? The Venezuelans? Like, what are we doing?
It's the Latinos, 12th man.
I'm here.
Well, Latino, you got some explaining to do, sir.
They did try to tell
Don't
us that
worry,
the second
don't worry,
Wakanda.
Portia. I'm gonna make a. We're gonna have a trailer park, and we're gonna say jobs available, and they're gonna associate with me because I'm Hispanic too. So I'm gonna get them all in that truck and just send them right to ICE.
But what kind of natural disaster would a Latino invoke on someone?
We'll have to deal with water,
I don't know,
Call
man.
wetbacks.
Water,
I
hurricanes,
wonder. I
tsunami.
didn't know we had that type of power.
But what kind of natural disaster would a black person invoke?
A riot.
A block party.
An earthquake.
A block party.
Plague of locusts.
Hey, Portia, I got a quick question for you. Are y'all covering the debate tonight?
Yeah. We have we got what is it? 15 minutes before it starts.
Oh, okay, cool.
Absolutely, we are. It's Tim Walz and JD Vance.
You seen that little kick he did when they were applauding them and they were putting their hands up? He gave it like a little kick.
No, I don't
This is
think
hilarious.
Let me see. Oh, Universal says that
He
he'll
looks
be
so
back.
good.
So he'll be back. Yeah. So how do y'all feel about that? Do y'all believe that white people deserve to die in the hurricane and that white people are responsible for the hurricane?
Nobody deserves to die, man. That's just a stupid mindset.
How short
it's like
are
I was
you?
telling my wife
Yeah,
just earlier, man.
Everybody deserves to die when God calls you. It's your time.
Amen.
That's it.
But what she said was stupid, man. It all comes from parenting. Really,
Wait, can't I just
honestly,
block
it does.
God's number?
It really, honestly does, man.
Can they
'Cause it's
block
like, how
God's
could you
number?
not have no morale for
think
human
so.
life?
I mean, because if God wants to eradicate whites, especially in sundown towns, and so so the white people came up with this hurricane to kill white people.
Man, Portia, if that's the case, then California would have been gone.
Probably America. I mean, he didn't make it go far enough to the Dakotas, Montana or Idaho or where it's a whole lot of white folks. I'm thinking, if you want to take them out, you probably want to go to the states where it's a whole lot of them, whole lot.
Like Maine.
Yeah, like Maine. Just wipe that place. I mean, if that's what God
Like
wanted
the hurricane
to
skips everything, just heads to Maine.
do. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing?
Where's the logic in that?
I mean, God, no, we're talking about Florida, North Carolina. There's Negroes everywhere now.
And we just gonna skip all them states and just go right to Maine. Boom.
Yeah.
I personally think there are a group of people that do deserve to be ravaged by this, but they're also the most insulated from it. And,
Nobody deserves to die, even if.
well, maybe you should let me fucking finish, Latino.
even
And
if
it's the
that
people who are
Calm down,
perpetuating
Melon.
climate change.
You just don't.
Hey, Fox.
No room for hate.
Yeah, don't interrupt me.
Calm down, Melanie.
Okay, if you want me to stay calm, don't interrupt me. Thank you. It's basic math.
Go ahead, Fox.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying that like the people who deserve this most are the people who are most responsible for climate change by perpetuating things like oil and gas.
God.
But they're also the most insulated because we're talking about the rich elites.
So whenever you say the most insulated, you're saying like those are the ones that are the least impacted or affected by something like.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, sorry, Opana. Opana says, I forgot to mention Haiti and all their constant natural disasters. Opana, I wanted to go there, but I was like, is it too soon?
That's almost like everywhere in the tropics, though. Especially
You
when you're surrounded by
know.
oceans.
We know what's going on with Haiti.
Wait, what are we making of Hawaii then? Because they have a fucking volcano.
Gosh, Hawaii is so beautiful. Have you ever been before, Fox?
I wish. I really do.
Oh my gosh, listen, it is by far the most beautiful place. And the pictures don't do it justice, even though the pictures are beautiful or what you've seen like in videos and stuff, but like to see it in person, it looks fake in person. It's so beautiful. Oh my gosh. You're going to go one day.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I hope so.
We are speaking it into existence.
Simple math would suffice that volcanoes is also part of climate change.
No, not really, actually, because most of the things that drive them are under the crust, and so they're not affected by weather.
Oh, sir said Hawaii is super beautiful. I was stationed there. Sir, my brother was too. He was stationed in Hawaii for years. And so listen, but we went to Hawaii so doggone much. We have property in Hawaii now. So we absolutely loved it there. And my brother, he did too. I mean, golly. It's expensive though, of course. I know as you know, sir, but very beautiful. I absolutely love it there. But so,
It would be so great to be there and not have to pay for it as a vacation too.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. You know what? It was nice to go to Hawaii and knowing, hey, I'm going to my brother's house and I don't really have to worry about much. We're going base, all of that. But like whenever we go and we stay, we have some place to stay, but you still have to go and like pay for, things, normal price and all this it's very expensive, but just
I can only imagine.
Just to go out there, just to hang out and you don't have to worry about it. Come on. Yeah, it was great. It was great. Shout out to you, sir. So we talked about that with Ruin Leon. That was a video from his page, and I saw that. Something to fill the time because we have the debate that is coming up in about 10 minutes. So let me pull that up. Do we have anything that we hope to see out of the debate tonight? Anything?
I want to see how weird JD Vance is. I just want him to max out his weirdness for us tonight.
I can honestly say I don't really know what to expect from either or. I just think it'll be like one of those things where like, this is sure is something.
My question is, will Tim Walz be brave enough to make a reference to the couch grinding?
We'll see. We gon' see.
He will win over millennials and like internet terminally online people instantly if he does that.
Let me make sure.
We'll all be like, that's the meme. That's the meme. And then we'll vote for him.
Let's see, 305, and then I'm gonna pull it up for you guys. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure I get the links and the timestamps in the description box for you guys. All right, save that. All right, there we go. So let me pull that up for you. There is a kid talking. This isn't it CBS? No, that's NBC. Kind of like the same thing. Let's see.
Passion that's bringing them one way or another.
Look, maybe let me make sure. Oh no, CBS. Okay, so it's hosted by CBS.
CBS.
I need to make sure I'm playing it from CBS. So we don't want them to, So yeah, okay. So Fox told me what the expectation is. Anybody else? Anybody have anything that they're looking forward to?
I think JD Vance has a lot of experience at debating, and he'll likely crush that Fred Flintstone looking motherfucker.
Wow. 12th man. Well, 12th man shared his piece. All right, 12th man. Virgo, medium E, Latino, Stanley.
I'm just basically interested to see. I did see earlier they were talking about the Walsh dude said that he's not the greatest of debaters and stuff like that, so he's a little bit nervous. I was watching CNN; they actually just said that. So
Walsh said Walsh said from his mouth that he was nervous.
they said that CNN alluded to him saying that like he's not that's not his cup of tea basically, but he has to do it. So I'm trying to see if we can tell that. I mean, Vance seems like he's made for the BS, so we'll be able to see probably within the first 10 minutes.
How long you think they'll stay on the topic of cats and dogs?
I really hope they don't talk about that. That's like a losing argument. That's not even,
No, I mean,
yeah, they ain't gonna bring that up.
I'm interested to see if JD Vance can avoid looking robotic.
Okay.
Mm.
JD Vance looking robotic. Tim Waltz may be a little nervous, possibly, from what I think Latino or Medium E just said about them alluding to something. I really don't. For me, I'm not looking forward to anything from either party, either side. It's just it'll be interesting to watch. I just don't really have much of an expectation for either of them, to be honest.
How long is the debate portion?
An hour, I believe.
Yeah, it's supposed to be an hour.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's good.
Article
It's
says,
not like 2 hours or some shit.
oh, it's an hour and a half. An hour and a half.
Oh.
It's
Not
90 minutes. Fighting for Haiti, now streaming. Yeah, it's really, they don't have to fight for Haiti anymore. All they need to do is send them over here. So, and we'll fight for, we'll fight for them. So just keep them coming. And then you won't have to worry about Haiti anymore because there won't be a Haiti left. All right. So between all of the war torn, you're cooking people up and eating them, and
well, that CBS looks like a clown show.
The Caucasian.
They're massacring their people. So between them massacring them and the other ones coming over here, they Haiti should be fine.
And
They
then
don't.
the Caucasian persuasion is going to go over there and fix it up.
Of course. You wouldn't want to waste a good opportunity now, would you, Latino?
Oh, hell no. I'm about to get in that investment too.
Yeah, I'd tell you, if I was white and with Haiti, I would go over there so damn fast. Listen, they talking about natural disasters. Hey, all of the good stuff y'all got over here that y'all haven't even tapped into yet. Oh, I know all about it. And you know what? I got all the tools to get to it. So get on up out of here. Sure would. That, my friend, is how you conquer things and people. But again, they'll be in America, so they don't have much to worry about. They'll be fine. A lot of them are already here.
What's up, brother?
So let's see what this guy's talking about.
Right, Ed, you don't get to go anywhere. We're going to be checking back in with you when it is all over, and we are now just officially minutes away from the start of this debate. I want to get your final thoughts, Major. I want to start with you because we've been saying so much is on the line tonight. How much of tonight is about the audience of one for JD Vance?
A considerable amount. President Trump has expectations for JD Vance. JD Vance knows, as Robert Costa so thoroughly laid out, at age 40, his entire political career is ahead of him. If this ticket does not prevail, the Republican Party will find itself in an uncomfortable and unwelcome and unwanted post-Trump era. What role does JD Vance play in that? A considerable amount of that decision.
Okay, I'm seeing a little bit of talk in the chat. I want us to make sure that we're just being mindful, we're being mindful of the things that we are saying. I am Black. I am a Negro. This is true. And I don't have any issues. Okay. I don't. And if you do, it's your problem. Okay. But let's be decent, because let's just be decent. Okay. This is not nice.
Decision will be drawn.
They really are high stakes. Everybody watching tonight knows one of these two men could become president of the United States. The country is going to take a temperature on character, on policy. Who are these people who might lead the country And one of them might be leading the country should a crisis happen.
I'll bring you one back
Heartbeat
down
away
when I
from
go
the
back
presidency. We
upstairs.
live in a time of assassination attempts on the
All right.
Republican nominee, of political
Baby,
violence,
take care
and
of
of aging
yourself, all right?
politicians. So it's no question that one day one of these people could be president. We hope all people live healthy lives and serve full terms, but you never know in American history. That's what the history always tells us.
Nancy, the other big event is these incredible floods in North
Right.
Carolina, which also is a platform for presidents.
It is, because handling of natural disasters is often a proxy for voters of competence. They look at how you handle something like that and they say this person is capable of handling big, important things. And that's why President Biden tomorrow is heading to North Carolina and South Carolina, and Florida and Georgia the next day.
And here we see the vice presidential candidates there. Tim Walz standing a lone man behind his lectern. Ed, give us your last thoughts as we watch here as J.D. Vance is off in the wings for the moment. Oh, there he is.
It's performance. That seems obvious, but no faux pas. And they're looking for a viral moment. That's what they'll be looking for tonight.
No handshake.
No handshake, and there you have it. Governor Walz appears to be taking
No
some
handshake.
notes.
That's what I'm
J.D.
talking
Vance
about. If I
doing
don't
the
like
same
your
as
ass,
our,
I ain't shaking your
colleagues.
hand.
And they
All
were
right,
shaking
let's
hands before.
We know what time it is.
The cameras came.
That's right.
Oh.
Well, we
know
have
they
the
both-
vice presidential debate coming up in a moment. It will be moderated by our own Nora O'Donnell and Margaret Brennan. Ohio Senator J.D. Vance and
Family,
Minnesota
he
Governor
could have
Tim
cooties,
Walz
that's
take
true.
the stage. Well, they've taken the stage, so stick with us here and join us also on our streaming channel, CBS News 24/7, for exclusive content you won't see anywhere else. Thank you for joining us.
I'm surprised the hurricane don't go by the debate.
Can y'all, is it, never mind. I don't want to sound ignorant. I'll figure it out.
Huh, Portia? I'm surprised that the hurricane ain't over the debate today, where all those white people are.
Tonight, with just over a month to go until Election Day, the first and only meeting between the two men who hope to become Vice President of the United States, Democratic Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota and Republican Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio.
Now, this is likely the final debate of this election cycle, and voting is already underway in 20 states. CBS News polling shows this remains a race either presidential candidate could win. The CBS News vice presidential debate starts now.
Fight for every single vote, and we're going to take this country back. And we are ready to continue to build the future together. We're going to turn this whole country red with President Donald J. Trump's leadership.
You know what's at the end of this little journey? Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States.
Let's go.
This is a CBS News special, live from CBS News headquarters.
Pepper's
in New
the top
York.
of his spice
America
rack.
decides the vice presidential debate.
Good evening. I'm Nora O'Donnell, and thank you for joining us for tonight's CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. We want to welcome our viewers on CBS, on other networks here in the U.S. and around the world. We have a consequential night ahead, and our focus is the issues that matter to you, the voter. Let's introduce the candidates. Minnesota's Democratic Governor Tim Walz and Ohio's Republican Senator J.D. Vance, tonight meeting for the first time.
I'm Margaret Brennan.
Oh,
In
finish
order
your
to have a
plan, family. I don't
thoughtful
think
and
you have
civil
duty.
debate, these are the rules that both campaigns have agreed to. Questions will be directed at one candidate who will have 2 minutes to respond. The other candidate will be allowed 2 minutes for rebuttal. Then each candidate will get another minute to make further points, with an additional 1 minute each at the discretion of the moderator. The primary role of the moderators is to facilitate the debate between the candidates, enforce the rules, and provide the candidates with the opportunity to fact-check claims made by each other.
CBS News reserves the right to mute the candidates' microphones to maintain decorum. We have not shared the questions or topics with the campaigns. The stage is set. Governor, Senator, thank you for joining us. Let's get started. Tonight, our country is facing several unfolding crises. The Middle East is on the brink of war. Americans are suffering from the catastrophic impact of Hurricane Helene. And now a labor strike as 25,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas are picketing. We're going to begin tonight with the Middle East.
Margaret. Thank you, Nora. Earlier today, Iran launched its largest attack yet on Israel, but that attack failed, thanks to joint U.S. and Israeli defensive action. President Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war. Iran is weakened, but the U.S. still considers it the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it has drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time. Governor Walz, if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you. And thank you for those joining at home tonight. Let's keep in mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners. Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today, where along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago, a nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. But it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to them, Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together. Understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the vice president said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, the same question. Would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit, because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working class family. My mother required food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me. And she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies, and God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world. Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, do you care to respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look, Donald Trump was in
Had
office.
less than
We'll
2
sometimes
minutes.
fear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in
Introduce
office, it
himself
was
and
Donald
answer the
Trump who we had a coalition of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it. Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's fickle leadership. And when Iran shot down an American aircraft in international airspace, Donald Trump tweeted, because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump. And when Iranian missiles did fall near U.S. troops and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump wrote it off as headaches. Look, our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most flattery or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Senator Vance, the U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal. He recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible. Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that's something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump. Who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years? And the answer is your running mate, not mine. Donald Trump consistently made the world more secure. Now, we talk about what the sequence of events that led us to where we are right now, and you can't ignore October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So Governor Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets, but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last time, I'm 40 years old, when was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. Nora?
Margaret, thank you. Let's turn now to Hurricane Helene. The storm could become one of the deadliest on record. More than 160 people are dead and hundreds more are missing.
Hopefully they're all
Scientists
white,
say
'cause
climate
white folks
change
deserve
makes
that.
these hurricanes larger, stronger,
I didn't say
and
that,
more
but other
deadly
blacks did.
because of the historic rainfall. Senator Vance, according to CBS News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor the U.S. taking steps to try and reduce climate change. Senator, what responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Sure. So first of all, let's start with the hurricane, because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today actually a photograph of 2 grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever taken of them because the roof collapsed and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible, and then of course afterwards to help the people in those communities rebuild. I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the Southeast. They need their government to do their job. And I commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from a disaster. Now, Nora, you asked about climate change. I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably worried about all these crazy weather patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say, Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science. Let's just say that's true. Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America, because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to? More energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas, more doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output. So if we actually care about getting cleaner air and cleaner water, the best thing to do is to double down and invest in American workers and the American people. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris has done exactly the opposite.
Governor Walz, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Well, we got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all, it is a horrific tragedy with this hurricane. And my heart goes out to the folks that are down there in contact with the governors. I serve as co-chair of the Council of Governors as we work together on these emergency managements. Governors know no partisanship. They work together. So all of the governors and the emergency responders are on the ground. Those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, makes sure they're there to that we recover, but we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration, is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments, the biggest in global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act, has created jobs all across the country. 2,000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio, taking the EV technology that we invented and making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country. The largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, and I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing more clean energy. So the solution for us is to continue to move forward, that climate change is real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical, but this is not a false choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country. That's exactly what this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current. And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about how do we mitigate these disasters.
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity to respond there. The governor mentioned that President Trump has called climate change a hoax. Do you agree?
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing. So clearly, Kamala Harris herself doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this. If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's a slogan that often the Democrats will use here. And I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, Tim, but a lot of them are being made overseas in China, especially the components that go into those solar panels. So if you really want to make the environment cleaner, you've got to invest in more energy production. We haven't built a nuclear facility, I think, one in the past 40 years. Senator. Natural gas, we got to invest more in it. Kamala Harris has done the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing worse by the climate. Senator, your time is up. Governor, would you like to respond?
Well, look, we're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil. But folks know, and like I said, again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our number one export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer. And thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure that we're protecting by burying our power lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of? But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say, give me money for my campaign, and I'll let you do whatever you want. We can be smarter about that. And an all above energy policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
Governor, your time is up. The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. We're going to turn now to immigration. The crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border consistently ranks as one of the top issues for American voters. Senator Vance, your campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass deportation plan in American history and to use the U.S. military to do so. Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work? For example, would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate them from any of their children who were born on U.S. soil? You have 2 minutes.
So first of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We have a historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies. 94 executive orders suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system. That has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean. I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's border policies, build the wall, re-implement deportations. And that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants. About 1 million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportations on those folks. And then I think you make it harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work. And the final point, Margaret, is you ask about family separation. Right now in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them hopefully are at homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking mules. The real family separation policy in this country is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember when she came into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what, I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that. It would be good for all of us.
Governor, do you care to respond to any of the specific allegations, including that the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things regarding children?
The drug mule is not true, but I will say about the fentanyl, because this is a crisis of this, the opioid crisis. And the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history. 30% decrease in Ohio, but there's still more work to do. But let's go back to this on immigration. Kamala Harris was the attorney general of the largest state and a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this, and that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's seen. It was crafted by a conservative senator from Oklahoma, James Lanlord. I know him. He's super conservative, but he's a man of principle, wants to get it done. Democrats and Republicans worked on this piece of legislation. The Border Patrol said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there. 1,500 new border agents, detection for drugs, DOJ money to speed up these the adjudications on this, just what America wants. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no, told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things? And they need to be done by the legislature. You can't just do this through the executive branch. So look, we have the options to do this. Donald Trump had 4 years. He had 4 years to do this. And he promised you, America, how easy it would be. I'll build you a big, beautiful wall, and Mexico will pay for it. Less than 2% of that wall got built, and Mexico didn't pay a dime. But here we are again, 9 years after he came down that escalator, dehumanizing people and telling them what he was going to do. As far as the deportation plan, at one point, Senator Vance said it was so unworkable to be laughable. So that's where we're at. Pass the bill, she'll sign it.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, the question was, will you separate parents from their children, even if their kids are U.S. citizens? You have 1 minute.
Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. And I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in this country. And we know that they use children as drug mules, and it is a disgrace, and it has to stop. Look, I think what Tim said just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America. Parents who can't afford health care, schools that are overwhelmed. It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president again.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, what about our CBS News polling, which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations?
Look, we fix this issue with a bill that is necessary, but the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this, and Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this, talking about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor said, it's not true, don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Langford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Tim,
Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first. The governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls the purse strings and any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this. Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement? You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern border more than our border czar, Kamala Harris, has been, and it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents, they just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources would help, but most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say, if you try to come across the border illegally, you've got to stay in Mexico, you've got to go back through proper channels. Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed. You've got hospitals that are overwhelmed. You have got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, you have 1 minute to respond.
He's so nice. It is law enforcement that asked for the bill. They helped craft it. They're the ones that supported it. That's because they know we need to do this. Look, this issue of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit about Wall Street speculators buying up housing and making them less affordable, but it becomes a blame. Look, this bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate. I agree. It should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days. Then you start to make a difference in this, and you start to adhere to what we know, American principles. I don't talk about my faith a lot, but Matthew 25:40 talks about, to the least amongst us, you do unto me. I think that's true of most Americans. They simply want order to it. This bill does it. It's funded. It's supported by the people who do it. And it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Thank you, Governor. And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected status.
Well, Margaret, but
thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important
We're
because
going to turn now to the economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
the rules were that you guys weren't going to fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That is the facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by
Thank you, Senator, for describing the legal process. We have so much to get to, Senator.
Those laws have been on the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The
we want to have
app has not been on the books.
It's something that Kamala Harris created, Margaret.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process. Nora.
Thank you, Margaret. The economy is a top concern for voters. Each of your campaigns has released an economic plan, so let's talk about the specifics. Governor Walz, Vice President Harris unveiled a plan that includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a renewed child tax credit. The Wharton School says your proposals will increase the nation's deficit by $1.2 trillion. How would you pay for that without ballooning the deficit? Governor, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And Kamala Harris and I do believe in the middle class because that's where we come from. We both grew up in that. We understand. So those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff back and forth, and it's good. It's healthy. That's what this is supposed to happen. You should be listening. How's this going to impact me? The bold forward plan that Kamala Harris put out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is there's 3 million new houses proposed under this plan with down payment assistance on the front end to get you in a house. A house is much more than just an asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at. And then making sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went into effect. As far as the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota. 12% more houses in Minneapolis, prices went down on rent 4%. It's working. And then making sure tax cuts go to the middle class. $6,000 child tax credit, we have one in Minnesota, reduces childhood poverty by a third. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the ground. The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000. Now, this is a philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this, he kept it. He took folks to Mar-a-Lago, said, you're rich as hell, I'm gonna give you a tax cut. He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top class. What happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing a 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including businesses, it would be destabilizing it, it would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you. Where are we going? Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do, we'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. When you do that, our system works best, more people are participating in it, and folks have the things that they need.
Senator, I want to give you a moment to respond on that. But similarly, the Wharton School has done an analysis of the Trump plan and says it would increase the nation's deficit by $5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that without ballooning the deficit? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, you're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer, a lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do. And some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it. Because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She had the opportunity to enact all of these great policies. And what she's actually done instead is drive the cost of food higher by 25%, drive the cost of housing higher by about 60%. Open the American southern border and make middle-class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans. If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now. Not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago. And the fact that she isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust her actual plans. Now, Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record. A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense and they don't have wisdom, because Donald Trump's economic policies delivered the highest take-home pay in a generation in this country, 1.5% inflation, and to boot, peace and security all over the world. So when people say that Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense, I say look at the record. He delivered rising take-home pay for American workers. Now, Tim admirably admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts. But if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to middle class and working class Americans. It was passed in 2017, and you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that you can afford to live the American dream again. I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Governor, do you want to respond to that? What has Kamala Harris done for the middle class?
Yeah, well, Kamala Harris's day one was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression. 9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one. Whether it was the Infrastructure Act or other things we moved. Now, you made a question about experts, said this. I've made a note of this. Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, or whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years, the last year as president? That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
You have a minute.
Governor, you say trust the experts. But those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that. They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore. We're bringing American manufacturing back. We're unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue. And I've got 3 beautiful little kids at home, 7, 4, and 2, and I love them very much, and I hope they're in bed right now. But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are manufactured by nations that hate us. This has to stop. And we're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator, your time is up. Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on the economy more. Why?
Well, if you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were. Look, I'm a union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look, we produce soybeans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
So appreciate that. So if you notice, what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics
that's a
show
gross generalization.
that he did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here, because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. To all of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation on healthcare then.
Senator,
He hates when
Thank
Tim
you,
attacks
Margaret.
Trump.
We have a lot to get to ahead, gentlemen, on many topics. But right now, I want to talk about personal qualifications. The vice president is often the last voice the president hears before making consequential decisions. We want to ask you about your leadership qualities. Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are
sounded like she said
reporting that you
Governor Balls.
actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy? You have 2
Yeah,
minutes.
well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now, look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress for 12 years. And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything, many times I will talk a lot, I will get caught up in the rhetoric, but being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID. And I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing. So this is about trying to understand the world. It's about trying to do the best you can for your community. And then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier or was being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
Governor, just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said. So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
Thank you, Governor. Senator Vance, in 2016, you called your running mate, Donald Trump, unfit for the nation's highest office.
Let's
You said he
go.
should be America's Hitler. I know you've been asked many times, and you've said you regret those comments and explained you then voted for Donald Trump in 2020. But the Washington Post reported new messages last week in which you also disparaged Trump's economic record while he was president, writing to someone in 2020, quote, Trump thoroughly failed to deliver his economic populism.
Shit gonna change when you tell me you want me to be your
And
vice
you've
president.
shifted many of your policy stances to align with his. If you become vice president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear and not just the advice he wants to hear? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record. But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews, is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out the messages from 2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration the first round if Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe, and I've been a United States Senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. And I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because Tim just accused this of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing, and you're probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration, it's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record. Think about this. If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says, you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Senator, your time is up. Nora?
Thank you. Now to the issue of reproductive rights. Governor Walz, after Roe versus Wade was overturned, you signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine. Yes or no? Is that what you support? I'll give you 2 minutes.
That's not what the bill says, but look, this issue is what's on everyone's mind. Donald Trump put this all into motion. He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade, 52 years of personal autonomy. And then he tells us, oh, we send it to the states. It's a beautiful thing. Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing. A young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks. She has a complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in. The medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor. And that would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy. She went home, got sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or in Kentucky, Hadley Duvall, a 12-year-old child raped and impregnated by her stepfather. Those are horrific. Now, when God asked about that, Senator Vance said 2 wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But look, this is not where, if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will. Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry of pregnancies. It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception and limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments. For so many of you out there listening, me included, infertility treatments are why I have a child. That's nobody else's business, but those things are being proposed. And the catch-all on this is, well, the states will decide what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this works. This is basic human right. We have seen maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas, outpacing many other countries in the world. This is about healthcare. In Minnesota, we are ranked first in healthcare for a reason. We trust women, we trust doctors.
Senator, do you want to respond to the governor's claim? Will you create a federal pregnancy monitoring agency?
No, Nora, certainly we won't. And I want to talk about this issue because I know a lot of Americans care about it, and I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And, you know, I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, you know, one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options. Now, of course, Donald Trump has been very clear that on the abortion policy specifically, that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona. And the proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions, let the individual states make their abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense in a very big, a very diverse, and let's be honest, sometimes a very, very messy and divided country.
Governor, would you like to respond and also answer the question about restrictions?
Yeah, well, the question got asked and Donald Trump made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth. The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography? There's a very real chance had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today. That's why the restoration of Roe versus Wade. When you listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject and you hear me talk about it, you hear us talking exactly the same. Donald Trump is trying to figure out how to get the political right of this. I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. His running mate, though, does not, and that's the problem.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, let me ask you about that. He mentioned, it was, I think, referring to a national ban. In the past, you have supported a federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks. In fact, you said if someone can't support legislation like that, quote, you are making the United States the most barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world. My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did when I was running for Senate in 2022 talk about setting some minimum national standard. For example, we have a partial birth abortion ban in place in this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that, or at least I hope not, though I know that Democrats have taken a very radical pro-abortion stance. But Nora, one of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women would love to have families. So many young women also see an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy their relationships. And we have got to earn people's trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I are committed to pursuing pro-family policies, making childcare more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible, because we've got to do a better job at that. And that's what real leadership is.
Governor, your response.
I'm going to respond on the pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're not. We're pro-women. We're pro-freedom to make your own choice. We know what the implications are to not be that. Women having miscarriages, women not getting the care, physicians feeling like they may be prosecuted for providing that care. And as far as making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen pregnancy rates. We understand that too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true. We also make it, we're a top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But these two things, to try and say that we're pro-children, but we don't like this, or you guys are pro-abortion, that's not the case at all. We are pro-freedoms for women to make their choices, and we're going, and Kamala Harris is making the case, to make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit, but we're not going to base that on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get health care.
Senator?
May I respond to that? First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me. But as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think,
That's
whether
not
you're
true.
pro-choice or
That's not how the law
pro-abortion,
is.
that is fundamentally barbaric. And that's why I use that word, Nora, is because some of what we've seen, do you want to force Catholic hospitals to perform abortions against their will? Because Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate their freedom of conscience. We can be a big and diverse country where we respect people's freedom of conscience and make the country more pro-baby and pro-family. But please.
Yes, Governor, please respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their healthcare decisions, and the physicians who know best when they need to do this. Trying to distort the way a law is written to try and make a point, that's not it at all.
What was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me, what was I wrong about?
That is not the way the law is written. Look, I've given
But
this,
how?
I've given this advice on a lot of things, that getting involved, getting engaged, that's been misread, and it was fact-checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved. I use this line on this, just mind your own business on this. Things work best when Roe versus Wade was in place. When we do a restoration of Roe, that works best. That doesn't preclude us from increasing funding for children. It doesn't increase us from making sure that once that child's born, like in Minnesota, they get meals, they get early childhood education, they get health care. So the hiding behind we're going to do all these other things when you're not proposing them in your budget. Kamala Harris is proposing them. She's proposing all those things to make life easier for families.
I asked a specific question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what the law says. So they fact-checked it with President Trump.
Gentlemen, there's a lot to discuss. We have to move on, and we're going to be right back with much more of the CBS News vice presidential debate in just a moment.
Man, I really loved Tim Walz there when he was attacking Trump. That's when he was at his best.
Trump's not on stage, though.
Neither is Kamala. You realize that they're representing the candidates that they're a vice president for, right?
Don't be too subtle. They won't understand.
Like they have to represent the candidates who they're running with.
I bet they went on about abortion way too long.
Well, for one thing, it's a complex issue. And I looked at a fact check, and yeah, Tim Walz is right. They only allowed like late-term abortions for medically necessary situations.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought the whole thing's been pretty lame so far. Just like the Kamala Trump debate. I thought that was pretty lame.
I do have a lot to say. I just need a few minutes. What I will say for now is that I do appreciate the civility between the both of them. I can recognize that what I am seeing from the both of them is a great display of just general respect. It's not something that, it seems like it's something that's lost on many of us today. However, especially whenever we're talking politics, and it just seems like they both just have it. And I think that they're both doing a good job, honestly.
Portia, I agree with you. This is one of the better debates I've seen in the last, I don't know how many years. Like both of them are sharp.
Right.
Vance just has the posture, like how he's moving and talking. He just seems he's now you see why Trump might have picked him. Like it's like he's that dude, but I'm not gonna shit on Waltz either. Though he's doing very good.
They're both doing good. It's like, damn.
This is
I
crazy.
think CBS is really doing a good job too. Like they'll ask Tim Walz a question, but then they'll ask Vance a similar question that puts him on the same kind of hot seat. And it's not
the moderators were point. Oh my god, yeah.
I love when they cut Vance's mic. It's like he was filibustering. He was just filibustering a little bit there.
I'm
No, I
honestly,
mean, oh, that's what it is. They're cutting the mic because it seemed like they were just stopping. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, I missed that.
They had asked him for like he spoke for like a whole minute after they asked him to stop, and I'm guessing one of the network people came in and said, "Okay, he's talking too long."
I think that they're
I
both.
guess that's a different way of looking at it, that they're at least being civil.
Yeah, it's actually refreshing. It's nice actually, because it's like
Very.
I get to hear what Vance says, and it's like, you know what? I want to hear what Vance has to say in response to that. And then I want to hear what Vance has to say in response to that. Like, I'm not like, I don't have anything hateful or nasty to even say about Walz. Anything just deplorable. I ain't got nothing for you.
Everybody already knew that he wasn't a lightweight on the debate stage.
I mean, I think that this is pretty awesome. I'm not gonna lie. I'm actually really enjoying this. This is like way better than Kamala and Trump.
I think Kamala would have been more civil if she wasn't up against Trump.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna lie.
I don't know, Melanie. Either you're civil or you're not.
We're back.
Welcome back to the CBS News vice presidential debate. We want to turn now to America's gun violence epidemic. The leading cause of death for children and teens in America is by firearms. Senator Vance, you oppose most gun legislation that Democrats claim would curb gun violence. You oppose red flag gun laws and legislation to ban certain semi-automatic rifles, including AR-15s. So let me ask you, earlier this year, for the first time, the parents of a school shooter were convicted of involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Do you think holding parents responsible could curb mass shootings? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, Nora, on that particular case, I don't know the full details, but I certainly trust local law enforcement and local authorities to make those decisions. I think in some cases the answer is going to be yes, and in some cases the answer is going to be no. And the details really matter here, of course. For example, if a kid steals a gun, that's going to be different than if a parent hands over a gun knowing that their kid is potentially dangerous. But look, I want to just sort of speak as a father of 3 beautiful little kids, and our oldest is now in 2nd grade. And like a lot of parents, we send our kids to school with such hope and such joy and such pride at their little faces on the first day of school. And we know, unfortunately, that a lot of kids are going to experience this terrible epidemic of gun violence. And of course, our hearts go out to the families that are affected by this terrible stuff. And we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just, how do we actually do it? Now, here's something that really bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90% in some of the statistics I've seen, of the gun violence in this country is committed with illegally obtained firearms. And while we're on that topic, we know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal guns run by the Mexican drug cartel. So that number, the amount of illegal guns in our country is higher today than it was 3.5 years ago. But what do we do about the schools? What do we do to protect our kids? And I think the answer is, and I say this not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to go to school in a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools. We have to make the doors lock better. We have to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the windows stronger. And of course, we've got to increase school resource officers, because the idea that we can magically wave a wand and take guns out of the hands of bad guys, it just doesn't fit with recent experience. So we've got to make our schools safer.
Yep.
And I think we've got to have
Criminals
some common
will get
sense
guns
bipartisan
anyway.
solutions for how to do that.
Governor, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is just your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and he witnessed a shooting at a community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you. As a member of Congress, I sat in my office surrounded by dozens of the Sandy Hook parents, and they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall. Their 7-year-old were dead, and they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is. We understand that the Second Amendment is there, but our first responsibility is to our kids to figure this out. In Minnesota, we've enacted enhanced red flag laws, enhanced background checks, and we can start to get data. But here's the problem. if we really want to solve this, we've got folks that won't allow research to be even done on gun violence. And this idea that we should just live with it, and here's what I do think, that this is a good start to the conversation. I 100% believe that Senator Vance hates it when these kids, it's abhorrent and it breaks your heart. I agree with that. But that's not far enough when we know there are things that work. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't have this happen, even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country. There are reasonable things that we can do to make a difference. It's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the idea to have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense. Kamala Harris, as an attorney general, worked on this issue. She knows that it's there. No one's trying to scaremonger and say we're taking your guns, but I ask all of you out there, do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort? Is that what we have to go? When we know there's countries around the world that their children aren't practicing these types of drills. They're being kids. We owe it to them to get a fix. These are things that shouldn't be that difficult. You can still keep your firearms and we can make a difference. We have to. If you're listening tonight, this breaks your heart.
Senator.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting. I'm sorry about that, and I hope that he's doing okay. Christ have mercy. It is awful. And I appreciate what Tim said actually about Finland, because I do think it illustrates some of the frankly weird differences between our own country's gun violence problem and Finland. Is okay, first of all, we have way higher rates of mental health abuse or mental health substance abuse. We have way higher rates of depression, way higher rates of anxiety. We unfortunately have a mental health crisis in this country that I really do think that we need to get to the root causes of, because I don't think it's the whole reason why we have such a bad gun violence problem, but I do think it's a big piece of it. Another driver of the gun violence epidemic, especially that affecting our kids, it doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence problem in a lot of our big cities. And this is why we have to empower law enforcement to arrest the bad guys, put them away, and take gun offenders off the streets. I think there's a whole host of things that we can do here, but I do think at our schools, we've got to talk about more security.
Senator, thank you. Governor, you previously opposed an assault weapons ban, but only later in your political career did you change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety. I'm of an age where my shotgun was in my car so I could pheasant hunt after football practice. That's not where we live today. And several things I want to mention on this is talking about cities and where it's at. The number one where the most firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural suicides. And we have an epidemic of children getting guns and shooting themselves. And so we have, and we should look at all of the issues, making sure folks have health care and all that, but I want to be very careful. This idea of stigmatizing mental health, just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean you're violent. And I think what we end up doing is we start looking for a scapegoat. Sometimes it just is the guns. It's just the guns. And there are things that you can do about it. But I do think that this is one, and I think this is a healthy conversation. I think there's a capacity to find solutions on this that work, protect Second Amendment, protect our children. That's our priority.
Gentlemen, thank you. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. Let's turn now to the top contributor to inflation, the high cost of housing and rent. There's a shortage of more than 4 million homes in the United States, and that contributes to the high housing prices. Governor Walz, the Harris campaign promises a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and a $10,000 tax credit. They also promise to build 3 million new homes. Where are you building these homes, and won't handing out that kind of money just drive up prices higher?
No, it's not handing out. We have, first, let me say this issue of housing, and I think those of you listening on this, the problem we've had is that we've got a lot of folks that see housing as another commodity. It can be bought up, it can be shifted, it can be moved around. Those are not folks living in those houses. Those of you listening tonight, that house is a big deal. I bought and owned one house in my life. My mom still lives in the house where I was. And when I think of a house, I'm thinking of Christmas services after midnight mass where you go with your family. We need to make it more affordable. And one of the things, as I said, this program that the vice president is pushing forward and bringing a new way of approaching this is something we're doing in Minnesota from that lead. We in the state invested in making sure our housing was the biggest investment that we'd ever made in housing. It starts to make it easier. We cut some of the red tape. Local folks, look, we can't do it at the federal level, but local folks make it easier to build those homes. And then that down payment assistance. I can tell all of you out there, certainly for me, using the GI Bill was one thing, but a veteran's home loan, the big thing about a veteran's home loan is you don't have to pay the down payment. Those are things that make it there. Now, look, you're going to pay it back and you're going to pay your mortgage. Those are things that we know in the long run, the appreciated value, the generational wealth that's created from it. And I will give Minneapolis an example. Minneapolis is the one city where we've seen the lowest inflation rates. We've seen a 12% increase in stock because we've put some of these things in, and we're implementing a state program to make sure we give some of that down payment assistance. We get it back from people because here's what we know. People with stable housing end up with stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to get to school. All of those things in the long run end up saving our money. And that's the thing that I think we should be able to find some common ground in, but we can't blame immigrants for the only reason. That's not the case that's happening in many cities. The fact of the matter is that we don't have enough naturally affordable housing, but we can make sure that the government's there to help kickstart it, create that base.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, as far as your campaign's position, the promise is to seize federal lands to build homes, remove regulation, provide tax breaks, and cut back on immigration, which you say pushes up prices. Where are you going to build all the new homes you're promising? And what part of any of this plan will provide immediate relief? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices, but we do want to blame Kamala Harris for letting in millions of illegal aliens into this country, which does drive up costs, Tim. 25 million illegal aliens competing with Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers of home prices in the country. It's why we have massive increases in home prices that have happened right alongside massive increases in illegal alien populations under Kamala Harris's leadership. Now, Tim just mentioned a bunch of ideas. Now, some of those ideas I actually think are halfway decent, and some of them I disagree with. But the most important thing here is Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. She is the sitting vice president. If she wants to enact all of these policies to make housing more affordable, I invite her to use the office that the American people already gave her, not sit around and campaign and do nothing while Americans find the American dream of homeownership completely unaffordable. Now, you asked, Margaret, what would immediately change the equation for American citizens? If you lower energy prices, as Donald Trump says, drill, baby, drill, one of the biggest drivers of housing costs aside from illegal immigration is, think about it. If a truck driver is paying 40% more for diesel, then the lumber he's delivering to the job site to build the house is also going to become a lot more expensive. If we open up American energy, you will get immediate pricing relief for American citizens, not, by the way, just in housing, but in a whole host of other economic goods too.
Senator Vance, you still have 23 seconds there. Do you want to answer?
Can I have it?
Governor, we will get to you in a moment. But Senator, where are you going to seize the federal lands? Can you clarify?
Well, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't being used for anything. They're not being used for national park. They're not being used, and they could be places where we build a lot of housing. And I do think that we should be opening up building in this country. We have a lot of land that could be used. We have a lot of Americans that need homes. We should be kicking out illegal immigrants who are competing for those homes, and we should be building more homes for the American citizens who deserve to be here.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, I do want to let you respond to the allegation that the vice president is letting in
Well, of course, that's not true. And again, you have the facts. I guess we agreed not to fact check. I'll check it. That, look, crossings are down compared to when Donald Trump left office. But it's, again, blaming and not trying to find the solution. I was going to ask, though, on this question, are we going to drill and build houses in the same federal land? And I think when people hear federal lands, these are really important pieces of land. Now, Minnesota doesn't have a lot of federal lands. I know in the western part of the countries we do. There's not a lot of federal lands in and around Minneapolis, for example. So the issue is I don't understand the federal lands issue unless we see this, and I worry about this as someone who cares deeply about our national parks and our federal lands. Look, Minnesota We protect these things. We've got about 20% of the world's fresh water. These lands protect. They're there for a reason. They belong to all of us. But again, this is when you view housing and you view these things as commodities. Like, there's a chance to make money here. Let's take this federal land and let's sell it to people for that. I think there's better ways to do this. We've seen it in Minnesota. We're able to refurbish some of these houses. We're able to make some investments. That gets people in. And I'm still on the fact on this. Economists, Senator Vance, you said you don't like the economists. Which economists are saying that it is immigrants that's adding to the cost?
Governor,
Where's
your
the study?
time is up. But Senator, on that point, I'd like for you to clarify. There are many contributing factors to high housing costs. What evidence do you have that migrants are part of this problem?
Well, there's a Federal Reserve study that we're happy to share after the debate. We'll put it up on social media, actually, that really drills down on the connection between increased levels of migration, especially illegal immigration, and higher housing prices. Now, of course, Margaret, that's not the entire driver of higher housing prices. It's also the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris. Look, we are a country of builders. We're a country of doers. We're a country of explorers. But we increasingly have a federal administration that makes it harder to develop our resources, makes it harder to build things, and wants to throw people in jail for not doing everything exactly as Kamala Harris says they have to do. And what that means is that you have a lot of people who would love to build homes who aren't able to build homes. I actually agree with Tim Walz. We should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity. But the thing that has most turned housing into a commodity is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be here.
What are the federal regulations? I deal with this as a governor.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry. I get this as a governor, and I don't necessarily disagree with that, that in some cases, many of those are local, many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal, but I think whenever we talk regulations, people think they can get rid of them. I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because the vice president's not responsible for those. Congress writes those.
Governor, thank you. Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. You're passionate about the housing crisis, I can tell. But Nora?
Thank you. One of the top problems facing Americans is the high cost of health care. Senator Vance, at the last presidential debate, former President Trump was asked about replacing the Affordable Care Act. In response, he said, "I have concepts of a plan." Since then, Senator, you've talked about changing how chronically ill Americans get health insurance. Can you explain how that would work? And can you guarantee that Americans with pre-existing conditions won't pay more? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, of course, we're going to cover Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, a lot of my family members have gotten health care. I believe, members of my family actually got private health insurance, at least for the first time, switched off of Medicaid onto private insurance for the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I think that, a lot of people have criticized this concepts of a plan remark. I think it's very simple common sense. I think as Tim Walz knows from 12 years in Congress, you're not going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore everybody to tears, and it wouldn't actually mean anything because part of this is the give and take of bipartisan negotiation. Now, when Donald Trump was actually president, and again, he has a record to be proud of, prescription drugs fell in 2018 for the first time in a very long time. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, prescription drugs are up about 7%. Under Donald Trump's entire 4 years, they were up about 1.5%. He introduced pricing transparency. Think about healthcare. You go into a hospital, you try to buy something, and nobody knows what it actually costs. That price transparency will actually give American consumers a little bit more choice and will also drive down costs. And we talked about, the reinsurance regulations is what I was talking about. Look, Donald Trump has said that if we allow states to experiment a little bit on how to cover both the chronically ill, but the non-chronically ill, it's not just a plan. He actually implemented some of these regulations when he was president of the United States. And I think you can make a really good argument that it salvaged Obamacare, which was doing disastrously until Donald Trump came along. And I think it's an important point about President Trump. Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done. But when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and healthcare costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care. It's not perfect, of course, and there's so much more that we can do, but I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to put in place some better healthcare policies. He's earned it because he did it successfully the first time.
Governor?
All right, here's where being an old guy gives you some history. I was there at the creation of the ACA. And the reason it was so important is I come from a major healthcare state, home of the Mayo Clinic, home to Medical Alley, 3M, Medtronic, all of those. We understand healthcare. It's why we're ranked first on affordability and accessibility and quality of healthcare. And so what I know is under Kamala Harris, more people are covered than they have before. And those of you listening, this is critical to you. Now, Donald Trump all of a sudden wants to go back and remember this. He ran on the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare. On day one, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the ACA. He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. And he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill. Now, fast forward, what that means to you is you lose your pre-existing conditions. If you're sitting at home and you got asthma, too bad. If you're a woman, probably not. Broke your foot during football, might kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated drug prices for the first time with Medicare. We have 10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that'll be there. But look, this issue, and when Donald Trump said, I've got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. But what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept, because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this as simple as possible because I have done this for a long time. What they're saying is, if you're healthy, why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure, because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They figure they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Governor, thank you. Senator, you have not yet explained how you would protect people with pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Well, look, we currently have laws and regulations in place right now that protect people with pre-existing conditions. We want to keep those regulations in place, but we also want to make the health insurance marketplace function a little bit better. Now, what Governor Walz just said is actually not true. A lot of what happened, and the reason that Obamacare was crushing under its own weight, is that a lot of young and healthy people were leaving the exchanges. Donald Trump actually helped address that problem, and he did so in a way that preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions. But again, something that these guys do is they make a lot of claims about if Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue. But in reality, Donald Trump was president. Inflation was low. Take-home pay was higher, and he saved the very program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing and would have collapsed absent his leadership. He did his job, which is govern in a bipartisan way and get results, not just complain about problems, but actually solve them.
Governor, did enrollment under the Affordable Care Act go up under the Trump administration?
It's higher now that we've seen it go up. Look, people are using it. The system works. And the question about this of young people or whatever, that's the individual mandate piece of this. And Republicans fought tooth and nail saying, well, Americans should be free to do this. Well, then what happens is—
So you think the individual mandate's a good idea?
You shrink. I think the idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover everyone, that's the only way insurance works. When it doesn't, it collapses. You are asking pre-ACA where we get people out. Look, people know that they need to be on health care. People expect it to be there. And when we are able to make it, and we are making it this way, when we incentivize people to be in the market, when we help people who might not be able to afford it get there, and we make sure then when you get sick and old, it's there for you. Because I heard people say, well, I don't want to buy into Medicare or whatever. Good luck buying health care once you get past 70. So look, the ACA works. We can continue to do better. Kamala Harris did that. The way she made everything better was negotiating those 10 drugs on Medicare for the first time in American history.
Thank you. Margaret?
Can I address that?
I apologize. We're out of time. We have a number of subjects to discuss. Margaret?
Let's talk about families in America. There is a child care crisis in this country, and the United States is one of the very few developed countries in the world without a national paid leave program for new parents. Governor Walz, you said that if Democrats win both the White House and Congress, this is a day one priority for you. How long should employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's negotiable, and that's what Congress worked. But here's what the deal is. Americans sitting out there right now, you may work for a big company. Look, we're home in Minnesota to some of the largest Fortune 500 companies. Kamala Harris knows that in California. Those companies provide paid family and medical leave. One is, I think they're moral and they think it's a good thing, but it also keeps their employees healthy. We in Minnesota passed a paid family and medical leave. You have a child, and I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child off to a better start, the family works better, they stay in their employers, we get more consistency in that. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We implemented it in Minnesota and we see growth. That's how you become a pro-business state. But the negotiations on it, and here's the issue, those big companies are able to offer it. Those of you out there who don't have it, just imagine what happens if you get cancer or your child gets sick. We know what happens. You end up staying home. In some cases, that means no paycheck because you've got no protection on that. This is the case of an economy that Donald Trump has set for the wealthiest amongst us. He's willing to give those tax breaks to the wealthiest. He's willing to say, bust those unions up, do whatever. What we're saying is the economy works best when it works for all of us. And so a paid family medical leave program, and I will tell you, go to the families or go to the businesses and ask them. As far as childcare on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take either our children or our parents to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this. We were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this. A federal program of paid family and medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, do you support a national paid leave program? And if so, for how long should employers be mandated to pay their employees while they are home taking care of their newborn? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, first of all, Margaret, a number of my Republican colleagues and some Democrats, too, have worked on this issue. And I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean, look, I speak from this very personally because I'm married to a beautiful woman who is an incredible mother to our 3 beautiful kids, but is also a very, very brilliant corporate litigator. And I'm so proud of her. But being a working mom, even for somebody with all of the advantages of my wife, is extraordinarily difficult. And it's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid family leave because she worked for a bigger company. But the cultural pressure on young families and especially young women, I think makes it really hard for people to choose the family model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like to spend longer at home with the kids. We should have a family care model that makes choice possible. And I think this is a very important substantive difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's approach. I mean, look, if you look at the federal programs that we have that support paid family leave right now, the Community Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant program that spends a lot of money from the federal government. These programs only go to one kind of childcare model. Let's say you'd like your church maybe to help you out with childcare. Maybe you live in a rural area or an urban area and you'd like to get together with families in your neighborhood to provide childcare in the way that makes the most sense. You don't get access to any of these federal monies. We want to promote choice in how we deliver family care and how we promote childcare because, look, it is unacceptable. And, you know, of course, Tim and I have been on the campaign trail a lot the past 7 or 8 weeks. And one of the biggest complaints I hear from young families is people who feel like they don't have options, like they're choosing between going to work or taking care for their kids. That is an incredible burden to put on American families. We're the only country that does it. I think we could do a heck of a lot better.
Senator, thank you. You have also said, Senator Vance, many things about the American family. The Federal Reserve says parents will spend nearly as much on childcare as they do on housing each month. So I want to get your thoughts on this. President Trump recently said, as much as childcare is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking in. Is President Trump committed to the $5,000 per child tax credit that you have described? You have 1 minute.
Well, what President Trump said, Margaret, I just want to defend my running mate here a little bit, is that we're going to be taking in a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas and penalizing countries who employ slave laborers and then ship their products back into our country and undercut the wages of American workers. It's the heart of the Donald Trump economic plan. Cut taxes for American workers and American families, cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States of America, but penalize companies and countries that are shipping jobs overseas. That's the heart of the economic proposal. And I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, childcare options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
Can you clarify how that will solve the child care shortage?
Well, because as Tim said, a lot of the child care shortage is we just don't have enough resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options. And we're going to have to, unfortunately, look, we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to induce more people to want to provide child care options for American families, because the reason it's so expensive right now is because you've got way too few people providing this very essential service.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, your ticket also has some child care tax credit proposals. Do you think Congress will agree to the $6,000 credit for newborns and $3,000 credit for children over the age of 6, as your campaign has promised? Is that realistic?
Well, if these members of Congress are listening to anybody, I can tell you, and this is the biggest issue. Everybody listening tonight knows. I mean, I'm sure they were shocked to hear it's not that expensive. And let's be clear, whether it's $5,000 or $6,000, that pays you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. It's because we got out of an imbalance on this. We thought we were going to get by not paying people. I don't think Senator Vance and I are that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarships types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is, the question you asked is, you're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another $4,000 on the family and taking less. So not only do they not get the money to pay for that, they're $4,000 in the hole. That's Wharton School. That's his alma mater. And so I think the issue here is, those members of Congress, I can't believe they're not. When I go to businesses, sure, they'll talk about taxes sometime, but they will lead with childcare and they will lead with housing, because we know the problem is, especially in a state like Minnesota, we need more workers because our economy's growing, but we need the workforce.
Governor, thank you. We need to move on. Nora?
Let's talk about the state of democracy, the top issue for Americans after the economy and inflation. After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign and others filed 62 lawsuits contesting the results. Judges, including those appointed by President Trump and other Republican presidents, looked at the evidence and said there was no widespread fraud. The governors of every state in the nation, Republicans and Democrats, certified the 2020 election results and sent a legal slate of electors to Congress for January 6th. Senator Vance, you have said you would not have certified the last presidential election and would have asked the states to submit alternative electors. That has been called unconstitutional and illegal. Would you again seek to challenge this year's election results, even if every governor certifies the results? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies, make housing affordable, make groceries affordable, and that's what we're focused on. But I want to answer your question because you did ask it. Look, what President Trump has said is that there were problems in 2020, and my own belief is that we should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully in the public square, and that's all I've said, and that's all that Donald Trump has said. Remember, he said that on January the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened? Joe Biden became the president, Donald Trump left the White House, and now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the negative policies that have come from the Harris-Biden administration. I believe that we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country, but unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to talk about. It is the threat of censorship. It's Americans casting aside lifelong friendships because of disagreements over politics. It's big technology companies silencing their fellow citizens. And it's Kamala Harris saying that rather than debate and persuade her fellow Americans, she'd like to censor people who engage in misinformation. I think that is a much bigger threat to democracy than anything that we've seen in this country in the last 4 years, in the last 40 years. Now, I'm really proud, especially given that I was raised by two lifelong blue-collar Democrats, to have the endorsement of Bobby Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, lifelong leaders in the Democratic coalition. And of course, they don't agree with me and Donald Trump on every issue. We don't have to agree on every issue, but we're united behind a basic American First Amendment principle that we ought to debate our differences. We ought to argue about them. We ought to try to persuade our fellow Americans. Kamala Harris is engaged in censorship at an industrial scale. She did it during COVID. She's done it over a number of other issues. And that, to me, is a much bigger threat to democracy than what Donald Trump said when he said that protesters should peacefully protest on January the 6th.
Governor?
Well, I've enjoyed tonight's debate, and I think there was a lot of commonality here. And I'm sympathetic to misspeaking on things, and I think I might have with the senator.
Me too, man.
There's one though that this one is troubling to me, and I say that because I think we need to tell the story. Donald Trump refused to acknowledge this, and the fact is that I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go up. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said he didn't. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day. Some with the American flag, several later died. And it wasn't just in there. In Minnesota, a group gathered on the state capitol grounds in St. Paul and said, we're marching to the governor's residence and there may be casualties. The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police. That issue and Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, hang Mike Pence. Mike Pence made the right decision. So, Senator, it was adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with kids long enough to know, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win. That's what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that imprisoning your political opponents, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this. And a president's words matter. A president's words matter. People hear that. So I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history that a president or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. And here we are 4 years later in the same boat. I will tell you this, that when this is over, we need to shake hands this election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing our country apart.
Margaret?
Senator Vance, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, look, Tim, first of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years in this country. We are going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections. Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time. And if we want to say that we need to respect the results of the election, I'm on board. But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
Governor.
January 6th was not Facebook ads. And I think a revisionist history on this. Look, I don't understand how we got to this point. But the issue was that happened. Donald Trump can do it. And all of us say there's no place for this. It has massive repercussions. This idea that there's censorship to stop people from threatening to kill someone, threatening to do something, that's not censorship. Censorship is book banning. We've seen that. We've seen that brought up. I just think for everyone tonight, and I'm going to thank Senator Vance. I think this is the conversation they want to hear. And I think there's a lot of agreement. But this is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020. We've talked about it. I'm happy to talk about it further. But you guys attack us for not believing in democracy. The most sacred right under the United States democracy is the First Amendment. You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the power of government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers shouldn't wear masks.
Senator, the governor does have the floor.
Fire in a crowded theater. That is criticizing the policies of the government, which is the right of every American.
Senator, the governor does have the floor for 1 minute to respond to you.
Yeah. Well, I don't run Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again, and this, I'm pretty shocked by this. He lost the election. This is not a debate. It's not anything anywhere other than in Donald Trump's world. Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to certify that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage. What I'm concerned about is, where is the firewall with Donald Trump? Where is the firewall if he knows he could do anything, including taking an election, and his vice president's not going to stand to it? That's what we're asking you, America. Will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that, because of course that's what we would do. So America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Governor, your time is up. Thank you, gentlemen. We will be right back with both of our candidates. The CBS News vice presidential debate continues.
Damn, it really seems like JD didn't like admitting Trump lost.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team. Nate has one of the
Doesn't matter
quickest
what he
minds I've
likes,
ever
if
seen.
Trump wouldn't like it.
Do you think he would admit it? Because it sounded like from past things.
What's that, Stanley?
No, I think he doesn't admit it because Donald Trump is watching.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. He was anti-Trump for the longest time, so.
Doesn't matter now. None of that shit
history
matters.
Never matters.
Especially when it works against you.
So they're trying to sump up.
That's not a difficult thing to get stumped on, or an easy thing to get stumped on. Like, yeah, my opponent lost. My running mate lost the election.
Look at that.
Popular vote.
Crazy.
Good ass debate, bro. This is like one of the best debates. Like, this is really, really good, man. This is good for America. Probably open up some people's ears to know, get a better assessment of the policies of these both candidates and their presidents.
How's it going, sister? My name's Jeremy. I'm on the Urban Landlord with John Galt.
Ah!
I just wanted to say hashtag George Floyd.
Oh.
Hashtag, I can't breathe. Hashtag never forget.
Mama! Mama!
Oh, man.
I'm just want my mama.
Yeah. Her right there.
So, by the way, Portia, I'm keeping a list of what the topics.
Behind Fonnie Willis.
I don't have a picture of your girlfriend. And she is.
Oh no,
with Nathan Wade.
Fonnie thicker than a bowl of oatmeal.
Stacy's my side chick.
Oh, that's how you like to get down, Stanley. I know you was like that.
There's one that weighs like a 50-pound sack of oatmeal right there, laying on the sidewalk. Fortune, poor thing. I gave her $20 and a pack of cigarettes.
You said somebody sleeping on the sidewalk?
Yeah, right there.
Oh.
You don't see? And
Damn,
she pissed all,
The person.
and she pissed all over herself too. Showed the whole world her food tent.
I'll pray for that woman.
Her.
Yeah.
Can you call
trying
like
to-
311 and have somebody do a wellness check with her? Is she alive?
Yeah, they'll show up in like 4 hours or something.
I'll admit he's not wrong here.
Yeah, they'll show up in like when they feel like it.
And by
but
then she'll die.
maybe.
Go take her.
What was everyone's favorite topic?
Oh, sorry.
Metro bus. This Anchorage, y'all.
I really liked when they talked about guns.
Gun.
Child care was pretty important too. I know a lot of people thought about that.
We're back.
I like how they kept talking about the. Oh shoot! Never mind. It's about
Now
to start.
time for the closing statement. Senator Vance won the virtual coin toss and elected to go last. So Governor Walz, you are first. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Senator Vance. Thank you to CBS News. And most importantly, thank you to all of you. If you're still up and the folks who miss Dancing with Our Stars, I appreciate it. But look, the support of the democracy matters. It matters that you're here. And I'm as surprised as anybody of this coalition that Kamala Harris has built, from Bernie Sanders to Dick Cheney to Taylor Swift, and a whole bunch of folks in between there. And they don't all agree on everything, but they are truly optimistic people. They believe in a positive future of this country and one where our politics can be better than it is. And I have to tell you, that better than it is the sense of optimism that there can be an opportunity economy that works for everyone, not just to get by, but to get ahead. And the idea that freedom really means something, not the freedom of government to be in your bedroom or exam room, but the freedom for you to make choices about yourself. Now, look, we all know who Donald Trump is. He's told us, and as Maya Angelou said, believe him when he told you that. His first inaugural address talked about American carnage, and then he spent 4 years trying to maybe do that. Senator Vance tonight made it clear he will stand with Donald Trump's agenda. He will continue to push down that road. Excuse me. Kamala Harris gives us a different option. Now, I'll have to tell you, I'm going to be careful about the quotes, but there's one that Senator Vance said that does resonate with me. He said, Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way. We don't need to be afraid. Franklin Roosevelt was right. All we have to fear is fear itself. Kamala Harris is bringing us a new way forward. She's bringing us a politics of joy. She's bringing real solutions for the middle class, and she's centering you at the heart of that. All the while asking everyone, join this movement, make your voices heard. Let's look for a new day where everybody gets that opportunity and everybody gets a chance to thrive. I humbly ask for your vote on November 5th for Kamala Harris.
Governor Walz, thank you. Senator Vance, your closing statement.
Well, I want to thank Governor Walz, you folks at CBS, and of course the American people for tuning in this evening. And one of the issues we didn't talk about was energy. And I remember when I was being raised by my grandmother, when she didn't have enough money to turn on the heat some nights because Ohio gets pretty cold at night and because money was often very tight. And I believe, as a person who wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult thanks to Kamala Harris's energy policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family. That's gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford to buy a house. You ought to be able to live in safe neighborhoods. You ought to not have your communities flooded with fentanyl. And that too has gotten harder with because of Kamala Harris's policies. Now, I've been in politics long enough to do what Kamala Harris does when she stands before the American people and says that on day one, she's going to work on all these challenges I just listed. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Day one was 1,400 days ago, and her policies have made these problems worse. Now, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world. I meet people on the campaign trail who can't afford food, but have the grace and generosity to ask me how I'm doing and to tell me they're praying for my family. What that has taught me is that we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, the most incredible people anywhere in the world. But they're not going to be able to achieve their full dreams with the broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to live their American dream if we do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this once before and did it well. Please vote for Donald Trump. And whether you vote for me or vote for Tim Walz, I just want to say, I'm so proud to be doing this, and I'm rooting for you. God bless you, and good night.
Senator Vance, thank you. And thank you both for participating in the only vice presidential debate of this election cycle. I'm Margaret Brennan.
And I'm Nora O'Donnell. And a reminder, there are just 35 days until Election Day. Please get out and vote. And for all of us here at CBS News, thank you.
I'm so
and
proud
good
of
night.
us. We so silver. I am so proud of us, man.
That
Wow.
was amazing.
Yeah, it was. I'm proud of us, man, for being so silver.
God bless America.
Yep. And God bless everybody.
Not one of
Chat
them
and the
said
chat.
that in closing. Did you notice?
What was that?
In closing,
can't-
not one of them said God bless America.
Yeah,
Damn,
you get in
for
trouble
real.
for bringing God into this thing.
Oh no, we're doomed. We're fucking doomed. It's over.
It's over for us.
Maybe they know something we don't, huh?
God bless America. It's over for us.
Man.
Yeah, America's about to become Israel.
I actually think this was fairly substantive. There were clear pictures.
God bless America.
I wish Trump and Kamala could have done.
Hey, God bless America.
Why are you harassing her?
Oh Lord, leave her alone, bro.
Damn, dude, what are you?
She's so
what is
passed
on,
out.
man?
Like, why you
Getting
what,
out. I'm just
get
getting
drunk?
exercise.
He paid for it.
Don't
To
make
be
her-
fair, he
don't make
paid
her
around the
$20
block.
in
famous
cigarettes
now.
to be able to harass her.
Don't make her YouTube famous now. Come on.
Get
man.
a steel gallon of water and leave it there.
Is this
Don't
the
even put her
Alaska
on video.
version of
That's
John
messed up.
John
I'm
Galt?
doing good buying my own water.
She's gonna be thirsty when she wakes up out of it.
Man, look at that. Somebody threw up right there. Look at that
Oh,
shit.
Jesus,
Sir.
where are you?
Coming out of all orifices.
He's on the Skid Row,
Skid
Alaska.
Row.
What
Skid
is
Row,
this, like
Alaska.
the Alaska
Skid
version
Row.
of The Wire?
It's a little
He's
nicer
showing us the
upstairs.
tour of a
Moving on
lifetime.
up.
What is this?
Moving on
This
up
looks like
12
the
minutes of the
version of The
project.
Wire. Man.
He's sharing the tour of a lifetime with us.
12-man Jefferson.
How kind of you.
Well, it's pretty cool.
Don't
Can
film
you-
that woman, dude.
Can
Don't,
you go
don't
find
do that.
some prostitutes,
So
American?
sorry for it.
I'm sorry.
It's not showing
I
her
gave
face
her
at least.
$20.
They're called
I mean,
sex
come
workers.
on.
Sex workers.
sex slaves?
The lizard,
No.
lizard, what was it?
Sex workers.
What's the phrase, the term, the lizard what? Lizard,
Oh, lot lizard.
Moving on up. Moving on
Literally.
up. To
Literally.
the top.
Maybe literally.
Hey, Portia. What's up, y'all?
So how does everyone think they did on the discussion about the Middle East?
Almost
don't-
time for my bubble bath.
I want to hear
I
the
felt-
comment.
I felt like they both kind of dodged and fumbled on that one. Like they
I
didn't
will
really wanna
be
get
right
into
back.
specifics.
Okay, Stanley.
Where are you going, Stanley? I didn't say you go anywhere.
I'm
It's
going
it's
to piss on some homeless people.
Oh Jesus Christ! So
Yeah,
answer
we don't
the
exactly
question,
know
Madeline.
that P didn't come from 12th man.
Would have burned her.
No, that's a good point. Like, was it you that did it, 12 man?
Zach says, what the?
Burn like acid.
He black. He black.
The wall going up.
All I did was give her some cigarette and $20. Y'all giving me shit. What the fuck?
We're just
12 man,
playing,
you're a better
12
man than me because I wouldn't give that homeless, good for nothing, lazy. I wouldn't have gave her a damn.
Yeah, same here.
A lot of this
Just
is
me.
alleged, to be clear.
I'm gonna
I
stop
didn't see any of
that
this.
white boy.
That's why I stopped donating. Because
Some people aren't meant to make it, you know?
No,
I'm
no,
gonna
some
stop
people
that
decide
white
to
boy.
Dude, I give like
can't help it.
millions to the homeless people every day.
Like
That's
some
so
people
nice.
want to be homeless.
I can't do it.
Yeah, right.
I need a.
So,
I,
Portia,
If you had millions, you wouldn't be on here.
Portia, I
With all
saw
the
you
government
cheering
help and
on
stuff,
Vance
come
a lot. Did you think he did a good job when he talked about Hurricane Helene?
Yeah, I thought he did a good job when he talked about everything. I said I thought they both did. I thought they both
Okay,
did.
I'm trying to walk us through the topics that they went through in the same order. By the way, because I made the list, but I wasn't. You probably didn't see my chat in YouTube.
So Latino Universal, Mela. I know Stanley stepped away. We can go through, one by one as a panel on each topic and what we thought about what. Let me actually put the timestamp on this on what we thought.
Okay, I'm cool with that. Well, it's my idea.
Universal tone.
Yeah, Fox. Yeah, of course. I want to make sure.
So Melanie or Cosmic Fox, how do you want to be referred to? This is my first time on panel with you. I'm not familiar with you.
Either is fine. People also call me Furby, so that's, I guess, working
Furby.
too.
And then what's your pronouns and gender expression so I don't misgender you?
She, her, and honestly, now I'm thinking about it, I should add that to the instead of smart debater because that's getting old.
Perfect. Thank you. I want to be inclusive.
Fur baby. I just call Melanie fur baby. That's good.
I do not consent. I do not consent.
You're floating on
Got
dangerous
four
territory,
nipple-
man.
He's got 4 nipples and a tail. So.
Hey,
You
we're
always
trying to keep
mention
this a
that.
safe space. We're trying to keep this a safe
I
space.
wonder. Does 12 man think of this in the night?
Oh, he's talking about Fisher.
Oh, he's talking about Melanie and the 4 nipple thing and the tail. He's always mentioning this thing, dude.
Well, I'm just getting information Melanie told me about.
I thought he was talking about the dog.
No, Fisher's still at home. Well,
Yeah, no, I joke that I'm halfway there because I have vestigial nipples, and they're honestly nothing special. They look more like a mole that's like ingrown. So it's
That's what they are. They're moles. They're not nipples.
The joke is that I'm
retard.
halfway to a canine because like they have 6. Most people have 2. 4 is in between 6 and 2.
Yeah, my brother had like something like that, so we always made fun of his third nipple.
Yeah, I have 2 third nipples. That's some math.
So,
Eh?
is this a Latino thing, or are you guys bonding here? Is this the Brown Coalition?
I'm super white, by the way, in case anyone.
Oh, okay. Just making sure I'm getting my demographics together here.
That's not like super straight. That's a point of shame in my career.
Not just white, super white.
The fuck is this?
It's like, yeah, it's the opposite of how like super straights are proud of it. We're like ashamed.
Tonight.
We're not here to talk about your retardism. Okay.
You brought it up.
No, you
That's what I'm
brought it
saying. He's
up.
always bringing it up, dude.
You
We can't
always
start fighting
bring
this
it up.
quickly.
Jules
like
said,
you can
I
stroke
knew a
it while you
guy
take a
in college, 5 nipple Chad. Wow.
Five
So
nipple
who won
chat.
the debate, you guys?
Yeah, I'm done
I
now.
know, I kind of liked it. I liked the way JD Vance looked at Waltz in the eye and calling, yeah, that's right, man. You know,
How does JD?
like I think they're on. I think they're on the same team basically. in a way.
You guys think JD Vance uses LA looks for Joe?
What? Oops.
It was
I
pretty
didn't want
good
to leave
though,
you hanging.
Melon.
I didn't want to
Yeah.
leave you hanging, so I gave you a complimentary, ha ha.
Yeah.
I think
That was a sympathy laugh.
I think
We know blah blah.
Trump and Vance do their hair together.
Oh,
Not in a
is it a
sexual way.
bromance?
No, not. It's just like Trump is a germaphobe, right? And
Right.
it's
Who?
most likely Vance
Who's
has
this
become a
germaphobe?
germaphobe too. So they only trust grooming one another at this point.
Good point.
I'm speculating, of course.
I think it was a nice display of what debates can be.
I thought it was evenly matched. Personally, I'm gonna give you my non-biased opinion.
It wasn't boring as like Kamala and Trump.
It wasn't. Yeah.
I like the way they ended the debate. Like, seemed like they were more on page than off page.
I also think the moderators did a good job.
I wasn't really paying much attention to them, to be honest.
Yeah, they balanced the questions really well.
Yeah. If I didn't have such a disdain for Vance, I would give them both equal footing. But I'm all Tim, man.
I'm casting my
Grandpa
vote.
Coach. I'm all
casting my
Coach
vote
Tim.
I'm
I
casting my
think
vote for
Vance.
Universal.
I think Vance held his end up well. You know what? I actually like him more than I did, before the debate.
I'm gonna vote for Universal Jones. I'm just
He
gonna
did turn, yeah.
I wish he were running for president.
He controlled his rhetoric, that's for sure. Usually he's just off the chain, but he was kind of calm. I can appreciate that.
Yeah, Whoopi Goldberg for president would be good.
No.
That's definitely a reasonable request.
With the way Trump keeps getting
She's definitely black.
assassination attempts, he might very well have that chance. Who knows?
The worst assassination attempts ever.
I know, right?
Horrible people.
Of all the marksmen in all the world. It's not funny, but I'm just saying. It's like, what are they doing?
Wish Russia.
I see you're into coalition building tonight, Mella.
I'm just hanging out with you all. In good faith, hopefully.
Hey, Universal.
Yes, sir.
Your thing about marriage.
Yes.
Basically, lessening or moderating abortions. That kind of interested me.
Oh, yeah. I wasn't referring to abortions, but let's talk about it. Go for it. No, it's all good. Continue your statement, and then I'll just chime in.
Well, no, I was kind of curious. I mean, the thing is that if I don't know that I disagree that having more stable relationships. I mean,
yes,
I actually think you're right, even if accidentally.
Yeah. So I don't think that marriage will curb abortions per se, but I agree. What you're saying is what I do believe. But when in the chat, I was actually talking about women having paid leave, and I was saying that if more women focused on being wives, that wouldn't be as much of a problem because you would almost force the issue to have women be at home with younger children. So if they do end up pregnant, it's not an issue of them going back and forth to work. But I also was stating that given the economic situation that we're in, it's going to be very difficult. So there's trade-offs there. So it's not going to, it's almost impossible for many men to have one, or many families, I should say, have one income to support an entire family. With the average, I think the average income for men is what, $65,000 or something like that. Like that's
for families, I think it's right around 50, isn't it?
yeah, something. I mean, that's even worse. So that's very difficult to live on if you have a family of, let's say, 4. That's not easy to live on that in most places throughout the United States. So that's going to come out with some significant trade-offs. But I do believe that it's possible for families to still have more of that traditional setup. It does come with trade-offs, though. But to your point, to the point you thought I was making, I do think that focusing on healthy relationship dynamics can help reduce abortions, because now you're being more intentional about being with somebody long term if a pregnancy does show up.
Right.
You guys
So
don't
would
think
you
that
be
those-
would you be for? And I really don't know Trump's position on child tax credits and that sort of thing. You know, I had a good experience, you know, with a you know, stay-at-home mother situation. I'd be all for that. Something that you know, I wish, you know, I think economics are the, you know, main reason more women don't stay at home.
Correct. I agree with that.
So,
Yeah, if there was
you
some
know,
sort of
I'm for
incentive.
anything that will that will encourage that sort of, you know, those sort of stable homes.
Yeah, any incentive to encourage stable homes, stable family dynamics, I'm definitely for. I think that there's
same here.
enough evidence and research that shows that children develop better. Doesn't mean that things are going to be perfect, but they do have a better overall development in stable households.
You guys wouldn't agree if, let's say there's a company or a job that gives you 2 months maternity leave for a woman, let's say, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's way too
Why wouldn't the government subsidize the other 4 months, right? Because I mean, they do waste money on a whole bunch of other stuff. So why not help a mother be there for her kid for the first 6 months of that kid's life? You know,
It's not good for business.
I get that, but I mean, we already incentivize other crap. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. If we're going to put money into making
Yeah,
sure
why
that
not
people who struggle
family?
with substance abuse get clean needles, why not invest money into healthier family upbringing and baby development? I get that.
What I would propose is to increase the earned income child tax credit for people that have children, and also instead of giving you a penalty for being married filing jointly, I would probably propose give them also a refundable tax credit as well for being
I
married.
agree. Absolutely. That would be an incentive for some people to stay married, actually. I would agree.
So they mentioned in the debate panel, and sorry to shift the topic. Like I said, I really like talking about guns. That guns are currently the leading cause of death among youth in America. Do we want to talk about, like, is that a way to help families, and in particular to protect kids, is to get more guns off the streets?
Guns don't kill people. Husbands that come home early do. The gun just happened to be the method that was used.
Yeah, I can't agree. Like, I don't know, man. In the Dominican Republic, everybody has guns, and the people that don't have a license to carry, they do their time, and we don't bitch and complain about it. Like over here, I get that, you know, these crazy kids might go in school and shoot it up and stuff, but like that's not the gun's fault. That's the kid's fault that did that. And if we want to go deeper into it and blame the parents, then fine, we could investigate that and do that. But most of these crimes in Chicago and all these cities that shoot up other people, it's usually by people that don't have license to carry anyway. So we just going to make regulations for what then? Like, does that really change anything?
I don't think it's so much.
Melanie,
Go ahead.
Melanie, real quick. I'm sorry. And it's nice to meet you, by the way. I think you were on the panel once before when I was on. I was you once. I believed in what I thought was common sense gun reform, and then I got robbed at gunpoint. And the fact that I couldn't have a weapon on me at the place where I was robbed at, that was the most. It was like I was naked, and I had no choice but to cede my will to somebody else at the end of a gun. And I swore I would never let that happen to myself again.
They're trying to get rid of banning pepper spray and stuff and giving people.
Okay.
Yeah, that's crazy. I just saw that today.
So I guess I'll respond to Juan first. Generally speaking, it's my belief that you're not safer in a shootout. So if you would have grabbed for your gun, the person could have easily shot you when you grabbed for your gun. It's not necessarily better to have a gun unless you can draw at the same time, and then. It's
That's
not just
true, but let me interrupt you real quick. You're right, but the difference is there's a 50% chance. You're right. I might still get shot, but you know what? There's also an equal chance that he will also get shot.
Am I fair to assume that you didn't get shot though because you didn't have a gun?
Again, that assumption you don't want on you when you're in the middle of that event, and. You know, for everybody in the panel and for those of you in the chat, I would not wish that on my worst enemy, because at that point, I'm not trying to defend myself. I'm doing everything that I can to survive, and I'm literally at that guy's mercy. Now, when he yelled in Spanish, "Salte para acá, salte de ahí," which basically means "get the hell out of here," and I'm walking, he still could have shot me in the back.
Can I ask you
I was
something?
completely powerless.
I genuinely don't know this, and it actually just occurred. Like, I've done a lot of gun prep for debates. I'm not going to say research, and so I do know quite a bit. But do people train normally, like normal gun owners train for like to quick draw and turn a safety off at the same time? Because like I do think that if we're going to have open carry or even concealed carry, you have to have that safety on.
There are
Quick draw and turning the safety off. We have tactical training, and I've taken tactical courses in South Texas. And there are other training classes that they have at the gun ranges here in Texas, at least. But, you know, something that's going to be very difficult to do when seconds matter, nobody's going to learn that. Let's just be honest.
Right.
Yeah. And that's just like, for me, that's why it seems implausible that maybe in like a mugging situation, it's not actually going to help to have a gun, because nobody's going to be most people, are not going to be quick enough to draw and actually shoot the person before they get shot.
But the probability drops to 50% or less versus the 90% where, again, my power is completely seated. The moment that gun went to the back of my head, and the moment se cortó cartucho, which is basically another way of saying he cocked the pistol, and the moment I heard te voy a matar a la verga, which basically means I'm going to effing kill you in the Mexican Spanish slang, you know, again, you might be right. I might have been dead, but there's a chance that I would have been able to pull out my gun. He may have been surprised, and I would have been able to shoot him.
Okay, I'll grant you
that's the difference.
There, but I disagree that you would have had a 90% being shot, because I think most muggers just want to mug you and not get like punched in the face and stuff, right? So they're trying to intimidate you.
You don't want to be in that situation.
When a gun's drawn, it doesn't matter. And if you're gonna pull your weapon out,
we can agree that most muggings,
you better use it.
Most muggings don't end in someone being shot. Like if the person gets what they want, which is an awful situation, let's be real. But if they get what they want, they don't have a reason to shoot you anymore unless they're homicidal.
I'm not taking that chance.
So
personally,
in general, though, we see that gun ownership, and this is just research and researcher opinion, that gun ownership leads to a less safe household. It's less safe for the gun owner themselves. Even they're more likely to get shot because they own a gun, and that communities are less safe proportionally to how many guns are in that community. So what kind of data would you need to see to show that guns really aren't as safe as the gun companies market us they are?
I don't need data. The Second Amendment is my the Second Amendment's all the data that I need to that basically says I have the right to bear arms, and I'm going to do so. Again, I was you once. I was you once.
I think you give me too much room to say, well, you're the reason that kids in America are being shot, because you have this I'm entitled to ownership, but you don't have enough conscientiousness to understand how this happens and how we need to prevent it. I think one of the worst possible ways that this can happen is through open and concealed carry, because that that actually brings the guns into the community, creates situations where kids can access them that are even more numerous than the household, and it's even less safe.
Well,
you don't want to be in that position to figure that out when there's a gun at the back of your head. Did I do something wrong? Because every time I log on, Porsche logs off. If I offended you, I'm very sorry. Oh,
I got mentioned for a while. I'm just kidding. I think it's just coincidence.
Well, no, she's been working all day and doing being Porsche's hard work. So she's probably tired.
Yeah, she's one of the brightest people that I've had an opportunity to meet. Speaking of which, Stanley, I sent Portia and 12th Man I sent both of them the Eric Adams indictment that I was talking to you about last night.
Oh yeah,
so that they can.
Send it to me
Yo,
too.
Juan, I actually been waiting for you to get on all day. So
I have work to do today. I'm sorry. Today was busy.
I just got off of work. I just got off of work too, so we're on the same boat. What I was gonna tell you. So the situation with the shipping, yeah, it's gotten worse now. So now they're all protesting, and they're all from where is it? From Boston all the way down to Texas.
Well, that was already the plan. It was all of the major ports on the East Coast, and then of course New Orleans, Mobile, and Houston. But Brownsville, it's still business as usual. But what I am noticing again, like I mentioned last night, is that those truck lanes, because a lot of those ships are being rerouted to international destinations as well as the West Coast. So the port of Matamoros is going to be extremely busy. The port of Veracruz, forget it. But those truck lanes where I live at the Veterans Gateway Bridge and the bridge connecting Reynosa with McAllen, Texas, and the Free Trade Bridge, the NAFTA bridge connecting Nueva Laredo with Laredo, Lord, those traffic lines are going to be jammed for up to 2 hours.
Well, let me
Have they
explain
started
something
yet?
to you guys. Hold on, relax. Let me explain something to you guys, right? If you don't know how distribution centers work, then you're not going to know who's going to be impacted. And so you have to know how your distribution centers work.
Know how they work.
I'm seeing evidence that this has started. It started like 3
Right.
hours ago.
And so your distribution centers serve different areas. And there's not 3 and 4 and 5 distribution centers in one state and area. It doesn't work like that unless you're talking about like some of them tiny ones. But for your big box stores, they have one distribution center that service different states.
You're absolutely right. Like I'll use the Home Depot where I used to work as an example. For the American Standard brand of faucets and the Delta and Kohler faucets that were sold at the Home Depot, as well as your Behr and Glidden paints, those particular paint mixes, as well as those faucets, are shipped from Mexico to a hub in Arkansas, but they have to go through the port of New Orleans to even get to the store that I worked at. So Home Depot for the entire deep South and Southeast region, they're screwed. I believe
Right,
Lowe's
and that's
as
what
well.
I'm saying. So you have to understand how your distribution centers work. And once your distribution center is impacted, then you know why. Like when you talked about when we talk about the stuff coming off the ships, that stuff is not going directly to your stores. That's stuff
they go to hubs.
coming off the ships, and they're going to the distribution center. And so the
they go to the
impact
hubs.
is going to be much greater than people understand. Because these are things that are going to your distribution center to be doled out to your stores based on that area's needs.
Well, we'll see what happens within a week. I know that I don't depend on the Home Depot.
It's
for that
already
much
happening,
stuff.
Juan. It's already happening.
Oh, okay. What I'm worried about more than anything are your
distribution centers. If you know something's coming up, a lot of times you can plan for X amount of time.
I mean, it sounds good, Stanley, but it's
Well,
not
hold on.
So
not as simple as that.
I just looked at Flight Radar, by the way. I'm already seeing a huge. Sorry.
In my previous life, I've literally run distribution centers. So, I mean,
Right, I hear you, but it's not as simple as you want to make it believe.
Actually that simple.
I hear you,
I'm
Stanley.
literally telling you I've managed distribution
Yeah,
centers.
I hear you, Stanley. It's not that simple.
It is that simple.
Oh,
You know
okay,
something
Stanley, if
coming
you
up,
say so.
You know something. Oh, I have literally run them.
Okay, Stanley, if you say so.
We can agree that if the ships can't offload, though, there is going to be a lot of stock that they can't get access to, right?
Well, I mean, you plan.
The one thing that Stanley doesn't
once the
understand
ships
is
are in
that
the water, you can't plan for that
distribution
anymore.
centers
Once you
are
sent the
very
ship-
different
Stanley,
from
can I please have a
storage
moment?
centers.
Yeah, can I
That's
please
the
ask
thing.
Stanley something? Stanley, once you sent the ships out, there's no way to plan around that.
One of those rare times. If you know something could happen, you plan for it. Now you can't plan for months at a time, but if you plan for it.
But once the ships are out in the water, you can't, the only thing you can really
Correct.
do is send them back. And I think that that's going to be the issue, is that there's so many ships always headed
So
towards America. that there's
nothing's
going to be-
being sent back. That's
It's
not going to happen.
It's going to sit there in the water until it's done.
At the distribution center level, they don't do the ordering; they do the receiving and the shipping.
That's it. Receiving and shipping. They don't do storing. They do receiving and shipping.
It depends on the distribution center. Here in Ontario,
They do.
Import
They do both in
distribution
some
centers,
places.
like a
Excuse me.
million square foot distribution center. Sure, we store stuff. Now,
Portia,
you
I
don't
put a
store
Yeah,
video
very
in the
little.
back that gives
You
Very
So I do
little.
something called urban
No,
exploring, by the
that's
way.
What are you talking about right now?
I do something called urban exploring. I've gotten into places that are distribution centers for like McCormick Spices, which is like everywhere here in Ontario
I'm
or
talking
everywhere
big
here in North
boxes.
America.
I
And
use that.
you can see this. You can see how much they store. It's easily like quite a few months worth of stock.
Yeah, McCormick Spices. Do you know how small those jars are? So yes, they are capable of storing lots. When you're talking about pots and pans and bathroom stuff and all of that,
Right.
you know how much room do you need to store that?
Well,
to
it's
be
actually the
able
line that we
to
see.
be able to ship out to be
Consumables are stored
to be
locally
able
more
to ship out to several states on a daily basis. Like you
Yeah.
people just babble. You don't know what you're talking about.
The difference is what you just said is a non-consumable item. Mostly when things are consumable, they tend to make that distribution more and storage more local and combined, because you want to make sure that that things don't go bad when they're further up the chain.
Yeah, and
You wanna
also
get them to the
size
source as soon as
matters.
possible.
A McCormick Spice is like 2 inches. How many
they
boxes can you store when you have 36 of them by 2 inches
consumables,
high?
Things that factories consume that are in huge bulk quantities are also stored the same way.
Yeah, here's the thing. It's not about being stored the same way. It's about size and quantity. Again, if you have a box that only needs to be 4 inches height and 12 inches in width, how many of those can you store when you have a box that's 3 foot in height and 2 foot in width? Like, I mean, is this not common sense to you people?
Maybe if you're running a truck, but when you're running a distribution
Right.
center,
Oh
make
my
it
God,
big
these
enough
people
to
don't get it. This is why I said, but you know,
handle
you people think these people are smart.
capacity. When it's
Like
big
these
enough to
people have
handle
never done it.
capacity.
They've never been in it. They just babble based on
What
how
are you
they
doing? You're not
feel.
even letting me talk.
They just babble based on how they feel.
Yep, I'm the one babbling. Sure.
Yes, you are. You're babbling.
Uh-huh.
Let's talk about the knife violence in Canada, since you're concerned about guns.
I haven't seen any here recently.
Well, I just looked up the numbers. It seems pretty rampant.
Rampant.
The same thing in London.
In the UK, yeah.
Yeah, these people with their knife violence, but they want to tell
According
you
to
about
who?
your guns.
According to who?
Fuck
But
outta here.
Stanley, real quick, I just posted my email in the back chat. Many of you guys in the panel, you guys are more than welcome to email me, and I'll send you the Eric Adams indictment so that you guys can read it.
I went ahead and just downloaded the PDF.
Oh, you did get the indictment?
Yeah.
So then,
I just Googled for it.
oh, okay. But here I am using my Pacer account to get it.
Well, no, the Department
Living
of
on the
Justice,
wild side, Juan. Living on the
Department of
wild side.
Justice has it posted.
So Eric Adams is
Yeah.
being indicted.
Oh, he's
Yeah.
toast. I read the indictment, like I mentioned last night, without going into too much detail like I did last night, but he's toast. They got his ass dead to rights.
Juan, thank you.
Juan, you can
Thank you. Let me say thank you,
send me
Juan.
that, you can email that to me. I'd like to, I'd like to read it.
Thank you, Juan.
Portia, actually, I did. I emailed it to you this morning.
Oh, you did?
Chocolate City.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I emailed you and I texted you this morning that I had emailed it to you, and I also emailed 12 Man.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, Juan, I got it this morning. I was up on the roof. I'm like, oh shit. Thank you.
He got
Well,
gold
when I read
bars
those,
and all that too.
when I read the conversations that he had with the Turkish Airlines, I'm like, oh shit, you big dummy. Like,
He's gonna be next to Diddy.
dude, and it's the Southern District of New York. He is screwed.
Gonna be
That
next to
district
Diddy.
doesn't play.
They're gonna send his ass to Rutgers.
I don't know if he's going to jail.
So we saw both candidates get really heated about.
You think
how-
he's going to jail, Juan?
Go to jail.
I don't think he's going to jail. He is going to jail. The crime that he was charged with, American Man, has a mandatory minimum of 60 months. He's going to prison.
Well, here's the thing, though. 60 months. And that's 4 years. Well, 4 or 5 years. I mean, that.
5 years.
5 years.
It's 5 years, right?
And we
That's
still
5
get
years.
to see if
I
there's
mean,
going to be a mistrial. There could be mistrials.
I mean, like,
I'm very
you know,
stuff like that. So we can't actually say for certain.
oh my God! Stop talking on American politics. Well,
This is
for
your
the
privilege,
most part,
thing is
for one
for the
thing. And
for
where
the
was the
most
lie?
part-
Where was the lie?
for the most part, Juan,
Exactly.
right? For the most part, Juan, he's not a prior felon. He is ingratiated within the system, so I don't know that the man's going to serve any time.
Well, yeah, and he's a prior cop, and he's also a sitting mayor.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know that he's going to serve any time.
Well,
I think he'll
Juan
be
did say
found
mandatory
convicted.
minimum, though. I mean, how does that work? I mean, there's no way around a mandatory minimum, Juan. Could he plead out? Juan?
Can he actually? That's a good question.
Yeah, Juan will be back, I'm sure. I'm guessing, if he's facing a mandatory minimum and things kind of, going against him, I'm guessing he'll plead out. If that's possible. I don't know this. Juan would have to answer that.
Well, I'm not gonna plead out. That simple.
Oh, there he goes.
Well, I'm wondering what would the plea charges be?
My name is Eric Adams.
Will they be the same?
Well, I mean, you know how they, sometimes they'll let you plead guilty and they'll do reduced charges. But again,
Right, that's what I'm saying. What would the plea charges be?
I'm just stabbing in the dark.
Nobody's gonna know
man.
that. Like only the DA who's trying to prosecute him will know that.
I'm stabbing in the dark, literally.
No, I get that, Stanley. I'm just wondering, if they got him dead to rights and the the mandatory minimum is 5 years. I mean, what?
It's racism, bro.
Well, that's
Jay Boogie says he would need to qualify for a downward departure to evade a mandatory minimum. Again, Jay Boogie, come up and explain it, because I don't even know what a downward departure is. You mean resign from office? Is that what you mean?
Let's have a look. So it's a downward departure.
Okay, so the judge imposes it. I think it means the judge needs to be involved as well and agreeing to it.
Oh yeah, anytime there's any sort of plea sort of thing, the judge has to approve it.
Right, but I'm guessing there's different proceedings involved.
Are you pulling up the information for us, Portia, so we can all have a look, please?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm doing.
Thank you.
He partied with Diddy, I heard.
Oh yeah, they have a really good relationship.
Mm-hmm. It's zesty ass.
You motherfuckers are assholes. It's that
Oh,
the
okay.
ass.
Maybe G says a lesser charge. If there's a lesser charge, they can.
Well, I mean, there's always a lesser charge.
Yeah, we're just gonna go with that. So I'm just because I'm reading some of this and it's like, I don't speak law, so
I'm reading a common reason includes a situation where the defendant offered substantial assistance to the government in the criminal investigation of a crime, but there are many different reasons that a judge could do it. It's an extensive list, apparently.
It says a downward departure sentence in New York is when a judge imposes a sentence that is lower than the minimum sentence recommended by the sentencing guidelines. What it can mean? A downward departure.
This is federal, though. It's not New York. It's federal.
Oh, he is on Fed charges. Okay. Let's
Interesting.
Federal.
I mean, it would make sense.
I posted a link in chat, by the way, that goes over that.
Thank you.
Well, it makes sense that it would be federal.
And thank you, Fox.
Well, do you know who has higher plead out charges than the feds? Who has a higher plead out rate than the feds?
Who's that?
Take a guess. Take one guess.
Trump.
The NYPD. You can go look this up. They have higher plead out rates than the feds.
I'm personally not surprised.
Well, he's not NYPD technically.
Well, no. I'm just saying, like, the NYPD has a higher plead out rate than the feds. That's insanity.
Blue Lives Matter.
I'm gonna read some a little bit of this that Fox shared, and thank you. It says, as discussed in our general article on federal sentencing guidelines, the United States sentencing guidelines matches a total offense level with the criminal history category for a given defendant to arrive at an advisory guideline sentencing range in the form of months in federal prison. This calculation then becomes a starting point for sentencing in a federal criminal case. The guidelines contain numerous provisions which allow for downward departures from the advisory guidelines range. A downward departure is when the federal judge imposes a defendant a sentence that is lower than the minimum sentence that was suggested by the sentencing guidelines. The judge can grant a motion for a downward departure by either the federal prosecutor or criminal defense lawyer prosecuting or defense attorney if the judge determines that justice demands it. So
Which is probably what he'll end up getting.
You think so?
Yeah, they're not going to put that guy to jail. They just want him out of the seat. They just want to get him out of the way, and he'll pay some fines most likely.
Samuel, I usually don't either, but I was trying to find something quick, and I was trying to read what it was saying, and I totally didn't understand. But thankfully, Fox shared that article with me. I really think that they're gonna throw the book at him.
The book at him?
The library.
The library.
I really think that they're gonna put him up underneath the jail. I just really feel like they ain't got nothing for him, and they're just gonna take him down. I don't see why they wouldn't.
I think he's too decorated, Portia. I think he's too decorated for that.
Yeah, not in Chocolate City.
You know what? You are from there, and you know how things work there.
Yeah, I think he's too decorated for that.
Okay.
They just want him out of the way.
Yeah,
they don't want to lock him up. Like, they're not going to do that. Because then, right, you're setting too many standards all at once, right? You already did the nonsense with Trump and all his businesses. You've put the businesses on alert. Now you're going to start putting the guys on alert that have been police this and borough chief that and all of that. You're just going to set a bad standard. So I don't they're not. It's too decorated. They're just going to get him up out of there and send him on his way, and he'll find business somewhere else. How it goes with most of them.
He'll be working in CNN in a year or two.
I mean, I just thought that they was just going to, just say, hey, this is what it is. Mavitt says judges can go outside the sentencing guidelines. Boogie says
he's going to
or
end
he
up
can get
working
a
in
safety valve if he debriefs and snitches on someone. Well, there's someone he can snitch on right now.
I'm gonna ask this, right? How much I don't want to say national, but how much national news has he made?
Oh, well, not much.
Because they don't want to make it such a big deal. They just want to get him out the way. They don't want it to start having all the blue-haired weirdos everywhere jumping on it. They just want it to be contained within New York and New Jersey and Pennsylvania.
I'm going to be honest. I just didn't think about that at all. Here I am thinking that, no one's above the law. And, I don't know why I didn't think that.
Well, how could you think that with a Donald Trump in existence?
Well, also, Cuomo is getting ready to try and run for mayor. They ousted him, right? And I mean, he was supposedly, right? They said it was the so-called jab thing, but also remember he had charges of sexual assault on him.
Yep.
It was all type of stuff with Cuomo, and yet he's still getting ready to run free again.
Yep,
that's amazing.
Welcome to the Democrat Party.
Welcome to the Democrat Party.
I wasn't even to be honest.
You know what? Y'all talking about the Democratic Party when we've got a convicted felon running for president?
Yeah.
They really have that kind of.
I mean, before y'all get into that, before y'all go into this tit for tat, what I was going to say is that I'm looking at this Eric Adams situation, I wasn't even thinking about him being a Democrat. I'm just thinking about the charges and him getting raided and all of that. And I'm just thinking he's just gonna go to. It seemed of course innocent until proven guilty, but he's just gonna go on trial, and they're gonna convict him, and he's gonna go to jail. I wasn't even thinking about the whole party thing.
Well, the courts aren't going to take it into consideration.
Yeah. I'm mad that Portia, did you catch it? I'm mad that Staley said he started it.
Oh yeah, I did. I heard that. Yeah, I caught that.
You started it, faggot.
Whoa.
Oh,
I didn't say that.
Brave words from a small man.
It's just a bundle of burning sticks.
He gonna be on it tonight.
It's not like words change definition over time.
Oh dang. Well, let's see. Here's something for you guys. I'm finding myself more and more interested in these things that maybe aren't really, important, but I mean, I tell you, this Eric Adams and, hey, there's something extra special about this guy. Let's see. And his name is P. Diddy. Let's go.
A Houston lawyer contacted by thousands of people who claimed they were victimized by Sean P. Diddy Combs.
If I
say that I was victimized by Sean P. Diddy Combs, I wonder if I will get a check.
Do you have substantial evidence that you were interacted with him at all?
You know, maybe I can, you know, sometimes right now all I got to do is say it happened. That's it.
You realize you're advocating for a crime, right?
Yeah, I'm just, you know, sometimes.
I know you're joking. I know what you're doing.
Yeah,
I get what I get the subterfuge. I'm just, you know.
Yeah, it's just you kind of ruined my joke.
It stops making sense when you realize that you're risking getting a charge by doing it.
What? You just killed my whole joke. And
I'm sorry. You're welcome to do the same to me sometime.
Oh,
damn. Well, never mind. Let's just let me just play it. I was going somewhere.
moment.
Yeah, Rashi, attorney Tony Busby says he's been contacted by 3,285 people who say they are victims of Sean Combs. And after some vetting, Busby says he now represents 120 of those people who will file civil lawsuits against P. Diddy. And that number includes 60 men and 60 women, and also include 25 children. Now, I will tell you, some of these accusations are pretty disturbing.
Our youngest victim at the time of the occurrence was 9 years old. Most of these events and incidents occurred at parties, although several of these events occurred at auditions. Some of this behavior occurred at private residences of people that we all know. You should know that more than 55% of the victims reported this conduct to either the authorities, that is the police, or to hospitals. Drugs were found in their system, weird drugs that you probably never heard of. One in particular that continues to pop up is a drug called xylazine or trank, which based on our research is known as a horse tranquilizer.
Tony, were all of the children auditioning because they were musicians?
All seeking either TV or some sort of music career with promises of, you know, we're going to make you a star.
Seem like these kids
Instead,
have something to do with
basically
that
did
baby
things to
mama.
them such that they don't want to have anything to do with the entertainment industry ever again. But this individual, who was 9 years old at the time, was taken to a audition in New York City with Bad Boy Records. This individual was sexually abused, allegedly by Sean Combs and several other people at the studio, in the promise to both his parents and to him himself of getting a record deal. Another instance, another minor, told allegedly by Sean Combs that he would make him a star, but he needed a visit with him in private about it. Allegedly, Mr. Combs made the victim perform oral sex upon him.
It was not your fault. You were victimized by a group of powerful people that operated for 30 plus years.
The day will come when we will name names other than Sean Combs.
Now, according to Busby, several of the 120 people that he's representing, he says they have spoken with the FBI. They are from 25 different states. Most are from California and New York, which is where Busby says most of the attacks occurred. And that's where he says most of the civil lawsuits will be filed. Now, Busby also says most of these victims, they tell him that they were drugged and that they later woke up with severe damage to private areas of their bodies, and they couldn't remember what happened. Now, Sean P. Diddy Combs maintains he did not sexually abuse anyone. Reporting live, I'm Damalie Keith, Fox 26 News.
Oh my Lord, it's a
What they're accusing him of, like the coercion side, is like, or the luring is like very similar to Michael Jackson, eh?
Yeah, I'm
Jeffrey
like
Epstein.
I'm just gonna be honest. I'm just gonna be honest. Like, I'm not listening to no grown man whining about that. Like, I'm only gonna listen to the women, because there are plenty of stories of other grown men punching Diddy in the face for this weird behavior, as they should. Like all the grown men complaining about it, you voluntarily did that. So you don't try to come out and play victim now. Like, you should have punched him in his face.
How? They
Take
were
that.
drugged.
Fuck
That
out of here.
can't be
I'm not,
voluntary.
man, listen, I'm not
If
trying to
someone
hear none of
drugs you,
that
you're not going to be
bullshit.
able to fight back either.
I'm not trying to hear
Is
none
he
of that
going to jail?
bullshit.
Tropes are the one.
Oh, tropes. That's funny. Have you ever been to a freak off? You may be entitled to compensation. So is Diddy going to jail? And are they going to release other names?
No,
Well-
Diddy's going down.
Well, from what I was reading, I don't know if it was true or not. It said that Diddy's lawyer wanted to start releasing names. Yep, Diddy's lawyer saying he wanted to release names, man.
Yeah, I read that too, or I watched it. Samuel says, I did not have sexual relations with that woman. Universal says, American Man, what would it take for someone to make you say, ah,
Death.
or ah,
Or like a dentist.
yeah,
It'll take death,
I don't know
Universal.
in what way
Death.
This is a great time to put that beaver that you usually put up.
The what?
That beaver that's always screaming. Ah!
Oh, that you said beaver.
We should definitely do it now after the awkward.
Do they have baby oil in jail? He's gonna need
Oh,
it.
dude.
No,
They
I
got
don't
mail.
know. Does anyone on the panel use baby oil?
No, I do not.
What is this? Some genuine Usher shit?
Well, no, I'm just I personally I don't like baby oil, but in the
I don't trust
past,
Johnson and Johnson products.
That shit
Period.
greasy.
in the past when I have used baby oil, it lasted for a really long time, and it was a little bottle too. You know,
You use
'cause you don't
Vaseline
need a
over
lot.
here.
You don't need a
Vaseline
lot.
lotion.
You know, you don't need a lot.
What are the ingredients? I think the ingredient is mineral oil or something.
I
Yeah,
have no
basically
clue.
mineral
I
oil with
just
some
never liked it.
vitamins.
Okay, okay. Vitamin E.
I'm not sure offhand.
Okay,
Well,
like a
can-
tocotrienol.
Lord, you boys. Hey, listen, I'm asking in reference to, Diddy, and I used it
Yeah, why
before,
did he
like,
go for Johnson
on my
for baby
legs
oil?
after
Why did he?
shaving. But
Why
it's
was that his
fine.
go-to?
Well, can we look up Diddy's impact on Johnson and Johnson stock?
Sounds like
Okay, I
he
just
bought them.
looked it
Yeah.
up, and we're way wrong. Like there's both like an oil and a solvent, but they sound pretty natural, like they're natural based. So paraffinum liquidum and isopropyl palmitate, and then the scent, so the perfume.
Okay, thanks.
So I just looked up. Did Diddy impact Johnson and Johnson stock?
You gotta
He's
chill,
obviously
Portia.
He's obviously invested in that company.
Johnson and Johnson. It's a family.
He was hoping it'd become called Johnson and Johnson and Diddy.
Huh.
Mm. Wow.
Am I the only one who's like slightly bothered that he did this, but also like he's changed his name over the years?
I am bothered by that. Yes. I've always been bothered by him.
Whenever I read the indictment last week, it had all his names on it every single time. It was so funny. This says that the stock dropped when he got busted.
Well, when you're in the industry, you change your name a lot based on certain deals that you might be in. And so if you're like locked into certain deals and this label owns the name, if you have the right people and the right financials, you could change your name, and then that label no longer makes money off of you.
Sort of like how the Jackson 5 changed their name to the Jacksons.
Diddy Johnson.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna read that. But thank you. You did.
It's priceless.
Actually, I mean, good job.
Come on, man.
Good job. Tyrone says baby oil is not illegal. That's not evidence, but maybe it was liquid G in the bottles, a form of LSD.
Yeah, that's what I said
drugs
this
in
the
the
other
bottle.
day.
Okay.
It could be like any
everyone
drug at
keeps
this
saying
point.
that.
At this point, though, it could be like any drug.
Okay, liquid drugs disguised as baby oil. I can believe that.
That's why
It's easier to
Why
trans-
LSD?
LSD. Wow.
Or why an LSD analog? Like, why couldn't it be like psilocybin or
It
some of
wasn't-
these tranquilizers that we're hearing about?
Yeah,
Well,
what I
look
heard
up
it
the
was,
effects.
some type of tranquilizer.
Look
that
up
gives
the
you,
effects of
status
LSD
of,
and see does
I
it
know
loosen you
them
up.
firsthand. I know what LSD.
It gives you. It gives
Not necessarily, by the way.
I don't know the name of it, but it gives you
Has
a
anybody
sense
used
of having a coma
LSD?
or something.
Yes, I've used it several times.
So what did you hallucinate that stands out to you?
Well, they're not like you don't hallucinate things, right? You get like visual.
What we talking about? LSD?
hallucinations. You see like
Yes.
patterns and stuff, but it's kind of like morphine with everything around you, so you feel kind of like in sync with everything.
Uh-huh.
So things will kind of like morph, and like shadows can turn into stuff sometimes. But then, like if you're brave enough to go inspect it, you realize it's something else.
What we talking about? LSD?
Yes.
Yeah, I tried it before.
In
You can get
Chicago,
more auditory
they call
hallucinations.
They got
Like,
a name for it. They dip
Acid.
the joint in some type of liquid that's a hallucinogen.
Liquid acid.
What else is it called? I know they called it Wiki Stick or something like that. And
Okay.
it's really terrible.
Only
acid-
drugs I've heard
acid
of
is
that
fun.
cause like visual hallucinations: salvia, ayahuasca, and DMT. Oh, and peyote.
Yeah, acid.
I
is
heard
awesome,
that
dude.
too.
I took acid.
I only
acid when
heard
I
about
went
that because Prince Harry was on it.
I took acid the
Which
first time
one?
when I went to the
Oh,
Bahamas.
Special K probably does too. Ketamine.
I
Yeah, they're trying
haven't
to
heard
make
of
that legal
ketamine. I haven't heard of that.
Yeah, they're trying to make that legal here.
It's an alternative opioid. It actually hits different opioid receptors than most opioid drugs do, which is why it's hallucinogenic.
Yeah, dude, acid is fun. I just haven't done it in so long because I have kids. And
Did
you know
it
you need to
expand
plan
your
ahead.
mind?
Huh?
Did it expand your mind?
No,
Definitely.
Or did it frighten you?
It did, dude. It started like the first time I took it. Like, don't get me wrong, because I was scared. So the first hour or two, I was a little bit panicky. But after though, like the down spiral, oh man, that's like the best high, dude. Like the water was amazing, the food was amazing, dude. Like you don't get tired. You could drink all day.
Latino,
not
was
get
that
drunk.
was that before or after the Diddy encounter?
Oh man, that's cold. That's
That's cold, bro. No Diddy.
The reason
No Diddy.
The reason I don't think it makes a good date rape drug, by the way, is because you don't want to deal.
don't.
You don't want to deal with someone who's having like the worst of a bad trip, and
Nah.
pretty sure getting raped will do that to you.
Yep. And to be honest, when I took it, I didn't want anybody to touch me. I just didn't feel like to being touched by anybody. I'm just like,
I think you can get homicidal off that stuff. Like you could get paranoid to such an extent
No,
that
someone has to be homicidal first.
That would
okay.
happen.
Also, it enhances what you already are.
That's
Not necessarily. It if you have.
And then there are people that jump off buildings and stuff.
It's the same with alcohol, right? It loosens your inhibitions a bit.
Yeah, but
depending,
I'm gonna tell you
especially
a
depending
story.
on how you react to it.
There was a kid that took mushrooms in the hood, and he
Angel
jumped off the
dust.
third
That's what
floor.
they used to call it. Angel dust.
But
That's
Yeah,
Latino,
what they
no,
someone who does
whoa,
that on mushrooms, I've taken mushrooms so many. I've taken huge
dude. No, I
quantities of
know,
super
I
potent
know, but
shit.
he did that. That's what I'm
He had to
telling
be
you.
suicidal beforehand. I guarantee
This
it.
guy was stupid, I guess, because I took it and it made me panicky and nervous, and I said never again. I'd rather just take acid.
Yeah, acid is like a free ride. Mushrooms is like they'll fuck with you.
Yeah,
They will
dude, I'm
definitely
not,
fuck
dude.
with you.
Dude, I'm good, dude. Like, dude, I had a light in my room where like you could dim it, right? So I turned it on all the way. I know I did. I got up and
I'm
turned it
sorry
on all the way,
to
and the lights
interrupt
just
you really
dimmed down,
quickly,
got dark.
Latino. I think that this is
Oh
important
God, it's the baby oil.
to correct this. Just found out.
Look at that inventory. Oh my God.
That this is not real. This video is
Oh, it's
not
not?
real. It is.
Oh, okay.
Satire, huh?
It's not real. So yeah. Jokes on me. And
Damn.
some of
All
us.
of
I mean,
us.
because that's the one that I
Well,
saw.
me
that
too.
was around
Definitely
that they
on me.
said-
I thought it was real.
Yeah, they said it's AI generated and it's not real. So yeah, I just wanted to put that out there. But it could be those drugs in there. So y'all go ahead. I just wanted to, correct the record.
Well,
Go ahead.
Portia, I think we all knew it wasn't real because who's gonna keep partying at a spread where you watching a guy got hundreds of bottles of baby oil lined up?
And they
Like
said it
at
was on the
that,
table.
like at that point, you gotta know this is sketchy, and I might not want to continue forward from here.
Yeah, but they said also
Yeah, I just wasn't, I just thought it was
they also said that it was 1,000 bottles on a table.
it was pretty interesting.
I don't think it had to contain substances even to be confiscated. Like just the fact that there is so many, they'd be like, this could probably be evidence. We should confiscate it so we can test it, if anything, especially for fingerprints.
Would any of you guys, I'm sorry, would any of you think that Diddy's going to take the stand in his defense?
He will
No.
want to. He will
No.
want to. He will want to. But the better question is.
Oh my God.
But the better question is, was he planning to fill a pool with all that baby oil and have girls fight?
If he's messing with 9-year-old children, who
How
knows?
would you just
come
order a
on.
truck
Oh,
of it?
God.
Yeah,
See, you messed up the joke.
he was messing with 9-year-old children, man.
He was?
That's what the video mentioned. The
Oh, Lord. Have
Yeah, why didn't those 9-year-olds fight back, right, Latino?
there was a 9-year-old that got. Well,
Like, what the
that's
hell
the
do
part I
people say
came in
kids
on,
do?
where a
Like,
9-year-old got assaulted.
I mean, look. Here's the thing, right? If that's the case, then I right. If
He needs to be hung.
listen, Diddy's guilty.
The
Still want to see.
9-year-old was
I still want to see Epstein's client list.
Same
It
Show
was,
me Epstein's client list.
Same here.
let me see.
Because
The
we watched.
9-year-old was the record deal, and the 17-year-old was the sexual abuse.
Yeah, and both times it's like I can make you a star, but I need to talk to you in private first.
Take
They said that he did that with the 17-year-old, not the 9-year-old.
Okay. So the 9-year-old was passed around in the studio, if I heard correctly.
Well, here's what's weird about the
He was
9-year-old,
something
right?
and
Hold on.
We can watch it again.
Here's the part that no one wants to talk about. Here's the 9-year-old's parents. I'm not leaving my 9-year-old in no studio with a bunch of random
You
adults.
better believe.
So
What's up with
as
those
much as
parents?
we want to blame Diddy, where are the parents? If you left your 9-year-old with a bunch of random adults, you are responsible. Because I'm not leaving my 9-year-old around a bunch of random adults. It's not going to happen.
Would you use the same logic for a karate instructor?
Ooh.
Do you know how many parents? Do you know how many parents sit down and watch their children do their karate.
Right, but let's say you
And
had worked
also,
during
and
that
also,
time.
and also, we're
Let's
talking
say
about.
you
Hold
had
on, no,
worked
no, no,
during
no,
that
no, no, no,
time.
no. Before you go on your rambling, do you know that this is a class full of 9-year-olds? It's
No,
not just
we
one
leave no
karate
There's
American.
just
We
one-on-one
leave
instructor.
our
sessions.
kids
There's
on
such thing as
It's not
Sunday
one-on-one
just
every
one
Saturday by
karate
themselves.
instructor or
There
five
are
karate
such things
instructor adults
as
and
one-on-one
one
sessions.
Oh
9-year-old.
God.
There are
It's a
such things as
class
one-on-one
full of
lessons.
children and parents that can stay around and watch the karate instructor the entire class.
Yeah, on
There
soccer
are
on
such
Saturday, we just
things
drop
as
them off and we don't
one-on-one
care.
lessons. So again, let's say
No,
your
no,
child was
no.
about
There's
to
That's a
go
there's
to
lie.
a
no 9-year-old
championship,
doing
a
one-on-one
national.
lessons. You're making that
Let's
up.
say your child's
You're making that
let's
up
say,
to be
let's say your
hyperbolic.
child's about to go to
It
nationals.
doesn't happen. You're making that up to be hyperbolic.
Let's say your child's about to go to
You're
nationals.
making that up to be hyperbolic.
Cutting me off.
I don't want to
Let's
do
say,
what ifs.
okay, then someone
Let's
else
do
can
what
answer.
is.
Okay, then shut the
Let's
fuck
do
up.
what is.
Okay, then shut the fuck up.
Let's
So
do
let's
what
say your
if.
child is going
Let's
to
do what
nationals,
is.
and you want to give
Let's
them
do
extra
what
training
is.
time, and your instructor says, "Hey,
Let's do
I have
what
this
is.
times after this class. Maybe they could come in, and I'll give them some one-on-one instruction." Don't you think it's kind of
What are
holding your
you
child
talking
back
about?
to be paranoid of every karate
What the
instructor who
fuck are
says,
you
"Hey, I'm
talking
going to help
about?
your child achieve success, so that way you don't have to, since you're not a
Fuck are
karate."
you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about?
You wouldn't know
Please
because you
don't
didn't
help
really
my
listen, did
please
you?
don't help my child.
What the fuck are you talking about? I'm not leaving my child with no other. Let's hope your child doesn't get left alone. No, they don't. I don't condone that type of behavior.
I think it's pretty reasonable to understand how parents might want to give their children opportunities.
Oh my god.
He's a gay nipple with 4 nipples and
American man.
a
I
tail.
mean 12
That's
man.
not
He's
an
a fur
argument. You
baby.
suck at this.
He's a fur baby. He doesn't even know what he is.
12th man, why are you in Anchorage?
Thank you. Thank you. Like, there's no, oh, I'm going to teach your kid. You just leave now. Like, what? What are you talking about?
We go bear soccer.
I'm gonna teach your kids about the 40 people in the world that had deformed tails
Like the
and
only
4
place,
nipples.
the only place I've ever dropped my kids
he's
off
obsessed with
where
this, probably a fetish.
listen, the only place I've ever dropped my kids off where we don't have them, it's probably at a school or a daycare, or maybe at the grandparents' house. But every event that we go
Okay,
to,
let's deal with the daycare then. Would you blame parents for leaving their children at daycare if something happened to them?
King size bed, bitch.
But that's not a one-on-one situation.
It can
There
be.
are
Can
there
be.
are tens of kids there.
You don't think they take the kids to the washroom?
It's not a one-on-one situation. There are tens of kids there.
You're not a very good parent, are you? If you are one.
Melanie, are you a chick with a dick?
Hold on. Who just said you're not a very good parent?
I did. The person who was just talking.
I'm supposed to be told that by a chick with a dick?
Yeah, if I'm telling you that, then you really got an eye opener coming your way.
No, I don't. I don't.
Yes,
I don't listen to
you do.
chick with
Yes,
dicks for
you
advice.
do.
I'm sorry.
Aw,
Superhero
for
drama.
me.
I'm sorry. You mean nothing.
Likewise.
Like, you're the defectives of society.
Oh no,
It's okay.
Believe me, I believe the same about you.
Which is absolutely fine.
I'm not hiding anything in my closet. Yet when we have the Republican National Convention, we see Grindr app usage spike. 12th man, do you want to talk about my genitals some more?
What does the Republican National Convention have to do with me?
Well, you sound like a bit of a Republican.
And you know, I'm gonna let it go for the sake of the channel.
Finally.
I'm gonna let it go. I've already gone too far. I'm gonna let it go for the sake of the channel.
American man, salute.
I don't know, man, but look.
Yeah,
look,
I don't know. I
great
don't
example,
acknowledge
great
these
example.
people.
Usher. What happened to Usher?
I don't believe you in this either.
What happened to Usher while he was left with Diddy at the age of 14?
Well, You know what? We don't got to talk about Usher. Let's talk about Justin Bieber. You see that
Oh yeah,
whole
that
that
too.
entire interaction between
It's so
Justin
crazy.
Bieber and
That
Diddy?
little cunt.
No. But did
Should
you
be
see
leave these
that
kids alone with
interaction?
grown adults.
Like
Like, get out of here.
where was Bieber's father? As soon as I would have saw that, like as soon as, first of all, I'm not leaving my kid with you.
And notice,
But as soon as you were pressing my kid, talk about you ain't calling me, nigga, I'm calling you right now. I'm about to
And
break your
he
fucking
grabbed
face, you old
he
faggot.
he grabbed his neck with his arm, like
Yo, but
you know that's indicative of somebody that has
But only
punked you.
but only the people that
Okay.
want to be left alone with your child could give you all the scenarios about why your child should be left alone.
Most of those kid celebrities, they're all fucked up in the head today, bro, because of all the shit that they seen and went through. And we can't sit here and say that that's not true.
Is that a compliment for me? I hope so. If
Ma-
so, then.
Mavid G, please don't put me in that.
Please don't do that.
Please don't put me in that space, please.
Like, come
No,
on,
thank
don't
you.
do that. Like, seriously, that's because I didn't say you. I didn't say that. I said these kids in Hollywood. I didn't know that you were a celebrity.
No, Latino. They were talking about the comment that was put up on the screen.
No
I don't know
one
about no
gives a
getting
shit
cleaned
about
by a fox.
Hollywood.
That's weird. I don't know what that is.
Fox
I don't believe in bestiality.
Or is it a kit? They're Fox kids.
Stanley, do you give a fuck about Hollywood?
Well, I don't give a fuck about Anchorage.
Okay.
Kerry, what's his name? Corey Coleman, whatever his name is. The dude that used to make a lot of movies in the 80s and shit.
Yeah.
Look at him. I think he's dead too. Like and his friend that made the movie with him too committed
I don't
suicide.
give a fuck about. I don't give a fuck about Georgia either. So that makes two of us.
I would
Georgia's feelings are hurt.
I would never put
so
my
is
kids
Anchorage.
through none of that position unless I'm there with them 24/7, dude. I'm good. I don't trust nobody.
That's called helicopter parenting, by the way.
It's not helicopter parenting. It's called being a parent.
My bad.
It's called loving your kid.
You know more than me, clearly. Even though I knew that word.
Yes, I do. Because apparently my kid's 9 and the other one is 4. So
why did
pretty
it?
good, and they show me love every day.
Yeah.
And it's,
You're Latino for Trump. That's just like Linwood trying to tell people about parenting.
It's ridiculous. How you going to
Linwood, let me tell you about how a parent works.
It's like, bro,
Shut your mouth.
Dude,
I'm not
it's like my
biased by my own
cousin, right? It's like my
insecurity.
cousin in DR
And I
explaining
see
to me
you
how
talk to a lot of
America
different
works.
parents.
It's like
Heard advice from all sorts of parents.
It's like your cousin in DR,
explains to me
right?
how America works, and she's never traveled here. I just find it hilarious. I used to argue
Kind of
with
like
her.
I'm
I
your
just don't
mama,
anymore.
and I'm telling you, like, yo, even though I'm not,
You're a dude. You can't be anyone's mama. You're a dude.
That's why I have 4 nipples.
We're horrible parents, baby. Jesus Christ.
You don't have. You
We're
had
horrible
2
parents,
nipples and 2
Isn't that
moles.
What a compliment.
You're a weirdo.
They're technically not moles, medically speaking.
Maybe they're cancerous. You should get them
These are
ripped
the
off.
same
12th man, why do you keep bringing it up? 12th man, look, you know, 12th man.
Up and down in March for Black Lives
Technically, this
Matter.
time I brought it
everybody
up,
looting
but
and
yeah,
killing.
he usually.
I like you, 12th man, but you gotta stop bringing it up, bro. Like you're making it weird.
I don't get it, dude.
Your laugh isn't
I don't
helpful
know.
for the allegations.
Well, weird is weird, you know. This is kind of a weird channel.
I don't disagree, but like,
are you a cog in this weird gear?
Compared to chaotic
Well,
truth channels, this is like pretty tame.
Well, we try to respect each other around here to a certain extent, you know.
well, this channel is all inclusive. Just don't start telling people about parenting if you're not a parent. Other than that, I mean, you're pretty much good to go.
Discuss this.
I take it. I don't take it as an insult. I take it as a compliment.
Do you think maybe parents are sometimes biased and that causes them to have clouded vision with how to raise their children? Because a lot of parents actually disagree on what the right way to raise a child is.
Well, a lot of normal adults disagree on how to be normal adults. And so right? And so at some
Not
point, we
really
just
answering my question.
at some point, no, I am. If you listen, if you be quiet long enough, you will hear, right? And so therefore, like every side disagrees, and so to go into I'm right and you're wrong is foolish. And sometimes you
Exactly.
just have to let things lie.
All I did was induct with my opinion that someone might not be a good parent because I have a pretty good outside perspective of parenting. You know what's actually really fun is I always
Listen, I have a pretty good outside perspective on
You're not
do
going to
funny
understand my
people,
answer until I finish.
but I don't need.
You're not going to
But I
understand my answer
but I
until I.
don't need to.
You're not
But
going to
I don't
understand my
need to
answer.
make it known.
I'm gonna play this video really quick of the 48 hours with Diddy. I was trying to find one that I felt would be,
Yeah, this is the weird one, man.
but this is one of yeah. I'm just gonna play.
What's up, man? You good?
I'm good. How are you?
Young brother, everything's good? Selling out arenas and everything?
Yeah, I want to
Something
smack the
act
shit out
different,
of
huh?
Diddy for this.
You ain't been calling me and hanging out the way we used to hang out.
The fuck is he talking
I
about?
mean, you try to get in contact with me, through all my, partners and whatnot.
Mhm.
But you never really got my number, so.
Right.
My
Okay.
number?
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you my number.
Yeah.
It's 555.
Yeah, what type of weird shit is that? Like, you see, that's the shit that turned me into a psycho.
What's one misconception?
Yeah. Take that.
So that's your excuse?
Yeah.
Staley, is that a bad excuse?
No, I can't say it is.
What do you mean psycho, though, American man?
Listen, I there are certain things that I don't play with, and I'm not going to bend or fold or do anything. It goes to the death.
Dude's on fire.
Okay, so
what do
Diddy
you
is a
mean?
true believer.
video here, and
My only question
in
is,
this
why would you ever
video,
You're the one, Maven.
you'll see Diddy is actually snatching the microphone out of Justin Bieber's hand, and Justin Bieber's reaction. Let me make sure I'm sharing.
Not
my
as
screen.
bad though as when Kanye did it to Taylor Swift.
Oh my God, those are two adults. This is an adult and a child. Stop. Nobody cares about nobody cares about your white guilt. Look, what is he doing? It's a child.
No parents grab stuff out of children's hands all the time.
Sorry. He's trying to apologize.
Yeah, he don't even know the words, but yeah, he snatched that
Apologize.
microphone out of his.
That's his way of apologizing.
It's just I thought
No,
that's
that's
how you
what-
collab. You steal people's mics.
Okay, Jordan, I'll actually look that one up right now. Give me 1 second.
No, that's when you have to get
Stealing
punched in the
your
face.
mind, baby. I'm gonna steal
Does
your
anybody remember
mind.
Amanda Bynes?
Yeah, if that's what they were singing, then that would just be like good performance art.
And you know what?
I'm gonna steal your mind. That's what, baby. Steal your mind.
What's up, 12 man?
What's up, my brother? Latino for Trump.
We're gonna win. We're gonna win. We're gonna win
We're
big
gonna
league.
win this
We're gonna win
motherfucker.
big league. We're gonna win huge.
We're gonna win big league.
Yeah,
We're gonna win huge.
big league.
You'll see. We're gonna win
Very
big.
big
We're gonna
league.
win. We're
Too
gonna win
big league.
huge.
Too Wrigley. Too big
Joe
league. Too
Biden and the
Wrigley.
radical left.
Why do I feel like between Latinos for Trump, Hated Plumber, and 12th Man, they have enough blood alcohol for all 6 of us?
Okay, so I think this is
Fake
the one. Jordan.
news. Fake news.
So I have, this is from Justin Bieber's
Alternative
channel.
facts.
This
And
is
you
2
probably
minutes
got
and
5
13
belly
seconds.
buttons.
Is this the one, Jordan? Just you said, let me see, 2 minutes in.
It's just weird. Why isn't it 48 hours long?
You know,
There
Portia,
is- There
They kind
is
of
a
actually,
48-hour one, but I
you
just
know,
found it.
Portia, they all kind of actually treated Justin Bieber shitty though. Did you see him on a Tonight Show with like Drew Barrymore or something? The way like the women were kissing on him and all of that.
Yeah, he will feel comfortable in
Yeah.
the awards
Oh, yeah.
too. I believe it was
I don't remember that, but
That's some straight up
Courtney-
anti-Canadian discrimination.
Courtney Cox like
I'm gonna
motivated.
play this one really quick. Fair use. It's for educational purposes.
As soon as you turn 16, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna let you rock this every time you come to LA. Yeah, this will be yours.
McCarthy, Courtney McCarthy, Jenny McCarthy.
LA, it's a little dusty, but you know, go get the front shot.
Man.
That out. Minute.
Woo. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So I'm gonna be driving this next year.
Yeah, when you get 16, you come down there. You gotta, you know, wear your seat.
I mean, I'm 15. You could ride in the passenger seat. I got my permit. Not yet.
Yeah.
How dare you tell Diddy to ride passenger?
Slow down, Jess.
Okay.
Let's slow down.
One
Okay.
step at a time.
But yeah, the keys is yours when you get 16. You good to go.
I'm good to go.
Yeah.
All right.
Then when you get 18, you get the house. You get the mansion.
Okay. I get the mansion. So where are we off to now?
Where would you like to go?
I mean, wherever you want to go. Where are we going?
So check this out, yo. Justin, you ever seen the movie 48 Hours? Right now, he's having 48 hours with Diddy, him and his boy. They're having the times of their lives, like, you know, where we hanging out and what we doing. We can't really disclose, but it's definitely a 15-year-old's dream. You know, I have been given custody of him. You know, he signed to Usher. I had legal guardianship of Usher when you know he did his first album. I did Usher's first album. I don't have legal guardianship of him, but for the next 48 hours, he's with me. So
what?
And we gonna go full crazy.
Going crazy.
Crazy.
I'm taking this out tonight.
What you want to do? What you want to do over the next 48 hours?
48 hours. Let's go. Let's just go get some girls. Let's go hang with some girls.
A man after my heart. That's what I'm talking about, kid.
What?
What?
Bieber's officially after Diddy's heart. Confirmed.
Take that.
So he was Usher's. You know what? Let me look that up because
Yeah, he was.
Signed to
That
Usher.
story been out for a while.
He was tied to Usher. Somehow Usher was under Diddy's guardianship, legal guardianship.
His dumbass mom did that. But
this is so weird.
That's pretty nuts.
The same thing happened with Aaliyah too, man. This is when R. Kelly was tapping at the age of 14. And then she wrote that song, "Age ain't nothing but a number."
But ain't no, but there's no parent responsible. The parents are all innocent.
It's never the parents' fault, apparently. But American man, that's wrong parenting.
No, well, apparently it's right parenting to these people.
Wow, all of these videos.
Okay, I gotta go.
It
It was very nice talking to you guys. Have a good night.
Have a good night, Fox.
Take it easy.
And I really do enjoy it here, by the way, even when 12th Man's around.
Oh, thank you. You know, I'm looking up some stuff.
Hey, 12th man, I got a question. Just real quick.
What?
Are you a nipple man?
Maybe.
Maybe.
I love a good nipple. I love
Are you a nipple man, 12th man?
Going down this rabbit hole.
I love
and
areola.
it's too late because you guys have gotten me started, and I have really been looking into all of this stuff with
Yeah, that's the video I was talking about. The one with the dildo on the bed.
Dude, is that a dildo?
Yeah, bro. Kevin Hart even like.
Let's see.
It's a mic.
Okay, so
No, on the bed, Stanley.
this is for educational purposes as we are exploring, we are learning
you know, about Diddy and you know, just history. It's educational YouTube. Thank you.
And we want to thank you. Come in. Don't sit on the bed at night. No homo. No, just don't get close to the bed. Don't get close. But it's just like, yo, we want to thank you for
Why you think
hosting
you
the
saying
thing,
don't
man.
get close to the bed?
It's been a pleasure. You didn't have to do it. You did it.
No, I definitely didn't have to do it. I definitely didn't have to. First and foremost, I'm not getting in the bed. You know, shouts out to him and what he did. I'm just gonna, if we can, just let's just put the camera a little this way, just so we're not. I don't want my shot to even, like, I don't want it to come close to the bed at all. Usher look like he fresh off a goddamn plane. I should.
Fresh off the garden stage. That's my brother right here from day one. We used to wake up and, I mean, damn, pause, but like, check this out. I mean, back in the days when he was like 10 and I was a little bit older, his older brother, we used to fight over the Frosted Flakes. You know what I'm saying? Before pause was invented. You know what I'm saying? But it's my brother.
Kevin Hart, he can't keep it together. We used to wake up, pause. Okay, well, all right.
He's like, don't put the
For real,
camera next to the bed because, you know, we don't want to, you know. I'm like,
He was like 10 and I was a little bit older, his older brother. We used to fight over the Frosted Flakes. You know what I'm saying? Before pause was invented. You know what I'm saying? But it's my brother for real. We used to actually wrestle off of the Frosted Flakes because he used to always get
Wrestle
it early.
off of the Frosted Flakes?
Yo, what the fuck did Puff just say? Nobody's going to acknowledge this for me. Puff just said we used to wrestle over the Frosted Flakes, and we're streaming live. That was stupid. Listen, that was fucking stupid.
We having a good time, yo. Your Usher made it in the. Hey, yo.
Yo, I caught it. We used to wrestle off the Frosted Flakes? What? What are you talking about? Before pause was invented? Like, what? Listen, listen, right? I know Puff was a bloody butt for Nuke since the Lock said it back in the early 90s.
you got to blame Clyde Davis, though. He's the one that turned him out.
Well, you know, listen, right? When you
This Usher or Diddy dancing on Usher.
But Papa don't hit me no more. Kick in the door, waving the 4-4. All you heard was Papa don't hit me no more. Let's go. Kick in the door,
this
waving
nigga
the
twerking?
4-4. Hey, yeah.
Nah, bro.
Okay, that wasn't, you know, that
Come
bad.
on, bro.
no, but Portia, here's the thing about men, right?
I'm glad I'm my age.
He just
Well, Portia, here's the thing about men, right? Why was Diddy like bracing himself on the counter? Go back and play it. Look at the way he was bracing himself on the counter.
Videos with
Look. Why you? Is that how men interact with other men?
Fuck no.
My lord.
Look, even Stanley's just like, nah, that don't look right.
I'm just like, how are you catching all this stuff and I'm missing it?
Maybe he said, see, he's missing it.
You got a real eagle eye for this sort of stuff, American man.
Maybe American man.
Of course, you had to take the shot, huh, Stanley? Listen, it's okay. It's what we do. I get it. Right? It's what we do. I get it.
American man, you got to understand. In the Navy.
Yep, facts,
don't
right?
Don't bail him out now.
Yo, but yeah, who braces like that? Like grown men don't act like that. Dancing next to another man. Come on, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just thinking, damn, you know, these people are weird.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Hollywood is a different beast. They've been saying it for years, right?
You know, I'm just happy to be little old like Georgia boy Stanley.
That's it, right, Stanley?
I'm like, damn. I don't.
Don't you guys feel like we were like chained not too long ago and now we're free?
Chained to what?
So it's
The only person free up here The only person that was chained and that's free up here is Stanley and 12th Man.
All right,
Yeah,
so
it's
this
like
one says,
one of those
That-
convict
that-
movies.
That's because we retired. We ain't got to worry about it anymore.
Well, this stuff was
says-
mostly before my time, but I mean, we had this stuff going on in the background. I'm sure in Hollywood.
Well, Stanley,
Cook
you
was a
came
player.
from the Navy, so I mean, you probably invented this.
No,
I heard
no.
Sam Cooke.
The
was
motion
getting
of the
white
ocean was
Wonder Bread
actually the ocean.
back in
So
the
this
day.
says
No Diddy. No
his arrest
Diddy.
and resurfaced 1999 interview. So
Yeah,
let's see if he is about to tell us the future back in 90. I'm just gonna play it.
Your parties are the hottest ticket around.
They won't even give me a permit for the parties, man. They don't want me to throw the parties no more. But we ain't gonna stop. We're gonna keep on having fun, bringing people together from all walks of life. You're gonna hear about my parties. They're gonna be shutting them down. They're gonna probably be arresting me, doing all types of crazy things just because we want to have a good time. Whenever you bring up a different element into people's environment, things that broaden people's horizon, people get intimidated. There's a lot of people out there that feel intimidated by it. It ain't nothing but break it down racial barriers, break it down generation barriers. People from all walks of life. Ron Perlman talking to Jay-Z, Jay-Z talking to, you know what I'm saying? It just goes on and on. It's just like people from all walks of life connecting and getting together. Yeah.
Your parties are the hottest ticket in town. People dying to get into your party. How does that make you feel?
I mean, it's cool. It doesn't make me feel any way special. It doesn't make me feel like a bigger person. It just makes me feel like I know how to throw a party.
Well, I believe that he predicted that exactly.
Boy, howdy did he know how to throw a party.
Portia,
It's
I sent you one in the back chat too.
it's interesting, boy, how nobody questions why they've been ran out of every country they've ever been in.
Oh, so listen, I'm sorry. Whenever, like with this Diddy stuff, I just been looking up stuff, and now it's I guess they said it's a Howard Stern interview that resurfaced, but I can't play Howard Stern. But I sure want to watch it.
And
You guys remember that?
Around outside at night for 12 Man.
You guys remember that Diddy
Smoking
album?
a ciggy, bro.
Okay,
You guys remember
right
that
on the
Diddy album?
boulevard.
Which Diddy
The
album?
one where he had the song in it.
Show some city lights while I'm at it.
So this one, this is something that Latino just sent to me.
What's that chick's name again?
Watch what she says,
Rosie
guys.
O'Donnell?
Rosie O'Donnell.
Watch.
It's Trump's buddy.
Let me see.
Who's Trump's buddy?
Okay,
Did
I'm about
Trump
to.
and Diddy ever hang out?
I'm about to play this.
Multiple Grammy nominees this year. Lauryn Hill's got 4, TLC's got 8, and Sean Combs 5 to 10. Ryan, he can really sing. Oops!
Something wrong.
Oh wow!
Multiple Grammy
How's
nominees
it
this
going?
year. Lauryn Hill's got 4.
Live on cam, bro.
Hell yeah!
He got 5 to 10, like 5 to 10 years, and
Yeah, and he could really sing.
Sing. Woo!
That's crazy. So how long that's been going on, huh? Well, again, right? Yo, the Lox said it back in the day. No one remembers. The Lox been said he was gay.
Yo, but there's a song that he has with G Dap and somebody else, and he says, if they get me, everybody coming with me. I'm like, take this money. That's that song. Get this money. Take this money. This is a part of
Oh
the song.
yeah. I remember that Latino.
Give me that money. Get that money.
Snitch everybody
Oh
out.
wow!
Okay, so this is from all that. It says old video resurfaces of Sean
God,
Combs
this
telling child actors to put helicopter down boys'
This is
pants.
disturbing. I don't like this one too much.
Oh my god.
Yeah, bro. You'll see.
late night, and we're just talking about, Diddy. So let's see.
Late night with
I always ask
Portia.
myself,
Oh
what would
yeah.
P. Diddy do? What would P. Diddy do? No, I don't know. Hey, let's ask him. Oh, okay. P. Diddy,
What's up?
we can't wake up Shane.
Come here, motherfucker.
You try symbols?
Yep.
Gotta get that goddamn police to
What about
help
sour
this
milk?
woman.
Didn't work.
Tell you what. Take this toy helicopter. Put it down his pants.
All right, we'll do it. We'll do.
I mean, well, obviously they felt like it was okay.
Yeah, I don't even know, right?
Yeah, but
like,
you gotta understand, Portia.
That was a TV show, right?
yeah, that was
Rob,
scripted.
what's his name?
Did he always have that laugh track with him?
Here's the thing, though, right? That was scripted by
Snyder.
But yeah, there you go. Like I said, no one ever asked the question, why were they chased out of every country?
There's a rumor that he apparently got Britney Spears' sister pregnant, and this is why he had to leave. That's just a rumor that's out there, though.
Whose sister?
Britney Spears' sister, because she used to work on a show that she used to have in Nickelodeon.
Okay, All Seeing. It would be really funny to hear All Seeing rap this Diddy song on karaoke night. I'll tell you that. With his voice.
Indeed, he is the all-seeing guy.
I really want to play this interview.
Seeing guy.
Well, Portia, what Hood Conservative does is, because apparently you don't get struck for the words, you get struck for the videos. So if you put an overlay over it, you'll be fine. Hood Conservative plays up to date stuff all the time. He just doesn't show the video. You just listen to the words. And as long as you have an overlay over it, you can get away with it.
That's what they did with the Kamala and Trump debate, because they wasn't trying to let people stream it.
Yeah, as long as you have an overlay over it, you can hear it. Like, you can listen to it. You just can't see it.
I mean, not the Kamala, the Biden and Trump one.
Okay, so let me try that then. Let's see.
Like, if you show the picture of Stacey Abrams, which I'd rather you not show a picture of her, but like if you show someone else and just play it, you should be good, because Hood Conservative does it all the time. He plays all types of recent stuff that are copywritten, and he just puts an overlay over it, and there's no problem.
What is this? Oh, gosh.
Oh, Lord.
I didn't know what it was. Jesus Christ. Okay.
Granny panties.
Hey, look.
The scholars.
It's Stanley.
That sure is Stanley back in the day.
Is that me?
Yeah, Stanley, that's you.
I didn't even know I was there.
You didn't know Stanley?
I guess I was too high.
Yeah, I was gonna say, goddamn, Stanley, the coke was good, huh?
Damn, Stanley, he was a crip.
Yeah, apparently.
Throw your sack.
So it says, sorry guys, I didn't know what that was. It says, I think the audio of a video can still get recognized and tagged by the algorithm. I've seen people do it different ways. Like, I mean, people people do review music videos too,
Yeah, but they
I mean,
music a whole bunch, and then
I mean, like, there's people that like flip it around. Like, I've seen so many different things where people get away with it. But if you're not comfortable, don't do it. Like, I get it.
Oh,
I
you
mean,
can fast forward this.
It doesn't. I don't think it hurts to try. I just, this is not like, I don't know. This channel is called The Art of Dialogue.
I don't
So
know.
is that a big channel?
Yeah. I mean, it has 740,000 subscribers, and then this particular video has 574,000 views.
It's on YouTube.
They may not ding you. I thought it was Howard Stern
Why not?
itself.
Yeah, same here.
Like this guy, this person may not ding you.
Yeah, I mean, since that guy got all those views on
Or
that
in
video,
3 years too.
But again, if you're not comfortable, don't do it.
Yeah,
Honestly.
I really want to. Let me see. I mean, because it's just like they're so choosy with what you can. I mean, we would find out in the morning. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're not comfortable, don't do it. I mean, it's.
I kind of want to try it, because it's just like it would be nice if we could just do that, you know.
Yeah, the next time, which either tomorrow or the next day, the next time I'm up on Hood Conservative, I will ask him what's the guidelines with the overlay and everything, sort of find out. I mean, because apparently he's getting away with it, so he's got to know something. And so I'll ask him.
Review of art of. This is just obviously me doing this in real time whenever I'm trying to check something. So I'm just checking this
I in my channel, like if I put a video, it'll tell me like if the video is originally mine or if I'm recording a voice over it or what's the name of this word? Basically lying about what they're saying on the video. Like you have to check a box and it says yes or no. And so I don't know if you're doing a reaction to a video. I don't think that.
Oh, that's what it's called, reaction. Lord, I thank you. Reaction.
Yeah, as long as you put where the video came from, like you usually do, it shouldn't be a problem.
Because you're giving them credit.
Is that Stanley? Look at Stanley and his Lope family back there.
I don't see anybody in a reaction video to this guy.
Yeah, that was before I met my wife.
Those are all Democrats.
She saved me from a life of partying and just other aberrant behavior.
Those are the
Saved you from a life of crime, Stanley.
Those are the urban Democrats right there.
Stanley, you're the first person that I've ever heard pronounce it aberrant.
What?
You are the first person that I've ever heard pronounce it aberrant.
Saved him from a life of crime.
How should you pronounce
it? Abhorrent.
No, aberrant, as in aberrant behavior.
Yeah, abhorrent.
He was interviewed. Not abhorrent. It's a different word.
Abhorrent.
Like
You mean
aberration.
abhorrent.
Like aberration. Aberrant.
Abhorrent.
No. He said it's a different word. Okay, let's get.
What about your dictionary there, 12 man?
I was just about to say, let's get the dictionary out here.
Have you ever heard of an aberration?
Okay.
Have you ever been abhorrent?
Well, you're being it tonight. Teach me.
Okay, let me see.
Yeah.
So tell me the difference, Stanley. Come on.
Oh, that's how you spell it.
You challenge me. You challenge me.
Put it up. Give Crack spelled it out. I put it up on the screen. Does that look like abhorrent to you?
Yeah, kind of.
Well, you're seeing double. I get it.
Okay.
It's the box wine.
Damn,
Box
like I don't
wine.
know.
Oh yeah. No, it's the belly buttons. It's all in belly button pictures. I'm telling you.
Well, the belly buttons are abhorrent and they're
You know what
aberrant.
it's that sweet Tennessee whiskey.
Okay, so we can.
But you were 13. What were you saying?
So this is from Law and Crime, and we can definitely
All right. Well, thank you, Stanley.
watch Law and Crime.
It was just
Thank
a
you,
word.
Stanley.
Well, I pulled up
I don't know what I'm
the
thanking
dictionary
you for,
meaning.
Stanley, but thank you.
I can't believe y'all
Thank you, Stanley.
Well, you're a Democrat. I mean,
Well, he's a pretty brave Democrat at that.
DAMRAKKKAT.
Oh, yeah. One of those.
Reparation.
One of them Democrats.
One of them Democrats.
One of them Democrackers.
Oh, that's a lot. They put a ghost overlay to the video so that the AI can't recognize it. And the music reactions get away with it because they pause it every few seconds to react.
Is
Okay.
that a?
All right,
Is that
so
a blue?
this
Sorry,
is
go ahead.
from Law and Crime Network. I did put the link in the description box. Educational purpose we are reviewing, so let's have a listen.
I went there to see the lifestyle,
right?
And I saw it, and it was, but I don't know if I could indulge and understand what I was even looking at.
Sean Diddy Combs isn't just a titan in the music industry. He's also seen as a mentor. The Grammy-winning rapper has taken several artists under his wing at a very young age who later rocketed to stardom. But as he sits behind bars, those relationships are being scrutinized. And we're going to take a closer look at one particular connection, Usher. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Yeah, so let's talk about Usher, because that is the name that he's known by worldwide. But he was born Usher Raymond IV in Dallas, Texas, back in 1978. The family moved to Atlanta, Georgia when Usher was a teenager. And you might recall this, he appeared on the televised talent show Star Search when he was 13 years old. Fun fact about that, he actually set the record for the longest note ever held by a child on Star Search, 12 seconds. So what happened? That got the attention of famed producer L.A. Reid. But according to his coaches, reportedly during puberty, when Usher's voice started to change, he kind of had trouble controlling his vocals. Now, L.A. Reid reportedly considered dropping Usher from his label, but when Usher begged him to stay on, Reid sent him to live with Sean Combs in New York for a year to train.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and pause here.
Why would you send him to P. Diddy if he's not a singing coach?
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. There you go. You know,
You don't know how to answer that.
I had a coach whenever I was a kid, but I didn't go and live with her. Yeah.
Yeah, but like
Sent him to live with him for a year. How does this even happen? And Stanley says this all the time about the parenting. And then I know American Man, you were mentioning this earlier, but it's just some things that just don't make sense. Like you're sending your kid to go live with a complete stranger. I don't care that he's Diddy.
Same here. I don't care how much money he has.
You know, I don't care. You ain't going over there. You ain't living. No. But Mom, it's my future. No, your future is mine right now.
Well, I'm also.
I don't care if he dies in prison either. I just don't care.
Well, I'm also going to point something out. Have we ever seen Usher's parents in all the years of Usher?
Oh yeah, his mom for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what I'm saying. Like maybe right, and this this is not in defense of Diddy, because I mean he could burn in hell as far as I'm concerned. I've seen and heard enough over the last 30 years. But you know, some of these guys, maybe guys like Usher could be from, like, you know, crackhead homes, and this was their only shot, right? Like I would give Usher that grace.
Here's his mama.
I hope he dies with
I
a
mean, but
broken broomstick up his ass.
I mean, but it doesn't mean she wasn't a fiend before. You know what I'm
Break
saying?
one off in him.
And so maybe she was a fiend before, or maybe she was just a shitty parent.
Yes,
Or-
I'm trying to see about his
Or
dad. Okay, Usher's
wanted
father
to live.
struggled with addiction and
She did?
died in January 2008 due to health issues.
There you go.
The pair had a strained relationship, but they reconciled at the end of his dad's life. My father and I had a very short amount of time together throughout my entire life, but the most valuable time was during his final days. He asked me to forgive him for not being there. So his dad wasn't there.
Well, because his father was addicted. You got to remember, Usher, his parents could have been victims of the crack era.
Yeah.
Right?
So-
And again, I'm not giving anyone a way out. I just know these things are real.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so they were married in 1977, and Usher is their only child. Look at his mama. Look at her. Look at this woman. Just a doll. Just beautiful. Look at her.
Until that crack era hit.
Baby Usher. So their parents were married. They had him the next year after they divorced. She married Terry Patton. During their almost decade-long union, Jonetta and Terry celebrated the arrival of their son, James. I do know Usher has a little brother. Jonetta raised Usher and J-Lac in Chattanooga, Tennessee, where she directed a youth choir and noticed her elder son's singing talent. The musical gene was also passed down to J-Lac, and over the years, Usher has expressed his pride in his brother's work. I'm so proud of him. J-Lac has his own individuality. Nobody cares about his brother.
Yeah, I
Jonetta
mean, so
as Usher's manager in his early career. Oh, so here you go, American Man. Jonetta wanted to help her son achieve stardom and initially acted as manager for Usher, helping guide his early career. In the 90s, Usher was a member of a Tennessee boy group, New Beginning, but Jonetta quickly realized he had potential as a solo performer. So she moved the family to Atlanta, a decision that the young singer didn't understand at the time. We had a record deal, we had music, and I felt like my world was being taken away from me, Usher said. And she's like, no, baby, your world is only beginning because you are a solo artist and there's something incredible in you. While the My Boo artist felt
It
like
would be inside.
it had vanished, his mom reassured him that it was all a part of her plan. We're going to figure it out. We're going to do it, and I will start all the way from the bottom. Usher recalled his mom saying. His mom set him up for success. Here it says, sometime after relocating to Atlanta, Usher began performing around town, and when he won a talent show, he met LaFace Records co-founder L.A. Reid. According to the artist, this introduction was a turning point for him, and his career started taking off. Although Usher found management, Jonetta wanted to continue being a part of the conversations about his career. In a 2020 interview with OWN, she shared that she knew how to separate her connection with Usher and the business side of things. Still, their partnership lasted until about 2007, and the Yeah vocalist later revealed the reason behind their joint decision. We began to part ways when I wanted to expand in other areas that I felt like she wasn't necessarily considerate of. There's a lot of love there and a lot of respect in her being unwavering about what she felt I deserved. So it looks like mom was pushing him.
Well, yeah, and here's the thing. By the time 2007 came around, Usher was a grown man, wasn't like he was a child then,
Yeah.
right? So for Diddy to get custody, he had to be a child or guardianship. And so she, listen, she took the money and left her son to predators. I mean, I know this is taboo to say, but that's what happened. Father was a crackhead,
He needed
and
that money.
mother left the son to predators.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. That's what it seems like. Let me go
I mean, that's
back to this video. Okay, let's see. You know what? Sorry. Gotta put it back on the screen. Sorry. Okay, let's go.
Reed sent him to live with Sean Combs in New York for a year to train. And at the time, Combs, who was then known as Puff Daddy, we believe was in his 20s, there were these apparent training sessions. And these training sessions were known as Puffy Flavor Camp. Now, through the years, Usher has spoken about this time in his life with Combs. For example, in 2004, Usher told Rolling Stone that Combs introduced him to essentially sex. He said, quote, "Sex is so hot in the industry, man. There was always girls around. You'd open a door and see somebody doing it or several people in a room having an orgy. You never knew what was going to happen." On the Howard Stern show in 2016, Usher talked about his time with Combs too, saying there was definitely a lot of wild partying, but he doesn't think he was really able to understand what all was going on. And when Howard Stern asked him, would you send your own kids to something like Puffy Flavor Camp, this is what he had to say.
What
like
a
living-
life.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
14 years old. You're a dad now. Would you ever send your kid to Puffy Camp?
Hell no.
See? Usher also spoke with People magazine back in February, saying some of the most valuable lessons I could ever learn as an entrepreneur were picked up when I spent that time in New York with him. This unwavering desire to create and make certain that your creative ideas are executed. I saw him in real time working it out, him building something from nothing, him understanding how culture and collaboration can build careers, being able to see that. That's what I got. Now remember, Usher was 13 to 14 years old at the time. Combs.
Oh, well, that's different. He was 13 to 14 at the time when he was talking about sex and orgies and.
Yeah. And how long was he with L.A. Reid before being sent to Puffy?
In the beginning, it said like he got with L.A. Reid and then he hit puberty and his voice changed. And so whenever he hit puberty, he then sent Usher to Diddy.
And so puberty is 12, 13.
Yeah, so they just said he was, well, the guy just said he was like 13, 14. And in the beginning of this video, L.A. Reid said, I mean, he said that L.A. Reid saw him on a talent show and, scheduled meetings, whatever, they got together and he started to listen to him sing and he realized that he had hit puberty. And so he sent him to live with Diddy for a year. So it could have all been in the same year or it could have been a year before. I'm not sure.
Right. That's the point though, right? Like if you have to be around someone long enough to know when they're hitting puberty. That's not like I saw you yesterday and then tomorrow, next week, I know you hit puberty. Like, so he was at least around L.A. Reid since he was like 11.
Well, maybe, they talked about it and, his mom was always a part of it too. So like maybe she told him, he's going through puberty and the way that you heard him sing on the show, maybe, she was like, his voice sounds different now because he's going through puberty. Maybe, I don't know. It could have been 2 years before. It could have been the same year. It could have been the year before. I don't know. I just know that.
How old was he in that when he was singing in that show?
Oh, I don't know. It didn't show that. I would have to look all of that stuff up.
You could go from there and figure out.
Well, if you think about it, though, it doesn't matter because he said when he went to go live around Diddy, he was 13, 14.
And so L.A. Reid would have had to have
Yeah,
him
but L.A.
maybe a
Reid found
year
him
before
after
that.
that
Let's say a
show. That's what
year.
I'm asking.
That means he was 12. If we
Bunch of
calculate
little
when,
sexual pervert.
if we calculate when you hit puberty between 11 and 13. So like the numbers basically do themselves.
Yeah.
Diddy.
Listen.
Take that. Take that.
Reportedly had legal guardianship over Usher during that period. Can't confirm that for sure. And since his time with Combs, Usher has worked with several other producers and record labels, and he's become one of the top-selling R&B artists of all time. His awards and nominations are almost too many to count. He's won 8.
Well, then too, that kind of makes sense too, because now with the context of the fact that he went to go live with Usher, Usher went to go live with Diddy when he was 13, and so since he's living with this other man, I guess his mom had to give him guardianship or something.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Because he was a child, so she had to be okay with facilitating that.
Yes.
Yeah, that's nuts.
8 Grammy Awards, 18 Billboard Music Awards. He's been inducted into the Georgia Music Hall of Fame, star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Rolling Stone magazine recently named the album Confessions Part 2 as the #1 greatest R&B song of the 21st century. The magazine also ranked the song's music video among its 30 sexiest music videos of all time, and VH1 wrote that he was the best dancer in pop since Michael Jackson. And of course, Usher recently performed last year at the Super Bowl halftime show. So he's not just any musical artist. He is a superstar who, you got to say, his success has been at least partially attributed to his time spent with Sean Combs. The two have been photographed together at different events throughout the years. You can see that connection. But having said that, Usher has been quite silent on his former mentor's very public arrest and indictment. Combs was arrested on September 16th after a Southern District of New York grand jury indicted him on charges of racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution.
He's saying that he's been very silent. I mean, is there something that Usher's supposed to say, or?
Well, Portia, that's what I find odd, right? This is just like as if everyone's supposed to come out and say anything against Diddy. When you look at all the other diddlers, everyone's been quite silent.
Yeah.
I mean, Oprah's been in pictures with all these people. She's quite silent.
Oh,
Jay-Z is quite silent.
Hey, Crown Race.
Like all the small hats in pictures with these people, they're quite silent. Like everyone's quite silent.
They are. They are silent. I do remember whenever Cat Williams said what he said about TD Jakes, and then like TD Jakes, whenever he was at church, he said something like he didn't address it directly, but like you put 2 and 2 together, you know what he was talking about. But my thing is that like we've seen the parties. Okay, now TD Jakes would be one of the ones that I would love to see on the chopping block. However, what is this expectation for all of these people to come out and speak? Because they could be incriminating themselves.
It's retarded. They're never going to speak because here's the thing, right? Even if you were not doing anything, just being around this person during the daytime incriminates you. You could have been seen in an office meeting with him. You're guilty. That's the whole thing, right? Look, didn't they try to protect? Well, I mean, look, everyone that was on the Epstein jet was presumably guilty, right?
Mm-hmm.
They were all quite silent.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh, Mavit. Of course he's been quite silent because he's dead.
That's one way to get you to be silent, I guess. All right.
Yeah. And Jewel, no, I actually did not see that video. I'll have to find that.
I did.
I'll have to find that. So, I don't, like I said, I don't know what Usher's supposed to say, but from what this guy just told us, when Usher was 13 years old, he was talking about orgies and sex parties, and
don't you find that
that Diddy is actually the one that taught him about sex and all of that. So I imagine that whenever he goes on trial, I don't know. I mean, because it's a Fed case, so I don't know if Juan was here to help with that. I don't know if they can make Usher testify.
No, they can't. They can't make him testify. They can't make anyone testify.
All right, great. So he should be good, and nobody has to speak. But like, if he's implicated in charge, because whenever we watched that that news story earlier today, whenever it said, or earlier tonight, I'm sorry, that like over 1,000 people have filed civil suits, and that one attorney is representing 120 people. So it's like, oh yeah, at the end of it, the guy said that more names will be coming out. Like, they're going to be sure of it. And I've been hearing them dance Jay-Z's name around, but I just really can't see them. You know how you mentioned the Epstein list? I just can't imagine them releasing whatever list. And the thing is that, you know, Epstein was a little bit different because all he had was a list. Diddy got videos.
Yeah, I mean, listen, right? I don't. Most of the people just keep saying Jay-Z because they want to see Jay-Z go down. None of them ain't saying nothing about Oprah. Again, Oprah's been seen in photos hanging around Weinstein and
Hey, all sing. Hey, Curry.
like
how you doing?
Oprah's been seen.
How you doing, gorgeous?
Oprah's been seen around all the Steens, Russell Simmons. Oprah's been seen around everyone that's been accused. It ain't nobody like, oh, Oprah's quite silent. All the Bernsteins and all the hats been around all these guys, and no one's like, they're quite silent. None of that.
I put a link in the back chat. It's this arrest photo of Diddy that looks like a body double. Have you guys seen that yet?
Portia, can I call Cat?
Yeah. You sure.
Yeah, put it in the back chat. It looks really different than him. I mean, it looks like him because it's might be a body double, but its eyes are way closer together, this person, and like nose is shaped different, everything. It's
I don't see it in the back. I'll see.
Oh, wait. No, I didn't send it yet.
Hold
Okay,
on.
there it goes. There it is.
Portia, can I call Cat?
Can you?
Yeah, I want to call Cap, sweetheart.
Oh, you said call Cap.
Yes.
There's a weed.
Call
What
Cap.
he was saying. Yeah, what the guy was just saying, he could say in the back.
There was the weed delivery, but
Donald Trump. Man, shut up. Let me speak. I ain't said nothing. But I'm talking to Portia, to the lady. We seen Donald Trump. We seen R. Kelly. We seen a lot of people. We seen Epstein. Then we seen him in jail, so they say. Why we ain't seen Diddy? The man is an older man. Just look how old he got gray hair. He don't have a face that don't have hair on it. He got the picture that he took is not a federal picture to be locked up. Why didn't we see him get locked up? It's all Cat. And we sitting here talking about like some grown people, and the man is like really being, defamated for some stuff that he did to some grown people. I don't feel sorry for no grown people. Ain't nobody came out. You talking about some Usher? Usher ain't said nothing about him being at so many ages that he's been in any kind of sexual relationship. Why ain't gonna say that as a grown man? The man ain't said it. at all. And he's got. I done seen Usher. Shit, what we seen him twice? We just seen him twice this year. He was in Indianapolis and he was in Vegas. We saw him twice. And so why he ain't saying that he didn't did anything wrong to him as a child? He has never been in a situation to where they said he's child molest anybody. Nobody.
Sure.
Everything that we have seen has been clips. Nothing has been the truth at all. And we're speculating, going off of anything. I guarantee if we look up and see if he's really locked up, because people don't look and see if he's locked up for real. See what federal place that he's locked up in. All you did was see a lawyer standing on the stage. We all of a sudden saying he's locked up. How we know?
I don't think anyone accused Diddy of being locked up. I mean, people.
It don't matter that they accusing him of something that ain't got nothing to do with no other grown person. If the man want to be a freak, he can be a freak with any grown person. He can be a freak too. It shouldn't be news of what we got going on. Our community is fucked up. We shouldn't even be talking about him. Who is he? We poor ass niggas talking about somebody who got $1 billion. We sound crazy as hell. Real talk.
Well, if we're gonna talk about Weinstein, because I'm sure you was on Weinstein.
Same way. It's right. Same way. What the hell we talking about him for? We really don't know what's going on. Yeah, you saw him sitting in the cell, but you really don't know what's really going on. That shit way above our heads. Some people got way more money than whatever. Some people got way more money than what we have. We sitting up here talking on somebody's platform and saying something that
So it's
really
okay.
not really
So it's
what's
okay
going
for
on.
these people to do these things because they got way more money, so we should let it go over our heads.
I don't know. If that's what you want to do in your household, you can. But I ain't got nothing to do with me because I won't be
So
sitting
if you
here
don't
talking
want to
about
talk
what's
about it, so
going
hold on. Here's my problem, right? If you butthurt about us talking about it, then log off. But that's what we talk about. Don't come up here trying to tell us, nah, y'all can't talk about it because y'all broke.
No, you can talk about
You ain't
it.
gotta
I
come
just
here and talk
don't
about
care
it. You can
about
log
it.
off, fam. But
Bro,
we
I ain't
talking
saying
about
I
it.
just don't care about it.
Bro, I ain't even say that. I ain't say that. Stop putting words in my. I ain't say that we don't care. I'm just saying, what are we going to do? I ain't saying nothing like that. Stop doing that. I don't talk
Man, you
like
know,
that.
we talk about it. Don't come
I'm
here
grown
trying
as
to
hell.
talk all that high
I'm
morality
grown as hell.
bullshit.
I'm grown as hell, but I've been coming up on this platform a long time. I always been on your side, bro. I didn't say that.
And I'm not.
That ain't what I said.
Hold on. I'm not going against you, but all I'm saying is, you can't come here and talk about, oh, y'all all broke it. We speaking on millionaires. Y'all can't talk on it, bro. If you don't want to speak on it, log
Don't
off.
speak on it.
It's simple, but this is
Seriously.
what we're doing at this moment.
I understand, but I ain't said what you just said, bro.
When everyone's speaking on Trump, you ain't coming up here. Don't speak on Trump. He a billionaire. You ain't saying none of that.
Come
on,
was
man.
that,
Miss
Trump?
me with all that fake morality stuff everybody be doing. I'm not
Amen.
with it. I call everyone out equally.
Yep.
Fake
Equally.
morality. What fake morality you talking about, man? I'm confused. I ain't even say nothing what you talking about
I think what
at
I
all.
did gather from what you were saying, Crown Reese, is because where I had the
A
picture.
fake morality. I get up every morning and serve people and take care of a child. What the fuck you
I'm
talking
not
about?
taking away from what you do in your life, Crown Reese.
Fake.
That
I'm
I
just
am
saying,
not
but I
taking
didn't
away
say
from
what you
what you
just
do in
said,
your life.
brother. Brother, listen, because I carry what Fortune was talking about earlier. Do they take
But hold on,
YouTube?
Crown Reese.
Listen,
I'm not
listen.
taking away from what you do in your
Because you ain't got
personal
me.
life.
No. Listen, I came up here late. I've been doing a lot of shit. I'm making some money. I came up here to really be respectful. But Portia was just talking. How do you take your YouTube and your situation with your life? How do you take and format that? And I heard what you said today. But I'm telling you, listen. When I speak on here, I'm speaking real life. Ain't about no damn fake morality, nothing. I was just saying, what are we going to do about our situation in the community about a nigga that don't even give a fuck about none of us? That was my whole speech. It wasn't about no damn fake nothing, brother.
Can I ask you something? Does Usher care about us?
No,
I don't know. I don't give a fuck. That was my whole thing. That was my whole thing.
But I think whenever you started, you were saying something along the lines of like we haven't seen him in jail or we didn't see him get arrested. I do believe there is a video, but I think Latino posted that picture in the back, and I just found this other one where somebody said it was easy to draw, and I think that's pretty funny. But they're saying that it's mugshot, but it actually looks fake.
May I ask Crown a question? I just want to ask Crown what he does for a living.
I own two businesses. I'm a barber. I own two barber shops, and I also have a jiu-jitsu school. And my son, he's 14. He runs that. Also, he's cut hair as well. So, yeah.
Is he a black belt at 14 years old?
Yes, sir. He was a black belt at 8. He did Tai Chi and Kung Fu. He did Tai Chi and Kung Fu when he was like from 3 to like 8. Then we end up doing from 5 to 9. He became a black belt at 13. At 12. I'm gonna say at 12.
You seem like a great asset to the community.
You have to be, because I came from, a lot of people say a family that's, I grew up in Dayton, Ohio, so I'm right next door to Indiana. So, I try to do the best I can do. So,
So another thing that you were saying too, Crown Race, I looked that up, and you said some stuff that made me think about a few things because of something that I saw earlier today too. Now he is locked up. Oh, Wendy Williams says something. Okay, let me find it again. So it said that he's in what jail?
I thought he was in solitary confinement or something like
He's
that.
locked up in Brooklyn's Metropolitan Detention Center.
No, he in Brooklyn. But this is the old picture. This is not a recent picture of who he really is.
That's not him.
Yeah, no, that's what I was saying. I said that
That's
this
AI
is
generated.
it's an AI generated picture. So I was basically giving credence to what it was that you were saying because we haven't seen a mugshot. But like Nicki Minaj got arrested not that long ago in another country, and her mugshot we've seen it. And then Nelly, the rapper, he got arrested a few months ago, and we saw his mugshot too. But we haven't seen Diddy's.
Hey, listen. I'm gonna say one thing about, and I appreciate you, Portia, for doing what you, because you really see what I'm really speaking about. I do not get up on here and say something that I don't know. I say it because I've read it and I did my information, and that's a lot of stuff that we as people we do not do. We do not go and look it up. We always want to listen to what a tabloid or what somebody's saying. Anytime I come up here to speak, I want to have my facts straight. I don't want to be screaming and hollering because I don't scream and holler in my daily life. So I want to get my point across and make it really factual and really mean something, because one day I might be what Portia was doing. How do you turn your daytime, YouTube on, and how you turn your, that. I want to be a person I can be logical and come up here and be that person that I am and say what's factual. You really have, listen, I've been in those situations to where you see somebody in federal penitentiary. I know those people. Everybody has to know these people. That is not a federal picture of anybody. And that man don't look like this at all. The man is old. He is in 50 something. He's older man, and he has gray. It's fully gray. He dyes his hair. When you hear when you hear the Breakfast Club, remember Diddy owns Revolt. That's what the Breakfast Club come off of. They said, yeah, he stepped down, but he's making money off of that, and he's making money. It's like Michael Jackson. Listen, I'm just saying this. I'm just saying this from the bottom of my heart. I think that when you get that old man, that top of the line, Michael Jackson was so higher than anybody you can ever think of. They ridiculed him for doing something he has never even done. But we sit back and say, "Oh, it's a spooky man, but yet still something else is really going on above our heads." But I'm telling you, this is a play, y'all. Under my, and I'm gonna stand on this. This is a
I
play on all of us.
understood.
This is a play. Listen. This is a play.
Hold on. Crown,
This is a play on all
here's the
of
thing
us.
about Diddy, right? Here's the thing about Diddy.
This is a
They've been
play on
saying
all of us,
Diddy.
brother.
Hold on. They've been saying Diddy been like this for over 30 years,
He's
bro.
a grown ass man. He can do whatever he want to do, but that don't have nothing to do with sexual life. Man, he gave Cassie the money long time. It's been years. Man, that lady went on with her life. Why is they still on it? It's because of the people that he tried to call racism. He made $1 billion with these people, and they shitting on him because he tried to sue them after the $1 billion. That's what a dumbass nigga get. That's what it is. That's what it is. And he tried to do that to them people, and they shitted on him. So he's getting everything that he deserved. That's all I'm saying.
The same thing with Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson's mom stood with everything that he owned, which was estimated to be $1.5 billion. And she sold it back to
Michael Jackson's scenario
But they
was a
did
little
Michael
bit different.
Jackson wrong. They stole from Michael and they killed Michael. They stole and killed Michael. And they did it to Prince as well.
Why did Michael want to be white? That's what I want to know.
His mom.
He did not want to be white, sir. He had a skin disease that his father and his family never told him about. So it got worse and worse. So he had to go with the play. It was not. He was trying to be white.
People like that in the hood, bro. Like, So yeah,
I didn't know that, King.
Michael Jackson.
Yes, sir.
Michael Jackson's mom sold that company for $250 million, and the shit was worth 5 times more than that.
Yo, Michael Jackson. Listen, right? Michael Jackson said it out of his own mouth. He was getting ready to own the record label.
Yeah, he was.
And that's when they went crazy because they gave him a deal that they thought he would never fulfill.
And he did. The same
thing.
Man, listen, how can you put that on your mama and she gonna take the lowest thing she can take from them white people? Man, listen, do you know what shit that she has been going through all them years? Her and Joe. Man, I would have took the easiest thing that you can take. Man, them people have been fucking with them people, man. And you know, it's about money. No person in the world, I don't care if you black, you white, Hispanic, anyway. If you make so much amount of money, they're gonna fuck with you. Man, listen. I'm telling you, when I heard, when I heard Carmelo Anthony say, I make 300. I make $2.9 million this certain year. Then I made like $9-point-something million when I went to another. I forget. You know, I'm just going off the top of I know what the team is, but he said that a partner called him and the coach said, "Hey, we know where you was at last night." Like, how the hell you know I was at? When you make that much money, man, the feds are following you. These people we're in America. Capitalists, please believe it. You cannot go nowhere without them people tracking you. Everybody that's in the NBA and all those bottom houses, they buy them in California. You know whose houses they buy in them communities? They're Jewish people. Why? They can keep that money in the Jewish banks, and that shit circulates there. It don't come back to the black community, and we don't even see that shit. So we really have to sit back and think about what's really going on. We sit back talking about people that's on the hill, that giving us the thorn in our eye. Those are the same people that we're talking about.
Well, didn't Tommy Sotomayor tell y'all? Didn't he say, right? He said when you say fuck Christopher Columbus, ain't nobody coming for you. But if you say fuck a certain person, there's a bunch of people got you nailing at their knees, right?
Right.
Well, I mean, it's been said. So,
bro, listen, you know what? Hey, look. When I came to YouTube, American, man, listen. When I first came to YouTube, that's the first brother that I understood what he was talking about, and you hit him right on the nose, bro. That's him, right there.
American man, can you go into? Sorry, Portia.
If you look into
Salute Tommy Sotomayor.
The conspiracy of it, I saw something earlier. I haven't
found it. I was trying to find it while y'all were talking, but I saw something that said that Diddy is already out of the country and he really didn't get arrested, and like they're all just trying to distract us, like looking into that conspiracy. So I did say something about that earlier. However, before y'all keep going, let's play a little more of the video, and then I'll pause again so we can talk, and then play some more.
Thank you, Portia, for having the soft skin that you have.
You guys
no.
have a good night. I'm about to head out.
Oh, have a good night, Latino.
You too.
Take care, Latino. Peace out, brother.
And thank you, Crowners.
The indictment.
Yeah.
The defendant abused, threatened, and coerced women and others around him to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. To do so, Combs relied on the employees, resources, and influence of the multifaceted business empire that he led and controlled, creating a criminal enterprise whose members and associates engaged in and attempted to engage in, among other crimes, sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. The allegations come after Combs' mansions in Miami and Los Angeles were raided by federal agents. Multiple victims, both men and women, have filed sexual assault, sexual harassment, sex trafficking lawsuits against Combs. One of the allegations is that he forced individuals to take drugs and participate in sexual performances known as freak-offs, and to keep quiet about all of this. Now, Combs and his attorneys have denied that he did anything wrong, but thanks to allegations of witness tampering and fear he might flee, 2 different judges denied him bail. He's being locked up right now in the Metropolitan Detention Center out in Brooklyn. Hey, by the way, thank you so much for coming to us for our Sean Combs coverage. We really, really appreciate it. We don't take it lightly. You're trusting us, and we're going to continue to keep bringing you these updates and analysis. But one of the reasons that we're able to do this is because of the support that we get from our incredible sponsors. And I want a YouTube takeover for this, and whether you can earn $1 million, and even if you're the owned by authorities in any way. I want to be going back to Usher.
Okay, because I was wondering, I was like, when is he gonna start talking about his connections to Usher? Because I thought that's what this was about, because that's how we got here. But so we know that he's locked up in Brooklyn, and I was reading while y'all were talking. So he is in solitary, and they're talking about like how awful that jail is. But so this is
good.
He's locked up.
Portia, can we pull it up on brooklynjail.com? Can we do that and pull it up and really, really see?
Well, they're definitely not gonna post Diddy on the website.
But
Why not? It's public record. They did Trump like that, and they did R. Kelly, and they did Epstein. So why they can't do him? Come on, brother. Because I pulled up Epstein, and he was in jail for real.
What kind of grub you think he getting every day?
Well, first of all, if you're locked up as public information, no Diddy.
First of all, let me tell you guys, like Brooklyn House. Hold on to a minute. Brooklyn House, right? Is not like Brooklyn. Brooklyn House is not what you guys think it is.
You can
Brooklyn
pull up
House,
information, public information, to see if somebody is locked up.
Okay, no problem. Brooklyn House is like, oddly enough, half federal and half state. They sent El Chapo to Brooklyn House because Brooklyn House goes underground.
Portia, what jail they say it is? Because we finna look this up. Public record. We finna look at it.
I'm looking at
you know, if a nigga don't read, a nigga don't know. So a nigga's finna read this evening. So,
hey now.
So where is he locked up, Portia?
He's
They say he on Brooklyn House on Atlantic Avenue.
We finna look him up. He said on what avenue? Say it again.
On Atlantic Avenue. That's right on Atlantic Avenue.
He said on I mean, because I'm not from those parts, so you know, we want to know the address. I'm finna Google.
He's gonna hang himself.
American, is that a bad
Okay, so y'all should be able to see my screen.
Is that what?
I'm
is
looking.
That a bad prison?
It's a weird prison.
They say it's horrible.
Whatever.
Yeah, I mean, but they don't. But there's a reason that they send high-profile people there and not to Rikers Island. There's a reason why he's there and not on Rikers Island. Everyone else goes to Rikers Island. All your high profiles go to Brooklyn
Is
House.
there a documentary on that particular prison?
There's a lot of bad stories that have come. I mean,
Is there a prison in New York, Portia?
Let's see.
Is there a prison in New York? Yes, Rikers Island, the infamous Rikers Island.
What are you talking about?
Okay, well, hey, I'm just asking for the people who don't know. That's all I'm saying.
Now, outside of that,
I know what it is. I'm just trying to create some content for the people who don't know.
Okay, hold on, everyone. Right outside of that, you either go to Rikers Island until you get your full sentence. You go to Rikers Island. You may start off in Brooklyn House. You see the judge the next day or two, and then you go to Rikers Island. And then after Rikers Island, you get your full sentencing, whether that's 6 months to a year, whatever. Then whatever your full sentencing is, you get sent upstate New York. There is no state. There is no state.
His name is not Sean John.
Can he finish?
His name is not Sean John.
Can he finish? Let him finish.
That's a maximum security prison, just to be clear.
I just looked him up in this place, and it says this, and it says that his name, his birth name. Let me see.
Listen, we all know his mama said his real full name before. The woman he put all this money into, she didn't say it was Sean Combs. I promise you she didn't. That's the maiden name of his father. She did not say that. His name is something totally different. If we know who it is for real.
Well, I mean, the thing is that we won't know. You know what I mean? So we can only go off the information that we actually know.
Right.
So it says that his name is Sean John Combs, and so as far as this website says, in their inmate lookup, it's saying that he's actually.
It's closing line.
It's saying that he's in there. I mean, so I don't, that's all I got, you know.
Right. Portia, listen, I'm telling you, it's a straight play. And listen, I know you as a school teacher. My mother was a school teacher. So that's why my son, he does very well. I'm everything for me is common sense. So I'm the person.
Y'all understand that prison is a wicked, ugly place, and no matter where you at in there, you can be God.
Yeah, every black person know that. And hey, look, almost every black person can tell you that they got a family member to know that. But I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna say this. We have to do our research and stop going off what the TV saying. I said it before.
They had a prison.
Listen,
how about that?
The Germans killed the Jews on the same propaganda. And I'm telling you the truth.
A lot of people.
I'm telling you the truth. Most of my family is military, and I really have some good people that really have come from some really good backgrounds. And I'm telling you, propaganda is the most killingest thing ever because it keeps us against each other, and we never really have to be against each other.
Good night, y'all.
It's a small talk. It's a small talk against the big talk.
Yeah, this Brooklyn House is a prison that has a lot more to it than everyone thinks.
Yeah, I know you. Yeah, I know what you're saying, brother. I really do. I already know.
You would ride by Brooklyn House. Here's the thing, there's a what's the name of that store? Right across the street. Right across the street from this place right here. There's a pottery barn or something right across the street
Hey,
from it.
American man, if you keep stuttering, I'm gonna send you to a speech therapist.
Right? You would never know. You would you would never know how this place operates. This is where they had El Chapo. El Chapo was here.
Damn, he was?
Yes.
He did not
When
escape from there.
when he gonna escape and get hit by a train?
No,
Man,
I'm just
let me tell
saying.
you that.
I'm
Yeah.
just saying. How the hell did he escape somewhere else? But he couldn't escape from that. Damn,
He's not escaping from there. That thing, Brooklyn House goes down. It goes down into
underground.
Yes, it goes
Wow.
underground. Like it's not just that what you see. It goes underground. Like again, that's why all of your high profile New York cases go here. They don't go to Rikers Island. They go to Brooklyn House.
They try to send the nigga to hell first, huh?
No, it's not hell. It's actually where your luxury stay begins.
But I'm just saying though, what white person can push you closer to hell? They pushing you closer to hell. You go on the ground, they closer to hell. Damn.
That's where your luxury stay begins, in Brooklyn House. That's why no famous person goes to Rikers Island. Right? Most people in New York that get locked up, right? They're in these top levels of Brooklyn House for a few minutes, and then they're shipped up out of there to Rikers Island. And you're on Rikers Island for 3 to 8 months, for 3 months to a year. You might get lucky and you could spend your whole 2 years. If you got a short sentence, like 2 years or something, you might get lucky. You could stay on Rikers Island. Other than that,
federal? Is that federal upstairs and downstairs?
Other than
Or
that,
just
guess
all
we
federal?
Rikers Island is a boat in the middle of the water.
Exactly. So is the upstairs and the downstairs, is it two different things? Or is it all federal?
I believe it's all federal. I could be wrong, but I'm sure some of it is state. I think, to be honest, I think it's kind of a mixed use thing because New York City itself doesn't have places. They don't like. There's no country land in New York City, and so they have to like mix it up. But once you
bury you under the jailhouse, boy.
Once you go to Rikers Island,
you ain't never getting out.
Once you go to Rikers Island, if you get 2 or more years, you get sent upstate New York to where the country is. And then you go to your either state or federal prisons upstate New York.
Yeah, because you know why? The reason why I say that, American man, because I know you're telling the truth. Because John Gotti was down here in the penitentiary that was maximum security, and the shit was on the ground, and it was all federal, and it's in Indianapolis, so it's like 23-hour lockdown, and it's a state penitentiary that's in this region here in the Midwest, and I was just saying that it's the top state, and the bottom was federal because certain buildings that they have.
Yeah. I would assume. Here's the thing. I would assume the top is state because that's where you go
and state
to see the judge. That's where you go to see the judge. Hold on. Let me tell you.
1 week since the arrest of Sean Diddy.
That's where you go to see the judge.
Right. I understand.
For state crimes, you go to Brooklyn House, and then you go straight from there to Rikers Island, and then you stay on Rikers Island until your trial. And then once you get sentenced, you go from Rikers Island to upstate New York.
So it's about the same way that we got here. So they kind of brigade from the federal because federal taking on and they get the hell away from you. Just as
you going to the farm.
The Young Thug trial, the feds had the case, but the feds threw it away and gave it to the state, and they try to make it a state RICO from federal, and they can't do it. So that's why, the Young Thug case finna be, Doug's finna be free. So
the prison that he's at right now, I'm gonna play this video. So
Portia, I'm sorry to chat. Portia, I saw you. Listen, Portia, I saw P. Diddy. I just delivered him 15 bottles of baby oil. So he's at his house right now. He is not in jail.
Greens for the community. He should
Portia,
have grow greens and carrots for the community.
Portia, he is not in jail.
And run.
I just did a FedEx run to P. Diddy's other estate. I seen somebody walking in the background. I did deliver 72 bottles of baby oil at the front doorstep, and I seen a Mexican lady on the other side. So I didn't know if Diddy was there or anything, but there's a lot of lights on. I can show you the lights. So I think Diddy is not in jail. I think he's hiding in there with those 72 bottles of baby oil. And Portia, I think you need to get on your high horse and be the Steven of YouTube that you are, the most creative, the most vulnerable, the most sweetest person, and find out where Diddy is really hanging out at. I really think you can do that. You know, as a pillar of our community, every day you wake up to teach people how to think. And I think that's why you're up here this evening. And I think a lot of people don't have their thinking caps on. So we really don't know what Diddy is. So it's almost like Waldo. So I think you need to do Waldo classes to see what Waldo Diddy is. So if Portia, you can make a curriculum for that for your students here on YouTube, John Galt, and you know you can send it past, your executives, John Galt, who is the pillar of of the community, who gives down. He gives down
on how to find out where Diddy really is.
Waldo, that's right. Yes. So you can give out papers to the class and find out where Waldo is.
I can do my best to look and see and keep up, but I want to watch this video because this is where they say he is. So let's see what they are telling us really quick.
Diddy Combs.
Diddy is now at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn, a place that's been described as hell on earth. Fox 8's Lisa Evers is at MDC right now on Diddy's life behind bars. Lisa, what are you finding out tonight?
Well, Natasha and Steve, for the first time in his life, Sean Diddy Combs has spent a week behind bars. He's here inside MDC, where he's been since his arrest on Monday night on federal sex trafficking and other charges, to all of which he's pleaded not guilty. There's no VIP section. There is no concierge, only conmen, killers, and kingpins. MDC is so bad, federal judges have questioned the harsh conditions for those here awaiting trial. So bad, I was here 2 years ago during a cold spell, reporting on detainees with no heat, pounding on windows for help. There was even a congressional inquiry. But take the word of a former inmate I spoke with who goes by Esco.
It's terrible. The food is terrible. Of course, the inmates are terrible. The guards are terrible. The conditions are terrible. It's just terrible.
The inmates that you're surrounded around, just in general, a lot of them are brought up on pretty heavy federal indictments, right? So just in terms of the atmosphere there, it's just certainly one that no one wants to be in.
Combs was placed in a special housing unit and on suicide watch, the standard protocol for high-profile celebrity detainees. The disgraced mogul was denied bail by two separate judges. His attorney, Mark Agnifilo, asked the court to transfer him to the federal detention section at the Essex County Jail, but the judge deferred to the Bureau of Prisons. Federal trial attorney Philip Hamilton says lockdown can mean a lot less time to prepare your defense.
In terms of fighting their case, it just makes it all the more difficult, because now in terms of you being able to communicate with your attorney, you are at the realms of just what's going on with respect to the facility. Is it on lockdown? Is the facility letting visitors in?
Detainees on suicide watch wear tearaway paper hospital-style garments and rubber shower shoes. The isolation may be the worst part for Combs. It's being done for his protection in the violence-prone facility. He will have no bunkie.
He's probably not going to have any contact with any other inmates. So for him, it's going to be a little different than for a person like me, where I will go through process and intake, and then they'll assign me a cell, and I'll have a bunkie or a cellmate. And I'll be in population.
For him to be able to get out at this point, it just doesn't look good.
Now, we reached out to Combs' attorney but did not get a response. We also reached out to the Bureau of Prisons. They confirmed to us that Combs is in fact detained here at MDC. For how long remains to be seen. We're live at MDC in Sunset Park, Brooklyn. I'm Lisa Evers, Fox 5 News.
Portia, didn't you see the sideburns
From
that he
music
had
mogul
on the
to
video
an
while he
inmate,
was in
Sean
court?
Diddy Combs is denied bail on charges of sex trafficking and racketeering.
TMZ. Sorry, I had to get back to the right screen.
You see the video that you seen on what they had the sketch of him in the court. Didn't he have sideburns?
Oh.
Look back. Listen, I'm dissecting. These people are telling the damn lie. That man ain't locked up. If he is, show it to us. Show it to us. You show Trump locked up. You show R. Kelly locked up. Show us P. Diddy Combs. They're lying and they're playing on us, and it's a deception.
Sideburns are racist.
Whatever.
Okay, so let me get back to this other video and let's see some more of this.
Me and Elvis got sideburns.
Here, going back, he is in this criminal indictment against Combs. Okay, want to be very clear about that. And he has not been accused of wrongdoing by authorities in any way. Having said that, many people are wondering what he might have seen at a young age when he lived with Combs in the 90s. This is a very common topic of conversation right now. Deep dives into the people surrounding Combs. Justin Bieber, Jennifer Lopez, Usher, so forth.
That's why you can't get a defamation case.
Any kind of case. Now,
because these are words you can ask in court.
Another of his apparent...
They ain't did nothing to that man as a kid.
Dawn Richard. Dawn Richard is a former member of the girl group Danity Kane, and then she joined the trio group with Combs and another singer, Kalina Harper. It was called Diddy Dirty Money. She filed a lawsuit claiming that Combs sexually and verbally abused her for a decade. She also claimed that Combs owes her more than $3 million in unpaid salary and royalties, as well as unpaid wages for touring. And going back to Usher, Richard claims that Usher witnessed Combs' alleged abuse of his then girlfriend, Cassie Ventura. Ventura had filed her own bombshell lawsuit last fall, seemingly kickstarting Combs' significant legal troubles. In the complaint, Richard's attorneys write, in the weeks and months leading up to the Bad Boy Interscope deal, Mr. Combs had frequent meetings with producer and then CEO of Interscope Records, Jimmy Iovine. On one such occasion, Combs hosted
Sound like a play to me.
California restaurant, which Miss Richard and Miss Harper were
the same girlfriend with Pete Diddy. Wow.
Dinner were celebrities like Neo and Usher, as well as Mr. Iovine. At the dinner, Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura had an argument. In front of the dinner guests, Mr. Combs hissed at Miss Ventura in a screaming whisper and forcefully punched her in the stomach, causing her to double over in visible pain, crying. Miss Clark escorted Miss Ventura out of the restaurant, and Mr. Combs remained and continued socializing with the dinner guests. At this point, Interscope Records clearly had actual knowledge that Combs was dangerous around females and that Combs was willing to brazenly batter a female in public. Erica Wolf, one of Combs' attorneys, responded to the Richards lawsuit with this statement to Vibe. Mr. Combs is shocked and disappointed by this lawsuit. In an attempt to rewrite history, Dawn Richard has now manufactured a series of false claims, all in the hopes of trying to get a payday conveniently timed to coincide with her album release and press tour. So let's go back to Usher. There was speculation around him, and that increased dramatically when all of the singer's tweets suddenly disappeared on the day before Combs was arrested in New York. There were rumors that Usher...
It's funny because like all of it, for all of the women, they're like, they're looking for a payday. It's, like all of them are coming out now. And it's interesting. But back to Usher.
Might be trying to cover up any past mentions of Combs on his feed, but Usher later tweeted, or wrote on X, account got hacked and damn, y'all ran with it, followed by 3 laughing emojis. His tweets also seem to be restored on his feed. Now, Usher is not the only up-and-coming superstar that got special attention from
we already talked about Bieber.
Justin Bieber's YouTube page when the singer was just 15. It's gone viral again after the latest allegations against Combs.
Justin, you ever seen the movie 48 Hours? Right now, he's having 48 hours with Diddy, him and his boy. They're having the times of their lives, like where we hanging out and what we doing. We can't really disclose, but it's definitely a 15-year-old's dream.
Now, Usher was actually the one to introduce Bieber to the world of Combs and Bad Boy Entertainment. Usher told Howard Stern that he'd heard about Bieber through the grapevine, he'd seen some of his YouTube videos, and had his people set up a meeting. And that led Usher
You do chop it up and make it like it's creepy.
My World. Now, most recently, Suge Knight, the rival of Sean Combs, music executive who's...
Fun fact for all of you that don't know, I've been listening to, Patrick Bet-David, and he did a live interview with Suge Knight on the phone from prison. And if you watch that episode of Patrick Bet-David with Suge Knight, every 15 minutes, you'll hear the operator say, your time, you have reached your 15 minutes. After, please insert 60 cents to add 15 to the call. It's so funny. It's so
crazy call portion.
I was thinking, like, maybe Patrick Bet-David could have cut that part out, but the fact that
right,
like, it just was so raw, because it's like, just so y'all know, he is talking to a Negro that is locked up right now. That he was talking about Diddy. But to find out, I don't know if y'all knew this, but Suge Knight podcast. He has his own podcast, like in real life, and he has shows like,
I listened to them, so I know they got them. I listen to all of them, so yeah.
I'm like, dang, you got a podcast at a prison? Suge
That's
Knight.
right. A lot of people do. That's why I say I bring facts. I be hearing what people say, so yeah, he do for real, and he said a whole lot.
Sharing a dang payphone and calling collect. Yeah, I'm telling you, Crack. Like, whenever I saw him, whenever I listened to the interview on Patrick Bet-David, and then he was telling PBD, he was like, I love your show, I love your podcast, I love listening to you, and all this other kind of stuff. And then PBD, he's like, yeah, he said, I really enjoy your show too. I'm like, what? So if y'all didn't know that, shout out to Suge Knight. He got a podcast. Hey, tough guy.
I listen to every episode. He probably got like 125. I think I'm being 125 episode. Yeah, he got a lot of episodes. So yeah, he really telling everything. And he said this: if you saw Tupac murder, no, he said if you saw Biggie murder, you saw Tupac murder.
What's up, Portia? What's happening, girl?
He talks about all of that.
Mm-hmm.
Finish this. I'm running out of steam a little bit, but
How you doing? How you doing tonight, Portia?
What's up, tough guy?
good. Just
Yeah, this tough guy. He had a hard worker. He beating the drums all night.
I guess
He probably didn't beat some drums. He didn't have an African girl shake their booty all night.
No, man. I ain't played today.
I want to play a little bit more really quick.
Currently
But I
sitting
was
in prison
busy, though, all day.
after pleading no contest to
No drums.
voluntary
He
manslaughter.
ain't smoked no weed
He
tonight
spoke
yet.
in a bombshell interview with Chris Cuomo on News Nation, and one of the things he alleged was that music executives had used alcohol and drugs to compromise Combs' manhood. He told Cuomo that Combs was taught that, and he got Usher as a kid: alcohol, drugs, sex, Justin Bieber, and see, they do these things to take control. Okay. So what are we supposed to do with all of this? Well, let me bring in right now civil rights attorney Joe Richardson to help break this down. Joe, so good to see you. Thank you for coming on. When I mention this, any possible connection with Usher here, anything legally speaking that sticks out to you?
It's not necessarily clear that there is, which Usher can continue to hope for in that regard. However, because they get to cast such a wide net in charging him, they're charging Puff Daddy with a conspiracy. And so as part of that, they can use things that they didn't prosecute because they ran out of time. They didn't prosecute for any of a number of reasons. They can put them all in together and mix them all up, and that gives you your conspiracy. So if Usher witnessed things, and they could go back 20 years, they could go back a long time. If he witnessed things, if he was part of things, all of that can potentially be admissible. And so I see why there was this reaction either by him or his hacker to get rid of some information.
You don't believe it?
Twitter.
You don't believe it?
You know, I don't have to figure that out one way or the other, but the irony is crazy. You know what I mean? His hackers got good timing. Let me just put it to you that way. And he's not the one he wasn't named in the indictment, et cetera.
Right.
But by the way, nobody else was named in the indictment, but it is a conspiracy. And that normally means with or together and others. So he's not totally safe just because of how broad the potential is for things that can go into helping to convict Puff Daddy.
I still am confused why, if let's say there was no hacker, let's say he intentionally did it or one of his team members did it, what would be the goal there to delete the tweets? Is it to delete it so from a PR point of view, nobody can dredge up old tweets? Oh, look how he's praising Sean Combs right here. Because from a legal point of view, if you delete potential, I don't know if you want to call it evidence or not, that could get him into shaky territory.
You know, and that's true. But sometimes you're not even thinking about whether you're going to be potentially legally wrong. I think that handlers and people that are around artists, and remember, Usher is one of the biggest acts in the world, not just R&B act. And so it would be very easy for somebody on his team to quickly overthink a situation and to be corrected by counsel and saying, no, we don't want to do that. And here's why. Because there's so many people probably that rely on him for their livelihood, so many people on his team, and they're very protective about his image. They don't want anything about sex going on or being talked about off stage. He's super sexy, super sensual on stage as part of his act, but that's as part of his act. They don't want to be dealing with situations that lend to criminal liability. So someone over there could have jumped the gun. You couldn't put it past him. And if that had happened, he wouldn't exactly be admitting it right now.
If you witness something, so one of the allegations, as I mentioned before from Dawn Richards, that he witnessed Combs beating Cassandra Ventura, who I think we can make a fair argument is probably a key figure in this indictment. A lot of her allegations are echoed in this indictment, also the government's subsequent letters to the court. If you witness that, not saying you participate in these freak-offs, not saying you're forcing people to go be a part of the freak-offs or anything like that, but you witness an act of violence, which is a characteristic of the overall racketeering case, a characteristic of the sex trafficking charge. Does that make you an accomplice? Does that make you a co-conspirator from a criminal point of view?
See, that was my question.
Not necessarily. I think it's a lot harder to connect someone and make them a co-conspirator, particularly somebody like Puff Daddy that's not necessarily somebody like Usher that's not around Puff Daddy day to day and things like that. Now, there's plenty of room for other co-conspirators, but I'd be just as worried if I am people around his university, the record companies, et cetera, as it pertains to the civil lawsuits, because depending on who you're naming, if you're adding companies, if you're adding other individuals, you can impute knowledge based on the things that everyone saw. So you got to remember, there's not just what's going on the criminal side. There's this dozen or so civil cases that are going on where they can press buttons and connect dots. And they can also, just like they do on the criminal side, the prosecutors do on the criminal side, that the attorneys can do on the civil side to press and get pressure on particular individuals to help make sure that they render or get from Puff Daddy what they're looking for from a civil standpoint.
Do you think that he hasn't said anything since the indictment and the arrest? And actually, that's common with a lot of the people around Combs' orbit, a lot of high-profile people. Do you think they're not saying anything because they don't want to get wrapped up in it? They don't want to say something that could hurt them? Or are they already speaking with federal prosecutors and investigators, or they anticipate they might?
There could be some of both. I would say that, if I really thought, if I'm Usher, if I'm whoever else, fill in the blank, and I really thought that I was potentially part of this or could be seen as such, now I'm talking with my lawyers about, should they be calling us before we call them? What do we do with that? Are we jumping the gun? Because some people, I don't know that any other big profile star is going to go to jail here, but someone could lose their career. Someone could be negatively affected. Maybe Usher's a little bit too big for that. Maybe so. But there's a whole lot of people out here that participated in these things and that talk about these things. So you talk about the freak offs, and they might talk about them in different ways, But everybody understood that Puffy could put on a party and that all kinds of stuff went on. Entertainment, 2.1. In other words, you always hear things about big entertainment parties and sex and all of these other things. But some people are thinking hard about, are we potentially liable here? And does that mean that we ought to be part of this thing at all? And are we worse off if the prosecutors call us before we call them?
And to be clear, there's a difference.
All right, so maybe Usher will get his people to call Diddy's people, and they'll figure that out. And of course, with a conspiracy, that is if Diddy is even locked up in real life. So, I would like to see the trial. I hope that they record, allow the cameras in the courtroom. That would be great, because they've done it.
I don't think they're gonna do that, Portia.
This is gonna be bigger than OJ. Man. They always got a black man on trial.
They really want a soap opera is what you really want, Portia. Sound like.
You said it's gonna be bigger than OJ?
Mm-hmm. What was the last white man that was on trial?
Donald Trump.
Oh yeah, Donald Trump. I was gonna say Derek Chauvin. That was a pretty big one.
Or what's his name?
And Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yeah, Kyle Rittenhouse.
Pretty big. But I would like. I can't remember who it was. I think it was. I believe they were from New York that said it, but they were talking about how they are strict on.
What's his name? But he won though against Amber Heard.
Oh, Johnny Depp. That's who. Those.
Who is that?
Oh,
that's tough guy.
Yeah,
Diddy
what up,
needs
nigga?
to retain
What's up, nigga?
Heard's attorneys. He needs to get, Johnny Depp's attorneys. That's who Diddy needs to get, I think. And he needs to make sure that he has a woman attorney on his team as well, especially given all of the accusations. Who knows what's going to happen? What's going to come out of this?
I
And
got a question for you, Portia.
go ahead.
When are you getting married?
You said what?
When are you gonna get married?
Soon, I hope.
You got a boyfriend?
Yeah, I would like to be married really soon, actually.
So you got a boyfriend?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
And I would like to be.
Is he black or white, Portia?
Oh, he's black, 12 man.
All right. I'm jealous now.
Well, I would just like to see what comes from all of this. It is interesting. It could be one of those things where they're making this a big deal to cover up something else or to get our focus off other things, but I would be lying if I said it wasn't entertaining. I've watched a lot of those interviews that his former security has been given, and they have just been singing like a canary. They've been telling it all, and it's just listening to some of the stuff. It's like, this is crazy. Like, I know that it's not illegal to be nasty or whatever. However, some of that stuff is just like, yo, that just seems like a lot. And then they say that in that baby oil, it has some sort of drug in it, and I guess whenever
Heard that baby oil was drug fortune. Got drugs in it.
Yeah, that's what they said. Like, it's drugs. So whatever that drug is, they're saying that like if you're getting a massage, I guess that drug gets into your system, and then you just kind of forget stuff, or maybe, I don't know what the drug does, but
Sounds satanic, Portia.
It gets you.
I don't know why you want to talk about it so much.
Yeah, it does sound like some sort of it. I guess it's dark, so I guess satanic would be
Makes
good.
me want to smoke another damn cigarette, and I'm trying to quit.
Well, that's all that I had after the debate.
Where you at, Stanley? You sleep?
He probably fell asleep.
He probably took a nap.
Old ass man, wake up.
Wake your ass up, fat boy.
He ain't fat, but
Stanley's
How's
definitely
that?
fat.
He sounds fat, but he's not. Tough guy.
He said he's 10 pounds overweight.
Well, y'all know if y'all say his name enough, he gonna pop up.
Like Candyman.
Like Candyman, yep. He'll start talking. I don't know.
This other motherfucker on here still crown race.
I didn't know you had a boyfriend. That's betrayal.
It's
Yeah.
It's betrayal.
Yeah, I thought you was single.
Yeah, man, that's fucking.
And I've been trying for you all these
I have a
months.
boyfriend,
What's
though,
up with that?
Bombshell.
You've been playing me, Portia. What's up with that shit?
Yeah, 12 men don't like that shit.
Y'all are killing me. Let me see.
Portia, like I ain't studying y'all niggas. She don't give a.
Yeah, because there's
What were we talking about?
sudden.
I could probably find something else to play, but
So
y'all probably won't like
what
it.
you think about the debate, Portia?
Oh, I thought it was great. I thought that JD Vance gave a first class performance. It was I was impressed. What I really liked was how they got along. It just seemed very civil.
I thought
their discourse.
Portia. I thought they found a lot more to agree on than disagree on, personally.
Yeah, and I just felt like Vance was just, I mean, gosh, he was just such a nice guy. And you know, with
He speaks well.
gosh, yeah, he does. Whoever got this man prepped, you know, politically in that arena, they did an incredible job because
I was looking like this nigga should be the president.
yeah, that's how I was looking at it too. So I was like, God, no, he could have you know, talked to Trump, you know, a few times.
And then have Trump be the vice president since he already been the president already.
Because it's like, Jesus, that's you know, Trump, he's not a backseat. But yeah, I thought it was good. I was just impressed just by just how well he spoke and how well he responded, and he actually answered the questions, and how he did exceed the time limit at one point, but that's whenever because they announced the rules and they said they're not doing that fact checking thing how they did last time, and so they tried to do that to him tonight, and he was like, nope, y'all said y'all wasn't go you know, fact check. So he checked them and really got those two chickens in line. He said what he said.
So what do you think about the other guy?
Tim Walz, he seemed okay, you know. I mean, he's a Democrat now, so you know. However, I thought that he did good too.
That nigga said that he's friends with school shooters.
Oh, I don't remember hearing that part, but that's
Probably not something that you want to say. I know tomorrow,
He said,
whenever
I've been friends with school shooters. That's what he said.
He said that tough guy, no shit.
Y'all didn't hear that shit?
No, I didn't hear that
Oh
part.
my god.
no, I didn't.
That was gonna come back to bite him in the ass if he said that.
That's why I was like, what? What did he say? Oh, what the fuck? Yeah.
I do remember him saying he loves guns, and Kamala does too. And I'm like, since when? And then I know he went into the whole, all what guns shouldn't be allowed to be on the streets, and it's just, you can say that all day long. People are 3D printing guns. They're doing so many things.
Did you just start a new live, Portia?
Maybe Crack started his. Let me see.
Yeah, might have been. You're gonna talk about more charts and shit again?
Yeah. His let me see. Oh wait, wrong thing.
Might have to go to bed if he's gonna do that shit again. I really don't care about it.
Yeah, he's doing his let me see.
He said his son was present when somebody was shooting too, but he also said, I've been friends with school shooters. That's what he said. On quote.
Yeah, another 15, 20 minutes. Oh. Crack.
Like when Crack is joking around, man, but I only handle so much of that.
Hear you.
Hey, why does your shit does double when you do a message, all seeing guy?
Oh, it's because it's we're streaming from two different platforms, so you'll see it. So like if it's 3 or 4 people that are sharing, or however it works, it'll just be that amount.
What other platform other than YouTube, Portia?
Oh yeah, so
is
it's
there
just,
another one?
yeah, it's another channel.
Oh, just another YouTube channel.
Yeah. You know how you share your stream, share the show.
Yeah.
Times, yeah, like that.
Yeah, I'm just grifting for subs.
Yeah,
all right, y'all. I'm tired.
I'm getting
Hey,
sick.
y'all, we gonna get an extra hour.
You sound tired, nigga.
I know. Hey, when we have another
better get your black ass to bed.
Shit. You sound like my homie Dave. I got a white homie named Dave, and he used to drive cabs, and he retired now, but he used to take us to the casino and shit. Dave was cool as fuck. That's what you remind me of. Dave Johnson.
Yeah, we West Coast, man. I've been in the hood all night tonight, man. Like,
you sound like one of them white old motherfuckers that used to be in the hood and shit. With your little cane, and you
we're smoking weed. We're smoking weed in the street tonight, like flipping off the police, because they ain't gonna stop, man. You know what I mean?
I got a white homie. Dude. I got a white homie in Kansas City named Pilgrim, and that nigga got gold teeth.
I ain't got those gold teeth, man.
Yep, only white boy I know with gold teeth, nigga. That nigga really from where we from.
Doesn't Kid Rock have gold teeth or something?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he has silver teeth.
Yeah, niggas wear grills where I'm from. Grills, gold teeth, diamonds and shit in they motherfucking mouth, all that shit.
Those are fake grills.
No, you'll get clown wearing some shit like that.
They be wearing them fake grills and shit.
Yeah, no, you better have the real shit, nigga.
Get busted up with them brass knuckles and shit. All busted up and pull that gold out your mouth.
You got to teach tomorrow, Portia?
Yep.
Oh, damn, early in the morning. You be up late and early, huh?
I'm usually not up late. I just can't sleep for some reason.
Oh.
I think that's YouTube does something to you, Portia. Makes you not want to sleep or something.
I just
it's almost like speed.
I'm starting to get sleepy now. But yeah, I'll
HB's knocked out, ain't he?
yeah, he's sleeping. But it is I just looked at the time and I realized how late it is. So
I can tell.
He should
I'm
be
about to
getting
dip off of here. Yo, do your thing, man. I'll talk about y'all in the morning.
I can tell when you get sleepy, Portia, you get that puppy girl voice.
Oh, that's funny. He should be up here in a few more hours, but while Stanley is sleeping and Crack, his show is going. It just depends on how I feel.
I gotta go to sleep at midnight, Portia. I got my hand surgery at 7 in the morning.
Oh, that's it's time, and of course you're in our prayers, and it's going to be. Oh my goodness, look at who it is, it's John.
There's John Galt.
And I pray that.
I've been listening to you guys. I just been cleaning up around the house a little bit.
About time you watch your ass, motherfucker.
Oh, I've been here for a long time. I'm just not joining in.
Did you do a deep dive into Diddy and his life?
Oh yeah, I guess I missed that part. Y'all did that?
Yeah, I went all the way in.
Oh, they're about to write a book or something about her, aren't they?
Well, they're saying that whatever book that Kim Porter allegedly wrote that she was going to put out, that they have the copies to it or something. I don't know.
Ain't no telling which version they had. They probably modified that.
Which version you have, John Galt?
I don't have any version. I'm just waiting on it.
I don't want to see that shit. Imagine people on porn sites looking up Diddy, freak shows and shit.
I think for the people that that are interested in the the entertainment business, is probably interesting to them. So Portia, you sound like you're tired, but you need some well-needed rest. Portia, I can take over for you till HB jumps in here.
Okay, I'm listening for now. I'm trying to get sleepy. So
good night, Portia. We love you so much, baby girl.
Yeah, so get some good rest, Portia. I have it.
I'm still here for a little bit. So you go ahead. I'm just listening.
Yeah. In case you ever you need to fall off, just you only have to let me know. I can take it in at probably about 4 or 5 o'clock. I'm thinking I can do that. 4 or 5. It's about 3 hours. What time HB jumping on? 6?
Yeah, it'll more than likely be before 6.
Okay.
I think it's 2 a.m. where he is right now. So maybe in a couple hours, I'm sure you'll still be live.
Oh yeah, he's on East Coast time. Okay. Yeah, I can definitely go to probably 5. At the latest 5. Like I got the energy right now to pull it off.
So
I mean,
what
I've
do
been
you,
up for quite a while.
what do you have for us?
You know, I just I freestyle it. I come up with something.
Oh,
Right,
because
I come up with something. I'll probably talk a little bit about that debate. I'm sure you all covered that.
I'll bug the fuck out of John, make him put me in the back.
It may not be the one here for me to have to put you in the back. You won't be. There won't be. It'll just be me and you. There'll be no one for you to talk over.
Yeah, that's what happened last night. You abandoned me last night, John. I was like, what the fuck?
Oh, did it? I didn't leave you by yourself. Someone was up here, and then I thought maybe Stanley was here. I can't remember.
Yeah, one of y'all abandoned me.
You know, my sleep schedule has changed by 2 or 3
If
times.
I was a host, I would have stayed, but I'm not a host.
You're not restreaming anytime close, man. Sometimes you restream, but you're not restreaming it. I notice.
Yeah, but I'm still not a host here, so.
Yeah, I noticed you. I noticed you aren't restreaming.
And the only reason Stanley's a host here is because I suggested he be a host.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
He never thanked me for that. And I said, Stanley should be a moderator and a host.
You got to be a.
You gave him.
Say what? There.
I told you if you say Stanley's name, he gonna pop up and look. He just,
I told you. It's like rubbing a genie on a bottle.
Oh, I guess he really did say that. Yeah. So, John, were you able to catch the debate?
You know, not really. I talked to a couple of people on the phone and they were talking about it. You know, I don't understand why it's so late. You know, people are voting now. People have already voted. What is the point?
Oh yeah, that is in other states. Yeah, that's crazy.
And just for CBS is desperate for views, John. Basically.
They would have had more views if they'd done it early before all the voting started. What did you think about the debate?
Yeah. It's been a crazy election cycle, so there's that.
What did you think, Portia?
I thought it was great. I was very impressed. I was super impressed with JD Vance. And I was also, not gonna lie, I was impressed with Walt as well. The debate was so good because it was actually a debate, you know, and they were allowing the other to speak. They weren't attacking each other personally, you know, no ad hominems. They were just answering and addressing the questions. And it felt like back in the day, whenever debates, it's just like, okay, we're having a debate. After this, we can go grab a drink. The country isn't divided, and we don't hate each other like we do right now. It just made it actually felt like actually Democrats and Republicans can have a conversation, and I really like that. It's like they
did a real good job with Tim. What's his name? Tim Waltz.
Yeah.
Fred Flintstone.
They did a good job with him then. If that's how you came away, considering, you know, how he allowed the police in his state to shoot at people who were violating the COVID requirements, and now you're kind of looking at him like he's just a normal guy. That's a hell of a reputation rehabilitation.
Well, yeah, I was just like, wow, this is very interesting.
Light him up.
You know, if I was going to vote, honestly, you know, I've always looked at it like there would be litmus tests for me, and COVID would be everything for me. Now, you couldn't run from that shit with me. I don't give a damn what you saying today. If you were allowing that shit that he allowed during COVID, I just couldn't vote for him. That, you know,
That's what this cop said. Light him up, and they start shooting the rubber bullets. And people
I think that's really cool. If we're gonna rely on past events, and maybe we should. January 6th came up, so you know.
Yeah. Why shouldn't Portland come up and Minneapolis and all those Antifa fuckers and all the BLM motherfuckers burning all the cities down?
Everyone had their own, you know, probably would have their own litmus test. For some people, it'd be January.
The summer of Antifa.
But you know,
let's go.
I don't know if anyone could have stopped the January 6th people, but I know who was in charge of the government when all that.
Well, I don't know if anybody could stop COVID or.
Yeah, but I know, that's right. You know, like I said, it's not a debate, not a back and forth. But I know who was in charge. I know who could have brought those police officers to account for shooting rubber bullets at people. And the man in charge of the state, attorney,
of everything.
I need some rubber bullets.
The man in charge of the attorney general, yet Keith Ellison, he probably didn't have any problem seeing those white people being shot at with rubber bullets, COVID or not. And so I just couldn't vote for people like, you know, that's just me. You know, everybody make your own decision. But a man that would allow that to happen and then not even hold those people.
I don't want to kill them. I just want to disable them.
And so the fact they've been able to rehabilitate him, and I'm sure they didn't ask him about that in the debate, no?
12th man was actually really in charge.
Did they ask about that in the debate about him allowing his police?
No,
they didn't.
They didn't talk much about COVID either.
They didn't talk much about COVID. That's what I'm saying. Like, you think about all the rights and things that have been done to people, and these people have glossed all over COVID. But I ain't forgot yet. My mama still wearing masks. I can't forget.
That's traumatizing event in this country, man, for people who
I guess
remember.
it just depends on your politics, apparently. I think
I'm apolitical. I don't give a shit who win, but I know when I see my mother with that mask every day, and I know who told her that. And them niggas were lying to me and lying to my mother.
The Wu-Flu didn't scare me, but the reaction of the government did. That's what scared me.
That's why I judge motherfuckers, you know. I give people some passes, you're old or whatever, and maybe weak. You felt like the government forced you to do it because you had to do your mama and your grandma. But it's something in me that really holds some anger toward the people. They didn't resist the way I did, right? I want everybody to fight like I did. You could take the damn backs, but you got to resist this tyranny. And a lot of people didn't do that, and they're going to vote for more of it, or people that will at least uphold more of it. So, hey, we are where we are.
And that gave the tyranny a pass. Those people who who just went along with it, man.
A lot of them thought that it was just stupidity. The government didn't know what they were doing. The same government that can take you to the moon and launch rockets and kill millions of people. They can come up with
government fought a civil war, and then all of a sudden there's a Confederate flag in the Capitol.
I don't think about Confederate flags. I don't think about any of that shit.
Oh, I do,
because you can fly it, you don't fly it. If you don't like it, you look the other way.
I actually do think about things like that.
That's good. You can look to symbols and you can find problems with symbols.
Kind of like that mask.
They infringe upon me. That's really what bothers me more than a symbol. You can wave your flag. I got a neighbor 2 doors down from me. She flies
a flag in a black man's capital. Yeah, that really struck me.
You know,
there's a black college kid like maybe
everything. Everybody's got their own hill to die on, right? And some niggas will fight over a flag. They fight over flags in these hoods. They put
wearing a mask didn't bother me that much.
Right, I understand. It didn't bother you.
About 6 or more years ago, there's a black kid.
Seeing my mother being told lies.
Well, you know, my mother wore a mask too. It didn't upset me. My father too.
Well, you and I would probably cut a little different. We see things a little different. The government does things to you that may not offend you. You serve the government. I made them motherfuckers put me out. I'm a different nigga. I made the motherfucker put me. I made a drill sergeant cry. I'm a very different person, and I don't take lightly a motherfucker trying to put a mask on me or None of that shit, especially when they hit the niggles enforcing that shit. That's what sent me over the motherfucking head every time I go and saw some black ass nigga.
It's hard. It's
Telling me
hard
to put a mask on. That shit just burned me.
So
Still
mad.
to this day. And I never wore one of them motherfuckers, but I can still see the greasy black ass niggas in the grocery stores and fucking stores telling me to put a mask on, and shit still burns me up to this day.
Damn.
And them niggas haven't been held account, and they need to be held account. You know what I mean? Maybe their punishment is that we're bringing the migrants in to replace these black motherfuckers that enforce that mask requirement. Maybe that's their punishment.
I mean, the Republicans allowed COVID, and then
In these
they're
black
bringing in
ass DC
migrants.
cities, I coined the term, I call it bra. Black run America like a stinking ass bra. Black run America. I showed you the ticket that some fucking nigga wrote me. Said I was littering in front of my own fucking house. What sense that make? It was niggas littering in front of my house. They can write tickets to people like me, but they never can go and focus on the root of the problem, the niggas. They cause so many problems in America. And nobody can talk about this shit. And these niggas that preside over these cities and the Democrats and the liberals that use these niggas and got my mother still wearing a mask. I'm a little angry about that. I don't even think about that shit, but just to think that we're gonna, possibly have a president that let motherfuckers shoot at people. When I heard niggas burn down cities because you ruffle a hair on the head of one of these nappy head ass niggas, they'll burn down a whole motherfucking city. But they'll let white folks in their neighborhood be shot at by the police just for stepping outside on their fucking porch.
Interesting.
And so that showed me that niggas don't really have no problem with the police. Somebody asked me today, do a racist chat. Well, here it go, right? Niggas don't have no problem with the police. They wouldn't have no problem with white folk beating, shooting at the police for just coming outside their house. It's the hypocrisy. These fucking niggas, the cognitive dissonance. The same liberal nigga that would tell you he marched for George Floyd and Freddie Gray and that fucking nigga, Jacob Blake, all them niggas.
Those niggas really got
They don't have a problem voting for the white man who's in charge of the state that allowed the police to shoot at people. Create George Floyd crackhead autonomous zones in their cities and states.
It was crazy.
You can't say they didn't do it. It was allowed.
Had a big statue of him somewhere.
That's how you can vote for it. Right?
Where's that big statue of George Floyd at? Just a
Yeah.
big ass statue of George Floyd somewhere.
I was looking at the statue.
They're gonna move that big ass statue of George Floyd to the White House when they win.
And that's all the blacks got is a fucking George Floyd statue.
They probably will.
Right, so they wanted me to be
They're gonna
racist.
put it on the White House.
They
on
wanted
the
me to
south
be
lawn of
racist
the White
today.
House.
I had a motherfucker say, he wanted me to be racist, and here I am being racist. You tore down Robbie Lee statue and all these white folk statues. And I showed you that George Floyd statue you motherfuckers seen in Brooklyn. You seen some bullshit crude ass statue in Boston. They can tear down, but they can't replace with the beauty and the character of what they've torn down. And you can extend it all the way to this country. They're building autonomous zones that nobody wants to live in. These niggas ain't got no Aranya building skills in them. If anybody know what Aranya is, it's a town built by all whites in South Africa to get away from the niggas. Ain't no Aranya builders in these niggas. Because they will vote for people who forced the mask on, shot at them for stepping out on their front porch. And then at the same time, they would go protest for a crackhead nigga. You can't make heads or tails out of these people sometimes. And maybe I'm a little fired up because I'm thinking about my mother wearing the mask still to this day. I was in my mother's house last night and I saw masks all over the house. And then I come back and I get a fucking ticket from some nigger littering in my front yard.
Yeah, you had a hard
So somebody asked me, to be racist today? I'm giving you a little bit. And I ain't talking about no hatred. I'm just talking about lived experiences here. Anyway, you guys go right ahead.
Well, my time during COVID wasn't that bad.
I'm sure it wasn't.
I hear you had a bad time.
As I told you, my mother still wears a mask to this day. Still wears a mask to this day. And I never told you this. They diagnosed my mother with cancer after all that COVID shit. If you want to bleed COVID, whatever you want to bleed the doctor, maybe they would have caught it earlier. If they hadn't put off all appointments and had my mother too afraid to go to the doctor.
How's she doing now?
Her life will never be the same. And, again, she's still wearing the mask and this motherfucker can't hardly breathe. And they took parts of her lungs. She damn near died. And the same people that told her to wear the fucking mask to save her life from COVID damn near killed her. And they still telling her to wear the mask when she ain't even hardly got but a half of a fucking lung. And they said, put on the mask before you come in. You can't fucking breathe. They took half my mother's fucking lung for no fucking reason. The same people that told her that COVID was real and put a mask on, put two of them motherfuckers on. Wipe down your groceries and your packages and shit. None of that shit was real. And nobody ever came back and said, hey, ma'am, you can take your mask off. She did. I couldn't stop her from getting them motherfuckers. She kept getting them over and over and over.
Damn, yeah, that suppresses a cancer
I know.
Gene that prevents you from getting cancer.
I've had so many tenants take that shit, get sick. But that ain't even the biggest thing. The biggest thing, and people don't like what I said, but for a man to bend over and do some shit that he don't want to do like that, is aching to getting fucked, getting raped. So many men I knew didn't want to do it. I've had some come on here and tell me they didn't want to do it, but they did it to save it for a job. I played that tape of Mike Tyson. See, he had to take the vax to feed his family. That man got raped to feed his family. God damn, he took blows hard in the ring, you would have thought. But the government knocked that ass out.
Yeah, that my body, my choice political side wasn't like that this time with the COVID, man.
Like that this time. It wasn't like that this time. They show you that these people don't believe what they say. All them slogans are just conveniently tossed away when they want to force you to do something. My body, my choice.
First they bribe people with pizza and beers, and then they threaten them and coerce them, like you're gonna lose your job.
Yeah. I'm really surprised that black people again were not skeptical, if not downright mad as fuck, that you had mayors of city offering poor ass niggas French fries and hamburgers to come take some experimental vaccine. I was really surprised that the niggas didn't bring up Tuskegee experiment. I was really surprised that the niggas never said, hey man, what about Tuskegee experiment? What about it? Could this be it again? Well, them niggas were taking that shit for hamburgers and French fries. Hamburgers and French fries. Hamburgers and motherfucking French fries. Nigga, $50 gift certificate.
Now, where was this?
On a fake ass gift card. And that's right. Most of these niggas did it for free. Only a few of the lowest ass niggas.
Various cities had those little perks. Like New York City was one of them, I think.
French fries.
Some cities gave beers, some gave them like weed.
Weed. DC gave weed.
Yeah.
We gave weed in DC. We gave the nigga, we got the nigga high and then fucked him with a vac.
Yeah, those white people really mismanaged COVID.
Mm-hmm. White people had to get in niggas. They should have tipped the niggas off right there. Damn, they gave me weed. They been locking me up for this shit all my life. Now they're gonna give it to me to take the vax. The government? The government that they said drop crack cocaine. Like, you think about the cognitive dissonance these motherfuckers. It's why niggas are like, somebody wanted to erase his rant from me, and here it is. The same black people that told you that they dropped crack cocaine in our neighborhood. Where was that skeptical eye when they dropped that vax in their neighborhood? French fries, niggas? French fries? French fry for a vax, nigga? French fry? I got them French fries for a vax, nigga. Where was the skepticism then? The conspiratorial eye that for the niggas that blame everything on the government. Where was the conspiracy eye when the government was dropping that vax in their hood? They couldn't turn around. They couldn't come out their front door without a vax treatment center on every corner. The government dropped that vax in their hood. I saw that. I ain't see them drop no crack cocaine. That's alleged. But I know the government brought that vax into the neighborhood and made them take it. They did that. And they ain't getting niggas no other outlet. They wouldn't let the niggas go to the park, to school. They said, you gonna stay at home and take this goddamn vax. And if you need a little inducement, enticing, nigga, we'll give you some French fries. Now roll your fucking sleeve up, nigga. That's what they did. Just like crack cocaine that the nigga said the government dropped out of the sky. So that's my racist rant for the time being. I may have more.
Ooh, I'm so glad I live in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't play none of that shit out here.
Man, I remember these videos. These kids of these parents in nursing homes would film themselves trying to go visit the parents in the nursing home.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't let them in the nursing home to visit their like 98-year-old mom or dad. And then they'd go to the window. The old mom or dad be crying inside because they couldn't touch their children through the glass. Then it's all a nurse for somebody to just draw the curtain closed and block the view of the kid outside the window from the parent. Like, what the hell is that for?
Am I the only people who didn't get traumatized by COVID?
It probably didn't bother you. It probably didn't bother you, right? Like, again, enticing
people died in hospitals and their loved ones couldn't come see them.
Enticing people to take medicine for French fries should offend most people. It should.
You know what? It
Offering
didn't
people-
offend me.
Right, that's fine. I'm not saying it. There's no big deal.
People die every day.
There's no big deal. I'm not talking about dying, but
Why
most
on earth am I going to get bitter
I
about
understand. Offering people reefer to come take a vaccine shit.
It's like a eugenics program.
Should
You
really
know
raise
what?
the eye of most people, but if it doesn't, that's fine.
like a eugenics program?
That's fine. If it doesn't pique your interest that the government
I'm not exaggerating,
loves-
man.
the government.
no, I think you are exaggerating.
No, don't focus on the word. Don't focus on the word because I don't want to get.
That's the way I see
I
it.
don't
I
want
mean,
to.
a lot of other
I don't want to get off on a tangent on a word, right? But anyone that saw their government offer to get you high before they inject you with some medicine, anyone that doesn't see that as somewhat like,
Welcome to America. Shit like
I've never
this
seen that in my life before.
Day one.
All my life, 49 years, I lived my life and I've never been offered no reefer by my government. Never been offered a beer. Never. But there was something special about that vaccine that they were willing to offer me reefer. Shit that they had told me to say no to as a child. They don't even hardly let you advertise alcohol, but here the government offered me a pint of beer for a shot.
Damn. Where was this?
In 49 years of my life, I had never seen the government offering me vices.
Well, I've lived 10 years more and I still haven't seen it.
You haven't seen it.
Where were you?
French fries, hamburgers, the mayors of towns, Democrats.
Still on YouTube, Stanley.
Right?
town?
See, I knew you have to act like you don't know things, and I understand.
No, I literally don't know. I'm not
Well,
kidding.
you know, it's really a shame that these
videos
fucking
out.
liberals. It's really
I'm
a shame
still
that these,
asking which town.
But it's really a fucking shame.
Well, don't get upset.
Look, I'm not even gonna play the game and tell him because I've given him enough that if he want to Google it, he can find out on his own.
You know
He
what?
is a
I guess I
voracious
don't
reader.
care to Google it.
He is a voracious reader. He's asking me what town, but he
I'm a
don't know.
voracious reader, and I didn't run across that.
You heard him say he asked me what town, but he don't
Yeah,
know
what town?
What town? Look it up.
Okay,
If I
I'll
gotta
look it
tell you,
up.
I want you to look at it. Then you come back.
Wait for me to look it up.
He's able to present up here. He's a host. He can show us what town when he go and figure it out. He can show us what towns were offering reefer, hamburgers, French fries, beer, ices, fast food. We're gonna let him see if he can find it and come back and present it
Kind of
to
like
us.
eugenics, right?
Right. I didn't say eugenics. I don't want to get hung up on that word. Strike that
No,
from the record.
Paulson and Guy
Strike
did.
it. He didn't say that. Strike it from the record. I'm gonna cut it from the transcript so we don't get hung up on the word. We want to focus on the government that offer poor ass people 99-cent French fries to take a vax. I've never seen that in 49 years of my life, and I'm assuming that if they wanted you to take it that bad, it couldn't be good for you. That's my opinion. That's my thoughts. So anyway, go right ahead, guys. Did you find it? Yes, Stanley. They may have hidden it now. They may have censored the news and don't let you find it. So whatever I show you, you may not want to. Did you? He hasn't found it yet. It's easy to find.
I'm sure it's out there somewhere.
It's hard to find now. Maybe it was censored, but everybody know, all-seeing guy. You know what I'm talking about, right?
I just got back to the bathroom. I didn't hear what you're talking about.
You know, you remember the people offering vaccines for French fries and
Oh yeah. Burgers, weed, beer.
beer, right? And in your lifetime, I don't know how old you are. Has your government
like
ever
51
offered
or
you
52? Can't remember. Yeah, never expected to see that in America. That
in
was
your
so
lifetime?
anti-American.
Right. The shit that they lock people up, that blacks have complained.
Until Trump becomes president again, you'll see it again.
All my lifetime, I never seen blacks, be able to go and get weed from the government without getting locked up. And I've heard blacks all my life cry about that shit.
What's going
And
on
then
here?
they down and took a joint from the government, and it never dawned on them. Damn, they are giving me
Need
something.
some weed for free. That's what I need. Free weed, John.
There's a video of Fauci himself and Birx, that tall white lady, and some other people that were on TV all the time, going to the hood, going to people's freaking doors.
Yeah.
And I did see some resistance there.
That was in DC. You saw the resistance in Mirabel's in DC. Yeah.
Yeah, they were like, "Hey, you want a vaccine?" And they did get some resistance. I was glad to see that. But shit, I would have been more angry that the people they were more shocked than angry, which is understandable. You know what? These people.
Let me ask you this question, all-seeing guy. If it been a white man mayor going through a ghetto, offering people vaccines, how you think that would have went over?
Well, yeah, it was Fauci, Italian, Birx, white-looking lady. They did it, and they lived to see the next day. But people were more shocked than angry. I think these people from TV, the last freaking half a year, are on my doorstep, asked me to get a vaccine.
No.
12 man, go on mute. 12 man, you can sing, just do it on mute.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember when the mayor of DC was walking through the ghetto and some of the blacks were showing a little resistance. I'm wondering if that's the one that you were talking to, that you're referring to. Yeah, it was just
Probably only saw one video of that.
Yeah, it was a black ass mayor in DC going through the ghetto offering the vaccine.
This
out.
is long after everyone had time to study it and realize it's proven dangerous. I mean, first of all, more than 5 years before COVID ever happened, people should have already known you're not allowed to sue a vaccine company if a vaccine harms you. They're protected from being sued, even if it almost kills you. You can't sue the vaccine company.
Yeah, I didn't know until COVID hit, when I read that emergency use authorization.
5 or more years before COVID, man. Yeah. That's why I was like, what the hell is going on here, man? What are people supposed to do if it hurts them, man?
That's interesting. I would love to hear. I know Stanley, he won't focus on the point.
Well, I don't think
about the limited liability toward the vaccine and the vaccine companies. That people that were harmed by it, they felt forced. Nobody was forced to take it, but the people that took it to keep their job and then they were harmed.
Well, John, one of the things that no one wants to focus on is you can get a vaccine that is DNA or mRNA, and it's called Novavax.
All right, but I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about the
I want
force.
to
I'm talking about the
focus
force.
on who was president during COVID.
I know you do. I know you do. I know you do. But I don't want to focus there. It's not the topic right now. We're talking about the offering people the vaccine in exchange for beer, weed,
beer and weed.
Shake Shack
Hey,
French
John,
fries.
you heard about that? It's part of the same thing. The whole COVID thing is people always talk about insider trading by Congress, like Nancy Pelosi and stuff.
Yeah.
Remember they had those inessential? They called people unessential businesses if they're like a mom and pop store, you know, and they had them closed. But before COVID ever happened, Nancy Pelosi and her husband were buying up Amazon stock because they knew they're going to do it, and they're going to close all the mom and pop shops, and everyone have to buy at Amazon. And
So Pelosi knew that Amazon was going to kill all the mom and pop shops. She knew
they were going to kill all the mom and pop shops.
Because Walmart,
they knew they were going to kill all the mom and pop shops by calling them unessential business.
Thing just sounds really. I don't even know
how.
No,
it's researchable, man. I mean, it's easy.
I don't give a shit.
Stanley, did you find out who was giving out them Shake Shack French fries?
I'm not going to look it up.
Okay, I know.
See,
this is what I'm saying.
Yeah, see, I do.
Right. Now he'll tell people.
Maybe we need to.
Stanley would come on here.
Stanley would about it.
Stanley would come on here and tell people how ignorant they are when they haven't read Voltaire or Glenn Lowry or something. Stanley, you ignorant. You need to read more.
I think
I'm telling you, there were people that were offering French fries to take.
Muriel Bowser.
You say you didn't know. Go read about it. Go read about it. Go educate yourself before you speak.
You know what? Why should I? That's a DC thing.
No, it wasn't just DC. It wasn't just DC. It was DC.
They weren't doing it in Atlanta.
You don't live in Atlanta. You don't live in Atlanta. So why you mentioning
Stanley is getting triggered now, John.
Were they doing it in Anchorage?
It's getting triggered now.
And I think that is part of the problem.
Chicago, New York.
It's part of the problem, honestly. You know, I think it's part of the problem. The fact that they weren't doing it in Stanley's backyard, which I guarantee they were.
Stanley was wearing the mask.
Hell yeah, I was wearing the mask. I got the shot too.
There were so many po-ass niggas in Atlanta. There's so many po-ass niggas in Atlanta that I guarantee.
Well,
I got friends in Atlanta, but you said they weren't doing it. But I got friends in Atlanta.
I don't think they were handing out French fries.
I got friends in Atlanta that told me they were giving out all kind of other bullshit in Atlanta.
They were doing all kinds of shit.
I think Eric Adams was one of the people that did French fries for vaccine.
Gift cards and shit, right?
Stanley, why you put a mask over your face?
Well, because I like life.
Ain't you proud of your face, Stanley? Come on. You didn't like your face, Stanley?
It was an M95 mask, the one that actually is effective. Use.
Who let the dogs out? Whoop, whoop, whoop. Did you put a mask on your dog's face?
Yeah, I think so too.
You know what? Better
did you put a mask on your dog's face?
I didn't have any place I needed to be, so I really need to go out.
I've seen this one yuppie bitch. She put a mask on her dog's face.
I'm glad you got a lucky batch, Stanley, because there are different batches distributed to different places based on political affiliation.
I don't believe
she worried about her dog gonna get COVID.
I think we all had COVID. I think most of us had COVID before all this mask shit came out.
Why you put that on me? I don't think you had AIDS. Don't put that on me.
Yeah, chicken pox too.
I had shit. Right?
Isn't it
And
funny?
why
The words
do you
flu
even
and
say that?
cold went away
I ain't
since
hate
Had
COVID.
some chicken pox.
Don't put that shit on me. I ain't never been tested for COVID. I ain't never, if I got sick, I probably just had a cold. I'm
They
gonna
don't
leave it
talk
at
about
that.
the words flu and cold anymore since COVID. No one has a cold.
Yeah.
No one has the flu since COVID. It's that went away.
It's amazing how they want to diagnose everything as COVID. And you know
I
what's
don't
funny?
think it's over.
I had went to the hospital after 2020. I had to get a blood transfusion because of my anemia. So I spent a month in the hospital, and during my last 2 weeks, I just had this real bad pain in my chest. And guess what? I caught COVID in the hospital. Go figure.
Well, Virgo,
What do you want us to figure?
I don't even believe COVID.
Virgo,
So
Virgo, I want to hear more about when you got bit on your right butt cheek by a spider. That's the one.
Oh yeah. Oh, that story is past. Yeah, I almost lost my right butt cheek.
Was it a brown recluse or something?
It was a brown recluse. Yeah.
Yeah, that
Can you
causes like
tell
flesh
us that story? I want to hear that story. Please, Virgo.
12th man, fill in the lines.
What are you just trying to imagine her butt or what?
Maybe.
Oh, Lord.
I'm gonna tell my husband on you.
Spider butt fetish.
Did I hear Crack was live, but he's about to go live?
I think
He's on
did.
now.
I think he already went live.
Let's see what Crack is talking. Yeah, you guys want to see what Crack is talking about?
Yep.
Sure.
See what Crack is.
I watched
you,
the
bro.
first one.
Let's porn bomb.
Pretty good.
About ready. Porn bomb track.
Porn bomb.
Porn bomb track.
Let's porn bomb get Crack. Yeah, dude.
I'm not jacking off right now, so we're good.
We're gonna porn bomb get Crack.
Jacking off in Anchorage. That ought to be a song, a country song.
Well, I tried to get a hooker, Stanley, but
I saw you out there.
you know,
I saw you out on the boulevard.
Leave him a comment.
he writing blank checks again.
Damn, I'm not nearly as advanced to understand the stock market as Crack. I'm surprised I've stayed afloat this long, man.
Crack, he probably talk about this shit forever. Let me turn the volume up.
Maybe repo your car, repo your TVs, your couch, anything in your house. But as far as that's concerned, that's not much. But a rich guy,
Keep
they have to
talking
definitely
about
be concerned about having such a high margin.
repoing your
Anyway, let's go back
furniture.
here. Signals generated. All right. I put this highlighted in the cyan right here. Signals generated when indicator rises above negative 21% is a buy. But if falls below 48%, it's a sell. Okay, what does those percents mean? That percent is here. This is the 15-month rate of change. Okay, what's a rate of change? Rate of change is when you take this number here, whatever number that would be, and go 15 months back and subtract it. That's your rate of change. So if you start seeing the slope, so that's kind of like a stupid way of doing a slope. All right, if you took some algebra, you should know that it's just a slope. So you take a slope,
That Crack shit a little too
it starts decreasing, then something's up. But here, this thing was decreasing right into COVID.
All them fucking charts is just a little too much for me. I don't know about you.
He
Man, I
gets
use like
heavy in
intuition
the
and eyeball it, man. I don't know all this math and stuff, man. But I'm somehow like haven't gone broke yet, so I'm doing something right.
he gets heavy into those charts.
Yeah, a lot of it,
Galt.
like a lot of it drawing the
Jerome Powell,
like the I can't remember what they call them, like the where he's drawing
So
he's
I think he
predicting.
announced it.
Yeah, I can kind of eyeball those, but all that other shit, like,
Because there was a huge
you know,
crash at
predicting which way it's going,
been
I'm not
because
very
of the
good at that.
Omicron variant.
I
I
also
can do
listen to
that.
the news, like what's happening with
things happen
companies,
all
like
at the
what if they're going to get sued, if they're like just made a new breakthrough or got a contract with some other government or company, or you know, and then I just try to buy low and sell high.
Yeah, that, you know, the general trend is typically up. You know what I mean? So there may be some down, you know, down trends, but the overall trend typically is up. So yeah, I think, you know, if you buy low, you know, whenever it's dipping, you probably can make out if you sell it.
Yeah,
You know,
that's
when it
true.
goes
They
back
say to
up.
beginners, like if you got, especially if you got a lot of years left in your life, you just buy the lowest you can in the S&P 500, and it's gonna be higher within 5-10 years. Like no matter what, it's gonna be higher. So you just gotta do it that way. That works better if you're younger. You know, you have plenty of years. You know, because there's gonna be crashes and corrections and stuff. Then you try to buy more at the bottom of those.
You know, we had a lady on this stream, and you know, I've been wanting to do this topic. I think 401ks are a scam. I probably mentioned this many times. Yeah, I think, you know, what Crack is doing, he's just, you know, more or less taking advantage of, well, I think they call it dislocation and stuff like that in price. But I think, you know,
This
for the
is
people that
not financial advice, by the way.
yeah, there's not. But I think, you know, this is just an opinion. I think that 401k shit is a scam, man, in my opinion.
Yeah, you don't get a choice. The employer, whoever makes the choice for you, you know, because I mean, you want to choose if you're going to invest. You want to be able to put your money where you want it. But a 401k, somebody else chooses where it goes. You know?
And, you know, usually when you join a company, there is only limited options. You know, there's, you know, that company's offerings, right? You know, whatever 401k options they have. You don't have the entire market. You have the marketplace presented to you by your company by way of the fiduciary, which is the investment company. And you know,
the word fiduciary is supposed to mean like someone who's been proven to look out for the best interest of the investor. Some people aren't fiduciary accredited, where they're known not to look out necessarily mostly for the best interest of the investor.
But I think when that fiduciary, you know, usually the ones that your company chooses is going to be a legitimate one. But the fiduciary, their fiduciary responsibility is just to make sure you get, quote unquote, the best price and stuff like that. It doesn't mean that they're going to make sure you buy good, you know, you invest well. They just make sure that you don't get ripped off.
Yeah, well, sometimes the people who make the decisions, the company, are like older and they don't like see they're used to the way the stocks looked 10 years ago or something like that, and they invest people's money the way they used to 10 years ago.
Yeah,
things have totally changed, you know.
But I just think that it's never been proven. It's not a proven concept. You mean to tell me that, you know, they came up with the 401ks, I think, in the 70s? And have we had one generation that has been able to retire off everything they invested in their 401k? I don't think so yet, have we?
Not whole generations, but single people in generations, yes, certain people.
I mean, has there been a generation of people that, you know, we've had generations of people who retired off Social Security. We've had that.
Yeah.
Right? We've seen it with our own eyes. We've seen generations of people who have lived off of pensions from companies. Right?
Yep.
We've seen that. We've seen it work. But we haven't seen people living into their 80s and 90s off of money they save and investing in the stock market during their working lives.
Right.
It can happen.
Yep.
Right? It may happen, right? Did everyone saves up very well?
That's a decision by the employers. That's a scale back by the employer. It's like it's a scale back in the employee's benefits consciously by employers as a whole and the government, the way everything is. Yeah, I mean, because 401k, they're not as compared to a pension, and it's just not as foolproof as it used to be.
No, it definitely is not, and it hasn't been proven to work. And we're going to see a lot of people are, gotten on that horse, and they're going to ride it as far as it goes, and we will find out that it's for sure.
Yeah,
Let's
people
see.
with
I wonder
401ks, if there's a big stock crash, they're freaking out of money like everyone else is, like just suddenly, like within days. If there's a major crash, like even though they think it's like guaranteed because it's their company's guaranteeing it, but their company doesn't even know because they don't know when the next major crash is going to be. It depends how old you are.
And you
It's
know
like
what?
luck.
You know what else is interesting? I'm going to see if I can explain this the best way possible. You know how people say your company gives you a match, right? Are you familiar with this when you work at a company and they give you a match and so on and so forth?
Yeah, like they match your investment or in the 401k or
Right. So when they match your investment, like I want to say, and I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm not. A lot of times that's those are accounting entries. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily have to be a cash transaction, if that makes sense, right?
Yeah, or the company's money, like reserves, they just shove it in there.
Well, I'm saying like your money is real because you don't get it. It goes to your 401k, right? And your company says, okay, we'll match at 2% or whatever, right?
So they make shitty choices for you, then like you're just in for the ride. I mean, yeah.
But they don't have to take out the cash and match it, directly. That's an accounting, it's an accounting transaction. It's not a cash transaction, or it doesn't have to be a cash transaction, if that makes sense, right? Where in a sense they're saving cash by getting you to forego some of what could be your cash compensation directly to you.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you're saying as opposed to paying you more cash,
right?
In the immediate present day, they're convincing you to put in this 401k for hopes of making even more cash later. Yes. Yeah.
Right. And they say, we'll contribute what we could have just paid you directly. We'll put that in there too. Right. And then they said, well, there are some strings attached to it. If you don't stay here long enough, all of it doesn't vest. Right. So whatever they contribute, you may not even get all of it. Right. You stay there.
Yeah, it works better depending on the choices of where they invest. And you have to trust them with that. And they don't give you a choice, like or input. You just have to do what they decide to do with your money.
Right. And so, I just think there are a lot of shenanigans going on. And I think that no one has your best interest at heart like you do. And if you want to entrust that to the 401k people, don't be surprised if you end up on the losing end, because every year they give out big bonuses and these people buy cars and houses and other assets.
Oh yeah, the CAOs always get paid.
The traders get a lot of money, right? The mergers and acquisition people, they get a lot of money. Everybody's getting money in the here and now. And then they're converting that money into real assets, cars and penthouse apartments, while they've convinced you to buy what isn't even stock certificates anymore. It's digits, ones and zeros in the cloud. It says you own a fractional ownership in a...
Until you've realized your gains, meaning sold them and turned them into cash to spend on other things, they're just vapor. They're
zeros and
numbers on the
ones.
screen.
Yeah, zeros and ones behind the screen. That that's what they say you own, right? But you can't touch it. you can't even borrow against it without penalties.
Oh yeah, they don't let you take it out either. That's a
your own
man.
money.
See, I never
Right.
worked for a corporation, and I never had a 401k. So
Right.
I'm just this kind of I've heard about this stuff, but
Oh, you never had a 401k before?
no, I never worked for like a corporation or anything big like that. No.
Yeah, man. I think it's all a scam. You gotta donate. You gotta give your money, and you get in a jam. Like, hey, man, I need some of my money back. Oh, you need to get a loan. Like, damn, a loan. You gotta pay interest to yourself, and they make you think you're really paying interest to yourself, but they're making money too, right? Like,
Yeah, what about my
it's just-
fail safe? This 401k thing. What about my fail safe? Yeah.
it's all a scam, and again, you had better assume that the government had your best interest at heart, and they got their numbers right. The assumptions that they made were correct, and that you would have enough to retire off, based on
They make
how-
people think it's like an old pension. They make it people think it's just like a modern equivalent of the pension system that used to exist,
Yeah.
which is no more. Yeah.
Yeah, and there, Crack could probably explain it better than me, but there's like, it's like I'm trying to see how best to explain it. There's geometric and logarithmic. You may know this.
I know those words. I'm bad at math, so I don't understand it very well.
If you had $100 and you were down 30%, right? And then you gained 30% the next year, you wouldn't be back at $100, would you? Would you be back at $100? Trying to think.
Well, no, because you spent all the money between the previous year and the next year, so it would be less.
So if I had $100 and I lost 20%, I'd be at 80, right?
Immediately, yes.
Right. And then if I gained 20% on 80, what would I be? I'd be at what?
I don't know. I'm suck at math. 120. I don't know.
It wouldn't be at 120. It'd be like 96. Something like that. You'd be like 90,
okay.
right? So you'd be at less than 100. You'd be less than when you started, right?
Yeah.
But if you start out at 100 and you gain 20%, you'd be at 120, right? And then if you lost 20%, you still be over 100, right? Would you still be over 100?
Slightly,
Okay.
I get maybe about 100. Yeah.
Oh, I'd have to do the calculation. But anyway, looking at stock charts like that, it really depends on when you get in. A bad year could take you down on the year that you really need your money, and
Yep. That's the thing. It's like it could happen at the worst times, and it tends to. It seems.
yeah. And I think that shit is probably a scam too. 120. Let me see. 120 times.
Part of investing, though, is to always never freak out, because I've freaked out before, and I've never been the same. I've lost a lot and haven't recovered since then. But I learned a lesson. That's the important thing. And I was lucky enough to have gotten in the right places immediately after I freak out and sold out of something. So I'm not quite where I was, but it could have been worse if I freaked out and just stayed out of the market or something entirely. Like, that would have been way worse.
Yeah. I think it's better for people to buy assets. I was looking at one day Bill Gates was announcing he had bought all this land.
Yeah. Next to military bases, a lot of it, for some reason.
And you think about it like
or Chinese people been buying land next to military bases in America for some reason.
Bill Gates owns 275,000 acres
Yep.
of used farmland.
And he funded that genetically modified mosquito project. Like, that's the kind of stuff he's into. And he's trying to control stuff that has to do with our life or death.
But why isn't he buying stock?
He probably does. He probably buys back his own shares in the company. I mean, they
he
do
probably,
that. They all mess it up.
he probably giving shares in his old company,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I mean,
He's on the board,
he
so they
has so much
probably
money, he can
giving
put it everywhere. He probably has
But
art. He probably homes.
But he doesn't have,
cars.
he doesn't have that much money where he can't invest it all in stocks. But he's going out
Yeah,
and he's
he
buying
just
land,
doesn't
man.
choose to. Yeah, it's
He's buying
best
land.
not to invest it all in one place, not all in stocks. Like I have physical silver in a vault, but I'm also in the stock market.
But I
And
mean,
then
the
I have
stock
a
market.
house.
But I mean, if you listen to the stock market, they would tell you be 100% in, just diversify, right? That's what they tell
Yeah,
you.
well, that's not necessarily the best
Right.
advice. I mean, it could work for a period of time. I mean,
But it works for them because you are 100% concentrated with your assets in their care, right?
yeah, and they have so much money they can afford to lose like thousands or millions, or and they still have
But if you
other millions.
if you go out and start buying any kind of real assets, Wall Street doesn't get a cut of that, right? You say, hey, I'm going to buy a building and turn it into a store. All that money you would have sent to Wall Street in lieu of buying a store, Wall Street, they can't get a commission. They can't get a bonus off that.
That's why you hear their shills on the internet. See, always be 100% invested in the keep it no cash. Just put it all in stock. Always have it all in the stock market. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that's the people who are probably doing the marketing for Wall Street. Yeah, they used to do all the marketing on TV. Now they probably have to allocate a little bit more marketing to social media to keep the message going. You know, when I was growing up, there used to be like kind of like what do you call it? It was kind of like an expected rate of return. It was 8%. If you just walked up to a man on the street and you say, "Hey man, what is your stock market return on average?" and the person would say 8%, right?
Yeah, that's the S&P's expected rate of return for forever. And if you do more than that, good, supposedly.
Like, who the hell came up with that number? That number is
That's
almost
big.
like baked into the kid. Everybody knows it.
Yeah, I mean, that's over time, that's true, but that doesn't include the crashes and the corrections, because it depends on your time frame. If you have 50 years, I mean, over that 50 years, that's true. It's pretty much 8% consistently. But if you have like 10 years left to live and there's 2 huge crashes, you're not getting 8% out of the constant upward movement of the stock market.
Look at all these 8% articles. 8%. Raise rate of return on assets from 3% to 8%. 8%. Now they're talking about 12%. I think the number is going to have to go up higher and higher, because the 8% just isn't going to cut it anymore. And you know what? Part of this stem from the pensions. Pensions have to have an estimated or assumed rate of return, and they mostly assume like 8%. So you see most of these 8%. You see this 8%, 8%, 8%.
And those old pensions, that's the company that's paying you. You work for it that's paying you, right? It's not dependent on the stock market, what it doesn't, but it's the company's guaranteeing that.
Well,
In the old days.
Now, in the pension funds, they may manage the pension funds typically of like teachers and stuff like that. Those are the main ones I'm speaking of, but there are others as well. But those are the main ones. CalPERS is the biggest one. And when they're estimating their payouts, they have to do all kind of actuarial calculations. And what they do is they have to assume a certain rate of return on their assets to match up with the outpayments, which are their liabilities to the pension holders. And so the rate of return on their assets needs to be of a certain rate to continue to service their pension holders and future pension holders. And that rate is typically about 8%. So you'll keep seeing all headlines like this. Will our pensions return 8% a year? Because that's usually like the actuarial rate where they need 8%.
Yeah,
But
that's
I expect-
that's in line with the S&P's expected trajectory upwards. Like is also 8%. So that's they're saying that's good. That's just as good as the S&P's expected return over time. Is what they're
Well, they're
saying.
investing in the S&P, right? So these are pension funds that are taking the contributions of their members to teachers and firemen and investing the money in
The
the
benefit
S&P.
is they're doing it for you. You don't have to do it yourself. Is like the benefit, I guess.
But the benefit is typically it's the state governments that are more or less on the hook for these pensions.
If you're good, you could do better than 8%. That's if you're good at it, or you could do worse if you're bad at it. So some people just say, "I'll let them do it for me."
Well, if you remember, as a pension holder, you don't care what the pension does because you have a defined benefit. They've already
It's
said
guaranteed.
right? It's guaranteed at a certain amount based upon your years of service, right?
Okay, yeah.
So you don't
That's the
care
old
what your pension fund does in terms of the stock market because you have a defined payment. It's up to them to make the money to be able to pay.
They have to meet that goal. Yeah.
Right. So they have to generate so much money in the stock market to be able to pay you.
Now they don't. They just let the stock market do what it does, and you're just on for the ride. Yeah.
And so now they're going to have to make higher and higher assumptions on what they're going to make in the stock market to continue to pay these people that are on the pensions. And I'm assuming that many of these pensions will fade out, but the state pensions, they're still on the hook, for a lot of the teachers, firefighters, police officers, things like that, prison guards. So you see here, pension fund investments lost money last year. What it could mean for the future.
Yeah, maybe certain jobs, certain classes of like government workers, maybe they get extra people that actually watch it closer or actually move it around.
Here's what I really mean right here. It's the assumed rates of return. And so you see the headline here, state pension funds reduce assumed rates of return. Reduce rates of return, assumed rates of return, puts the pinch on how they pay their pension holders, right?
That's a recent article?
Well, it's 2019.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I think they might mean like we expect things like war, and which could also make you a lot of money but that's, you don't control how you're invested. Like if you knew there was war coming up in 2 years, you could just buy a bunch of military defense stocks.
Look at this headline here. Looking to the future, public pension plans cut assumed rates of return. Public pension plans cutting their assumed rates of return has occurred during good and bad economic times. This is in May 2023. Another article, 2022, state public pension fund returns expected to decline. About 29 million Americans have been promised retirement benefits through state public sector pension systems, and more than half of those benefits depend on earnings generated by nearly $4 trillion in assets. However, with more than 2/3 of those assets allocated to risky investments, publicly traded stocks, alternative vehicles, private equity, retirement systems' ability to meet their commitments hinge largely on investments that are subject to stock market swings.
Yeah, did you hear about not the hugest banks like Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan, but all them too, but all the smaller banks going down to little like local, and but hundreds of banks like are in trouble now because the rates were so high for so long, they invested in all these. It's called REITs, real estate investment.
Oh yeah.
And they were basing that on how high the rates were, and if those rates stayed high, they would have been fine. But they put all their money into these things, a lot of these banks, and then when the rates went down low, like then all of a sudden they're like lost all the value and now all the banks are going out of business except the hugest ones, and then the hugest ones gobbling up all the smaller ones. Like I have JP Morgan stock and Goldman Sachs stock because they're huge banks that absorb all the other small banks.
Yeah, the big businesses nowadays are almost too big to fail. Almost too big to fail.
Yeah, and they bail them out too. Like really,
almost every
if
business
they do
now.
fail, if it is their fault and they do fail, like without argument, they'll still get bailed out if they're big enough. Like Boeing right now, that's too big to fail. If they're not, it's not going to fail.
Yeah.
It's going all the way to the bottom. And that, oh my God, if you can buy it at what I just did with Estee Lauder is I looked years back, the lowest their stock price has ever been since they became a company was like $84 some. So I bought a bunch of shares down there, and I just caught those buys. So now I have shares at the lowest price that company ever was at, and it's going pretty good up. Like it's going up pretty good so far. I only have like 10 shares, but
I'm just telling you this.
That's pretty good.
Boeing.
Do you ever buy call options?
No, I don't even
You
know
ever
how
buy
to do
call
that.
options?
I don't know how to do that yet. I've been doing it for 2 years, and I'm just like constantly every night. I don't even have time to learn, and it's pretty complicated. I'll have to study a lot to even get my head around some of this stuff, and also my particular financial institution. It might not let me do certain things, or it doesn't have the ability to do certain things, or I just don't know how. I'm not sure. I'm pretty simple. I try to buy low and sell high, and I listen to all the news about everything, and not like Main Street news, but I find people I trust to talk about stocks, to listen to them and find out what's going on. And so I'm basically breaking even, like since I started trading, because the reason I used to be like invested, and after the COVID thing, that everything tanked super far down, and I didn't panic then, and then it shot way up real high, and I was like, oh, all right, that's over, and I felt good. Then it tanked just as much or more than it did when COVID happened, and I was like, okay, this shit is too crazy. The world is going into some kind of new thing. I better take what I can now, and I did. I sold out of a lot of these ETFs that I just should have stayed in. Then I realized I did it like within days of doing it, and then I reinvested. I had like 2 ETFs, SPY and IWM, and I put all that money into individual stocks that I picked. And those stocks that I picked happened to be the chip stocks and the tech stocks. And then they had that tech mania, or the chip or AI mania, like NVIDIA, Palantir, all the tech companies. And so I made a lot of money just picking my individual own stocks that way. And that's how I've been ever since. But then I don't want to be all in tech, so I've branched out since then. And like, for instance, one of my best consistent earning companies is called Elf Cosmetics Company. They sell makeup. And their thing is it's cheap, high quality makeup. They don't test on animals. And then I looked up what was the least suffering sector during the Great Depression, and it was cosmetics, because women want to look good no matter how poor they are. They want to buy makeup and paint themselves up, no matter
That's
how
pretty
poor.
smart, yeah. That's very true. That's very true. There probably were a lot of
that's
BBLs
diversification.
done during.
Yeah, that's diversification, because cosmetics don't really have that much to do with AI, and that's the point. And like, so oil, you want things that don't have, you want a bunch of money in good companies that don't have a lot to do with each other.
Yeah.
And that's diversification. Like, you'll have chip stocks, AI, tech, you'll have oil stocks, fuel, then you'll have energy stocks or consumer. Like, I don't do much. I have like I'm like Campbell soup, Coca-Cola, shit like that. I don't even pay too much attention to that. I had some Coca-Cola for a while, but yeah. I mean, I'm trying to get it as many different kind of sectors as I can. Gold, you could get gold ETFs, even Bitcoin ETFs. I've made some money with those. And, I'm still not diversified enough, though. I got to figure out. And I don't understand some of the sectors enough to confidently get into them. Like there's some that might, AI and everything might just tank, who knows, for a year or so coming up. And I should have been in like communications, or I have some Verizon stock. I have my own electric company stock, PP&L. So I'm trying to be in different types
What's
of
that,
stuff.
Pacific Power and Light? Or
Yeah, it's Pennsylvania, Northeast Pennsylvania. Yeah, or not Pacific. It would be. I don't know why it's called PP&L, but it's Northeast America.
I used to work for Con Edison, Consolidated Edison.
I have a couple shares of that.
Yeah, it's a big company, big New York company. Yeah.
The reason I have that is because AI uses so much electricity. I was like, I'm going to buy some electric company shares in electric companies from different parts of America. So no matter where the AI advancements start popping, like I'm going to have own shares of their electric source and make money because, and I don't buy tons of shares at once ever. I always buy just like a few shares at a time, or even one share at a time. Mostly I buy one share at a time. And I just go through this shit every day, man. I have to scroll up and down through all my stocks, and I look at stuff and buy, sell, like just use these different things I look at. Like, and they're pretty simple. It's not real complicated like what Get Crack's doing. Like, Get Crack and some other people in your panel, I don't know how to do any of the stuff they're talking about. I don't even understand what the hell they're talking about. Yeah.
Hey, hold on for a second. Crown Reese, you still up here, man? You sleep? Did you fall asleep on the panel?
I'm gonna get a beer, John. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go right ahead. I mean, you look at these 401k balances by age. Oh man, that's some low numbers there. Yeah, I'm cracking my ear. Let's see what he's talking about.
AGODL. Let me find it.
Hey, John, what I just the newest stocks I bought were a bunch of these Chinese stocks because they were down, going like just crashing. People never saw the end of it. They thought, okay, China's dying, but then China's like, we got to save our country, so we're going to just print a bunch of money like we do, and just flip. And that's what our government does. They print a bunch of money, and as long as the stock market stays pretty good, it gives the illusion that the economy's okay. So they'll buy the biggest stocks, our own government will, and prop these stocks up like Microsoft and so China did the same thing. And when they did that, their stocks were so low, it was almost as low as they've ever been. So like Estee Lauder, I bought a bunch of, not a bunch, but like 5, 6, 7, 8 shares of 4 or 5 of these Chinese stocks, and they're all just taking off higher now. And I got to keep watching them because when the situation changes, they might all crash. So I got to get out. I got to get out and sell them like before that happens.
Take a look at what's on the screen here.
Okay. Man, holy shit. You're old. If you're 65 plus, you get a lot of money.
Well, that's your average account balance in your 401k as of 2024.
Yeah. Wow.
See what the median
Yeah.
I mean, half the people had more than 88, half the people had less. Right?
Yeah. And that means you had to be at the same company for decades, or with the old people. Yeah.
Well, this is a 401k, so you could take that and go from one company to the next, right?
Oh, okay. Is that how that works? I didn't know.
Yeah. And so you look at the generation right before them, they had 87,000 median account balance. That's not a lot of money. It's not a lot.
No.
244 is not even a lot of money. 272 is not even a lot of money. Right? It's not a lot of money. In America, that's
No. Yeah. I mean, you can live on it, but you're not a rich person. Like, I mean, you're gonna be able to survive. That's
with no income, like you would spend a lot of that up really quickly. You couldn't live 20 years off with $200,000.
Yeah, not these days.
Nah, it'd be too difficult. Anyway, so it's interesting. Like, these are the average balances and median balances of people with 401ks in 2024.
Oh,
like,
man. I mean, what's scary is the average balances of just Americans in general.
Right.
Like, literally. I mean, they're saying right now at this moment, less than 50% of people that live in America, everyone, has enough money to survive and not go homeless over like a $500 emergency.
Yeah.
If they just suddenly, without warning, had to spend $500 or more on some kind of emergency that popped up, car problem, whatever, So that's insane, man.
Yeah, I believe that. Yeah. But, if you were to compare this to like people that worked at pensions or people that have pensions, right? Because if you have a pension, you don't really need a 401k.
Yeah.
And if you were to compare, what the value of their pension is worth, it would dwarf these people's numbers probably about 3 times.
Oh, yeah. Like in the old days, somebody that worked from the 1940s in IBM till the 1970s, they'd be like high in the hog. Like they'd never run out of money until the day they died, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The value of that. In other words, the people have gotten a lot poorer without the pensions, and the companies clearly have gotten along very well because somebody had to win. The money went somewhere. And went
a lot of it's like a shell game.
Right.
They fool people into thinking it's the same thing as a pension or the equivalent to the modern. It's just the way we do things now. It's the modern way, and it's like a pension. They probably even say that to some people. It's remember, you ever heard the word about pensions in the old days? Same thing. It's better. They probably say it's even better, but it's not. It's worse.
Take control of your money. No, you don't. It's like really a scam to me. You know what I mean? Like, it's like propaganda. Like so many other things, we hear about that, to hear the terms, you be like, where the hell did that term come from? And then you realize, like, oh shit, it just came about 2 years ago, 3 years ago. And, I would imagine that Wall Street has created this term and everyone has bought into it, 401k. And I think while we've been buying 401ks, they've been buying up all the real assets up under us.
It's a cultural thing too. Over decades, it's like in the old days, the companies used to value their employees, and they saw them as part of this successful company, and like they deserved to be paid until they died. But now it's just like, it could be somebody else. It depends. You just happen to be here. And,
well, I don't think the employees value the companies today.
Yeah, that's true. Also, it's
right.
Back and forth street. Yeah.
But the only problem is that the employees have not taken their money. That they've taken their loyalty away from the companies. They don't give these companies 20 years of their working life anymore. Typically.
Yeah. Yep.
but they have left their retirement in the hands of the companies that they don't trust, right?
Yeah, apparently
Everyone
so.
with the 401k implicitly is trusting that a company is going to do the right thing by them, right? That's what they're saying, right?
Yep.
Here's my money. Please do right by me. Don't rip me off. And I plan to give you my money on a regular basis as long as I'm working. Please do the right thing by me. That's what they're saying,
Then
right?
next year, your company starts like chastising you because you're white, or making you wear a face mask, or like doing some political crazy shit that you're forced to do it in order to have your job still. You know what I mean? Like you don't see that coming, but then it starts happening, and you're still trusting this company with your life savings.
Yeah, it really is kind of amazing that people have gone for this. And I think they're too far gone. And the reason why I say this is because you'd have to really take responsibility for your retirement. And I don't think a lot of people are going to do that. You know what I mean? I don't believe a lot of people. I think a lot of people would rather take a chance letting someone else take control of their life. That's
They're like YOLO. You only live once. People just they don't think about stuff. They're like, it's not happened yet. Nothing terrible's happened yet, so I don't have to think about it.
Not
So,
yet.
And what if the government change the rules, start taxing them shits? Anything can happen, right?
Yeah.
Anything can happen, you know.
Start making them give like a portion of all their paychecks to Ukraine or some shit like that.
They already doing that.
$50 a year to house illegal immigrants or something. It's a special program we have in conjunction with the government. Or if you don't, you get fired.
Hey, you said you're in Pittsburgh, right?
I'm near Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
That's the capital, right?
Where in the fuck is Harrisburg?
That's the capital, right?
Capital. Yeah, it's the capital of Pennsylvania. People think it's Philadelphia.
Oh.
Yeah, Philadelphia is the biggest city in Pennsylvania. I used to live there for 5 years in the 90s. Harrisburg is right in the middle, south middle.
They ain't got no football teams out there, nothing, do they?
Penn State, you've heard of Penn State college football, right?
Yeah,
That's
I heard
pretty
of Penn State, definitely.
That's close to Harrisburg.
How do you think Pennsylvania will vote this term?
I don't know, man. They call us a swing state. And honestly, like a lot of places, especially on the coasts, we're like a red state with most of the people on the edges of the sides of the state, and that's all blue. Like Philadelphia is all Democrat, and that's on the eastern edge of the state. We in the middle are all red. Like the whole damn state is red except for Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, which is on the western side of the state. But they got so many damn people in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh that it could override all the red in the middle, and that's the problem with swing states.
I think any state that has large cities will always be subjected to like the corruption to turn them blue.
Oh yeah, man. And we are the latest, or we got a new governor last year or something like. Shapiro is his name, and he's a Democrat.
Yeah,
and he's like one of these corrupt WEF connected types, like commie sort of. Yeah, he's not a pro-freedom constitutional guy like most of these Democrat politicians are not.
Yeah, I'm surprised he won, but
yeah, me too. Well, I don't know if I'm surprised.
On blue, right?
Dismayed that he won.
Pennsylvania's more or less blue.
No, I mean it's mostly red, but it's Philadelphia and Pittsburgh that are blue, and then all the people are there. So it's like I don't know if they beat us at. I want to say it's half and half swing state wise, but I think the blue is majority just because of all the people in those two cities.
Do you think they cheat there?
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, I saw dozens of videos, not dozens, a dozen from in 2020 from Philadelphia of them like visually. I'm watching it on YouTube with my own eyes, like seeing them do this stuff, like hiding boxes of ballots under tablecloths and pulling other ones out and stuff like that. And I even called the governor and the representatives and stuff. I'm like, look, I just saw this stuff on YouTube. Anyone else can see it. And I got one of their assistants or secretaries or whatever, and she was mad that I was even bothering her with this because she was a commie leftist Democrat type person. And she was just angry that I would even like dare to call and report that I had seen with my own eyes on public video, YouTube, them cheating. She thought like I was like the enemy, like
how did that feel? Living in what was a once red state, seeing it turn blue like that. And
it feels red around here. It is kind of a red state around where I live. It feels that way because I live here, and it is, but it's just these. But I lived in Philadelphia, and I know what it's like there, man. It feels horrible, man, because it's bullshit. I just care about the Constitution. I think that's what everyone should care about first and foremost. Like I call myself a constitutional absolutist, like as it was written. And meaning I know things change over decades, but I adjusted to that. Like for instance, the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution says you shall be secure in your personal papers and effects, meaning the police just can't bust in your house and search through your diary or journal. But the modern equivalent of that is a cell phone. People don't use diaries and journals anymore. They use a cell phone. Same damn thing to me. So it's like you're supposed to have that kind of privacy. It's guaranteed in the Constitution, or supposed to protect it. And but that's all I care about. But it's the Democrats are against that shit. Like they seem to see it as like anyone who thinks that way is an enemy, and I see them as an enemy in a way because they don't think that way. Because I think everyone should think that way. It's our freaking Constitution of our country. It's basic. It's like that saying, "Keep it simple, stupid." The best way to keep it simple, stupid, is try to abide by the Constitution of the United States. If you live in the United States. That's how I see it. And that makes me like a far right wing rip,
What do you think about all the Toy Man, you've been seeing it too. What do you think about all the Haitians that have been flooding into the small towns of Pennsylvania?
Yeah. They have some of them here. It's not like that Charleroi place yet, but man, I know they're Haitians too, man, because like, I don't know they're Haitians. They could be from some country in Africa or whatever, but it's just like these random black people just like pacing around in a parking lot that they look African or they don't look like American black people, and you'll see 1, 2 the next day, and they just do shit that isn't like, it doesn't make any sense. Like they'll just be by themselves walking back and forth in a parking lot or some shit like that.
What do you think they're doing?
I'm like, they don't know what they're doing. They just got dropped off here. Like they got bussed here or whatever, like that's what, none of them know what the hell they're going to do next. They just get bussed here. They're like flying by the seat of their pants, man. The government just injects them like a freaking COVID shot into certain places and dumps them out of a bus and says, good luck.
Do you think they'll be voting?
They're not illegally supposed to, but that's what the Democrats are trying to, that's the reason they're letting them come in here. They're trying to get them to be able to legally vote. They're going to try. I don't know how fast they can do it. Hopefully they can't do it fast enough where they can get them to vote before this. What do we have till the next election? It's like 40 days, 60 days, something like that. Yeah, I don't know if they could do it that fast. I'm hoping they can, man. But then it's the next 4 years after that. I mean, if Kamala wins, that's it.
Yeah,
They
that's
don't
it.
even have a fucking 2-party system anymore.
Yeah.
2 parties isn't even enough. That's just fucking communist.
Yeah. Yeah, that is it. That is it. Let's see if they can vote.
12th man, you're breaking up. Can't hear you. Phone is.
Well, that's great, man. My bad. That better?
Not
Yeah,
really.
still breaking up. I'll take a piss. I'll be right back.
Be right back when it goes. Be right back when it goes.
What's up, Dwarf man?
Hey.
So here's a fact check. Can Haitian migrants in Springfield vote? They cannot use a driver's license to vote in elections. Okay.
Yeah. Am I breaking it?
A little bit, Dwarf man.
I'll try to quiet down. As we get ready for my surgery in the morning from Flint, what you got there, John? Go.
So it's saying that Haitians can't vote, only citizens.
But they're not supposed to vote.
Yeah, so far that's good. So far.
Will they?
They ain't supposed to be vote.
Man, these people can't even read road signs, man. This is insane. I mean, if they could read road signs, they wouldn't have knocked over and killed a kid in a school bus in Ohio. I mean, like, they're letting this stuff happen. It's totally insane.
It's amazing how they blew. They just blew over that murder as well. Do you remember that guy that was killed in Minneapolis by the cop? I can't remember his name. What was his
George
name?
Floyd?
Nah.
No. I don't know, man. Yeah.
Give me a second. I'm gonna tell you a funny story. Damn, I can't remember his name. Shot.
I heard a statistic that only 24% of people that live in Haiti have ever driven a car. Plus, they can't read road signs. So put them here. Like, how the hell is?
Yeah, that's his name. I found his name. I'm going to tell you a funny story if I can find it.
Oh, and 4% of the entire population of Haiti is here now.
Wow. Now that's amazing. That is amazing.
Nothing in particular against Haitians. That's just an example. We got people from freaking Uganda, Belarus. The whole damn world is here, man. Like,
Yeah. The United Nations for real. Let me see if I can find this. Damn, I want to see if I can find this, man. Because I don't want to tell the story without the actual... let me see. Damn, what was it? That's not it. But it was a casing up in Minnesota. And the juror, one of the jurors said she just got to the United States and she couldn't even read English. And she was on the jury. But she could barely speak English.
This is a communist shit. This can't be like according to the Constitution. It's not constitutional at all. Any of this shit.
I'm gonna see if I can find this shit. This shit was very interesting. I can't hear. Who was that? You gotta come closer to the mic or something. Let me see if I can find this shit.
When I lived in Philadelphia, I had these two food trucks that were my favorites. One of them was a Haitian lady and one was a Korean lady. And the Haitian lady was a pink food truck called Denise Food. And that shit was good, man. I would always get these crispy planks. They were like stiff because these fish planks were like fillets that were breaded, and the breading was so crunchy that it made the fish plank stay stiff. You could hold it like a ruler. But it was like juicy and tender inside. And she'd give you greasy greens, plantains, like smushy plantains, and rice and beans with it.
Oh, you like that, huh?
Yeah. That was the best food in Philadelphia for my budget at the time. That and this Korean lady that made bulgogi. I don't know if you ate that. That's good Korean food.
I think I've just found what I want to show you. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, see, it wasn't that she speaks English well, they said. She was 18-year-old Ethiopian immigrant taking classes in an area community college. She came to America when she was 10 years old, and she said she knew very little about the American criminal justice system. I'm going to share the article with you. These are the jurors from the Philando Castile. The guy that was shot in.
I heard about it. Yeah, that guy. I saw that video, man. That was a bad shooting, man. The cops just blasted him in the passenger seat of a car, man. That was fucking horrible.
Well, here's one of the jurors that acquitted him. 18-year-old black female Ethiopian immigrant. Only been here 8 years. She got to America when she was 10.
Fernando Castile was in the passenger seat of his girlfriend's car, and the cop came into the door.
No, he was driving, I think. I think he was driving.
Okay, well, he told the cop he had a gun, like a registered gun on him, and didn't reach for it or anything.
I think he made some move with his hands or something, though. But the guy was
video,
like,
he didn't look like he was pulling anything. In the video, it just looked like the cop blasted him. I mean, seriously, I remember that right in front of his girlfriend in the car. And she's like in shock, like making the video, man.
Yeah, that's her. 18 years old, didn't even have a understanding of the criminal justice system. Said she knew very little.
She was on the jury.
Mm-hmm. She'll find the officer not guilty.
She must have got convinced by the defense or prosecution. Oh, I don't know, man. That video looked one way to me, man.
No, he looked like they say he looked like someone that robbed a store recently.
Oh, they mistook him for someone? I didn't hear about that aspect of it.
Yeah.
I just saw the immediate thing where they pulled him.
And when they put him on, he was smoking weed in the car with a child in the car.
I didn't even see the kid. Yeah, I just saw him and the girlfriend. And
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that was that was his case right there. I'm looking at crack.
I mean,
See what he's
remember,
talking
he was
about.
well behaved though. He wasn't like aggressive with the cop or like the way he talked to him. He was pretty cooperative. Like that's what caught me because I'm used to seeing these, like, what the fuck you want on? You know?
That's what you usually see, right?
Yeah, I mean, he was behaving himself and blasted, man. Well,
Man, I
that's
cut your
before
mic
the
up.
defund the police shit. Even before the defund police shit, you got bad cops. But the more they defund the police shit, the worse cops are going to get. The less training the cops get, the worse they're going to be. Then the good ones see all this commie captured corruption, then they leave. They can't stand it. So they just have to lower their standards. They hire shitty, dumb, idiot cops, fat and everything else. And they're fucking worse. You know what I mean? That's all you get when you defund the police. You get worse, fucking more violent, stupid ass police. That's what happens if you do. They need more training, actually.
You've seen the other cities around the country have now started allowing foreigners to be cops, right?
Yeah, I heard that. That's fucking nuts. What the hell, man? This is communist shit, man. This is insane.
It is.
I can't even believe this. This is happening.
We're living through bizarro world for sure. Take a look at this video right here. And you look at these weak ass cops. So you ever see my screen?
Yeah. I'm not being on a clown show.
What the fuck?
So that one dude backed down a squad of cops on a balcony. What the hell?
They're just too weak nowadays. I don't think so. I think it's real.
Looking sexy, John. Believe it or not.
Say what?
I'm looking sexy, homie.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you in a taxi?
I'm too sexy for my boss.
Oh. Mm-hmm. I thought you said you were in a taxi.
I'm just fucking with you.
When are you heading for your surgery?
Look at me now. Do I look sexy or no?
Hey, 12 man, make sure to if you're going under, they're gonna put you under for your surgery, like anesthesize you. Oh, good.
I'm gonna
Okay,
watch
man.
them do it. That's one of my announcements. Is
All right.
I
was gonna say if you're gonna put you under, make sure you tell them you're drinking.
No, we're gonna see if John will live stream my surgery live.
Yeah, do this. Put it on, 12 man. Yeah, we do it. I want to see it. Yeah, I want to see it, 12 man.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna try to be in the first row on the way back so I can show you all the flight back home.
Oh, you flying? You gotta fly? Damn.
Yeah, I fly. I don't drive, motherfucker.
I didn't know if you like going into town for the.
I'm one of those high class
I
crackers.
didn't know if you were going into town. I didn't know you had to fly for the surgery. Damn.
Yeah, to fly.
Yeah, Alaska's worse. The civilization is far and few between.
Yeah. I even have a Muslim butler, believe it or not. I mean, surgeon.
Oh shit! Look at that. Hey, have you guys heard about the longshoremen and the?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, you
fucking up
heard-
the stock market right now, man. These assholes.
Have you heard about how much he's making, the union boss?
I'm sure he's making a lot. Yeah.
He makes
I mean, I understand the
900,000.
concerns too. But right now, they're doing this right when the hurricane recovery started, man. This is the bad time to start, man. These people, to help people from the hurricane, these fucking people whose houses got destroyed and they're half dead, they need the supply routes and shipping to get supplies to them. And then right now they're doing this shit. You know? It's like, what the fuck?
Well, is that a bug or a feature? These are Democrat unions, and the Democrats are applying pressure at all their leverage points here. Extract what they want to get. You know, I went through earlier today, I think, about all the unions that and their donations to the Democrats. We talked over that. We went through it, so you can kind of see where their interests lie. But the union boss for the longshoremen has a 76-foot yacht, apparently, a Bentley, and he makes $900,000 last year. He made $900 last year.
He's telling African Americans he's going to cripple them.
Gonna cripple. But I'm sure he doesn't want, hit the port where his boat is docked to be crippled. His boat might be on the West Coast.
And some Haitians occupy it, man.
A $900,000 home, and he's beaten 2 federal cases, apparently where one of his co-defendants came up leaking dead in a car in New Jersey. You can look him up. He seems to be a mob boss of sort, but here's a video I want to share with you. Take a look at this.
I'm a longshoreman for LA Long Beach. And LA is fighting against this right here. I'll tell you right now. See that? There's nobody there. Automation. I work at an automated dock. It's no joke. They're losing thousands of jobs. So you got all these machines. Look at all these machines right here. There's no people. They ain't paying no taxes. They ain't paying no money. This is what ILA is fighting about. This all used to be filled with top handlers, UTR drivers, clerks, all this yard. Look how big this yard is. And there ain't hardly any people on this thing. This is what they're fighting about. I work at an automated dock right here, Port of LA, Long Beach. Keep fighting, brothers. Keep fighting.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, I understand what they're concerned. They'll lose their jobs because of like automation, robots, AI, and everything. That applies to everyone in America, but it's just like, it's all about communication. I mean, there's a time to do things and a time not to, and like right now is a bad time because of these people need help in the southern states right now because they got freaking destroyed by the most mega hurricane we've seen. So
yeah, that is true. Their fellow man, their fellow citizen, but now it's like, every man for himself kind of in this country now, to be quite honest with you.
And that guy was brazen. He's talking and not even pretend the hurricane didn't even happen. He's just saying flat out on TV, like we're going to cripple you, average folks in America. You're not going to get anything you need to survive, to eat normally or survive or whatever, because we're not getting our way right now at this moment,
Well, you got to figure the way he gets away with this is he doesn't he's a Democrat. They're not going to punish him for saying it, right?
Right. No, he seems like he's a mafia boss or some shit. Like he's not Italian, but he's like a white Italian looking, acting like, not Italian. I'm not against Italians, but I mean, he's like, yo, we're gonna fucking cripple you.
Yeah. I mean, he is a mob boss, as I tell you. He is connected, so there could be something to that. Oh shit! I gotta do something really quickly. Give me 1 second. I forget.
So he's ingratiating people in America to his cause by telling them he's going to cripple us.
Yeah. Hey, his people come first. The union before all. Shit.
I worked at UPS for a bunch of years when I was like early 20s, and I had to work there. You had to be part of the Teamsters Union.
Oh, really?
And one time I worked there, but I didn't know how to manage money well, and
I'm retired Teamsters.
Yeah,
Oh, really?
I mean, I had no money to the point where I didn't know if I was going to eat that day, so they had decided to have a strike right then. And the strike was like, you had a strike, and if it was successful, you would get paid at the end of it, but you wouldn't be working. But I had to eat immediately, like day to day.
Yeah.
So I had to be a scab. I had to work anywhere.
Yeah. Oh, but I thought a scab was when you broke the pick.
Yeah, that's it. That's it, man. Like that.
So you broke the
I
pick.
had to work. Yeah, because I had to work anyway in order to eat that day. So I was like, these motherfuckers aren't going to prevent me from eating today. I don't give a fuck. I didn't have a choice to not to join
So were
the
they
union.
mad at you? Were they mad at you when you broke the pick?
Yeah, they were mad at me, but I didn't have a choice. It wasn't my choice to join the union. You had to if you worked at UPS.
Yeah.
You just automatically, and you had to pay dues to them, which I couldn't afford either. So I'm like, fuck these people. Their plan, I don't give a shit, man. Right now, I got to eat, man. So fuck these people, man.
Yeah, I was in a union once for a job. Yes, I totally get where you're coming from there. Yeah, you don't join, but then they just force you to be in this shit anyway. It's like, what the fuck, right?
Oh, it's crazy, man. Union protected people. I saw people punch out the supervisors inside UPS and they wouldn't get fired, man.
Yeah,
They had a rifle stealing ring. They tossed long boxes of rifles over the barbed wire fence, and people would come by and pick them up in the car. Because back then, you used to be able to ship rifles by mail back then.
Let me take this TikTok down. What's up, HB?
Hey,
Morning. Good morning.
John, you
Morning,
gonna
12 Man getting dressed up for his appointment. We can't hear you though, 12 Man.
Ah, damn.
Oh, shit.
They got you in the nightgown?
Rejoin. Might have to put my headphones back on again.
I think he about to fly to his surgery. He said he want to live stream the surgery, HB.
What the hell?
Will they let you do that? I don't know if you can do that shit.
We about to find out, man. We about to find out. I think you can. If,
You informative. We're explaining something.
yeah, it's educational purposes, I guess.
We had to change the title.
I have to sign up and join again, guys.
John, I watched the BBL surgery one time on YouTube. That shit was brutal.
What's that? The BBL surgery.
Is that what you going to get, 12
Man? You better not get a BBL, 12 Man.
I'll be right back, y'all.
All right.
Hey, we gotta fly to the airport to the hospital, man.
Yeah.
Now you might drive, you gotta fly to the hospital. I said, damn.
Yeah,
what's BBL? Like a bottom surgery?
It's like a fat transfer surgery where they take fat.
Oh, okay. I thought it was one of those trans things they call bottom surgery or some shit.
No.
Oh, you're joking.
No. BBL's like where you take fat from your stomach or your waist or your arms and you put it in your ass.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, BBL. Yeah. Just a little fat transfer. No silicone or nothing, just your own fat. But, it's kind of interesting, man. I kind of feel like kind of hit its ceiling.
I saw this video of this tranny today, and she, whatever. Like it's like I'm gonna get my. Didn't put in these words, but I'm gonna get my dick cut off today, and hopefully I'll feel a little bit more comfortable in my own skin. Just hopefully we'll see if this works, but it's irreversible. So it's like that was just an option to them, man. Like, I'm gonna go get my dick cut off and see if I feel better.
Yeah. Phoenix fish. It's called. Yeah, you're right. It's called Brazilian butt lift. That's where the term BBL comes from. Damn, Virgo, you almost lost your butt cheek. What the heck? Jesus Christ, Virgo.
She got bit by a brown recluse spider.
Can a brown recluse make you lose your butt cheek? Can it?
Yeah, their venom rots your flesh.
Oh God. Oh shit. I gotta watch out for that, man. Oh shit.
They look like all kinds of other little brown spiders too. I'm freaked out about them, man. I have a dark brown walled house, wood panel. Like that.
Yeah, no, I hate spiders, man. I can't. I really hate spiders. Jeez. 12th man, you back, 12th man? Hold on, let me see. Oh, there we go. There is 12th man. There he goes. So I heard Waltz got his ass handed to him by Vance.
He kind of did, not by far, but by a good margin, I'd say.
Yeah. I'm guessing whoever wins this next election, that's probably gonna be the next probably gonna be the two guys running after that.
Walt spoke okay. His main problem in this debate, like competition-wise, was his demeanor and gestures and just way of being, like looking, compared to Vance.
What's up, my nickel?
Like a pleading
There we
look. Yeah, like Vance just seemed more in control, more in command, more composed. Walt seemed just like more, like out, just flustered and pleading and stuff like that.
Yeah, I might have to watch that, even though nobody really cares about the vice president. Yeah, nobody really
They did much better than the presidents, though, man. Compared to Kamala and Trump, this thing was actually had stuff to hear and listen to, man. Like, oh man, it's weird. You got to see it. You won't believe how much more like listenable this was compared.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check it out. I'm gonna definitely check it out. And 12th man, you at the airport right now?
I'm at the hotel.
Oh, okay.
Kind of ghetto, man. I wasn't expecting it.
Oh, the hotel's kind of ghetto?
Migrant hotel.
Yeah.
Yeah, migrant hotel.
No, it's like a bunch of drunk natives. Shit like that. Kind of feel sorry for them, but
Man, HB, I just watched the surgery, man. Oh my God, a male to female transition.
Oh, yeah.
Yo, I didn't know that was real like that, man. They made a motherfucking vagina.
Yeah.
This motherfucker.
One right here, and
they'll peel a dick.
I gave her all my. Look, HB, I gave her all my leftover food. And look, I even give her some change, leave her some change.
Who is that? Who you to the cleaning lady?
I don't know who that is.
Oh man, he's filming a woman lying on the ground.
Somebody on the ground. Oh shit.
Someone left her a glove.
She alive?
I don't know.
Ask her if she's okay.
I think she is. I left her some pizza and hot wings. And
is she
I
fucking
forgot
alive?
what that is. Oh,
Okay,
there
she moved.
she
I
is.
saw her
She's
move.
waking
Okay.
up now.
Don't fucking linger
She's
around her and
waking
stare
up
at
now.
her.
Oh, look, she's alive.
Say hi to
Look
her,
at
man.
that.
Tell her you got her a pizza and show her the.
Everybody scared shit out of that woman. She's like, why you always around? Well, get her from around her too.
What's up, sister? How you doing? Going back to sleep? I left you a little change right there. You
All right, you can
doing
walk away from her now, man. I'm sure she appreciates it.
Let's eat some pizza and hot wings.
All right,
And
she is.
so you'll be all right then, right? Now, let's eat some cigarettes and $20.
Ah,
Good
You'll
man.
be
Good
all
man.
right. Yeah, you'll be all right. You ain't gonna freeze to death this year, are you?
She wasn't expecting this.
All right, 12 man. Let her get back to sleep, 12 man. Sleepy time.
yeah.
Yeah, woke that motherfucker up out of her slumber, 12 man.
12 man, I'm surprised you didn't call her Momo. Momo.
What's your name, darling? Can you tell everybody your name? You got a Cash App, baby? Everybody might. You tell everybody your Cash App, then they might send you some money.
She about to pull out her knife.
She
man.
got
Be
all
careful.
kind of goodies in there. Look at that.
Jesus Christ.
Poor baby. Alright. Where are you from, darling? What reservation?
Man, Native Americans are people of color. How come they're not taking care of them, man? Like,
I know, right?
I'm trying to. What do you think I'm trying to do?
No,
Trying
not
to
you,
take
man. The
care of
government.
her, God damn it.
I know, not you.
Yo,
The
12
government.
man, get out of there. Get out of there, 12 man. Get out of there, man.
Back up, man. Yeah, back
Yeah,
up.
I'm alright. I'm a big boy. I
All right.
take care of myself.
She
Let
looks
her
dangerous,
cigarette, soda pop, pizza, hot wings, everything. I ain't trying to get nothing. Yeah, I seen her. She's so drunk this morning. She peed right out in front of the public. No one cared.
Jesus.
That woman right there peed in front?
Yeah, she peed right in front of the public and didn't give a fuck.
She's waving you away.
Damn. Did she, wait, 12 man, she peed on herself?
Yeah, she was wiping it and everything.
Oh, okay, at least she
I
wiped.
showed a part of it, but I had to turn the camera right away because I didn't want to get a porn bomb.
Yeah. I want to see that.
She's gonna be alright. You need a water? Want me to buy you some water, baby doll?
Oh, man.
I'll buy you some water.
How often do you see that?
Want me to go buy you some water?
She needs to hydrate, man.
What the hell is even going on out here?
It's like bearing down on a homeless person.
Oh my god! All right, let me walk out. We'll see you guys.
12 man just gave some pizza to a homeless lady. I guess earlier she peed on herself. But I think
fuck is it?
yeah, 12 man's.
Find
But
out
no,
who that
correct.
is.
12 man's going to get a surgery.
That's a pimp, man.
Yeah.
You're about to
You
get some
alright?
Surgery?
You
What
gonna be
surgery?
alright?
He's getting a B.
Let's
He's
see
getting a
Yeah, right. There's no surgery going on right now. What the hell? 12 and midnight? What surgery's going on here?
No. He has to go fly to a he has to fly to the hospital.
Oh.
He's going to get a
No.
he's going to get a
You better-
BBL.
What's your name, sweetie?
Crack.
Can I get your name, darling? Please. You gonna tell me you don't want it?
This channel is fucked.
There's pizza in there.
Yo, 12 man.
Pizza
12,
too. Look,
12 man, leave this
there's
lady
some hot
alone, man.
wings and everything in there.
Oh my
All right, man,
God.
she gets it. She gets it.
Yeah, I think she heard you the
The
first 6
beef.
times, 12 man.
You don't want it? Well, you might get hungry later. But
Tell Well, have a good night and walk away, man.
Yeah, 12 man. Come on, man. Go to your room, man. Yeah. That's a native, man. You gotta let her be, man. Just tell her how and let her be, man.
Fuck.
I don't know what to
This
do,
world
man.
is terrible.
Trying to help them. Trying to help them, y'all. Goddamn.
I know. Man. You just lingered a little bit too long, man.
Yeah. Nah. You did a good thing, though, 12 man. You did a good thing.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Somebody puked right there. You see that, HP?
Again, man. Somebody else.
Maybe you can let her take. Maybe 12 man. Maybe you can let her take a shower later on.
No way.
All right, I got you. Hey, but John, yeah, I watched one of those videos one time, man, and it's brutal, man. You know, the surgery is one thing, but then the how they keep it together is another thing. Because you know, the body is so crazy that even if you do that, it'll try to regrow it afterwards. The body will try to regrow it, so you got to stick like a tube up there to keep the hole.
Are you talking about Transformers?
Yeah,
Oh my God! Can we stop this?
No. John fucked around and watched the surgery video on how it happens, but like the surgery is one thing. The afterwards is the even more brutal part.
What made him watch that? What the heck?
Yeah, you gotta ask him.
I just think it costs money. This shit costs money. Lots of money, man.
Yeah, it does.
Fucking tattering and destroying their freaking underside, man. Like making it a stinking bleeding mess, man.
Oh man, I can't believe they built a box for the person. That's really amazing. How they keep infections and shit from getting up in there? Because you know it's not.
They can't.
They can't. Yeah.
Oh,
so a
my
lot of
China's self-cleaning. That thing has none of that.
Yeah, that's just
it's over.
Yeah, that's just a fucking womb or
An
womb.
open wound.
Yeah, open wound, not a womb.
It's a wound. It's not a vagina. It's a wound.
Yeah, wound.
Oh my God, that is amazing, bro.
Yeah.
Welcome to the real life.
Where are you going?
Like, I mean, I wish we could get one on here that has actually, like, they have sex with that thing.
Yeah. Imagine that. Yeah.
I don't need to imagine that.
You know, you know, just all the bacteria stuff
female slightly
in there, in that cavity, man. Like,
Yeah,
man, that thing and that wound.
Yeah, that's the womb, the cavity, open cavity. Damn, that's right. Like, because your body would normally want to close back up, right?
Yeah, that's why you gotta stick like a pipe up there to, overnight to keep it open.
The rest of their life, they perpetually keep the wound from closing, man. Every day of your fucking life, man.
Yeah. You gotta stick like a PVC pipe up there to keep it.
Oh my God! Shut up. Oh,
can we? I don't know if Melanie is in the crowd. Has she transitioned yet?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. We will have to ask Melanie.
I mean, she would be game to talk about it. Like, is she planning on?
Or get really offended?
I don't know. Ask King TL. King TL knows.
King TL here to go.
He hit that. He hit that.
I've given up my duties as a drama guy. It's like I'm done. I got King TL here. I'm done. I'm over.
You know, King TL, when he was over here, he wasn't actually that much drama. He was actually
yeah. That's why I thought he was gonna be. Because I think he plays it up. Yeah, he plays it up. But still, it's just like, I ain't.
I think over here though, you have so many people that are just kind of, you know, a little bit more mild and even killed. So he, you know, he was just chill. He was chill. He was actually the voice of reason for a lot of because when Dan came up, he was actually the
Yeah,
voice
Dan,
of reason.
lasagna. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
he was like, you know, Dan, you're
Because
kind of a piece of shit, Dan.
Dan's sipping for Grace like hardcore now. It's just like crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy. He's
Great
moving up the
guy.
ladder, the Game of Thrones ladder in the Thorpers.
Hey, Nando, salute, Nando.
You see Grace dyed her hair.
Yeah, I saw it.
Oh, I didn't see that. What color did she dye it?
Blonde. She went back to blonde. Yeah, she was blonde before.
Oh wow.
You know, like, and see, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's her. Like, she did it. I didn't see the whole stream, but for most of that stream, she was up there by herself.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if she's freestyling the dialogue, I don't think she wrote it out or anything. And she's up there, did the whole little thing, dyed her hair, took a shower, whatever the hell she had to do. You know, and she was engaging the audience while doing it. And I was just watching her, and I was like, you know, it just reconfirmed like what we said about her last week or so. She's got some talent, man.
That's what OPC Don wants to harness too. That's why he wanted.
Yeah.
See, you see all these people. They want to get at Grace and stuff. It's just like.
yeah. That's why what Ben just doesn't understand, man. It's like, Ben, Grace is the show, man. Nobody's against you being in her life and supporting her and all that other bullshit. It's just you're not the show, man. Grace
You're not
is
the show. Yeah,
You're
nobody
not
gives
the
a
show,
shit about
man.
that.
Nobody gives a shit about you, Ben. You're old, man.
Because the problem that's why once the IRL stuff is like they can't get that working, then they go back to that like debate bro shit where Ben is like the star. It's like nobody gives a shit about that debate bro shit no more.
Yeah,
like that's where Melanie comes from. That's the world where Melanie comes from. That's why when she comes here, it's always like debate bro. It's like, dude, nobody cares anymore. That stuff is tired.
Yeah.
That stuff is so tired.
Out.
Imperious, same thing. It's just like, bro, I don't
out,
give
man.
a shit. You guys want to
play.
argue about how many times we hear the same argument about free will versus determinism? Free will versus like we doing the same debate like the 100th time, a millionth time.
Yeah, no, it's played out, man.
Is that her from the ground?
Nobody solved it.
That chick from the ground?
I don't know what's going on here.
That's her, yeah.
Keep hiking across the Saskatchewan.
Oh, he looks like he's got a rifle. Jesus Christ. He got a long rifle in there?
Did she talk to you at all, 12 man?
Yeah, 12 man. He got a
I
long
know
rifle.
what she doing, you know.
Oh, don't stare at her like that.
Yeah, I think she's got a I think she's got the lead.
Yeah,
lead
HP, I'm
RPI
even gonna give her $20. What the fuck?
Ah, come on, 12
You
man.
just gave her $20 and a pizza and some chicken wings.
I know, man.
Give her another 20. Here you go, baby.
That thing.
There you go.
You trying to pay for that thing, 12 man, huh?
All right, man.
You just gonna outright buy it.
Take care of yourself, all right?
You didn't give her 40, man. She might as well give you
Be
the box
safe
now,
out
man.
there.
Jesus.
She deep in thought.
Ah.
Deep in thought.
Yeah, John, you might got to do that that interview with Cosmic
Well, we
Fox,
gotta
man.
take care of our natives.
You know, I will hope Cosmic Fox didn't chop his wiener off, man. I really do, but it's part of it, I guess. I don't know.
Look, she don't even know where she wants to go, HP. Yeah, sad.
Maybe she doesn't have anywhere to go.
I didn't know
Yeah, 12
how
man, I
old
think.
she is.
12 man, I think
She
she
might
I think
be
she just
like
wants
She might be like 16 years old or something. I don't know.
Yeah, looks 20 at the oldest.
Yeah, she looks real young, especially to be that drunk. She looks young, man. Oh, she said thank you.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah, she sounded young, 12 man. Be careful.
Feel sorry for her, HB.
Where's that place she went into? Where? What is that?
Just went into where my room is, but hopefully she's just going in there to be warm or something.
Okay.
They
Maybe you
got
could
security around here. They'll probably get her out.
Maybe you can clean her up, 12 man. You never know. Clean her up, man.
You gotta be careful with them young girls, man.
Yeah. Tell me about it, man. Tell
Give
me
'em a little
about it.
What? you trying to incriminate yourself, bro?
Not that
Give 'em
young.
a little money and send 'em on down
Not
the
that
road.
young. Not that young.
Did you plug in
Free.
Bieber?
Not that young. You know, for me,
Oh,
like
no.
I'm at that age now where it's like girls in their 20s are young to me now. You know, it's like
Tell me about it.
Tell me about it, man. You know, tell me about it.
They're kids. Yeah.
19, 20, like that's
Y'all
real
niggas
young.
never knew about 9/11, dummies.
What the hell you talking about,
Shit,
man? It's all fractal, crack. It's all fractal.
Oh, it's all fractal. Yeah,
It's
all right.
fractal.
Oh, yeah. 9/11, motherfucking Gulf of Tonkin, motherfucking sinking of the USS Maine. Oh, yeah. Boston Tea Party. That was all bullshit, too.
It's all fractal, man.
Boston Tea Party was definitely fucking bullshit. The fuck? Bunch of white people pretending to be Indians and shit. The hell nah. That was some psyop, all right.
Man.
CIA was in on that.
Yeah, CIA definitely was in on that.
Was the CIA even around during the Boston Tea
No,
Party?
of course it wasn't. What the fuck? Are you kidding me?
Wait a minute. I don't even think James Bond was around during the Boston Tea Party.
Yeah, before the CIA was OSI, man. So, yeah. They were dropping cocaine into Indonesia or some shit. They did all that crap.
The first time I was aware of James Bond movies was in the Roger Moore era, and he was a little bit fat and chubby, and like it was.
No,
like
yeah,
slapstick.
he was the most out of shape one. Yeah,
He's like slapstick. It was kind of humorous and like a '70s kind of fuck off way, you know. Like
I don't know.
and
Some people didn't like it that he played it like that. Yeah, so
that
that
was me. That was
depends
the
on your
first James
taste.
Bond I saw, man. I was like,
think
that's James Bond. Then I saw the other James Bonds and was like, oh yeah, that's '70s shit, man.
No, my favorite was definitely Pierce Brosnan, but I think they missed the mark on not doing Idris Elba as James Bond. I thought that would have been good.
I think Daniel Craig was the most accurate physical James Bond. Like, if there's going to be a physically do what James Bond's supposed to do, Daniel Craig.
Yeah. I think Pierce Brosnan, though, he kind of embodied like the character a little bit more, like the personality of a James Bond. You know?
Kind of. Yeah, I don't know. Some people didn't like him still too either.
Those old James Bonds are super good though, man. Like Sean Connery and like, man, that shit was good if you like old shit, man.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard for me to get into movies from the '70s, man. I can do '80s movies, but shit from the '70s, it just doesn't even seem real.
Too cliche. Too many tropes and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, what the fuck, people. This used to be entertainment. Jesus Christ.
People like comfort, man. That's how it is.
My God.
But things were that tame. Things were that tame back then. They were that tame and relatively less chaotic, man. I mean,
Nah, it was still pretty wild. Like you watch some of that like Foxy Brown shit, you know, like
Yeah,
what's that chick's name? Oh
Pam
God.
Grier.
Pam Grier, yeah. Yeah, she was a smoke show, man.
Richard Roundtree. Shaft.
She had
Damn
some real
right.
nice. She had some real nice 70s titties, man. Pam Grier. For the 70s, yeah, she had some real nice titties.
I went out with this Indian chick in the early 90s who her friend, other Indian chick, she used to talk about her, said she had National Geographic titties. She's like, Shimona has National Geographic titties.
Wait. You said Moore was the best James Bond? Who's Moore?
Roger Moore. No, I mean, he was not the best. He was the funniest. Like, that was the 70s. It was like this whole 70s was a not take shit serious period of time. And it was like humorous almost. The James Bond movies had like this humor aspect to them that they didn't have in any other era of James Bond. It's supposed to be serious except for the 70s.
I don't know. Even the serious stuff wasn't really that serious. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Ridiculous as fuck. It was like, what the hell are you guys doing? Yeah.
It's kind of hard to be serious when you're.
I mean, look at the last like Pierce Brosnan one, like Die Another Day. Some Korean is claimed himself to be a white dude. What the fuck?
I didn't.
And they had a space laser, like they had a fucking solar laser beam and shit. They're like, what the hell are you doing, bro?
I didn't see the Pierce Brosnan ones, but I think the Daniel
you
Craig
didn't see
ones were pretty good. Yeah, I thought the Daniel.
Oh,
Craig
you haven't
ones
seen any of the Pierce Brosnan ones? Like I thought all of them were like insanity, man.
Yeah.
You had Dennis
Casino-
Whispers
Casino-
as a nuclear scientist.
Which one was
the last one
the
where
Casino
Daniel Craig
Royale?
dies in it?
Oh, the last
the one where Daniel Craig dies in it, man. That's a good one. And the last one, then they try to make a black lady the new James Bond or something, but Pierce Brosnan or not Pierce Brosnan. Daniel Craig dies in that one. Like a freaking bomb goes off and he dies.
Yeah,
and
that's two
I guess it
things
was
I'm
the
not trying
last
to see. A black lady. Yeah, nah, that's not James Bond.
She was his girlfriend for the first half of the movie.
Come on, man. Come on.
Not his girlfriend, but some chick he picked up because he's smooth like that. James Bond catches chicks wherever he goes, man.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to check out the Pierce Brosnan ones, though. Brosnan, whatever. Yeah, I thought they were pretty good.
I think the Die Another Day with the sword fighting that was pretty good.
Yeah,
they just ran around the whole chateau like using different swords and shit.
Yeah.
HP, you feeling the longshoreman effect yet, HP?
No, I'm not. I don't even know if they actually not rioted, but if they actually stopped. Did they really go on strike?
Yeah, they went on strike, but it's gonna take a while before it reaches like anything important to you.
Yeah.
I mean, if it lasts more than a week, yeah, it's a problem. If they stop it within a week, it's like I think, it doesn't matter.
That's all it takes, really. That's the crazy thing about truckers, man. All it would take is the trucks to stop for 1 week.
Mm-hmm.
1 week. Everything in America is stopping. We could pretty much make everybody suck our dick if we really wanted to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could.
Seriously.
Yeah,
I honestly feel like
you want baby oil, bitch? Suck my dick.
Yeah, no, the truckers honestly have more power than the market. Honestly, if we really got together.
If you got together and just said I ain't shipping that shit no more, it's over. Yeah.
1
They
week.
all go
it
riot,
was
become
1
like
week.
fucking Mad Max type shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just make everything Mad Max. Just tell everybody to stop shipping to the major cities. Mad Max time.
Yeah.
I'll just be laughing my ass off though. I'll just be like,
It would get spooky, man. In those major cities, it would get crazy.
That crazy white Italian motherfucker might do that. It'd be like, not only gonna make you crippled, we're gonna fuck your life up for the rest of your life.
What? Wait, wasn't Casino Royale? Wasn't that Pierce Brosnan too?
yeah. No.
Yeah.
No, wait,
Oh,
no.
no, that was
it
Daniel
wasn't.
Craig. That was
Yeah,
Daniel
that's
Craig.
Craig.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I mean, I
did
think
like,
there was another Casino Royale, and that was with Sean Connery, probably.
okay,
The last one was called Die Another Day or some shit like
Yeah,
that.
yeah. That's what I was talking about. Yeah, that was the last Pierce Brosnan one.
That was
With the
pretty
space
good. I like
laser.
that.
Wait, you like the space laser that was
The la-
destroying
the
the
last
minds
one
on the
where
DMZ?
The
The
one-
Korean
the
that
last
became
one where-
white.
No, wait a second. I don't remember all that, but the one where Daniel Craig dies at the end of it.
Oh no, that wasn't it.
The very
no.
last one.
No, that's not Die Another Day. Die Another Day is a Pierce Brosnan one. Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
something. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I like the Casino Royale one because they were playing poker, that high stakes poker, and they
Mhm,
like
yeah.
they
You
like
like that?
drugged them. Yeah, they drugged
You
them
like
at
that?
the poker table. Yeah, gave him a date rape jug at the poker table. That's hilarious.
Right before I shoot you in the back of the head.
That's why you never play poker. Play baccarat, you motherfucker.
Yeah, they'll try to poison you. Oh yeah, drink this. Oh shit.
And in modern reality, CIA
Peter
people
Sellers?
are freaking nerds, man. They don't fuck get any pussy. They're just like in computers all day and shit.
Peter Zellers. Wasn't he like a game show host?
Peter what?
He might have been. I mean, I know him. I know him from like Doctor Strangelove.
I never
three people.
trust anyone. Get crack. I never trust anyone named Peter. I just can't do it.
Oh, all right. Yeah. All right. That's fine.
Yeah, Peter.
Like
Dinklage.
trusting someone named Dick.
Oh yeah, he was also in Pink Panther. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
I think I knew who that guy is.
Yeah, he was.
Who would
went
trust
crazy.
a Pink Panther? Nobody.
Pink Panther. You don't know Pink Panther? Oh, don't.
Yeah, I know Pink Panther. I wouldn't trust that motherfucker though. I wouldn't trust that nigga.
Yo, yeah, 12 man is on it right now, man. He's on one. Yo, Crack, how's Ava doing?
Yeah, I don't know.
Ah, okay.
She had good hair earlier today.
Oh, you like the hair? All right. Yeah.
Yo, Ava should dye her hair blonde. That would be crazy.
Oh my god, I
She
hate
had
that
that-
blonde shit.
She had
honestly-
that 70s. I wonder if she has red hair on her pussy too.
Probably. I mean,
yeah.
I can only
All
see
right.
her in red hair, man. I can't imagine her with black or brown or blonde hair, man. I just see her in
Yeah.
Gotta have red hair on the pussy. That's
No,
why.
she's a real redhead. Like, trust me.
the drapes and the
Alright.
curtains.
Just trust me on that, all right, guys. All right. But, like, honestly, Grace did that blonde shit before. I hate that look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo,
She likes-
we were
yeah.
we were talking to Grace earlier. She said she only showers like once a week.
Yeah, that's what she does.
Really?
Yeah. Yep.
Man,
Yeah. She said showering every day
nasty
is
hoe.
kind of OCD. I don't know. I could kind of see it. OCD.
I mean,
Well, you're a trucker though.
I mean,
Yeah, no,
some
no,
people
I-
might get
I-
away
I
with
shower-
it.
I still shower every day though, 12th man.
Yeah,
That's why
some people might get away with it, but for me, yeah, I can't do that.
Yeah, I can't.
I feel disgusting.
Yeah,
So
me
I'm like,
too.
hell no.
Yeah.
Hell no.
No, I can't. I can't do it. Yeah, 12th man. That's why I'm up so early, man, so I can stop at a, I can always stop and get a shower, cause I can't go 2, 3 days, 4 days without showering. I can't do that shit, man. I gotta shower every
HB,
day.
where are the truck stops called? Are they Flying J truck stops, or what are
Yeah, Flying J, Pilot, Loves, TA. Those are the main
Do
ones
they have
I go
trans
to.
bathrooms? I heard Flying J had
What?
trans bathrooms.
Absolutely not, man.
What
Absolutely not.
trans bathrooms? What are
Yeah, I don't
those?
know what the
Yeah, man, like 5 years ago from this lady, Catherine Austin Fitz, who's this financial guru lady for like 5 years ago.
Do they still got fried chicken gizzards, HB? That's
At
what I
some of
want
them.
to know.
At some of them. If you go down south, you'll see at TA
Really?
you'll see the fried chicken gizzards. Yeah.
What the?
Yeah. But yeah, all-seeing guy, absolutely not. I've never
That's
seen a
good.
trans bathroom.
Yeah, I
I've
don't
seen
know what this lady's talking about. This lady is usually on point, man. But I mean, maybe certain places she's been, but she said she went and was in there and saw this.
Yeah. You got to be careful sometimes because people do try to push narratives, but I've never seen the closest I've
Yeah,
seen.
no, this
to
is
that
one of these
like
people I've been following for years. I trust what she says. It might have been a certain couple or few that she's talking about, but I know, but
the closest I've seen was like a family bathroom, like where you can take the baby in there or something, But that's the closest I've seen.
yeah, that's why they shouldn't have trans bathrooms, because people are trying to change their damn kids in there, and some dude walks in and dressed like the fucking hell, man.
Or like a unisex bathroom, but not a
Yeah, yeah. Like she said that they still had a woman's bathroom, but they had a unisex men's bathroom. Like there's no men's bathroom anymore. It was a unisex and a woman's bathroom at some of these Flying J's she went to. This is more than 5 years ago. Maybe 5 years ago.
Yeah, she's full of shit. She's full of shit.
I don't think she is, man. It might have been a few places she's been to. I don't think she would've said that.
maybe in like California or something, but I've never seen it, man.
She drove all over the country, like studying what is happening and making YouTube videos, man.
She might have been just putting the signs up herself, man. You gotta be careful with some of these reporters, man. They'll create.
Oh, I know.
news.
Check her out. See what you think about her. Catherine Austin Fitz. She used to like run one of the government departments.
Yeah, especially a woman going so long without a shower. I think though, because I remember when John met up with the Thorpes, that's what everybody was asking him. They were like, does Grace stink? And John said she didn't stink. So maybe there's something to it. I don't know.
I better pussy smells like a twat waffle in a gutter pub.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Twat waffle.
Yeah. Oh, Electric. Well, I don't know how to say your name. I'm gonna just call you Electric. They said they have them in Europe. That makes more sense. I could see them being in Europe. Probably have like a Muslim bathroom too over there. You walk in, it's a prayer rug on the ground.
Oh, hell no. Hell no. What the fuck is this shit, bro?
Pissy prayer rug.
The Wale's in there praying while you're trying to take a piss.
What?
Man, Europe is fucked. It's been going on for like almost a decade now, almost. Man, they're so
USA is
fucked.
fucked too. You just don't know it yet.
No, I know it, but we're huge compared to Europe, man. Europe is so small compared to us, man. That they already have like Muslim people telling European people in broad daylight, like in the town square, we're gonna take over your country, we outbreed you and shit.
I will chop your mother's head off, motherfucker.
Yeah, Black Knight. I think she might have used 2 wet wipes for John. 2 of them boys.
John had to take a nappy time, and so did Stanley.
Oh yeah, damn, Stanley did leave. Yeah.
I like hanging out with you, HB, because you're like no holds barred, man.
Yeah, man. You know how we get. Once this live ends, I'll start the trucker live.
HB trucking live, breaking down, leaving tread marks all over the United States.
You goddamn right. You goddamn right.
Leaving those gators all over. Watch out. The gator might go through your windshield, my nigga. What's up?
Oh shit, 12 man, you turned up right now. Yeah, crack, man. I watched that whole live earlier today too, man. It was China's looking pretty crazy right now.
Yeah, it is. It is. Very juiced. Very juiced.
Yeah.
That just tells me a lot of short sellers were in that thing, man.
They're even buzzing Alaska get cracking HB.
Oh, don't worry about Alaska
buy any
right
Chinese stocks recently because of the whole?
No.
Didn't?
No. I mean, I told other people if they wanted to, yeah, they were buying at the bottom, near the bottom, so they probably been selling at this point. So, I mean, I
so
would
I
be
should
getting
probably
out.
think about selling pretty soon here.
Yeah, I stay away.
Because
I stay away from China, man.
Because
China.
because
Fuck
right
Russia.
now it's right at the
Fuck
resistance.
Iran.
Okay.
Fuck small hat.
So you're
Fuck
seriously
the
saying I should
small
probably
hat.
sell some here, man? Probably pretty soon here. Like,
Yeah, this is the last level where it should go. I did not
Tell
expect
your
it to hit.
mama.
shit, man. I'll probably do
Because
that before you go to
I'm
sleep.
considering, I'm considering of shorting it in the morning, yeah, because I think this is it. This is probably going to be it. So
At least I
Black
got some
Knight.
boost out of it.
Nah, Black Knight. I didn't see a story of a serial rapist. You know they don't. It doesn't seem like there's too many more serial rapists around, man. I thought that's like a thing of the past.
HB, the more women that learn how to carry firearms, the less there are. It seems.
Yeah.
At least that's what it seems to me.
I think too. This generation of guys are too pussy to be serial rapists.
Yeah. Especially if it's a fierce black woman. They're scared of black women, dude. I'm telling you.
Women nowadays they gotta pay guys to rape them.
What the fuck? What the fuck is going on?
They gotta beg men to do it. Rape me, please.
HB, where do you
Statistically, it's
get
not very
paid?
common for white men to black rape black women.
HB,
That doesn't
where do
happen
you
very
get
often.
paid to do that? HB.
Yeah, I know, right? No, there's websites where girls who have like rape fantasies, they
what are those stories like the Maiden's Wives? That shit. What are those books? 50 Shades of Grey and The Handmaiden's Tale. That shit.
Yeah.
Chicks are all in it. All these chicks are into this shit, like rape fantasy chicks.
Yeah, it's because there's no real rapists out there anymore, man.
there's no
Good
real
old
rapists.
rapists, man.
We have a low supply of rapes.
Yeah. You know,
Man,
girls.
you
A
used
lot of
to know
times,
how to rape back in the
there's
day.
there's very few rapists nowadays. A lot
Tell
of
you
times,
what,
girls
honey,
are just making up
used
the
to really
rapes
know how to
now.
rape back in the
Oh
day.
my God. There's a huge demand for rapes, but no supply? What the
No
fuck is
supply,
wrong with the
man.
free market, bro?
No supply, man. Guys are.
Oh my
Nah,
lord.
man. Nah, guys are
That's
over that shit,
primordial, though,
man.
man. If you think about cavemen, how do you think they did it? It was a bunch of courtship that literally like hit them over the head cartoon thing, drag them back to the cave. That was how it was. I'm pretty sure, man. That's
Man, it's very few nowadays, man. Girls are like, shit, please. Oh, God damn.
This fucking shit is terrible.
Ava was begging to get cracked. He was like, nah. just push the Tesla button. Nah, I'm good.
Oh my God.
Rape. Yeah, they gotta make it up nowadays, man. It's
Oh
fucked up.
man.
It's fucked up. Jeez. But yeah, man. No, I didn't see that. I didn't see that story, Black Knight. I hope they caught that guy, man. I hope they really caught that guy. I think serial rapists are really fucked up people, man. Like, you know, rape is kind of funny, but at the same time,
Hold on a minute.
No, that's great. Let's clip that. I'm gonna clip that.
no, I mean, just like the idea is funny, but it's so like but the actual act is so fucked up, man. Like I really feel like those guys should be castrated. Like if they're caught, they should be fucking castrated. Like it's not cool to rape somebody, man.
It seems like we already tried. I think we discussed this earlier. It was like the serial rapists become the serial killers. It's just like the same
Yeah.
pathway.
We were talking about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like it's like the same.
Mm-hmm.
I think they do it because it's kind of like the same type of victims. Like
Mm-hmm.
if you think about it, to be like a serial rapist, you probably are going after hookers. You know, I'm gonna rape a hooker, and those are the women that are a lot easier to kill too. So it's like
they pick people who don't have a support system.
HB sound dangerous, bro.
No. I mean, it's just, you know, I think it's just kind of. Oh, he was raping kids, Black Knight. Oh, come on, bro. Come on. Yo, do you guys remember when we were like?
Why is there a fly in my motel room? What the fuck?
Might be a body in there. Tough man, look around.
It's a CIA bug.
Yeah.
Might be a drone.
Old man been running across bodies. Sometimes they move.
When you guys were young, was there ever that were you ever worried about Chester the molester, or was that just like
Freddy Krueger was like,
what the hell are you bringing that shit up?
Nah, cause I remember like as a kid that like
You're a weirdo, HB.
No. I'm asking, like, when you were a kid, did you ever like worry about Chester the molester? Did you ever hear about him? Okay.
No, Freddy Krueger was like my first young memory of like a rape character.
Yeah.
I worry about busting you upside your head, nigga.
Okay. 12th man is on one tonight, y'all. He is. Yeah, no. I'm just thinking. He heard you were giving out 20. Yeah, 12th man, is the homeless woman okay? Did you follow her?
No.
Okay.
She probably went straight to her crack dealer.
Yeah, she took that 40. Yeah.
I'm glad she got inside a building.
Yeah, that's probably what a crack dealer was.
Yeah, shit. Maybe it's worse.
She probably sucking his dick instead of mine right now.
Yeah.
Damn.
Well, she pissed on herself, 12 man. You think you could still enjoy it?
Yeah, forgot about
Jesus Christ.
This never hurt nobody.
Little urine ain't no big deal.
My adventurous trip to Anchorage. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, they got gangs out in Anchorage too, man. It's about to be turned up.
Yeah. They're scared of me. They ain't give me no shit.
Yeah.
I heard about these Samoan Crips in freaking on TV, Gangland TV show, Samoan Crips in Anchorage, Alaska, like fucking 10 years ago. Do you know what I'm talking about, 12 man?
Yeah, fuck them niggas.
12 man is on one, man. 12 man, what you been drinking, man? You alright?
Yeah, I'm just drinking some wine.
Okay, yeah.
I took a couple of pain pills getting ready for the surgery.
Oh, you off the pain pills. Okay, yeah, that should have get you right. Yeah.
You know I don't usually use the N-word.
No, I know. I figured you were on something. Yeah, those what kind of pain pills are you on right now?
Hydrocodone.
Ah, you're on the fire shit. Yo, I remember when I got my tooth pulled they gave me that shit. Man, I knew exactly how dope fiends felt off of that shit.
I'm surprised they even give it to you. Nowadays, those dentists are like, "Yeah, here's some ibuprofen. Good luck, bitch."
Yeah. This was like 10 years ago though. So.
Oh yeah, they don't give that shit no more.
Yeah.
No Vicodin even. Even Vicodin, they're like, "Nah, we ain't giving you that no more."
Yeah, because it's too good. You feel like
I just figure out I'll stay up all night and then up for my surgery and then that'll be that. And then
have you ever had hydrocodone
I can tough it out.
I might have.
I can do it.
Because I knew a dude who was all into opiates and shit.
Yeah,
probably tried all of them.
That shit freaked me out.
When I get home, HB, I'll rest when I get home.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Nah, good luck tomorrow, though, man.
See if we can, see if we can film it, though.
Yeah. That hydrocodone was probably the best drug I've ever taken in my life, man.
You should have removed the coating. Just to like, yeah, get rid of the coating. Oh yeah, I want the Insta.
That shit was I never want to take that shit again. That shit freaked me out, man.
That's why you chew it.
Oh my god.
I never got high enough on opiates to like see why people like them because I just used them. They killed pain as directed. Then I got off them as soon as possible because I was afraid. But because man, I had a friend since I was a kid, like a childhood friend who ended up hooked on opiates, and he tried to fucking break in my house, crawling up a painter's ladder, like second floor and shit. And he was like a desperate, like trying to do blatant freaking burglary and shit, like on me, his friend since childhood. And
no, it's no joke. It's no joke.
Yeah, I can see why people get off of that. I can see why people.
Yeah, most people will die. They because once you get that body addiction, you can't wean off of that without killing yourself at that point.
Nah, I mean it's literally the best high you'll ever feel, and it's scary how good it feels.
I mean, imagine what heroin is.
Yeah,
that's why you never want to do that. Once you go that road, it's over.
Fentanyl, like it's like a fucking 100 times stronger than heroin, and they're just like doing it like
I think it's by accident at this point. Most of it's just
nobody does fentanyl like straight. You would kill yourself. It's
Yeah,
like
but
the
there's
shit is
people like
laced.
on that place in Philly where I used to live there. Where the fuck is not Badlands, the fucking in Kensington. Like they do,
Kensington, yeah.
everyone does
Oh,
fentanyl. They're doing it on
man.
purpose. They do it on
No,
purpose. I don't know.
It's laced with fentanyl. Fentanyl by itself.
Okay,
Yeah.
but it's
No,
so
fentanyl by itself
strong.
will
Like
kill you.
cops touch it with their finger in OD, man. Like
Yeah,
it's like
right.
how
They
do you
will.
measure it?
Yeah. That's why it's all laced with that shit. That's because they're just
Yeah.
cutting it, man. They're just cutting
I don't know
everything
how
with
they
it
do it
now.
without dying the first time because it's that strong, man. You just touch it with your finger, you're fucking dead or ODing or something.
I think John was I think John was playing a video and he said a kilo of fentanyl costs $800 and you could, if you use it for cut, you can net I think $650,000.
Yeah,
So fentanyl,
that makes sense.
fentanyl is not going nowhere, man. If you could turn
Oh,
$800
man.
to $650,000, like bro, that's
That's the problem.
yeah.
They
It's
can
not
use it as
going
a
nowhere.
terrorist fucking shit. You sprinkle it on a door handle or a stair railing, man. That'd be like terrorists, like kill random people that way, man.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
why
that's
do
a
that
waste
when
of
you could
fentanyl,
just
though.
yeah, right. Why do that when you
I
could
just get a little, I could get a little like nanogram. And I could make a Coke hit last
Enemies
forever.
of
Like why
America
not?
or like some nation state could do that cheaper than their damn bombs and missiles, probably. Like what the hell?
Yeah, I'm good on drugs now. Fuck that.
Yeah, it's
Fuck
over.
that.
The good
Yeah,
old
it's
days are over. Long gone, man.
Yeah, man. I'm afraid like anything except like weed from a dispensary, man. At this beer at this point.
Or wine from a box and weed from a... Yeah, so I've seen a weed van delivering weed tonight.
Oh shit, what was that? What was
I
that?
don't know who's that. I don't know who's that. That
It's
wasn't me.
called
It's Portia.
Oh, Portia. Portia, good morning. Good morning, Portia. What are you playing for us? Who is that?
This is Nazia. Who the hell's Nazia?
Who is this Negro?
Black Knight mentioned the
Oh, the serial rapist. This is
Yeah.
him?
This is him?
Yes.
Oh boy, here we
All
go.
right, play it. Play it.
Oh,
Ah, serial.
here we go, Portia.
Okay. This is calling case number, Mr. Butts has 3 cases. Case number 240-596-1901. Houston, Michigan versus Jarvis Butts.
I got my face on my mask, mister.
Houston, Michigan versus Jarvis Butts. And case number 240-596-1701. Houston, Michigan versus Jarvis Butts. Appearances from the people.
Yes. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Tina Ripley on behalf of the people, P83688.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Matthew Mathews on behalf of the people, P82796.
Good afternoon. Okay, Ms. Quick.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Cheryl Quick, P83973 on behalf of Jarvis Butts. I believe co-counsel is present. Ken Riggins.
Yes, he is.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Good afternoon to your staff. Neighborhood Defender Services by Ken Riggins, P82125 on behalf of Mr. Jarvis Butts, who stands with me to my right.
Okay, Ms. Quick, Mr. Riggins, do you waive from reading stand in?
We do, Your Honor.
Okay, court of not
Yes, Your Honor.
Court of not guilty on behalf of the client with respect to all 3 cases. My recommendation from the people.
Yes, Judge. People are requesting a remand.
On all 3?
Yes, Judge.
Can you give us just a brief summary for each case?
Yes, Judge.
I mean, very relatively brief, yes.
Sure, Judge. Starting with the case ending in 619, that is a criminal sexual conduct in the 1st degree with added charges of criminal sexual conduct in the 2nd degree. That is for Mr. Butt's biological daughter, and she was around 8 or 9.
What the hell?
Happening and
Oh, fuck this.
Mr. Butts is a
Fuck that shit,
habitual
get
offender for
cracked.
offense notice, mandatory 25 years. And he also has a prior conviction for criminal sexual conduct in the 3rd degree with a person 13
Oh
through
my
15.
god.
Background on those 2 cases.
Yes, and as it relates to case ending in 618,
Oh.
that is criminal sexual conduct in the 2nd degree. He does have the 2nd offense notice on that, along with the habitual 4th offense, mandatory 25. That case is for the sexual assault of a 4-year-old minor. She was 4 years old at the time.
4 years old.
She was the daughter of
What
one of Mr. Butt's girlfriends at the
Fortune.
time. And I would believe her to have
Tell you, Thomas.
and
Man, it's the news. It's the news.
as it relates to
Imagine
the case
defending this guy as a lawyer.
617, that case involves the missing 13-year-old Neziah Harris. Neziah went missing on January 9th in 2024.
Oh boy.
After last being seen alive with Jarvis Butts. Mr. Butts is a serial child rapist and murderer. The evidence will show that Jarvis Butts has been sexually assaulting Neziah Harris since at least the fall of 2022, and that Neziah Harris was pregnant with Jarvis Butts' child on January 9th of 2024, and that Mr. Butts was aware of this pregnancy. Jarvis Butts was supposed to turn himself in on January 9th of 2024 to serve a year-long sentence for CCW. The date ultimately got moved to February 7th of 2024, allowing him the opportunity and time to take care of his Neziah Harris problem. And that's exactly what Mr. Butts did. While Neziah Harris's body has still not been found, the evidence recovered.
Not that this means anything. I don't
Wait, what's
believe
that
that they've
noise?
said it.
Sounds like an
that
alien.
noise? Yeah.
Oh, it's not me. This is in Detroit. So
Let's get pushed out of here. Hold on. Wait, what is it? Does anybody else hear that noise?
Yeah, I hear that.
yeah, I hear it.
Somebody's got like an
It's not
alien
all seeing
dildo or
guy.
something. Oh,
Let's
okay,
see,
let me mute.
12th man. Let's see, 12th
Yeah,
man.
no, I muted all seeing guy.
No, I don't think it was him.
I think it was. I muted him.
No, he's unmuted now. So it's 12th man.
Oh, okay, okay.
12 man's out in the city.
12th man's getting abducted by aliens.
Tundra.
Yeah.
So out of Detroit, and this guy is a serial rapist of children. And I don't know if you guys can hear it really well, but he's raped his daughters also.
Yeah.
Yeah, we heard that.
heard that.
Yeah, we heard that. 4-year-old daughter.
Only one.
4-year-old. Yeah, we heard it.
Devastating outcome. Although Jarvis Butts is currently serving a sentence for CCW, that's no excuse for his bond in this case to be anything but a remand. Jarvis Butts has been a convicted child rapist since 2025, as I mentioned, or 2005, I'm sorry. And as I mentioned prior, he is a habitual offender notice with a mandatory 25 years.
Rapist?
If convicted of any of these charges in these cases, that is a mandatory
Rapist.
25.
Yeah, rapist from the future. Wow.
He couldn't get enough.
Danger to the community
Yeah.
and all children.
Right.
Since being out
Jesus
of prison,
Christ.
Jarvis Butts has continued
This
to
timeline
assault
is not
children,
enough.
resulting in now 3 active criminal sexual conduct cases against minors, with no doubt many more out there. The people acknowledge that these charges are allegations at this point, but we're confident in these charges moving forward that the evidence will show that Jarvis Butts not only sexually assaulted and impregnated Neziah Harris, but that he ultimately killed her in order to cover up the ongoing assaults and pregnancy.
Oh, yeah, that's
From Ms. Quick or Mr. Ravens, any
how you make a bad thing worse.
How is this guy? How is
Oh,
he?
man.
I would
Yeah, like,
say
how's this person
on
exist?
the conjecture side, the one thing she said that is true is Mr. Butts is currently under sentence. As such,
Mr.
he is
Butts.
not eligible to be released, so we are not going to object to the bond at this time.
Ms. Quick, is there anything you want to add?
No, I just heard Mr. Ravens.
Okay. All right. Court never heard an argument as to bond. A remand is provided under NCR 6.106, provided the people show a great presumption of guilt. I think it's more than met their burden. I will remand Mr. Butts in all 3 cases to custody of Wayne County Jail, other cases pending. Mr. Butts' next court date will be probable cause October 4th, preliminary examination October 10th, 1:45 p.m. At least tentatively scheduled now for the Judge King. Anything else for the record from either any attorney?
Not for the people, Judge. Thank you.
Nothing from the bench, Your
No,
Honor.
Your Honor.
Quick. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Butts, you step aside.
You know, Portia, you know,
It's one of the most disturbing cases we've seen at court TV. This man shot.
all right.
Sorry, I was trying to get back to this screen.
You know what I was thinking? I bet in like the serial rapist community, they look at him like a scumbag, you know?
Great.
You think that they're judging him like they're not giving him a high five or nothing?
Yeah, nah, this guy, you know, this guy is
Oh
real
my
scum.
God.
He's a real scumbag. He's a
He keeps getting off though because he got that lawyer with the handkerchief. Look at that handkerchief, man.
Yeah, I know, right? I imagine being a serial rapist since 2005. Like, that's crazy.
He's not even a Hills Have Eyes looking kind of dude, man. He looks fairly normal.
Doesn't matter. These guys come in all shapes and sizes at this point.
Yeah, no,
When they just kept letting him go, like they read all of the times that he's raped, and all of the girls have been significantly young, and they still let him out.
And Get Crack was right too. Where usually guys that are serial rapists, they eventually become serial killers too.
On what basis did they let him go the first time? Like, how did they let him go the first time?
Man,
4-year-old? Like,
shit.
And you can see, like, he killed that girl because he got her pregnant. It's just like, bro, you gotta pick a crime. Either you're gonna be a rapist or a murderer, but you can't be
Oh
both.
gosh, that's
Here we go.
how about just steal?
I don't know, man. Shit.
So here, I'm not gonna go into the whole thing, but it says that his phone records showed that he searched online about abortions, abortion pills, and drinking red
man.
antifreeze to kill the babies.
What?
Wow.
Butts is also charged with first-degree criminal sexual conduct and 3 counts of second-degree criminal sexual conduct for the alleged 2012 to 2014 sexual assault of a girl who is now 20, and is charged with second-degree criminal sexual contact in connection with the 2015 to 2017 sexual assault of a girl who is now 13.
How did they get these children so easy? Are they like unattended kids by their parents, or like what
This
the
is
hell?
what it's about to say. I was saying Mr. Butts targeted and befriended women to have sexual relationships with young
Oh,
daughters.
there you go.
He would have relations with their
Other
mothers.
girlfriend's
His true
daughters, man.
desire was to have sex with their young daughters. He was a classic and expert groomer.
There you go. That's how they do it. That's how
do
they
it.
get them.
That's why single moms, you guys got to be careful.
I avoid single moms.
Yeah, and he comes in to fill the void. Here he comes. He's like, oh,
You gotta
excellent,
be careful.
excellent.
There's guys like that out there.
Oh, shit.
And the girl that broke the mold for this case, specifically the 13-year-old, they never found her. They still to this day haven't found her body.
Yeah, in Detroit, there's a lot of places to hide a body.
Oh man,
a lot of vacant homes. You got the Detroit River. Man, it's. I mean, she could literally be anywhere. I mean, he could have took her to Canada somewhere. You know. And if she's a child, it's a lot easier to hide a child's body too. You know.
Is he gonna get the death penalty or eligible for it or what, man?
I don't think they have the
think
death
so.
penalty in Michigan. Yeah, no.
Michigan's.
What?
I mean, if
hell?
they let him go that
If-
far, I can already tell Michigan's too lenient.
Yeah,
if there's a reason at all, man, for a fucking death penalty, man. Jesus.
That's why I'm all for corporal punishment. You know, I think that should be implemented in every state.
Kill
should
it
be
with
federal.
fire. Yeah.
It should be federal, and put that shit on TV, man.
Oh, man.
Put that shit on HBO, man. I want to watch that shit, man. make these niggas do ancient Rome and shit, man.
Yeah, I wish, man. Right here.
I believe that's the best. I wish we could do that.
Seriously, you know how man that shit would
In Washington today, the U.S. Supreme Court handed down a landmark decision. Despite the growing number of death row inmates who've been exonerated due to DNA evidence, the court reaffirmed the legality of the death penalty on the grounds that it is, quote, totally badass. For more on the case, we go live now to Onion News Network Washington correspondent Jane Carmichael. Hi, Jane.
Good to see you, Michael.
How did the Supreme Court come to their decision on this ruling?
Well, Michael, it began this morning when the lawyers for the petitioner presented to the court a videotaped lethal injection that showed an inmate writhing in pain before dying. As the tape played, Justice Kennedy said, quote, whoa. Justice Alito remarked, quote, holy shit. And Justice Ginsburg said, quote, that's wicked.
And what was the defense counsel's response to that?
Well, following the video, Chief Justice John Roberts said, while evidence presented to the court indicates a degree of fallibility in the procedural methods of capital punishment, it is the opinion of this court that the practice remains hella fucking balls to the wall awesome. At that point, the decision seemed fairly certain.
Was there any dissent to the opinion by the Chief Justice?
Actually, very little. Justice Clarence Thomas supported the argument immediately, citing the precedent set by the movie 300, in which the offending parties were, quote, kicked into a huge fucking pit. Justice Samuel Alito then stated, yeah, or like Judge Dredd. Justice Antonin Scalia then stated quite loudly, quote, I am the law.
That's the catchphrase from the film
Yes.
Judge Dredd?
Yes, it is. Then there followed approximately 1 minute of all of the justices individually claiming that they were the law.
Now, the justices, I'm told, came down with a decision fairly quickly. Is that correct?
They certainly did. The court also took the rather unusual step today of submitting not just a written decision, but also drawings by all of the justices illustrating, quote, more badass punishments.
The final ruling was 8-1 in favor of the respondent. Tell us about the lone dissenting vote then.
Sure. That one came from Justice Anthony Kennedy. He stated that the death penalty is, in fact, too lenient a punishment, and that sentencing inmates to life without parole seemed, quote, way more brutal because it's like they're on some sort of prison colony in the future where they just have to fight for the rest of their lives.
Some Supreme Court experts are saying that today's ruling is similar to the 2005 ruling in Torchinsky versus Peterson, that it is legal to carry a concealed weapon as long as the weapon is totally slick, like a huge-ass machine gun that you carry under a trench coat, like in The Matrix. Is that right?
Right, that's correct. Legal experts are already talking about how this clearly marks a trend towards the Roberts Court being less strictly constitutional and more strictly awesome.
Jane Carmichael reporting from the Supreme Court for us again. Thank you, Jane.
Thank you, Michael.
Roomba has introduced a fully sentient vacuuming cyborg.
Fully
that was like a 15-year-old Onion. I mean, Onion was badass like 15 years ago, man.
Yeah,
that was like they had so many good like skits like that. Yeah,
it was, man. Somebody sent me this thing. It was Onion articles that area girlfriend still has not seen Apocalypse Now.
Yeah, I mean,
which is a great move, man.
I mean, nowadays, yeah, I think the Onion's got like a new ownership now, but I think like, yeah, it's still gonna be
They have
crappy.
the Babylon Bee now too. It's the similar kind of thing, right?
Yeah, it's they don't got the right writers and stuff for this.
Yeah, the Onion was great.
Jesus Christ, man. Yeah. Well, I think the farther we get into the future, we'll bring corporal punishment back eventually, though. I think I think all of this kind of being lenient on crime, I think this is all part of the plan. I really do.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a sort of communist thing. Go soft on hard crime and hard on soft crime or no crime, like hate speech or these crimes they make up which aren't crimes.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah, but
anarcho-tyranny on purpose.
I think they'll eventually be so hard on crime in the future that it becomes like a commodity, and then Get Crack will be trading it. Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna trade the you know the
You mean like carbon credits?
something like that.
Well, yeah, we're gonna push people's sentences left and right on the markets. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I
We're
don't
gonna
know.
be we can invest in like the death race stock. Yeah, I wanna
Yeah,
invest
just kill everybody. This is ridiculous, man. I'm wasting too much time on this shit.
You mentioned how it might look in the future. And there's this story that I saw the other day, and I'm not sure if you guys have heard about this before. And they're actually doing this in prisons, and I'm trying to think of
What are you talking about? The VR prisons?
Yeah, I think
No.
we discussed that one.
No,
It's a new one.
Yeah. And they're actually in a lot actually in a lot of trouble right now, but some state, which I have to look it up and find out, but there's a state here in America that's actually converting to this in prison instead of lethal injection. But check this out really quick. Let me know what y'all think about this being our future.
Oh wait, Lolo's up. She made it. She made it.
Oh, good morning, Lolo.
I heard Lolo. They were saying that
Hey,
you.
Lolo.
They were saying
What's up, Virgo?
Lolo, they were saying you were in
What's up, my baby? Let's go, girl.
Holy shit.
Yeah, Portia, 12th man is on hydrocodone right now in doxycycline. So
wandering the streets, wilding out, man.
Yeah. So please,
Holy shit.
please disregard his behavior. He's doing good
Handing
though.
out $20 bills like a dumb nigga.
Yeah,
What?
please disregard 12th man right now. He's feeling really awesome right now.
I'm glad you feel good, 12th man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I only wish we could feel that good.
Yeah, right.
We gotta live in the
Try
worry about the near
sometime.
future here.
You don't know what you're missing, motherfucker.
I don't even know
Yeah,
if I wanna feel
sure
that
we
good.
don't.
But yeah, Lolo, they were saying that you were living in a kayak right now because all the storms down there. Glad you're doing okay. But go ahead, Portia. Go ahead. Go ahead, Portia.
First time in Switzerland, prompting police to take several people into custody and open a criminal investigation. Prosecutors say they were told of an assisted suicide involving an American woman from the Midwest on Monday. They're looking into charges of suspicion of incitement and accessory to suicide. Much of this is because these capsules are still being reviewed. The 64-year-old woman reportedly suffered from severe symptoms related to an autoimmune disorder and had wished to die for at least 2 years. She died Monday in a forested area near the German border, and the only person present described her death as peaceful and dignified. The device is designed to let a person lay in a reclining seat and push a button inside, releasing nitrogen gas into a sealed chamber. The person is supposed to fall asleep
Shit's real. I
and then
saw it.
die from suffocation in a few minutes. The doctor behind the company, Exit International, which created the device, said he is pleased that the Sarco had performed exactly as it had been designed. Swiss law allows assisted suicide under specific circumstances. The individual must take his or her life with no external assistance, and those helping in the death must not have any self-serving motive. Switzerland is among the only countries where foreigners can travel to legally end their lives. But the Swiss health minister contends the sarcopod is illegal because she says it doesn't meet requirements involving product safety law and the use of chemicals in assisted suicide. A state prosecutor said earlier this year anyone who helped operate the suicide capsule could face criminal charges and a conviction would carry up to 5 years in prison. The creator of the device argues he was told by lawyers in Switzerland the Sarco would be legal in the country. If you or someone you know is struggling with thoughts of suicide, call or text the National Suicide and Crisis Lifeline.
Oh my God.
So it's
Did you get
death
cracked?
capsule. And
Are you suffering from that get crack? Tell me now.
Yeah, let's all call this number. We're all suffering for some shit.
That's supposed to be a humane way to kill yourself, like suffocate to death, like in a pod.
What about you, Portia? Are you suffering?
No, 12 minute. I don't want to use the death pod capsule.
Is that like
We're
a
not
prep
alone.
pill?
Reminder, guys, don't do self-deletion.
Is it like a pill you stick up
You
your
are not
butt
alone.
and hope you don't catch AIDS or something? You stick it up your butt and hope you don't catch it?
What happened?
Huh? Okay.
What happened? 12 minutes.
Let's go. Train of thought.
All right. Well, there you go.
Yeah. It's 12th man, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't get AIDS.
Sorry, guys. I'm kind of hiding it.
No, you're fine, man. You're fine. We'd rather you be high with us.
I didn't mean to disrespect y'all.
No, come on, 12th man.
I know I use the N-word more than I usually use it.
Yeah. It's fine, man. It's fine. Sometimes you just got to get it out of your system, you know.
Where's Angel been? I haven't seen him in a while.
Oh, you want? Keep saying it. A few more times, he'll show up.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I think it's fine if you say nigga as long as you don't say nigger.
Ah, come on.
You say nigga.
Yeah, all right, 12 man. That hydrocodone.
You can't say nigger.
All right, buddy. All right, buddy. Relax a little bit, man.
Am I fired yet?
Nah.
Not yet.
Not yet. Yeah, but no, that death capsule did seem pretty tranquil. I will say, you know.
Yeah, I mean, a bullet to the brainstem would be less suffering than suffocating yourself in a freaking
Nah. I don't think so. I think a bullet to the back of the head is pretty brutal.
Oh man, that'd be quick though, and I mean, you would be out before you felt pain. This shit is pretty prolonged. It's like suffocating to death in a pod. Maybe people staring at you from outside the pod, like, "Is he done yet?"
I don't know.
They say it's quick and painless.
I always thought, you know, if I had like $1 million trillion and I wanted somebody to end my life when I wanted, like, I would hire like a mercenary, like a special ops soldier to like follow my every move for the rest of my life and identify the perfect time and then perfectly in the brainstem, like right when I would go over it with him, the plans. Like, this is the time when this happens. Because
I have a dog that
you get punched in the
rip
head
your
hard enough,
neck
you're knocked out. If you just, you're done. You're pain. It's no pain probably if you get shot in the brainstem, especially. People who try to kill themselves miss the brainstem and they end up alive still, and that's fucked up.
Yeah.
Like, but
You
that
know,
instantly kills you.
back when they used to use the guillotine, they would like watch the person and tell them to blink. And I guess like I think the longest somebody was still conscious after their head was chopped off was like it was like 3 minutes.
Yeah, I heard the head is still like alive after you chop it off. That's
Like a snake?
Yeah. They were like tell them to blink afterwards until they stop. Until everything just stops. They said, Portia, they said some guys will actually try to talk while they're
some head would try to cough and start singing some gangster rap to you. Like,
they would try to talk, but
take
obviously,
this money. Ain't no way
you
to
can't-
take
lungs.
this from me.
Ain't
shit
got
going
no
on.
lungs.
They got no lungs, so it would just their mouth would just be moving.
Shake it, honey.
They're still
Jesus
like literally
Christ.
Your
alive.
mouth is moving, but nobody
Yeah, nobody's home. Nobody's home. Yeah. That's why I think getting your head chopped off now, that's brutal, man. That's brutal.
don't be picking your nose, HP.
That's fucked up. Yeah, Lolo. Telling that's what they would do back in like the medieval times. They would tell them that.
Where Lolo ain't on here.
Yeah, she's in the chat, man. Wolfman, she said her kayak sank. She's down south where they had all those storms, and she had to live in a kayak for a couple days.
Oh, she has to get around in a fucking kayak like a car now, man. Goddamn. She's in that shit.
Didn't she say she'd go out with me too, Lolo?
Yeah. She said as long as you bring the box wine, she'll go out with you. Yeah. She said bring some hydrocodone too.
12 pack, man.
that.
This is more than 12
I'm
steps
gonna
right
run
now,
out
Ryan.
real quick. I'm gonna eat them all by tomorrow night.
These machines, and they look like cool little spaceships.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they do. They do look pretty cool.
You'd wear that for too, really?
Hey, Big Crack, you're right, by the way. I just looked at one of my Chinese stocks, and it's like leveling off and started to tilt it down a little bit.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying it's gonna go down, but I'd be
I
like,
agree.
well,
I agree on that one, the particular one,
I think it's a good place to sell. Regardless, it's like,
Yeah.
this is probably it.
Oh.
I did find something as it pertains to what HB just said. I'm trying to make sure that. Oh wow.
What?
That this is okay.
Are you looking at a severed head? I think it's okay.
Actually, I am.
Yeah.
In about
What's up, Portia? Let's dance, baby.
This is do you think it's you know
You
what?
don't want to dance this morning, Portia? Come on now.
Oh,
Better show that severed head.
Oh shit!
let me see if this is
Get 12 man out of the mood.
okay. It's
Yeah. Play it. We only got 5 minutes left until I start the next stream, so just play it.
Oh, that HB trucking coming up?
Goddamn
By
right.
Skillshare.
It should be
Goddamn
okay
right,
because it's
Get
like
2 months of Skillshare free and learn new skills by
Mine.
using the link in the description. Imagine you find yourself strapped to the guillotine, with only a few seconds before the blade comes swishing down, neatly and completely removing your head from your body. How long would you stay alive before the lights fully went out? Would you be able to look up from the basket that your head fell into and say goodbye to your dismembered corpse resting there above you? The brain is the body's central command. The question is, would it continue to function after it has been severed from the body? Experiments have taken place since the French Revolution all the way up to modern-day Netherlands to try to figure out what kind of consciousness, if any, we experience after having our heads lopped off. That's what we'll attempt to find out today. In this episode of the Infographic Show, how long do you remain conscious if your head is chopped off? The short answer is not long. A few seconds is perhaps all you'd have. Blood pressure in the head would suddenly drop, followed by a loss of consciousness that, accompanied by the shock and the pain of just having your noodle disembodied, would also probably turn the lights out in a matter of seconds. Some say about 15 seconds is all you get, while the brain uses up what little oxygen remains. Some say you'd stay alive just long enough that if you were guillotined, you'd feel your head hit the basket. But does that mean you'd be able to use your eyes to observe the scene of the executioner and the crowds from the discomfort of your basket? Well, on that theme, there's the wonderful account of a French chemist named Antoine Laurent de Lavoisier. This story may be one of urban legend, with some supporting it and others doubting that it actually happened. For the sake of this episode, we present the story as reported in various articles and will let you, the viewers, make up your own minds. Following the French Revolution, the chemist was sentenced to the guillotine for being overly wealthy and of noble standing. Monsieur de Lavoisier was naturally curious as to how long he would remain conscious after the chop, and he dreamt up an experiment of sorts to put this to the test. With a friend planted in front of the guillotine, Monsieur de Lavoisier promised to blink as many times as humanly possible after his head was cut off. And that he did. According to urban legend, there were some reports that stated he blinked for up to 30 seconds after the chop. This, if true, is one of the most primitive and earliest studies that suggest the brain does continue to work even though it is no longer attached to the rest of the body. Strangely enough, Antoine Laurent de Lavoisier was, as the story goes, pardoned a year later, which wasn't much good to him as he was, of course, already dead. But perhaps his most noted medical work was that simple decapitation experiment. Regardless of the veracity of the blinking story, he will forever be known as a brilliant chemist and a great mind. Now, of course, the Frenchman's alleged blinking could have simply been a nerve reflex. When a large nerve or bundle of nerves is abruptly severed, there follows a wave of depolarization of nerve fibers that acts similar to an electric shockwave. The nerve blast contains no information and probably not much pain. If we think about what happens to a chicken or a frog when its head is removed, there is a sudden blast of nervous activity that makes the animal appear animated, and perhaps that is what happens with the head after it is decapitated from the body of a human being. On the other hand, researchers are discovering that neurons or brain cells are active even after their blood supply is suddenly withdrawn. Dutch scientists have measured the brain activity in mice after decapitating them in mini mice-sized guillotines. The researchers observed a quick flash of activity in the brain immediately after the chop, and then about a minute later, they observed another ripple of activity. A January 2008 paper published by neuroscientist Anton Koenen and colleagues at the Radboud University in Holland described this second wave of electrical activity as the wave of death, as it was thought to be the ultimate border between life and death. It was also used as proof that the brain is still active for up to a minute after it had been suddenly sliced from the body. The discovery was countered by Michel van Putten of the...
All right, Portia. All right. We're about to end this live, y'all. Virgo, good morning. We're about to end this
Good
live.
morning.
I'm gonna start the live. You guys give me 5 minutes. I'm gonna start the live. Give me 5 minutes though. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. So
yeah, wish you all good night. I gotta try to force myself to sleep here.
Well, I'll see you, guy. If you want to pull up on the next live, it will be available. So let me know. Virgo, 12th man, get cracked. I think Crown Reese is asleep. Good morning, though, Crown Reese.
All right, y'all. Have a good next day, y'all. Good night.
Good night, man. And of course, Portia, if you have time, I know you have a busy day, but I did want to read Lolo's message. She said, I don't know if anyone's seen Grace's live last night, Nothing crazy, but she literally took a shower on stream. Everyone in the chat was oozing or saying it smelled like
Oozing.
crab water.
Oozing.
Oh Lord.
Oozing what? Gooning? Oozing what?
Yeah, no, that's
You know, right after that, Ruby went to get her hair dyed too. This is
Oh
like this
wow.
shit's insanity, man.
Yeah, this
I
is
thought the
crazy.
Thorpes were the ones that didn't take a shower. Like they only took a shower once a month.
Oh, because she had to dye her hair. That's why she did it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
She was in
that is
hotels.
some nasty work, man. Nasty work.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
I don't like that blonde look. No, I never liked that shit. I was like,
Yeah.
that doesn't work on her.
All right, you guys. I'm about to end this. Crack. You know, as always, if you want to come to the next live,
Thorpe's gonna show up again, huh? I know it.
probably.
Like I wake up in the morning, I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh, they were jerking off in the chat. Wow. All right.
Of course they
all
were.
right.
EAE's probably the top guy.
Yeah, he had a
EAE.
noose around his neck while he was
It's
jerking
like,
off.
oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you people?
All right, you guys. I'm about to end this live, so
See
you
ya.
guys come to
See
the
ya.
next one, man.
All right. Bye.
All right. Bye. Bye. See you guys.